Beep.
The line representing the essence of life, after a slight wavering, inevitably succumbed to a disheartening straight line. With a heavy sigh, the attending physician, having exhausted all efforts to revive the patient, shook his head and exited the emergency room. No sooner had he stepped out than two elderly figures, who had been anxiously waiting outside, hurried forward. Though they remained silent, their urgent gazes conveyed a torrent of emotions. The doctor uttered no words, merely sighed and shook his head in sorrow. In an instant, the two elderly individuals comprehended the unspoken message. They instinctively retreated a couple of steps, their expressions a portrait of despair. The old man's once stalwart posture seemed to have been bent by an unseen weight, while the elderly woman's eyes brimmed with tears, which she valiantly held at bay as she steadied her trembling husband and resolutely approached the emergency room. Despite having witnessed numerous poignant farewells between life and death, the serene sorrow still stirred a profound sense of compassion within the doctor. Floating above, Ruoshui beheld the visage of her aging parents, their features appearing suddenly aged. Her eyes, dry yet stinging, focused particularly on her father, who had always stood tall and unyielding, akin to a robust poplar tree, never bowing to any circumstance. The hesitance he displayed as he lifted the white cloth, coupled with his subsequently stooped shoulders, stirred a tempest of emotions within Ruoshui, surging like waves threatening to burst from her chest. Throughout her 27 years of existence, she had unwaveringly adhered to the noble ideal of serving the people, a legacy passed down from her father. She had diligently fulfilled her responsibilities as a soldier, never faltering. Consequently, the time spent with her parents constituted but a mere third of her life. Guilt gnawed at her, as regret flooded her heart. She bore no remorse for her sacrifice in the line of duty, nor for her role in the eradication of the Vietnamese drug trade. Her only fear lay in the solitude that awaited her parents, the dread that they might falter under the weight of her demise. Ruoshui allowed the torrent of emotions to engulf her. She yearned to embrace her weary mother, yet her hands passed through them, unable to soothe their sorrowful wrinkles. As she shrank despondently into a corner, a gentle golden light enveloped her. Ruoshui pondered, had heaven sent a messenger? Perhaps if her father and mother knew their daughter had entered paradise, their grief might lessen. Name: Qing Ruoshui. Age: 28. Gender: female. Deceased. A voice resonated softly from the light's end, its age and gender indiscernible. In the clarity of this voice, Ruoshui felt her emotions gradually stabilize, a hint of relief washing over her. She began to walk toward the source of the light, yet discerned no figures, only the omnipresent melodious voice, as if cleansing her spirit. A step closer revealed a weathered parchment floating in midair, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. Sensing Ruoshui's proximity, the voice dimmed, and the parchment trembled slightly, as if beckoning her to draw nearer. Upon reaching the parchment, she found it blank, but as she stood before it, words gradually emerged. Now you have two paths to choose from. The first is to follow this road to paradise and ascend to the realm of bliss. Behind the parchment, a golden pathway unfurled, accompanied by ethereal chants echoing in the distance. Ruoshui hesitated, inquiring, "And what is the second option?" The parchment seemed pleased by her curiosity, shaking its pages to reveal a second choice: become a wish fulfillment agent. A wish fulfillment agent? What does that entail? Is there work after death? To put it simply, this world is not singular. There exist numerous parallel dimensions, referred to as realms. Within these realms, certain individuals possess great fortune, their actions affecting the balance of these dimensions. Some innocently perish, harboring unfulfilled desires or grievances that also disrupt this equilibrium. The role of a wish fulfillment agent is to restore stability by alleviating the grievances of the innocent or fulfilling their lingering wishes, thus earning rewards within the agent's capabilities. If I continuously fulfill others' wishes, might I encounter my father and mother in their realm? Ruoshui's eyes sparkled with hope. Possibly, but the chances are slim, as there are countless realms, and your entry time is random. By then, your family may have already passed or yet to be born. Undeterred, Ruoxue clung to the glimmer of hope. Have you made your decision? Once chosen, it cannot be altered. Yes, I am certain, Ruoxue affirmed with unwavering resolve, for this too was an act of kindness. Upon her consent, the parchment expanded slightly, revealing a new interface displaying name, Qing Ruoxue. Gender, female, variable. Intelligence, 50. Appearance, 60. Combat power, 70. Mental strength, 55. Charm, 5. Skills, grappling techniques, combat skills. Honorary title, passionate youth. Gazing at the attributes, Ruoxue buried her face in her hands, realizing she was but a simple-minded, brawny girl. Passionate youth? What on earth is that? Do you choose to commence the task? Quickly, Ruoxue dismissed her earlier discontent and confidently pressed yes. Immediately, she experienced a sensation of weightlessness, followed by a wave of dizziness, and then darkness enveloped her. Upon awakening, the parchment had vanished. Ruoxue stared at the white ceiling above, her mind still clouded. Gradually regaining her senses, the reality of her death weighed heavily on her, dimming her gaze. Nevertheless, there remained an opportunity to see them again. Her current mission was to assist in wish fulfillment. The title of wish fulfillment agent sounded grandiose. A foolish grin crept across her face. Please maintain your image, host. The familiar melodious voice unexpectedly echoed in her ear. Startled, Ruoxue stumbled from the edge of her bed, surveying her surroundings, only to find herself alone, a chill of apprehension creeping over her. It's me, the voice chuckled lightly. The parchment? Ruoxue relaxed slightly. Yes. Where are you? I can't see you. She continued to peer around. Stop searching. I am not in this realm. I can only communicate with you. Oh, can you continue to speak with me like this? Indeed, though it will consume my energy. However, being your first time, I will accompany you in this world. After a brief silence, the voice resumed. Oh, Ruoxue's spirits dimmed. What should I do next? How do I fulfill wishes? In life, Ruoxue approached her tasks with utmost seriousness. Even in a new role, her diligence remained unchanged. Do you accept the task? Ruoxue nodded, and with that, a sudden throbbing pain surged through her head, as if something was forcibly lodged into her mind. Upon absorbing the narrative, Ruoxue felt not only a throbbing pain in her head, but also an overwhelming sense of thunderous dismay. This story is excessively melodramatic. From Ruoxue's perspective, the tale unfolds as a melodrama starring a Mary Sue-like character, a pure and innocent flower entangled with various distinguished men, all performing a tragic dance of unreciprocated love. I know you love me, but my affections lie elsewhere. The emotional intricacies are fraught with heart-wrenching complexities. As for Ruoxue's role in aiding the wish-fulfilling individuals, she inhabits the body of the original owner, who bears the same name, Ming Ruoxue, albeit with a different surname. This original host is, in essence, a mere insignificant pawn within the grand narrative. Ming Ruoxue comes from a modest background, neither impoverished nor excessively affluent. Her father is a middle school teacher, while her mother runs a small grocery store at home. Generally, the family of three leads a frugal existence, only managing to scrape by unless on special occasions. However, their daily meals are somewhat nourishing, placing their life within the bounds of a lower middle-class lifestyle. Ming Ruoxue excels academically, consistently ranking among the top students in the city, which stands as the family's pride. Coincidentally, when it came time to fill out high school applications, a prestigious school extended an olive branch to these high achievers, promising generous scholarships. This elite institution is renowned nationwide for its exceptional faculty, cutting-edge facilities, and comprehensive educational system, bolstered by its considerable wealth. Naturally, Ming Ruoxue's impressive academic record made her an attractive candidate, leading her to select this prestigious school as her first choice. What followed resembled a classic tale of a school-age Cinderella, where a girl of her caliber and modest means inevitably becomes the target of bullying by some unruly peers. Incidents of vanishing homework, ruined assignments, and the infamous water dousing and locked restroom door incidents ensued. However, no dashing savior descended from the heavens to rescue Ming Ruoxue from her plight. Others suffered similar fates, with some opting to withdraw from school in frustration, preferring to retake their exams rather than endure further humiliation. The remaining students either endured the torment or relied on their looks to navigate their circumstances. Some even adopted a mindset of seeking a prosperous spouse, flaunting themselves, and letting their grades plummet. The host's inherently timid nature led her to be among those who chose to endure. Initially, when she sought help from teachers after being bullied, the situation only worsened, prompting her to cease reporting the incidents altogether. She wished to spare her parents from worry and thus concealed her school struggles from them. Lacking close friends to confide in, she gradually withdrew into silence. Then entered The White Lotus by Momo. Ming Ruoxue, residing in the dormitory, had been alone since her previous roommate could no longer bear the pressure and left. Coincidentally, Bai Momo, a newcomer, was assigned to share the dormitory with her. Bai Momo, a quintessential embodiment of the White Lotus archetype, arrived with a seemingly delicate demeanor, appearing almost fearful of Ruoxue. However, perhaps due to her recent arrival or other factors, she became quite attached to Ruoxue, insisting on including her in all activities. Ruoxue, unsure how to decline, acquiesced. Yet, Bai Momo's radiant charm attracted attention wherever she went, garnering love letters and confessions, inevitably capturing the gaze of the school's 4 distinguished princes. As the 4 princes fell under Bai Momo's ethereal spell, Ruoxue's previously negligible presence became pronounced, drawing the ire of envious glances from all directions. Bai Momo's esteemed lineage paralleled that of the 4 princes, leading them to view Ruoxue as a scheming opportunist, a deceitful individual seeking to ingratiate herself with their cherished goddess. Consequently, the princes issued various warnings and Ruoxue, with her meek disposition, succumbed to their pressure, gradually distancing herself from Bai Momo. Sensing this rift, Bai Momo confronted Ruoxue one dreary day, her expression a mix of hurt and confusion, questioning why Ruoxue had betrayed her. Despite having always included her as a close companion and refrained from making new friends for Ruoxue's sake. Faced with these unfounded accusations, Ruoxue remained silent, her quietude interpreted by others as a confession of guilt. Bai Momo fled in distress, and the 4 princes, witnessing the scene, assumed Ruoxue had bullied their goddess. As a result, Ming Ruoxue's father lost his job, accused of misconduct, leading him to take his own life in shame. Her mother's store was forcibly taken over, and she tragically perished in an accident. Ultimately, Ruoxue herself was expelled from the school. The suddenness of these events proved an unbearable blow to a girl just shy of 18. At this moment, the 4 princes approached her, not as saviors but as mockers, revealing that they orchestrated these events to avenge Bai Momo. In the end, Ruoxue succumbed to her bitterness and despair, her resentment giving rise to her reincarnation. Chapter 2. The girl's resentment to the host's wish is to protect her family and live a peaceful life, ideally never to return to that prestigious school again. Ruoxue pinches her furrowed brow. Her arrival is random, and she finds that the host has already endured nearly a year at this nightmarish institution. Thus, the aspiration to never set foot in that school again seems unattainable. Ruoxue knows she could choose to withdraw, yet the host never fully articulates her true desire. Even at the last moment, deep within the host's heart lies a concealed wish to obliterate the families of the 4 great kings, making them taste the bitterness of ruin. However, their families loom too large, an insurmountable peak, and so the host buries this ambition deep within. Ruoxue empathizes with the host's plight, feeling a twinge of frustration at her lack of resolve, even in the end, to fight back. Yet, with the essence of this new body transformed, Ruoxue is determined to assist the host in achieving perfection, including that hidden desire. Rubbing her slightly swollen head, Ruoxue slowly rises from bed, shuffling to the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror at the weary reflection, her delicate willow leaf eyebrows furrow, and beneath her slightly upturned almond eyes lie dark circles. A modestly shaped nose bears a few freckles, rendering her a striking beauty overall. As Ruoxue organizes her thoughts, she recalls that it is currently summer vacation. By the time school resumes, Bai Momo will appear in the host's dormitory, followed closely by the 4 great kings entering the host's field of vision. This leads Ruo Shui to deeply believe that Bai Momo is the catalyst for a butterfly effect. After all, why would the usually elusive 4 great kings appear with such frequency? The power of the protagonist's halo is indeed extraordinary. Ruo Shui contemplates that each realm functions like a book, with those blessed by fortune serving as the protagonists. Indeed, congratulations to the host for unveiling this truth. Each realm possesses its own order, giving rise to the fated children of that realm, akin to what one might call protagonists. In this world, the protagonists are Bai Momo and the 4 charming figures. However, the actions of some fated children can disrupt the order of their realm, creating vulnerabilities through which others may traverse into realms that do not belong to them, fulfilling their tasks and assisting in the repayment of debts. Suddenly, the voice of the parchment scroll resonates in Ruo Shui's mind. After absorbing its teachings, Ruo Shui can only express disdain for the fated child of this realm. She then reflects on the fact that she will soon be living in close quarters with the White Lotus heroine, stirring a hint of melancholy within her. From the host's memories, it is evident that this White Lotus heroine possesses a subtle yet formidable power, always appearing timid beside the host, as if the host were bullying her. Indeed, a significant portion of the host's eventual fate can be attributed to her influence. Hence, the White Lotus is truly the most terrifying. Contemplating her goal of dismantling the male protagonist's families, Ruo Shui feels a profound sense of melancholy. The road ahead is long. After briefly drafting a plan in her mind, she concludes her morning routine and heads to the living room. Xiaoruo, are you up? The host's mother is preparing breakfast, her warm smile radiating a pure maternal tenderness, distinct from the heroine's demeanor. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she remarks, "Oh, it's still early. Why not sleep a bit longer? You've been studying hard. Take this opportunity to rest." Listening to her mother's gentle reproaches, Ruo Shui feels a rush of conflicting emotions, sadness, joy, and guilt intertwining, nearly overwhelming her. This turmoil reflects the host's feelings. Ruo Shui's expression stiffens, leading her father to mistakenly assume she feels wronged and unable to argue. He taps the table and states, "All right, isn't it a good thing to get up early? Come, sit down for breakfast." The head of the family commands great authority. Thus, the mother can only cast a wistful glance at Ruo Shui before returning to her tasks. Noticing Ruo Shui still standing in a daze, her father chimes in again. "Aren't you going to sit down and eat?" His tone remains authoritative, yet Ruo Shui detects an undertone of affection. With a soft she takes her seat. Struggling to suppress the host's emotions, Ruo Shui gazes at her father and mother, momentarily envisioning her own parents, which stirs a faint sorrow within her. Chapter 3. The Maiden's Resentment 3. Subduing her emotions slightly, Ruo Shui lowered her head and began to enjoy a traditional Chinese breakfast of fried dough sticks wrapped in sesame. Due to her prior military training, Ruo Shui consumed her meal with remarkable speed and precision. Before she realized it, she had devoured her food at her usual rapid pace, finishing just as her parents, Ming Fu and Ming Mu, were taking their seats. Upon noticing the astonished expressions on their faces, as if they had encountered an extraterrestrial being, Ruo Shui's lips twitched in dismay. She had forgotten to moderate her speed. Ming Fu was the first to regain his composure, clearing his throat softly while forming a loose fist near his mouth. With a hint of awkwardness, he remarked, "Have you been feeling the pressure from your studies lately? Don't push yourself too hard. Just do your best." Ruo Shui, still contemplating how to explain her eating habits, nodded vigorously in response to Ming Fu's words. After a moment of silence, he could not help but add, "Also, as a young lady, you should strive for elegance. It is acceptable at home, but you must be mindful when you are outside." Ruo Shui nodded, feeling a subtle sense of constraint. It dawned on her that Ming Fu, being an educator and a traditionalist, placed great importance on decorum. From a young age, she had held a natural reverence for teachers, which made her feel somewhat restrained in his presence. However, this sense of respect did not extend to the instructors at her current school, where she felt no such inhibition. "By the way, Dad, I was thinking of finding something to do during the summer break to gain some social experience." Although Ruo Shui felt a bit awkward calling him Dad, fortunately, Ming Fu did not seem to notice. "That sounds good. Gaining experience will only enhance your future prospects. But just ensure that your academic work does not suffer, Ming Fu replied after a moment of contemplation, agreeing with the condition that her studies must remain a priority. Ruo Shui smiled, feeling considerably relieved at her father's approval. Despite her military background, she had been well-rounded in her development, which had led her to underestimate the challenges ahead, resulting in some rather harsh lessons learned. Well then, I'm off. Ruo Shui exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her face brightening as she no longer appeared so somber. Observing her daughter's spirited demeanor, Ming Fu felt a swell of pride, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ruo Shui hurried into her room, swiftly tying her shoulder-length hair into a high ponytail and grabbing a crossbody bag before dashing out of the house. Mom and Dad, I'm leaving, she called as she pushed her bicycle out the door. Ming Mu, having just processed the scene, intended to inquire about Ruo Shui's breakfast habits, but hesitated to interrupt the conversation with Ming Fu. She planned to ask later. Yet Ruo Shui rushed out before she had the chance, leaving Ming Mu to chuckle helplessly as she returned indoors. As Ruo Shui pedaled through the slightly oppressive air, her spirits soared higher than ever. She realized that confronting the 4 heavenly kings with her own strength would be tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, she resolved to pursue a legal approach, believing that substantial multinational corporations must harbor some hidden secrets, which, though concealed, were not impervious to discovery. She held firm to the belief echoed in Hong Kong dramas. The law is vast and thorough, ensuring that nothing escapes its grasp. Engrossed in her thoughts, Ruo Shui failed to notice 2 figures rushing toward her. Bang! She was unceremoniously knocked to the ground, and the figure that had collided with her scrambled to their feet, casting not a glance at Ruo Shui before hastily fleeing, taking with them her cherished vintage bicycle from the 1980s that she had relied on for 3 years. Moments later, another figure appeared, clad in police uniform, their hat having fallen off during the chase, revealing a ruggedly handsome face framed by a buzz cut that, surprisingly, added to their charm. Initially dazed, Ruo Shui quickly connected the dots upon seeing the officer approach, recalling the frantic man from earlier. The officer, having been close enough to witness the incident, immediately recognized Ruo Shui on the ground. As he came to a stop, Ruo Shui struggled to rise, her back aching from the fall, nearly toppling over again but managing to steady herself. Please pursue that individual, she urged. I'm fine, but my bicycle is in their possession. To her surprise, the officer nodded readily and set off in pursuit. Ruo Shui stood there, pouting slightly. While cooperation between citizens and the police was commendable, she had more pressing matters at hand. She needed to gain entry into the police station. Ironically, she had been pondering whether to engage in some mischief to achieve this very goal, and now an unexpected opportunity had presented itself. As if the universe had conspired to make her quest effortlessly attainable. Chapter 4. The Maiden's Resentment. After a moment of contemplation, Ruo Shui resolved to pursue, attributing her decision to a sense of justice. Following the direction in which the police officer had departed, she hurried after him. However, she fell behind considerably and had to inquire with several individuals before finally tracking down the officer's whereabouts. Approaching him, Ruo Shui gently tapped the officer on the shoulder and inquired about the thief. Have you lost him? The officer, initially tense, relaxed slightly upon recognizing Ruo Shui. Nodding at her question, he replied solemnly, he is not merely a car thief. He is a drug dealer. With that, his lips pressed tightly together once more. This revelation caused Ruo Shui to furrow her delicate brows, her demeanor shifting from casual to serious. In her past life, she had battled against such drug traffickers, ultimately losing her life in that noble struggle. As a result, she possessed a certain understanding of their world. What is the current situation? She asked, her voice tinged with concern. I couldn't keep up with him because he was riding a bike, the officer responded, a hint of melancholy evident in his tone. So, it's my fault then? She retorted. However, I have cornered him onto this road. There aren't many forks in the path. And I have already notified my team to set up an ambush at key locations. Oh, are you still pursuing him? Ruo Shui pondered, scratching the back of her head, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. It's just a bike. If we can apprehend that drug dealer, it will be worth it, even if the vehicle is destroyed. Protecting our homeland is everyone's duty, she stated dryly, Even she sensed the lack of conviction in her words. Following his gaze, Ruo Shui spotted a man in black racing towards them on a vintage bicycle from the 1980s, closely pursued by a group of officers on motorcycles, who were about to catch up. The fierce determination in the man's eyes intensified as he suddenly veered towards Ruo Shui, using the momentum of his bike to drag her away from the officer. Feeling the scorching friction of her legs against the ground, Ruo Shui gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it! Losing my precious bicycle was one thing, but now I'm being kidnapped? Am I made of clay? Even clay figures have their limits, let alone Ruo Shui. A spirited young soldier. Seizing the moment when the bike became unsteady, Ruo Shui grasped the man's hand, controlling the handlebars, and yanked it downward, causing both of them to tumble off the bike. Ruo Shui fared slightly better, as half her body was on the ground. The man, having escaped at high speed, suffered a significant impact upon falling, while Ruo Shui swiftly maneuvered to pin him beneath her, intensifying the force of the fall. The officer, who caught up moments later, first inquired about Ruo Shui's condition. After confirming that she was unharmed, he turned to assess the drug dealer's injuries. Upon flipping the man over, he mirrored Ruo Shui's earlier actions silently. Looking at the man being taken away, the officer then shifted his gaze to the battered old bicycle on the ground, observing its nearly shattered state, which momentarily softened his stoic expression. We will compensate you. However, we need you to accompany us to the police station. Is that acceptable? He stated stiffly, his tone betraying a hint of discomfort, which he attempted to alleviate with a forced addition of 3 words. Ruo Shui regarded him, finding this young officer surprisingly endearing, though she momentarily forgot that she herself was only 16 or 17. Smiling, she replied, "Of course." The officer exhaled softly, relieved to see her cheerful demeanor, as it indicated she bore no ill will. Feeling emboldened, he glanced at the seemingly agreeable young woman before him, and his heart skipped a beat. The sunlight illuminated her fair skin, giving her a rosy complexion reminiscent of a luscious red Fuji apple. The fine golden hairs on her face glimmered softly, and her almond-shaped eyes narrowed into a charming crescent, seemingly brimming with boundless hope and positivity. A smattering of freckles adorned her not-so-prominent nose, enhancing her youthful innocence and charm. In essence, she resembled a smiling angel, radiating joy and purity, effortlessly uplifting the spirits of those around her. Chapter 5. The girl's resentment. Ruo Shui climbed onto the motorcycle of the young officer, mindful that riding in a police car might provoke unwarranted speculation among those who were unaware of the circumstances. She still wished to lead a normal life. "Hey, what's your name? I can't keep calling you officer forever," Ruo Shui remarked, leaning slightly forward, causing a rush of cool wind to fill her mouth. However, her voice was barely audible over the din of the engine, and she could only discern that Li Hong had responded, not the content of his words. "Pardon? I didn't catch that," she called out, leaning closer and cupping her ear, shifting her position slightly on the seat to maintain a comfortable distance. Although Li Hong drove swiftly, he did so with remarkable steadiness, and thus no awkward incidents occurred during their journey, much to Ruo Shui's relief. Despite her favorable impression of Li Hong, she remained acutely aware that she was merely a transient in this realm, neither belonging here at the beginning nor at the end. "We've arrived," Li Hong announced in his crisp voice. Ruo Shui dismounted and followed him into the police station. Along the way, many greeted Li Hong with friendly smiles, while several female officers, though not approaching, gazed at him with shy admiration. Observing this, Ruo Shui mused about Li Hong's undeniable charm. Li Hong maintained his serious demeanor, seemingly accustomed to the attention from his colleagues, his tone remaining monotonous and mechanical. "Tsk, how dull," one officer scoffed, releasing Li Hong and rolling his eyes. "Oh. And who's this lovely young lady?" "Li Hong, you've only just returned from a mission and already brought back a flower," he teased, clearly misjudging Li Hong's character. As the officer noticed Ruo Shui standing behind Li Hong, he exchanged mischievous glances with him. Li Hong turned to regard the man with a steady gaze, conveying an unspoken warning that did not go unnoticed. The officer shrugged it off, saying, all right, just a joke." "How boring." He then playfully shoved Li Hong aside and performed a somewhat awkward knightly bow towards Ruo Shui, which, rather than being offensive, showcased his humor. "Hello, beautiful lady. I am Su Huan." a logistics officer with a promising future. It is a pleasure to meet you, even in a police station, he said, beaming with a radiant smile that revealed his white teeth. Su Huan immediately found Ruoshui appealing, and they engaged in a lively conversation, completely oblivious to Li Hong's presence. Listening to their seemingly endless chatter and their easy rapport, Li Hong felt an unsettling sense that they were a perfect match, both unable to cease their animated dialogue.
Hey,
You know about that Special Forces soldier? I thought girls wouldn't be interested in such things. Not at all. There are female soldiers now, you know. They endure the same grueling training, like 30-kilometer weighted runs and 3 days of hellish drills. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, Li Hong interrupted their enthusiastic exchange, taking Ruoshui away. He could feel Su Huan's discontented gaze, reminiscent of a scorned lover, as if he were about to tear at a handkerchief in despair. For reasons he could not fully comprehend, Li Hong felt inexplicably uplifted, as if he had dealt a blow to a rival. No, he thought that was not it. It must simply be fatigue from the earlier pursuit. Despite this reasoning, Li Hong found himself glancing at Ruoshui, his brow slightly furrowed, a hint of contemplation in his eyes.
meanwhile,
Ruoshui, sensing the growing darkness in Li Hong's expression, instinctively retracted her neck, striving to diminish her presence. She silently lamented her earlier animated conversation with Su Huan, fearing it had cost them precious time, and worried whether it would lead to any repercussions. Thus, each lost in their own thoughts, the two maintained a profound silence during the remainder of their journey, creating an atmosphere so thick that even those who might have greeted them hesitated to approach. Chapter 6. The Girl's Resentment. This is it. I will report to the higher-ups first, and then I will take you to claim your compensation. Kasuhira's cold voice suddenly shattered the enigmatic silence between the two. Ruoshui looked up to see the titanium alloy door before her and nodded eagerly. Once Kasuhira vanished behind the door, Ruoshui let out a faint sigh of relief. She could not fathom why she felt such an oppressive aura in Kasuhira's presence, reminiscent of someone from her previous world. That was the only other individual she had experienced such pressure from. The thought of that person dimmed Ruoshui's gaze momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. The door creaked open, and Kasuhira emerged, frowning at Ruoshui. Although she appeared unchanged, he instinctively sensed that something was amiss. What's wrong? After much internal deliberation, he could not help but inquire. A fleeting sharpness vanished from Ruoshui's eyes. She hadn't anticipated being so easily discerned during her momentary lapse. Such keen perception was truly formidable, though thankfully, he was not an enemy. Once more adjusting her emotions, Ruoshui smiled. It's nothing. Yet, her smile remained somewhat rigid. After all, she was a soldier, not a professional actress. Noticing Ruoshui's reluctance to speak, Kasuhira furrowed his brow and fell silent. They were not well acquainted, and she felt no obligation to explain herself. Still, despite this understanding, an uncomfortable sensation lingered within him.
oh, wait.
I have something to discuss with you. Ruoshui suddenly recalled her purpose and quickly attempted to rectify her oversight. The meaning was clear. She awkwardly smiled and gestured towards the room Kasuhira had just entered. After a moment of silence, Kasuhira strode confidently to the door, knocking several times until a voice beckoned from within. Let us go. With that, he pushed the door open. Ruoshui followed closely behind. Sir, the victim of this mission wishes to speak with you, Kasuhira saluted and announced in a booming voice. Ruoshui could not help but feel that Kasuhira was retaliating for their previous awkwardness.
Oh?
Officer Lee regarded Ruoshui with a questioning gaze. Aren't you here to claim compensation?
Why?
The last syllable lingered, and Ruoshui immediately realized that the officer had misunderstood. This was understandable, given that her intentions were entirely unrelated to the matter at hand. Yes, officer. However, it isn't about this issue, Ruoshui replied candidly. Then what is it? Lee inquired, intrigued. It's like this, sir. I study at the Azure Academy. A flicker of confusion crossed Lee's face, which soon transformed into understanding. The Azure Academy was one of the nation's premier elite schools. Though Ruoshui appeared fair-skinned, her attire did not suggest the wealth of those affluent families. However, he recalled that a few years prior, there had been an enrollment plan. Thus, Ruoshui might indeed be one of the top scholars admitted. My family is at most modestly well off. Ruo Shui's statement indirectly validated Li's conjecture. Li nodded, urging her to continue. Taking a deep breath, Ruo Shui prepared to express sentiments that had long lingered in her heart. She was unwilling to accept her fate. Indeed, she yearned for more. She never envied or resented those born into privilege, for she cherished her humble home, where every resource was meticulously accounted for. She aspired to achieve honor through her own endeavors rather than relying on the charity of others. This had always been her dream. Her hands involuntarily clenched, and she gazed steadily at Li, her eyes reflecting a mix of sorrow and determination. In that instant, Kazuhira perceived a resilient blade of grass. Ordinary yet capable of withstanding fierce storms, its tenacity profoundly inspiring. So, do you understand my meaning? Ruo Shui queried. Well, they too partake of the people's sustenance. A radiant smile illuminated Ruo Shui's face, her eyes sparkling with renewed brilliance. Chapter 7. The grievance of a young girl. Ruo Shu comprehended Li Ming's words. Even though those families were immensely wealthy or wielded great power, they were still within the bounds of this nation, reliant on the labor of the people, and thus subject to certain constraints. Thank you. Ruo Shu took a step back and sincerely bowed. She was genuinely astonished that this officer had so readily accepted her words, considering the formidable force behind that school was unparalleled throughout the country. His statement represented his intentions, and in a sense, his actions reflected the will of the state. However, she was also aware that perhaps these powers had been moving too frequently of late, prompting a sense of crisis within the nation, which might explain the officer's acquiescence. By the way, my name is Ruo Shu. If possible, I would appreciate being informed about any measures taken in this matter. I recognize this may be somewhat presumptuous, but I happen to be a student there, and this identity might carry some weight, albeit slight. Ruo Shu spoke as she gradually rose. Observing the seemingly delicate girl before him, with a slender back that stood straight like a young poplar, it appeared that nothing could bend her resolve. Li Ming's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. If she were truly as fragile as she appeared, how could she have come here? Upon noticing Li Ming's barely perceptible gesture, Ruo Shu's eyes sparkled with delight. Revealing a set of pulley white teeth and a subtle dimple, her youthful exuberance illuminating the room. Li Ming couldn't help but smile in return, finding her to be an endearing girl, reminiscent of his own little niece. Li Hong maintained his stoic expression, yet the tips of his ears flushed a faint crimson. Until they reached the police station's entrance, Ruo Shu wore a smile, still buoyed by the moment. Li Hong suddenly broke the silence, his voice still low. What? Ruo Shu momentarily failed to grasp his meaning, only to realize he was introducing himself. Li Hong, my name, sir. It's convenient for contact, he added, as if the words were being squeezed out through clenched teeth, each one emerging slowly. Yes, I am aware. Su Huan has informed me, Ruo Shu replied. Instantly, Li Hong's expression darkened, and he turned to stride into the police station, feeling as though he had been overly sentimental for no reason. However, Ruo Shu remained oblivious to Li Hong's awkwardness as she rode off on her new bicycle, basking in the summer breeze, her spirits lifted. She did not intend to place all her hopes on the police. She planned to undertake some actions herself, albeit only when the opportunity arose on campus. For now, she aimed to secure a light summer job to enjoy a delightful holiday. After all, she shared a connection with the original owner of this identity, who had developed a slight case of social anxiety since attending Azure Academy and would not actively seek to enjoy life. Nevertheless, Ruo Shu believed that if given the chance, the original owner would certainly wish to live joyfully. Thus, the entire afternoon saw Ruo Shu cycling around the city, hoping to find a fulfilling position. Upon returning home, she did not suppress her appetite, confident that her father had concocted a plausible excuse for her tardiness. After hastily taking a refreshing shower, she collapsed onto her pillow and fell into a deep slumber. Standing at the doorway, Ming's mother observed Ruo Shu's fatigue with concern and tenderly turned off the light before gently closing the door behind her. Once in the living room, she began to chastise her husband. What are you doing? How can you let little Ruo Shu go out at such a young age? What if something were to happen? If anything were to befall her, I wouldn't know how to go on. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face unabated. With no choice but to console her, Ming's father, despite his stern demeanor towards the outside world, cherished his wife's tears as if they were precious gems. Having shared their lives for so long, their love flowed steadily, like a gentle stream. Chapter 8. The girl's resentment. The following day, Ruo Shui rose early once more and headed straight for the dining table. Little Ruo, why not take a break these days? Some of my students have open restaurants. I could speak to them about you working there this summer. Under Ming Mu's continuous signaling, Ming Fu slowly lowered the newspaper in his hands. No, Dad. I am here to gain experience, and securing a job is part of that process. It would not be proper to take shortcuts. Ruo Shui remained focused on her meal, not lifting her head. In truth, while she voiced one perspective, another remained unspoken. Ming Fu's concern for his reputation made him uncomfortable with the notion of using connections to secure a position. Excellent. Such ambition. That's my daughter, Ming Fu exclaimed, slapping the table joyfully as he observed Ruo Shui's proud demeanor, reminiscent of a father witnessing his daughter blossoming into womanhood. He glanced at Ming Mu's disgruntled expression, his smile widening.
All right.
I'm full. Ruo Shui, sensing the wistful glances from Ming Mu, hastened her eating, wiped her mouth, and dashed out the door. This child, Ming Mu murmured, frowning as she watched Ruo Shui ride away. All right, little Ruo has grown up and has her own ideas. You needn't fret so much, Ming Fu chuckled, his eyes filled with pride. As Ruo Shui hummed an off-key tune, she navigated through the bustling streets. Upon returning home, Ming Mu sighed at the sight of Ruo Shui, who had become a shade darker in the sun, feeling both pity and helplessness. Finally, her perseverance bore fruit, as Ruo Shui secured a position as a waitress in a vibrant area, motivated solely by her desire for a slightly higher wage. Another day dawned, and Ruo Shui awoke with renewed vigor. With excitement bubbling within her, she stepped out under Ming Fu's increasingly approving gaze, mounting her bicycle to embrace her first job. Inside the CAF, Ruo Shui was a whirlwind of activity, her face adorned with a genuine smile that enveloped the patrons in warmth, brightening their spirits. The previously lackadaisical employees were inspired to work harder. Observing Ruo Shui's youthful enthusiasm, the CAF manager nodded to himself, recognizing he had hired a gem. He contemplated the possibility of a raise for her, influenced by the uplifted morale of the other staff. Unaware of the manager's thoughts, Ruo Shui continued to work joyfully around the CAF. Here is your coffee, she beamed at a customer, her gentle smile seeming to possess a magical quality that radiated the essence of sunshine. Little Ruo, we're off. See you tomorrow,
Her colleagues called out as they passed by.
Be careful on the way. See you tomorrow, Ruo Shui replied warmly, still smiling. Although she had only worked one day, her positive demeanor had endeared her to everyone, as nobody could resist the charm of such a diligent and optimistic young woman. Moreover, knowing she was still a minor, they felt a protective instinct towards her. Did you hear that? The entrance was so loud. Your father and I aren't old yet, Ming Mu complained jokingly. Yet her hands tenderly accepted the heavy items from Ruo Shui. Hee. I'm just so happy. Ruo Shui beamed. Looks like you're doing well at work. Ming Fu added with a smile. Yes. The manager even mentioned a raise. Ruo Shui exclaimed, flipping her ponytail with pride. Good, but don't be too proud. Remember, I know, pride goes before a fall. Ruo Shui interjected, completing Ming Fu's thought. As Ruo Shui lay in bed, her face still radiated joy. Logically, someone who had previously worked would not be so invested or excited about such a modest job. Yet she felt elated. Perhaps a remnant of the original host still lingered within her. Indeed, a fragment of the original spirit remains within you, allowing for mutual influence and connection in this realm. The voice of the scroll suddenly echoed, startling Ruo Shui. Is that so? She whispered, contemplating the notion that they were fortunate, as if they were living a second life, to mend past regrets. Chapter 9. The maiden's grievance. The melodious chime of the wind bell at the entrance resonated, not only serving as a signal to inform those inside of a visitor's arrival, but also adding a delightful charm to the establishment. Observing the weary expression on her companion's face, Ruo Shui promptly decided to take over, urging, Allow me. You should rest for a while. Xiao Xiao's gratitude was palpable, her eyes shining with appreciation as she exclaimed, Thank you. I was utterly exhausted after staying up all night yesterday. In a playful gesture, Ruoxue lightly tapped her order book atop Xiao Xiao's head, eliciting a theatrically pained expression from her friend, which in turn brought a smile to Ruoxue's face. With a professional grin, she stepped outside. "Good afternoon. May I take your orders?" Ruoxue's gaze fell upon four striking young men, each possessing a unique charm. Her smile faltered momentarily before returning, though it lacked the previous warmth and now appeared somewhat mechanical. The reason for this shift was clear. These four handsome individuals were none other than the culprits responsible for the ruin of the original owner's family, the notorious Four Kings of Yuelon Academy. Qi Yifan, exuding an aura of gentle warmth, resembled a caring older brother with his soft brown eyes that invited one to succumb to their tenderness.
Murongde.
With his flamboyant purple hair and punk attire adorned with sparkling studs, wore a devilish smirk that hinted at an alluring danger, his eyes glinting with a hint of temptation. Ji Yunhai, his tousled golden locks framing a fair face, boasted black eyes that sparkled like dazzling onyx. Complemented by charming dimples and a hint of youthful mischief with his small canine teeth, he was the embodiment of a sunny boy. Lastly, Shangguan Jian, with his strikingly sharp features and an icy demeanor, emanated an air of aloofness, his dark eyes concealing a depth of frozen emotion, resembling an exquisite ice sculpture. Ruoxue had initially found it perplexing that individuals of such extraordinary backgrounds would willingly bow before these four and call them princes. The only explanation she could muster was an acknowledgement of the protagonist's halo effect, which rendered those outside its glow as mere ants. Perhaps because Ruoxue did not belong to this realm, the power of the protagonist's aura diminished in her presence. The moment her eyes fell upon Murongde's mischievous grin, an impulse to strike him arose, and the more she looked at the icy Shangguan Jian, who appeared as though someone owed him a fortune, the more her disdain grew. In her mind, she couldn't help but compare them to Li Hong, ultimately concluding that Li Hong far surpassed these insipid boys. Qi Yifan and the others sensed her rigidity in that fleeting moment. Ji Yunhai, momentarily entranced by Ruoxue's earlier radiant smile, was taken aback when she promptly concealed it upon seeing them. Despite being dubbed the Sunny Prince, he was acutely aware of the darkness that resided within him, overshadowed by relentless oppression. Ruoxue's natural and unpretentious smile felt like the long-awaited sunlight that pierced through the darkness of his heart. "What can I get for you?" Ruoxue endeavored to suppress the rising anger and resentment within her, maintaining a mechanical professional smile. It was a Herculean effort to keep her emotions at bay, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure of her grip on the pen. Qi Yifan maintained his signature smile, ordering a latte, no sugar, please. Murongde tilted his head back slightly, scrutinizing Ruoxue's note-taking with a smirk, leisurely requesting a cappuccino. "I want one too. I'll have a Christmas ice cream, vanilla flavor." "Thank you." Ji Yunhai chimed in eagerly, his childlike enthusiasm contrasting with his delicate features, evoking an involuntary smile from Ruoxue. Yet, she remained unmoved by his antics, fully aware of the darkness lurking beneath his sunny facade. "Plain water," Shangguan Jian replied succinctly. "Understood. Please hold on a moment." As soon as Shangguan Jian finished speaking, Ruoxue turned and walked away. Observing her swift departure, seemingly eager to leave, a contemplative expression crossed the faces of the remaining young men. Chapter 10. The Maiden's Resentment. Your plain water. "Is there anything else you need?" Ruoxue maintained a polite and professional smile. "No, thank you. By the way, what's your name, sister? May I befriend you?" Ji Yunhai's expression was one of innocent curiosity. "I'm sorry, but I'm currently on duty," Ruoxue politely declined.
Oh.
"That's all right. I'll wait for you to finish work," Ji Yunhai replied, still wearing that innocent demeanor. With that, he leaned his head on the table, seemingly genuine in his intent to wait for Ruoxue to finish her shift. Seated beside Ji Yunhai, Shangguan Jian's eyes flashed with a fleeting glimmer, his lips curving upwards momentarily before quickly suppressing the expression. Ruoxue noticed Shangguan Jian's unusual behavior, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Although Shangguan Jian's movement was swift, she had caught it, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, which she skillfully concealed. With a gentle smile, Ruoxue walked away, dismissing Ji Yunhai's previous remarks. However, she felt a lingering unease about Shangguan Jian, instinctively sensing that it was best not to engage with him too closely. Yet it seemed that avoidance was futile. Shangguan Jian gazed down at the translucent glass cup in his hand, filled with plain water, which accentuated his long fingers, resembling perfect jade. The depth of his dark eyes sparkled with amusement, as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing. When night fell, Ruo Shui finally completed her tasks. As she glanced around the corner of the room, she spotted 4 heads peering in her direction. Sensing her gaze, Ji Yunhai waved at her, his 2 small canine teeth barely visible. Ruo Shui was genuinely surprised that Ji Yunhai waited for her to finish work, yet she felt no trace of sentiment. Suddenly, Ruo Shui noticed that Shangguan Jian was also looking at her, his dark eyes fixed intently upon her, making her feel as though she were being watched by a lurking serpent, sending chills down her spine. She quickly turned away, pretending to be occupied with something else. Nevertheless, his gaze remained glued to her back, making her feel exposed, as if his stare could penetrate her very being. Ji Yunhai observed Shangguan Jian, who continued to watch Ruo Shui's retreating figure. Jian, what's wrong? It wasn't vanity on Ruo Shui's part, rather. She sensed that Ji Yunhai might indeed harbor some interest in her. Entering the break room, Ruo Shui retrieved her phone from her small bag and dialed Li Hong's number. "Hello, this is Li Hong," came the deep, magnetic voice through the line. Ruo Shui felt as if she were listening to a celestial melody. She quickly lowered her voice. "It's me, Ming Ruo Shui, the girl who visited the police station a few days ago." "Yes, I know," Li Hong replied, setting down the towel he had been using to dry his hair, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips upon hearing Ruo Shui's soft voice. I have a favor to ask. Go ahead. If you're busy, it's all right. Sorry to trouble you." Ruo Shui abruptly ended the call, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. Her phone vibrated shortly after, and upon checking, she found a message from Li Hong, the content as straightforward as his demeanor. Location. Ruo Shui's eyes softened with a gentle glow as she sent her location in reply. Stepping out of the break room, she noticed that most people had left, save for a few lingering to admire the handsome men.
Hey!
Over here, Ruo Shui, Ji Yunhai exclaimed, waving energetically. Given the exuberance of his gesture, it was impossible for Ruo Shui to pretend she hadn't seen him. However, she wondered how he knew her name when they weren't even acquainted. Realizing the reason behind Ji Yunhai's familiarity stemmed from his cheerful conversation with the staff at the counter, Ruo Shui silently facepalmed, hoping that nothing embarrassing would come to light. Beauty can be misleading. Is there something you need? Ruo Shui asked with an expressionless face. Hey, Ruo Shui, don't be so cold. After all, we're classmates. Ji Yunhai pouted, his large eyes seemingly pleading. Ruo Shui chuckled lightly. I hardly view you as a friend. That's okay. We can get to know each other better. I'm Ji Yunhai. You must know me. Ji Yunhai winked, exuding a vibrant energy. I have no desire to become acquainted with you, and your entourage is quite intimidating. Ruo Shui declared, her resolve unshaken by Ji Yunhai's charm. Curiosity gnawed at her as she pondered how these self-important princes ended up in such a modest CAF. Was the female lead nearby? It seemed prudent to remain vigilant. Moreover, where's Li Hong? Ruo Shui continued to regard Ji Yunhai with an impassive expression, nearly causing him to lose his sunny smile. Observing her indifference, Ji Yunhai began to question whether his prideful appearance had somehow faltered, as Ruo Shui exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Just then, Li Hong entered the room, as if answering Ruo Shui's silent call. Chapter 11. The maiden's resentment. Ruo Shui stood at the doorway, watched by Li Hong, whose voice resonated with a low timbre. As she turned, the depths of his pure, dark gaze ensnared her attention, reflecting her own image within those lustrous eyes. In that fleeting moment, she was enveloped by the illusion that she was the sole entity in his universe. Beside them, Ji Yunhai observed the profound gaze exchanged between them, a disquiet growing within him. Attempting to feign nonchalance, he placed a hand on Ruo Shui's shoulder, yet the rigidity beneath his touch only heightened his dissatisfaction. Li Hong's unwavering gaze fixated on the hand resting on Ruo Shui's shoulder, his brow furrowed in silent disapproval, as he found that hand exceedingly irksome. If Li Hong's glare could manifest physically, Ji Yunhai would surely have feared for his hand's safety. Nevertheless, what did Li Hong's menacing look mean to him? As a staunch and obstinate young scion, Ji Yunhai remained unfazed, even raising an eyebrow in a provocative manner towards Li Hong. Ruoshue's attention was wholly captivated by the pale hand upon her shoulder, rendering her oblivious to the silent battle between the two. Jianhai's hand remained motionless as he blinked playfully at her. "You can call me Yinhai. Referring to me as classmate G feels quite distant." Ruoshue, with a blank expression and unfocused gaze, replied, "Classmate G. Very well, if you prefer classmate G, then so be it. Your comfort is what matters," he said, his face adorned with an expression of indulgence. To an outsider, they might have appeared as a couple, the girl exhibiting a playful demeanor while the boy gazed at her with fondness. Ruoshue felt an overwhelming urge to slap his face and shout, "Get lost." Yet she could not. Goodness, this child is truly the epitome of a gentle prince, a master of romance, she mused internally, casting a glance at Jianhai's concerned expression while maintaining her impassive facade. Were it not for her profound understanding of the four handsome men and her steadfast resolve honed through years of military experience, she might have succumbed to the same infatuation that overtook the girl beside her, her heart racing uncontrollably. Brother Li Hong, desperate to escape Jianhai's entanglement, Ruoshue suddenly transformed her previously stoic countenance, her voice soft and tender as she dashed towards Li Hong, breaking free from Jianhai's embrace. "Forgive me, dear brother. Please do not push me away," she wept internally. Upon hearing her sweet call, Li Hong's steps faltered momentarily. As he felt her soft form against him, he stiffened, but only for an instant before naturally enveloping her in his arms, his strong embrace firmly securing her slender waist. Ruoshue's nose collided with Li Hong's solid chest, a rush of warmth flooding her senses as she realized the blood trickling from her nose. She tentatively reached up, trembling, to touch her nose, only to find her fingertips stained red. In that moment, she felt the world's cruel malice directed at her. Ensnared in the softness of Ruoshue's form, Li Hong remained blissfully unaware of her predicament, nor did he notice the storm brewing in Jianhai's expression. However, as realization dawned upon him, Li Hong swiftly turned and departed, disregarding any pleasantries with Jianhai and the others.
Wait.
Jianhai's irritation flared at Li Hong's indifference, particularly with Ruoshue still cradled in his arms. If Ruoshue could discern his thoughts, she would likely chuckle and defend Li Hong, asserting that he was not indifferent but merely expressionless. "Young man, you are overthinking it." As Li Hong pivoted, he raised an eyebrow in a manner that conveyed authority, silently questioning, "What is it?" Jianhai, forcing a smile that felt more like a grimace, replied, "This esteemed friend, may I inquire about your relationship with Ruoshue? Allow me to introduce myself. I am her classmate, Jianhai, but you may call me Yinhai." "Classmate?" Li Hong's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing. "That is of no concern to you," he replied flatly, turning away once more, seemingly unconcerned with whatever Jianhai might say in response. As Ruoshue pressed a hand to her nose, which was still bleeding profusely, she silently applauded Li Hong's assertiveness. Chapter 12. The girl's resentment as Kasa Hiroshi half-embraced, half-supported Ruoshue out of the CAF. He abruptly released her the moment they stepped outside. "I apologize, but it seems you are not fond of that boy's persistent advances, so..." Kasa glanced upward at the sky and then downward at the ground, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Ruoshue. Ruoshue, who had intended to express her feelings of abandonment, quickly grasped Kasa's demeanor. A soft chuckle escaped her lips. "It's all right. I actually called you because of this matter. By the way, do you have any tissues?" she explained casually, pausing momentarily to pose an unrelated question. Kasa was momentarily bewildered, staring blankly, observing the slight bewilderment in his elongated phoenix eyes, which were framed by a serious expression. She noted the contrast with his towering figure of nearly 2 meters. Under the gentle glow of the summer night's neon lights, this odd harmony was rather striking. Ruoshue felt a trickle of blood from her nose. "Oh dear, this charming police officer is breaking all the rules," she exclaimed, her voice laced with mirth and a hint of exasperation. "What? Oh, are you all right?" Kasa inquired, producing a handkerchief from his pocket. "I just bumped into your chest," Ruoshue replied, taking the handkerchief from him. "A handkerchief?" Ruoshue blinked, momentarily lost in a whimsical thought of a burly man producing a delicate handkerchief from his pocket, covering his face in amusement at her. The thought sent a chill down her spine, and she quickly stifled it, realizing that she could not appreciate such peculiar beauty. At this moment, Casa also recognized what he had drawn out, feeling a flush of heat rise to his face. Fortunately, his darker complexion and the dim evening light concealed his embarrassment from Ruoxue, who instead admired his boldness in silence. Had Casa known her thoughts, he would have donned an upgraded version of his stoic expression. "Shall we go? Will you ride with me or take your own bike?" Casa asked, swinging onto his beloved bicycle and gesturing towards a nearby women's bike with a resolute chin. "I'll ride with you," Ruoxue replied, watching Casa mount his bike with effortless grace, showcasing the advantage of his long legs. She pressed the handkerchief against her nose, attempting to stem the flow of blood. "All right, hop on," Casa said with a stoic countenance. His athletic form combined with the striking presence of his bike exuded an aura that made Ruoxue feel as if she were in a daydream. "What are you staring at?" Qi Yifan queried, following Shangguan Jian's gaze to find only an empty street. "Nothing," Shangguan Jian replied casually, lifting the glass in his hand to obscure the light in his eyes. Murong snickered, having observed Shangguan Jian's focus and recognizing his attempt to hide it. Shangguan Jian met Murong's gaze, but remained silent. "Let us go. She won TB showing up today," Murong declared, stretching his arms as he stood, having relaxed against the back of his chair. Meanwhile, since Ruoxue had been taken away by Casa, Ji Yunhai had remained sullen. Shangguan Jian approached Ji Yunhai, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It's all right. That girl attends the same school as us, and isn't that enough?" Chapter 13. The Maiden's Resentment. Upon hearing Shangguan Jian's words, Ji Yunhai's eyes brightened, and he snapped his fingers. Indeed, the person just now was clearly no student, as long as she remained at Azure College. "I still have a chance. Thank you. Once I win over Ruoxue, I shall treat you all to a meal." Ji Yunhai's smile was radiant, his eyes curving like crescent moons, drawing the attention of a nearby evening service attendant. "Let's see if you can actually pursue her," Murong said, his elongated, slanted phoenix eyes narrowing slightly, his striking purple hair enhancing his enigmatic allure. "I will certainly succeed. Just watch me," Ji Yunhai retorted with defiance. Murong cast a meaningful glance at the perpetually silent Shangguan Jian, chuckling softly, without further comment. Shangguan Jian noticed the glint of mischief in Murong's eyes, a hint of chaos as if he relished the unfolding drama, and she merely pressed her lips together, choosing not to speak. Meanwhile, Qi Yifan remained oblivious to the subtle skirmish between the others, his thoughts solely occupied by his absent goddess. If Ruoxue were aware of the reason behind Qi Yifan's dismay, she would undoubtedly deduce that the goddess in question was none other than the protagonist, Bai Momo. However, at this moment, she was seated behind Li Hong, enjoying the cool breeze of the summer night from the back of the car. "Where do you live?" "At Baigui Yuan on Qingfeng Road."
Ah.
Following this exchange, a peculiar silence enveloped the two. Ruoxue mused that, if she were to initiate a conversation, she would likely awkwardly and politely decline, given that they had only met once, making them slightly more familiar than strangers. It was also possible that his strong sense of justice as a police officer prevented him from allowing a young woman he knew to wander alone at night. Although she contemplated this, Ruoxue felt compelled to clarify. I didn't want my parents to worry about my affairs at school, so I didn't call them. I don't know anyone nearby, and then I thought of you. I apologize for the trouble." "No worries," Li Hong replied coolly, offering just 2 words in response to Ruoxue's lengthy explanation.
"Oh."
Ruoxue's voice was subdued. She felt that her effort in communicating resulted in an unbalanced exchange. Li Hong sensed a shift in Ruoxue's mood. She had been perfectly fine moments ago, yet now she seemed considerably downcast. He opened his mouth to inquire but ultimately refrained from voicing his curiosity. This behavior, as Ruoxue would later describe, was simply a form of restrained enthusiasm. Thus, silence once more settled between them. "We've arrived." Li Hong parked the car at the entrance of Baigui Yuan, tilting it slightly to aid Ruoxue in exiting. As Ruoxue carried a rather heavy bag, her balance faltered. She extended her hands to steady herself against Li Hong's shoulders before gracefully stepping out of the vehicle. "Thank you. Be careful on your way back. Goodbye." Ruoxue waved to Li Hong, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. The contact with her softness against his well-defined muscles caught Li Hong off guard, causing him to stiffen momentarily. Once he regained composure, warmth flooded his cheeks, reaching his ears.
Great.
You haven't left. Ruoshue's silhouette became clearer in Li Hong's vision as she approached, slightly bent over and breathless, her face flushed from the exertion of running. A fine sheen of sweat glistening on her smooth forehead. Raising her arm to wipe her brow, Ruoshue beamed at Li Hong and said, "I'm so glad you haven't left. I wanted to mention that I might need your help again in similar situations in the future. Would that be all right?" Gazing into Ruoshue's sparkling, hopeful eyes, Li Hong found himself enchanted, nodding blankly in agreement. Watching Ruoshue's graceful departure, Li Hong's lips curled into a smile. He harbored no regrets about his earlier actions. He continued to gaze after her until she vanished from sight before turning away and riding off. Chapter 14. The Maiden's Grievance. Gazing at the radiant moon hanging in the night sky, she felt an extraordinary sense of clarity and tranquility, heightened by the gentle caress of the cool breeze. Overwhelmed by a surge of joy, she couldn't help but cry out, an instinctive expression of her elation. Yet, despite this blissful moment, Ruoshue remained perplexed by the intricacies of romantic emotions, unaware of why she found herself in such an uncharacteristic state. "How have you been feeling lately?" Mingfu inquired, lowering his newspaper, his eyes reflecting concern. As a father, his approach was more composed than that of a mother's direct affection, yet he cared for his child in his own steady manner. As the saying goes, a father's love is like a mountain, while a mother's love is like water. "Xiaoru, Xiaoru," Mingmu's voice echoed from the courtyard. "Yes, here I am." Ruoshue raised her hand high to catch her mother's attention. "What is it?" "Well, the child has grown up, and she knows what she's doing. You should take a break," Mingfu responded, interpreting Ruoshue's subtle hint. "What do you mean by that?" "Lao Ming, are you implying that I am getting old? Back when you were pursuing me, you called me little sweetheart, and now that we are married with children, you are suddenly complaining about my age?" Mingmu, upon hearing Mingfu's interruption, transformed from her previous fiery demeanor into a petulant, tearful figure, employing her tears as a weapon against him. From her vantage point through the door crack, Ruoshue marveled at the swift change in her mother's demeanor. Mingfu, concealed from Mingmu's sight, gave Ruoshue a reassuring gesture, prompting her to smile brightly, realizing that her father had his own methods of diffusing tension. By the following morning, as they gathered around the dining table, Mingmu had reverted to her usual nurturing self. Seizing a moment while Mingmu turned away, Ruoshue signaled a thumbs up to Mingfu, who slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Ruoshue genuinely cherished this lively yet warm household, her resolve to protect her family growing ever stronger. What had once felt like an obligation now transformed into a heartfelt desire. Chapter 15. The resentment of a young girl. Time flew by, and soon the school season arrived. Ruoshue, having had breakfast, rode the bicycle that had been neglected throughout the summer. This bicycle, having fallen out of favor for an entire season, was finally pushed out of its small courtyard. The reason was simple. After being escorted by Li Hong once, Ruoshue, fearing that Jianhai would continue his pursuit, requested Li Hong to accompany her regularly. Indeed, her concerns were not unfounded, as Jianhai had indeed become infatuated with Ruoshue, transforming Li Hong into her devoted chauffeur and protector. As Ruoshue approached the school, a procession of luxurious cars, BMWs, Audis, Ferraris, would often zoom past her. There was little she could do, as they were all wealthy individuals. Ruoshue slightly turned her head, squinting her eyes at the disappearing taillights, shaking her head in resignation. Suddenly, a honk sounded behind her. A cobalt blue sports car appeared beside her, and the window gradually rolled down. A head with light golden hair leaned out from the back seat. Ruoshue, what a coincidence. It was Jianhai. Unfazed, he continued with a smile. You seem to be carrying quite a bit in your bicycle's rear. Why not let me help by taking some of it in my car? After all, we should assist each other as classmates. Without awaiting her response, he accelerated away. Jianhai's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of menace. Initially, he had pursued Ruoshue merely for amusement, believing she would soon be captivated by him. However, as the summer passed without progress, he realized that his tactics of feigned indifference had gone too far. This prolonged one-sided pursuit had revealed to him that Ruoxue was an astute girl, yet her steadfastly indifferent demeanor suggested a complete lack of interest in him. Curiously, the more she resisted, the more determined he became. The thrill of conquest was far more enticing than mere compliance. "Young master, shall we pursue them?" one of his companions inquired. "No need, let us proceed at a leisurely pace," Jianhai replied, reclining against the back seat, his expression contemplative. He left the window open, allowing the wind to tousle his hair and obscure his eyes. Once Ruoxue noticed that Jianhai had not followed her, she exhaled a sigh of relief. If he had accompanied her to school, her subsequent days would surely be challenging. Though she could easily handle 3 burly men, she recognized that the adoring female admirers of Jianhai were not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, Ruoxue held firm to her principle. "If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but if they provoke me, I shall repay them tenfold." Thus, while she refrained from instigating trouble, she was not one to shy away from it. After declining the offer of assistance from the dormitory matron, Ruoxue hoisted the suitcase tied to her bicycle's rear and slung 2 large bags over her shoulders. Ignoring the astonished gaze of the matron, she ascended the stairs to the 5th floor with swift determination. Without a hint of fatigue, she opened the door to her dormitory. Upon setting down her bags, Ruoxue noticed that the original occupant, Bai Momo, who was renowned for her pure and delicate demeanor, had yet to arrive. Dismissing the thought, she began to organize her belongings and tidy the room. Once she had made significant progress, she collapsed onto her bed and allowed herself to rest, planning to shower and then eat afterward. This brief respite turned into an entire afternoon, and when Ruoxue finally opened her eyes, she saw that it was already past 4 o'clock. Glancing at the empty spot designated for the original occupant, she noted that it remained unoccupied. "Still not here?" she mused, unconcerned, as she retrieved her clothes and headed toward the bathroom. In Ruoxue's opinion, the facilities at Azure Academy were quite commendable, with each dormitory boasting a private bathroom, an indication of wealth. Humming an off-key tune, she quickly washed up. Suddenly, the sound of a key turning in the lock caught her attention, and she froze, realizing she was now dressed but still in the midst of changing. Hearing the commotion outside, she hastened her movements to finish dressing. Chapter 16. The girl's resentment at the moment Ruoxue finished dressing, the bathroom door swung open. With a sharp gaze, she confronted the intruder, none other than the female lead, Bai Momo. "I apologize, I was unaware there was someone inside. And you did not lock the door," Bai Momo stammered, seemingly taken aback by the presence of another individual. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she stood there awkwardly, absently twisting the hem of her garment. Without uttering a word, Ruoxue gathered her belongings and exited. To her astonishment, she discovered 2 gentlemen in the dormitory, one she recognized as the gentle prince, Qi Yifan, while the other remained a mystery, both regarding her with disfavor. Qi Yifan remained silent, evidently in agreement with his companion's remarks. Ruoxue scoffed, realizing that the gentle prince might not be as gentle as his title suggested. "Please, even if you were to strip bare and offer yourself to me, I wouldn't spare you a glance," the man disdainfully assessed Ruoxue. "Thank you, but I have no desire to be bitten by a dog. This classmate, if we had truly laid eyes upon you, we would undoubtedly compensate you handsomely or even consider a marriage into a wealthy family." Qi Yifan spoke coolly, not bothering to meet Ruoxue's gaze, as if she were unworthy of his attention. "Humph, you think so highly of yourself. I refuse to accept anything." "Momo herself stated you left the door unlocked," Ruoxue retorted defiantly. Qi Yifan frowned, annoyance and distaste flickering in his light brown eyes. "Are you implying it was her fault for not locking the door? And now shifting the blame onto Bai Momo?" Ruoxue challenged. "The door was never locked. Show me how you can lock it. Besides, even if it could lock, and I chose not to, she should have knocked." Qi Yifan found himself at a loss for words, as Bai Momo indeed had not knocked. "All right, enough of this quarrel. I sincerely apologize, classmate. I will be more cautious in the future. Please do not hold it against my friends. They were merely concerned for my well-being." Bai Momo stepped forward from behind Ruoxue to offer her explanation. Ruoxue maintained her sulky demeanor in silence. The man, both touched by the female lead's defense and exasperated by Ruoxue's attitude, couldn't help but berate her. Are you out of your mind? Momo has spoken on your behalf, and yet you continue to wear that grim expression. Do you want me to hit you? Ruoxue found his indignation amusing. She relished her defiant demeanor. I enjoy being this way. What business is it of yours? As a privileged young man, he was unaccustomed to being disrespected, and in a fit of anger, he swung a fist toward Ruoxue with ferocity. She narrowed her eyes, surprised by his quickness to violence, demonstrating such a lack of composure. With a swift movement, she evaded his punch, seized his arm, and delivered a powerful side kick to his waist, sending him tumbling out of the dormitory and into the corridor with a resounding crash that drew curious onlookers from their rooms. Standing at the doorway, arms crossed, Ruoxue regarded the man sprawled on the floor with a look of disdain. Bai Momo gasped and rushed to the fallen figure, exclaiming, Baiwa, are you all right? How are you feeling? As she helped him up, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, accentuating her pure and exquisite beauty. Qi Yifan's furrowed brow resembled a trap ready to ensnare a fly. He had not anticipated Ruoxue's remarkable prowess. Previously, he had been discontent with her demeanor and thought to let Baiwa take action, but the outcome was far from what he had expected. Chapter 17. The girl's resentment. Dear classmate, you absolutely must not resort to violence. White Momo exclaimed, her delicate fingers pointed accusingly at Ruoxue. Her red lips tightly pressed together as if she struggled to find appropriate words. Her small face flushed crimson. Ruoxue rolled her eyes. Was that really the best insult she could muster after such a long pause? It was uncertain whether Momo was genuinely this naive or merely feigning ignorance. A smirk danced upon Ruoxue's lips. If it were the latter, then this protagonist was not as innocent as she appeared. You. Momo stammered, her finger wavering before Ruoxue, visibly flustered and at a loss for words. Speak your mind, but refrain from physicality. My temper is rather volatile. If your hand continues to flail before me, I will not hold back. Ruoxue suddenly advanced, slapping Momo's hand away with a swift motion. Momo gasped in pain, feeling as though her hand might fracture from Ruoxue's unexpected strength. A crimson mark blossomed on her fair skin, and she cast a pleading glance at her dorm mate, Qi Yifan, before hastily concealing her hand behind her back. At that moment, Baiwa, standing behind Momo, called out, Momo, are you alright? Does it hurt? Ruoxue sighed. It was merely a handprint, yet the commotion was excessive. Momo seemed to remember Baiwa's presence and quickly placed her hand over her chest, inadvertently displaying the red mark to Qi Yifan, who had been drawn over by Baiwa's voice. Upon seeing him approach, she hurriedly shielded her hand, her expression one of frantic helplessness, reminiscent of a timid little rabbit. Qi Yifan, using his tall and sturdy frame, attempted to shoulder Ruoxue aside at the door, but she deftly evaded him. How does it feel? Is it painful? Come, let us head to the infirmary. His gentle, light brown eyes were fixated solely on Momo. Ruoxue observed Qi Yifan's demeanor, and she couldn't help but click her tongue. He certainly played the role of a gallant figure well. The protagonist blushed naturally, stammering in response, utterly oblivious to Baiwa's despondent expression beside her. Ruoxue, indifferent to the tangled emotions before her, emphatically closed the door with a resounding clap. However, both Qi Yifan and Momo were preoccupied with rushing her to the infirmary, cautious of one another, thus sparing Ruoxue from their ire. After all,
time was on their side.
Having arrived early, Ruoxue claimed the upper bunk first. As she lay on her bed, her gaze blankly fixed on the pristine ceiling, she pondered the potential ramifications of offending the protagonist. She felt no fear of retribution. Her strength was well known, and anyone attempting to confront her would think twice. Not everyone possessed such a penchant for trouble. Then, a realization struck her. The hot-tempered Baiwa was indeed related to Momo. How absurdly intriguing. Ruoxue reclined, shaking her head in amusement. A sudden rumble interrupted her thoughts. She smacked her forehead in realization. She hadn't eaten lunch. No wonder she found herself at a loss. Man is iron, rice is steel. One meal missed leads to hunger. She could not forego dinner simply because she had missed lunch. Grabbing her bag, she headed out the door. Upon reaching the ground floor, she reported Qi Yifan and Baiwa's behavior to the matron. The matron's expression turned furious upon hearing that Ruo Shui had nearly been seen while bathing and that one of them had attempted to strike her. She assured Ruo Shui that she would no longer permit those boys upstairs. Initially, she had let them in due to their seemingly refined demeanor, but she was appalled to learn they would stoop so low as to harm a girl, leaving her with a far less favorable impression of Momo. Chapter 18. The resentment of a young girl with a touch of sympathy for Ruo Shui. She grasped Ruo Shui's hand and spoke as someone who had experienced similar feelings. Dear girl, you must learn to value yourself. Despite the current demeanor of that girl, should she encounter an ill-intentioned individual, the consequences would be dire.
Oh.
As long as you don't find me bothersome, Auntie, Ruo Shui replied.
How could I?
My mother is of your age, and she certainly wouldn't find you annoying. It is rather you who should not mind my frequent interruptions, the aunt chuckled back. Indeed, I do not mind at all, Ruo Shui smiled, her almond-shaped eyes curving into a delightful crescent, her cheeks flushed like a charming rice dumpling. Such youthful innocence is often favored by those of a more mature age. Thus, Ruo Shui waved goodbye to the housekeeper and made her way to the cafeteria. She had no intention of dining out, as it would be both costly and far. With the added concern of encountering the male and female leads, who seemed to radiate their own light. The cafeteria offered an array of appetizing dishes, all well-prepared and reasonably priced, likely considering the financial circumstances of students like Ruo Shui. After all, this was a noble academy, and it maintained a certain standard. Yet, in an attempt to showcase their privileged backgrounds, most students held the cafeteria's offerings in disdain, as though only meals prepared by five-star chefs could validate their status. This might also stem from individual health considerations. Consequently, the cafeteria often remained eerily quiet, allowing Ruo Shui to serve herself swiftly. She filled her bowl with a generous portion of white rice and settled into a secluded corner to indulge heartily. With astonishing speed, she devoured the ample meal, wasting not a single grain. Since showcasing this skill in front of her adoptive parents, Ruo Shui had realized its only drawback was its potential to hinder digestion. Yet she chose to embrace it nonetheless. Lacking acquaintances from her previous life, she unconsciously brought her military dining habits to this new setting, promptly cleaning up her meal box before leaving with an air of nonchalance. Upon returning to the dormitory's ground floor, Ruo Shui did not ascend immediately. Instead, she knocked on the door of the housekeeper. The two engaged in a pleasant conversation. Auntie, may I come in? Ruo Shui beamed at the occupant. Oh, of course. In the future, you can come in directly, no need to knock. Just call me Aunt Zhang. The term auntie feels too formal, the housekeeper replied, recognizing Ruo Shui instantly.
How could that be?
Aunt Zhang, are you accepting my offerings? Absolutely not. Aunt Zhang waved her hands dismissively. But didn't you say I should feel at ease?
Here, take this.
The next time I visit, you can prepare it for me. I'm feeling rather lazy and prefer not to cook for myself, Ruo Shui said, reclining languidly in a chair. You dear child. Aunt Zhang sighed, observing Ruo Shui's posture, before relenting and accepting the offering. Wait here. I'll fetch you a pair. By the way, that girl from your dormitory just came by with those two boys, wanting to go upstairs. Luckily, I was quick enough to stop them. I told her, this young lady hasn't brought anything, her legs are fine. She can go upstairs herself. Besides, what danger could there be at the bottom of the dormitory? It's just a group of young ladies. How could we allow boys inside? Look, I was right, wasn't I? Yet the girl had teared up, standing there in a pitiful manner as if I had bullied her, leaving me quite flustered at the thought of being seen in such a light. These young girls nowadays. Aunt Zhang continued, peeling the pear as she chatted with Ruo Shui. Chapter 19. The maiden's resentment accepting the pear handed to her by Aunt Zhang. Ruo Shui squinted her eyes as she bit into the fruit, mumbling indistinctly, Indeed, I harbor no fondness for her either. I believe we were enemies in our past lives. Aunt Zhang chuckled and replied, Of course, that girl seems to possess a cunning nature. With your temperament, you were likely oppressed in your previous life. After chatting idly with Aunt Zhang for a while, Ruo Shui ascended the stairs under Aunt Zhang's reluctant gaze. It is rare to find a girl with whom I can converse so easily. Today's youth show no concern for their elders. Well then, I shall take a rest. Aunt Zhang had grown increasingly fond of Ruo Shui's quirky disposition. Upon opening her door, Ruo Shui was startled by the sudden appearance of a woman in a white dress with flowing black hair, causing her heart to skip a beat. Nevertheless, outwardly, Ruo Shui maintained her usual indifferent demeanor, unruffled, as if nothing had transpired. What a fright! Is it your intent to scare me? Why are you loitering at my door in the dead of night, draped in hair and clad in white? She thought to herself, betraying none of her inner turmoil. Adopting an expression akin to that of a pure white lotus, she displayed sincerity, though Ruo Shui was not easily swayed. Choosing to bypass the protagonist, Ruo Shui strode into her room, her expression unchanged. In her previous life, she had been somewhat expressionless, and now she remained as composed as a mountain, indifferent to the chaos around her. Noticing Ruo Shui's disregard, MASU-MANHUA's expression soured slightly. Yet, one characteristic of the White Lotus archetype is tenacity, often referred to as the spirit of a cockroach. Since we will be living together, why not set aside our previous grievances and become good friends? MASU-MANHUA suggested, playfully winking at Ruo Shui, exuding a charming innocence. In that instant, Ruo Shui found herself somewhat captivated. What a magnificent white lotus she was! Setting aside her prior dissatisfaction with MASU-MANHUA, Ruo Shui had to concede that the latter was indeed beautiful. This beauty did not stem solely from her features, though MASU-MANHUA's visage could be described as delicate rather than striking, but rather from the grace surrounding her, exuding a gentle and serene allure. Ruo Shui could not deny MASU-MANHUA's remarkable presence, which elevated her appeal significantly. If Ruo Shui would rate her own appearance a modest 6, MASU-MANHUA's overall charm would earn a near-perfect 9, qualifying her as a top-tier beauty.
Ah.
Such is the essence of a woman of grace, Ruo Shui mused, reflecting on her own more rugged appearance. Noticing Ruo Shui's unwavering gaze upon her, MASU-MANHUA blushed, lowering her head and tucking stray strands of hair behind her ear, appearing bashful. Though they were both young women, being scrutinized so directly was still somewhat awkward. However, for the thick-skinned Ruo Shui, it was of little consequence. Turning away, she continued with her activities, oblivious to any impropriety in her behavior. I am MASU-MANHUA. From Class 3, Year 1. And you? MASU-MANHUA inquired, lifting her head once more, only to find Ruo Shui already perched on her bed, seemingly indifferent to her presence. Min Ruo Shui, came the reply, as Ruo Shui picked up a book from her bedside, not bothering to look up.
Oh.
May I call you Ruo Shui then? MASU-MANHUA asked, her head slightly tilted as she gazed at Ruo Shui with a timid, cautious expression, evoking a sense of protectiveness in others. However, Ruo Shui remained utterly unfazed. The flicker of suppressed frustration in MASU-MANHUA's eyes vanished in an instant. Suit yourself. It's merely a title, Ruo Shui remarked nonchalantly. All right, then from now on, I shall call you Ruo Shui. MASU-MANHUA beamed at Ruo Shui, radiating innocence and vivacity. Chapter 20. The grievance of a young girl seeing that Ruo Shui remained unperturbed despite her relentless verbal onslaught. MASU-MANHUA decided to cease her attempts to ingratiate herself. Ruo Shui, relieved, pondered how the protagonist could possess such a loquacious side. Hadn't it been agreed that she would embody the role of a serene beauty? She first dialed her parents to assure them that all was in order, followed by a half-hour of idle chatter, after which she concluded the call. Ruo Shui, I have arrived at school. Li Hong, why did you arrive so late? Ruo Shui, no, I came at noon, but I took longer to tidy my room. Li Hong, get to bed early. Thus, Ruo Shui sent a simple good night, and that was the end of it. A feeling of frustration settled within her. Ruo Shui, could you please fetch my clothes? They're on my bed. MASU-MANHUA emerged from the bathroom, her head damp and misty, her eyes sparkling with an innocent clarity reminiscent of a fawn. Gazing into those clear eyes, Ruo Shui felt no stirrings in her heart. However, she bent down to retrieve a few garments from the lower bunk, opting to avoid any further escalation, and handed them to MASU-MANHUA.
Thank you.
MASU-MANHUA took the undergarments from Ruo Shui and promptly closed the door. Ruo Shui mused. It seems she only asked for help in retrieving her clothes, not for me to wait for her to don each piece. Consequently, Ruo Shui placed the garments on a chair, climbed back onto her bed, and resumed her studies. During the summer vacation, Ruo Shui had underestimated the high school curriculum, confident in her previous academic experiences. Yet upon revisiting these texts, she found the sciences, physics, chemistry, and biology relatively manageable. However, when it came to politics, history, and geography, she was utterly bewildered. At this point, Ruo Shui was still in the second year of high school, yet to be sorted into classes, thus she could only endure the arduous task of studying. Why do my eyes often brim with tears? It is because of my profound affection for the humanities. Ruo Shui, how can you be like this? Bai Mo suddenly admonished her, interrupting her immersion in history. Frowning, Ruo Shui wondered what she had done to warrant such a rebuke. She had merely been contemplating her studies. Could it be that Bai Mo possessed the ability to read minds? Observing Ruo Shui's perplexed expression, Bai Mo pointed at the chair where Ruo Shui had placed the clothes and reiterated, "How can you act this way?
What is wrong with me?
If you have something to say, please do so directly. Spare me the unnecessary chatter." Ruo Shui, taken aback by Bai Mo's accusations, felt irritation bubble within her, causing her tone to sharpen. A smirk crept onto Ruo Shui's face as she thought, this girl must be a natural at playing the victim. "I said nothing. I merely brought your clothes to the door. I am not your servant, obliged to stand by as you dress. I have no such duty." Bai Mo's face flushed, alternating between crimson and pale, akin to a chameleon. Ruo Shui, perched above, took advantage of her vantage point, propping her chin on her hand. Gazing lazily at Bai Mo, her nonchalance igniting Bai Mo's irritation. "Miss, we are at school. We are equals here, both students. So, please understand your position." In that moment, Ruo Shui resembled a North American leopard, languid, graceful, yet dangerously poised. Bai Mo, under Ruo Shui's piercing gaze, felt a shiver run down her spine. Rendered speechless, oblivious to how she had ended up on the bed, Ruo Shui shrugged, switched off the light, and retired for the night, feeling that her previously buoyant mood had been utterly spoiled by the protagonist. She thought to herself, are you truly the harbinger of misfortune? Chapter 21. The girl's grievance. At approximately 5 o'clock, Ruo Shui awakened, governed by her steadfast biological clock. Recognizing the value of the morning, she did not linger. She neatly arranged her bedding and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. A fleeting glance at the female protagonist, still enveloped in the embrace of slumber, was all she allowed before stepping outside. In that moment, she hoped to minimize any contact with Bai Mo, for who could predict what might transpire in even a fleeting second? Perhaps one day, she could find herself ensnared within that very instant. After exchanging pleasantries with Aunt Zhang, Ruo Shui made her way to the playground to commence her morning run. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. She meticulously regulated her breathing, inhaling for 2 steps and exhaling for 2. In her vigorous pursuit, she remained oblivious to the gaze of a young boy perched upon the high steps, his eyes tracking her every move. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps at last. When Ruo Shui sensed her energy waning, she gradually reduced her pace, gasping for breath, and completed a final circuit around the playground. That was not a morning run. A cool voice resonated from behind her just as she prepared to appease her ravenous stomach in the cafeteria. It was none other than Shangguan Jian. "Is there something you need?" Ruo Shui furrowed her delicate brows, genuinely reluctant to engage with these individuals, even as her task intertwined with them. "That was not a morning run," Shangguan Jian reiterated. Ruo Shui regarded the poised young man before her, thinking, "What business is it of yours?" Her response was direct and unrefined. Shangguan Jian raised an eyebrow, seemingly disdainful of her choice of words. "Ji Yanhai is currently pursuing your roommate," Bai Mo interjected, fixing her obsidian-like gaze upon Ruo Shui as if awaiting her reaction. "What does that have to do with me?" Ruo Shui felt no inclination towards Ji Yanhai, and she anticipated his infatuation with Bai Mo. Though he appeared sunny and affable, his inner nature was undoubtedly dark and sinister, rendering him a perfect match for the saintly persona of Bai Mo. Noting Ruo Shui's indifference, Shangguan Jian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Extending an arm, he positioned Ruo Shui against the playground fence, lowering his head to meet her gaze. "So, do you have any interest in being with me?" His deep voice was alluring, and their proximity intensified the air between them. his breath brushing against Ruo Shui's flushed cheeks from exertion. Unperturbed, Ruo Shui delivered a sharp slap to Shangguan Jian's face, pushing him away slightly. With an impassive expression, she retorted, "If you're going to talk, just talk. Why be so close? Also, you have bad breath. Keep your distance, or I may lose control." Shangguan Jian, taken aback, glanced around to ensure no one was watching before exhaling into his hands to check for any odor. No smell. He mused, brow furrowing in doubt. Still unconvinced, he dashed out to procure a cheap pack of green gum, reasoning that fresh breath would foster a closer connection. Upon entering the room, Ruo Shui was greeted by Mo's woeful visage. "Ruo Shui, you went out without telling me. Are we not good friends?" Ruo Shui rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that she had never claimed such a bond. "You were still asleep, so I left on my own." Without waiting for Mo's reaction, she swiftly climbed onto her bed. Chapter 22. The Maiden's Grievance. Momo stood in place, her large, watery eyes gazing at Ruo Shui with a sense of grievance, resembling a mistreated young bride. Ruo Shui, reflecting on this metaphor, mused that if Momo was the young bride, then she must be the wicked stepmother. Not wanting to face Momo's pitiful expression, Ruo Shui silently turned over, presenting her back to Momo. The only sounds that filled the air were the rustling of pages as Ruo Shui read and the faint, stifled sobs of Momo, followed by an interminable silence. Momo felt deeply wronged, unable to restrain her cries, which eventually crescendoed into loud wails. Ruo Shui thought to herself. It seemed she had done nothing at all. Was her back truly so unsightly that it brought the heroine to tears? Suddenly, the soothing strains of music broke the tension, interrupting Momo's cathartic crying. "Hello?" Momo answered the phone, her voice still trembling. No, it's just me wanting to cry." She cast a hurried glance at Ruo Shui, seemingly justifying her emotional state to the person on the other end of the line. Rising from her spot on the floor, she waved her hand in a flustered manner. "Ruo Shui, the person on the other end cannot see your gestures. As long as you keep your voice down, they will remain oblivious."
Oh.
"All right, I'll bring Ruo Shui along in a bit." Momo replied with an innocent smile, agreeing to the caller. Ruo Shui thought to herself, did she ever mention wanting to go? Such presumptuousness. As Momo chatted merrily on the phone, her previous despondency seemed to evaporate, transforming her into a bird released from its cage. After much coaxing from Ruo Shui and with a beaming expression, Momo finally ended the call. With a radiant smile, Momo announced to Ruo Shui, "Ifan Gage is taking us out for lunch to the Golden Realm." Ruo Shui was acutely aware that this outing could well be a trap, yet she felt compelled to attend. She inwardly marveled at the wealth of these youngsters. The Golden Realm was a place that someone of her humble means could scarcely imagine, with meals often costing upwards of 10,000 yuan, a fortune that would hardly suffice for such an experience. Momo, aren't you going to change your clothes? Momo rummaged through her wardrobe, trying on one outfit after another. Noticing Ruo Shui's calm demeanor as she leisurely lounged on the bed, she inquired. "Not in a hurry," Ruo Shui replied, her eyes not lifting from her book. What nonsense! This banquet was clearly designed to undermine her. What did attire matter? Seeing Ruo Shui's indifference, Momo decided to focus on her own preparations, excitedly posing in front of the mirror. Though she belonged to a wealthy family, she was not particularly favored at home, making her opportunities to visit the Golden Realm exceedingly rare. Finally, selecting a delicate light blue chiffon dress, Momo busied herself with her makeup, enhancing her innocent and charming appearance. Ruo Shui gazed at a leaf-shaped brooch in her hand, smiling faintly, and trusting it to her attire. By the time Momo was ready, the appointed hour had nearly arrived. Ruo Shui couldn't help but admire the time women spent in pursuit of beauty. "Ruo Shui, what do you think?" Momo shyly twirled in front of her. Ruo Shui propped her head up with one hand, reclining on the bed with a book in hand, and replied nonchalantly, "It looks nice." She truly wondered how the heroine managed to endure. Most would have severed ties with her long ago, yet the heroine, despite being mistreated, always returned with grace. Was this the power of the saintly White Lotus? Astonishingly resilient, she bore the brunt of others' cruelty, treating them as if they were her first love. "Hey, Ruo Shui, why haven't you changed yet?" Do you have no clothes to wear? If that is the case, I have plenty you can try. Thank you. But it's unnecessary, Ruo Shui replied coldly. When they finally set off, Ruo Shui was dressed in a simple shirt paired with slightly tight jeans and a sports jacket, though her jacket featured the brooch. In contrast, Bai Momo dazzled in her light blue chiffon dress, adorned with a matching hairpiece and strappy sandals that exposed her back. Normally clad in white, today Bai Momo's ensemble was a refreshing sight. Chapter 23. The maiden's resentment. Nevertheless, in light of the situation, Ruo Shui merely smiled, considering that an extra green leaf here or there was of little consequence. As she approached the school gate, she spotted the 4 prominent young men of the Blue Sky Academy standing in a line. Among them, Qi Yifan noticed Bai Momo and greeted her with a warm wave, exuding an air of refined elegance. Bai Momo, upon seeing Qi Yifan, felt a rush of color bloom on her cheeks, enhancing her youthful charm. Ruo Shui thought to herself, what is there to blush about, for just a wave? It must be remarked that the protagonist's ability to blush at the slightest provocation, particularly on those 2 rosy apple cheeks, is remarkably potent. She quickened her pace towards Qi Yifan, standing beside him with an endearing demeanor, engaging in light-hearted conversation that perfectly matched their striking appearances. Moreover, Ruo Shui observed Ji Yunhai's darkened expression as he watched the interaction between the protagonist and Qi Yifan. TSK, the protagonist's radiance is evidently unparalleled, exuding a level of charisma that few can rival. Ruo Shui maintained her leisurely pace, while Bai Momo and Qi Yifan conversed amiably. Yet she had yet to reach the entrance. The impatience on their faces was palpable. With her hands nestled in her pockets, Ruo Shui felt no urgency. She smirked, aware they were attempting to provoke her. Though she recognized their intentions, she was disinclined to rush over to them. The sensation was truly irksome. Thus, unable to resist her rebellious spirit, she sought to create a little mischief. In response to the group across from her, who looked as if they might devour her whole, Ruo Shui reveled in her inner delight, relishing the discomfort they masked. At last, as Ruo Shui arrived at the entrance, the most irritable among them, Bai Hua, bellowed, "Are you a turtle? Why are you so slow?" Upon seeing Ruo Shui, Shangguan Jian was reminded of the morning's unpleasant incident, and his already frosty demeanor grew even more severe, akin to a chill in the depths of winter. Ruo Shui regarded Shangguan Jian's sour expression, her lips curling into a teasing smile as she silently mouthed, "Has your bad breath improved?" She could almost envision the veins throbbing on his forehead, which only made her laughter more exuberant. Although she was oblivious to the cause of Shangguan Jian's morning vexation, she was certain he held no interest in her. After all, the original protagonist had been the object of his affections in her past life. She hardly believed her own allure could eclipse the ethereal charm of the protagonist. Qi Yifan looked disdainfully at Ruo Shui's antics. He had long wished to slam the door and drive away. However, contemplating his future plans brought a sly smile to his lips. "How brazen you are now, Ming Ruo Shui. I look forward to your performance shortly." Each of them possessed their own luxury cars, yet none offered Ruo Shui a ride. With the protagonist by his side, Qi Yifan had no inclination to accommodate her. Ji Yunhai, having found true love since encountering the protagonist, had resolved to maintain his distance from all women, particularly as he was far behind Qi Yifan in pursuit. It was a critical time for him to chase the protagonist, and he had no leisure to entertain someone who dared to bully her. Merely refraining from confrontation was already a considerable concession. As for Shangguan Jian, who had just suffered her mockery, it was utterly inconceivable for him to offer her a ride. The repercussions of his impulsive words were not particularly pleasant, yet she felt no regret. Meanwhile, Murongda had no connection with Ruo Shui, aside from the summer when Ji Yunhai had pursued her relentlessly, during which Murongda had merely observed, his interest in her non-existent. Bai Hua, on the other hand, would not hesitate to eliminate her for the sake of his goddess. With such a succinct analysis, Ruo Shui realized her current situation was one of universal disdain. TSK, who would have thought my character would be so lowly? Yet Ruo Shui knew she would ultimately find her way into someone's car, for she had a grand scheme waiting in the wings, and these individuals would not allow her to depart unimpeded. In the end, Ruo Shui did indeed enter Bai Hua's vehicle, for his background was the most modest among them. Chapter 24. The girl's resentment. Once seated in the vehicle, Ruo Shui ceased her provocations, closing her eyes to indulge in a moment of tranquility.
Bai Hua,
Observing her through the rearview mirror, harbored a glint of malice and anticipation in his gaze. Upon arriving at their destination, Ruo Shui promptly exited the car, refusing to linger for even a second longer, wary of whether the uncouth Bai Hua might unceremoniously drag her from the vehicle. Preferring to avoid such an embarrassing display, she chose to disembark of her own volition. As Ruo Shui stepped out and lifted her gaze, she was momentarily blinded by the resplendent opulence before her. A few individuals drove up to the entrance, whereupon staff members promptly approached to assist them in parking, sparing them any concern regarding parking spaces. Meanwhile, Qi Yifan continued to engage in jovial conversation with Bai Momo, accompanied by the two sullen figures of Bai Hua and Ji Yunhai, who appeared to bear the weight of unrequited affection. The others ahead showed no inclination to acknowledge Ruo Shui, yet she remained unfazed, her hands tucked into her pockets, as she prepared to enter. Unexpectedly, when the receptionist allowed the previous guests to pass, she politely yet dismissively halted Ruo Shui. "I am sorry, miss, but this is not a place for you." Her tone, while courteous, was laced with unmistakable disdain as she glanced at Ruo Shui's attire, a simple shirt and jeans, clearly suggesting her perceived lack of status. Ruo Shui observed the others standing inside, their eyes fixated on her predicament, yet none made an effort to intervene. Bai Hua and Ji Yunhai wore enigmatic smiles, while Shangguan Jian regarded the scene with indifference. Murongda had already engaged in flirtation with the receptionist, and Bai Momo remained engrossed in her conversation with Qi Yifan, oblivious to Ruo Shui's discomfort. "Well, what a delightful display of authority," Ruo Shui mused with a smirk. "I belong with them," she declared, raising her chin defiantly towards Qi Yifan and the others. The receptionist glanced at the group, recognizing their presence, yet none moved to assist her. After a moment of contemplation, the receptionist surmised that the young gentleman intended to impart a lesson to the girl before her.
hey,
Qi Yifan, Ji Yunhai, Shangguan Jian, Murongda, Bai Hua, and Bai Momo, "She won tea, let me in." Without waiting for the receptionist to respond, Ruo Shui cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted unabashedly. Those who frequented such golden establishments were generally of affluent stature, and as Ruo Shui called out their names, they felt the weight of countless curious gazes upon them, causing their cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Even the female protagonist, who had previously been entirely focused on Qi Yifan, momentarily halted her conversation, casting a reproachful glance at Ruo Shui at the entrance. "I brought her here for a meal, and she treats us like this. How utterly insufferable." Ruo Shui understood that this obstacle at the entrance was merely a minor hurdle. They would not truly bar her entry. Thus, she shouted without hesitation, unperturbed by the prospect of humiliation, for she was but an unremarkable commoner and felt no shame in her actions. In contrast, the prominent figures ahead experienced a different kind of scrutiny, and a wicked smile crept upon Ruo Shui's lips. "Min Ruo Shui, why are you still at the entrance? Hurry up." Qi Yifan seemed to finally notice her lingering outside, his tone devoid of warmth. However, Ruo Shui distinctly detected an undertone of irritation in his voice. With a mischievous grin, she sauntered inside, playfully chastising the young man for only now realizing his guest remained outside, implying that his etiquette left much to be desired. "Quickly," Qi Yifan urged, his words seemingly forced through clenched teeth. The expressions of the others darkened, taking on a somewhat menacing air. Ruo Shui remained silent, her smile widening in delight, and as she walked in, she turned back to the receptionist, casting her a flirtatious glance, reveling in the discomfort of those around her. Chapter 25. The girl's resentment. As Qi Yifan and his companion strode ahead, the atmosphere was laden with tension, while Ruo Shui leisurely followed behind, her gaze unabashedly wandering across the opulent decor within. She hummed a lively military tune from her days in the army, creating a stark contrast to the solemnity of the others. Bai Hua trailed behind Bai Momo, listening to Ruo Shui's cheerful melody, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The mere thought of having been bested by such a woman, especially in front of his idol, ignited an uncontrollable urge to silence her. The group soon entered a private room, with Ruo Shui trailing closely behind, unfazed. The room was approximately 50 square meters, featuring a crystal glass coffee table at its center, surrounded by several large sofas. The floor was adorned with a soft, exquisite Persian carpet, and in each corner of the entrance stood valuable porcelain vases filled with delicate bamboo shoots. Above, a tassel-laden octagonal lantern cast a gentle glow, while calligraphy and paintings adorned the walls, lending an air of refinement to the space. One wall boasted an open door, beside which stood a beautiful waitress holding a menu, her face a picture of professional courtesy. Ruo Shui's gaze continued to wander, revealing a large round table set with neatly arranged circular-backed chairs. This space was undoubtedly meant for dining, contrasting with the karaoke-like atmosphere outside. Without hesitation, Ruo Shui sank into one of the plush sofas, which enveloped her in its softness. To the onlookers, she appeared to be sinking into the couch, her petite, delicate frame reminiscent of Bai Momo's previous musings about how she could never consider such a girl her idol. As Ruo Shui settled in, she furrowed her brow. The excessive softness of the sofa hindered movement. Consequently, Ruo Shui rose and approached the only wooden chair in the room, a sturdy master chair. Strangely, the room's decor blended Eastern and Western styles harmoniously, creating a unique aesthetic rather than a sense of discord. The others observed Ruo Shui's actions in silence, as if she were invisible, akin to the calm before a storm. Ruo Shui remained tense, her demeanor unchanged since entering the room, though her expression betrayed nothing. "What are you all waiting for? I'm growing impatient," she thought. Qi Yifan lingered outside for a moment before stepping in, guiding Bai Momo to sit down. Ji and Hai took a seat beside Bai Momo, while Shangguan Jian and Bai Hua nestled close to Ji and Hai, eager to remain near the female lead. Ruo Shui made no comment, rising to walk toward the inner area, where she sat opposite the female lead. With only a few individuals present, there were still a couple of empty seats. Murongda entered last, casting a long glance at the tightly clustered group of the female lead and her companions, then at the solitary Ruo Shui, before striding over to sit beside her. This caught Ruo Shui off guard, as Murongda had once been one of the female lead's admirers. "Momo, what would you like to eat?" Qi Yifan inquired, offering the menu to the female lead, his gaze soft and affectionate. "Whatever you choose is fine," Bai Momo replied, her gentle black hair receiving a tender stroke from Qi Yifan, his eyes brimming with adoration. The others remained silent, clearly in agreement with his sentiment. "However, it is quite expensive," Bai Momo said, casting a playful glare at Qi Yifan, her lips pouting adorably. "Do not fret. Order whatever you wish. I find happiness in being financially drained by you," Qi Yifan teased. Ruo Shui, uninterested in their display of affection, reached out and took a menu from the waitress. "I'll have stir-fried bullfrog, steamed sea bass, Australian four-headed abalone, braised lion's head meatballs, and papaya stewed with bird's nest. Let us start with these. And add 30 skewers of grilled lamb as well." Even Shangguan Jian's typically icy facade cracked slightly at Ruo Shui's unabashed ordering, not to mention the host of the evening, Qi Yifan. Chapter 26. The girls' resentment. Barbecued lamb skewers can easily be found at street stalls. Qi Yifan, after much internal struggle, finally voiced his desire for skewers when Ruo Shui mentioned wanting them. Ruo Shui reclined against her chair, teasingly stating, "Aren't you treating us? Why be so stingy? I imagine Bai Momo would also like to indulge in these delights, wouldn't she?" With a playful arch of her brow towards the visibly conflicted female protagonist, she formed a pleading gesture. Naturally, given the delicate and innocent disposition of the protagonist, she would not refuse, at least not at that moment. Bai Momo, appearing dazed, nodded in acquiescence, seemingly succumbing to Ruo Shui's influence. This left Qi Yifan with an even poorer impression of Ruo Shui. However, out of decorum, he merely emitted a cold grunt, choosing silence while tacitly allowing Ruo Shui's order. Bai Momo, with a worried and aggrieved expression, turned her lowered gaze towards Qi Yifan, asking softly, "Brother Yifan, are you angry with Momo?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yifan's previously gloomy countenance transformed into one of refined gentleness. He playfully tapped Bai Momo's petite nose with his finger and smiled. "Silly girl, how could I ever be upset with you? If something troubles you, do share. I shall assist you in resolving it." Instantly, Bai Momo's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she playfully punched Qi Yifan's chest with her small fist. Observing the flirtation between the two, Ruoxue produced a small bottle of eye drops from her pocket and, tilting her head back, instilled a couple of drops into her eyes. "What are you doing?" asked Morongda, who had been a silent witness to the unfolding scene. "Cleansing my eyes." "It's quite dazzling," Ruoxue replied, blinking to allow the solution to disperse. The onlookers, keenly perceptive, noted that she chose this moment to apply the eye drops while Qi Yifan and Bai Momo were engaged in an intimate exchange. The implication was unmistakable. Morongda, momentarily disinterested in the entranced Bai Momo, found amusement in Ruoxue's antics and laughed heartily. Ruoxue, with an impassive expression, regarded Morongda, questioning the source of his amusement. Bai Momo's complexion paled, her hands clenching in distress. "That's enough. Qi Yifan's tone had lost its previous softness, taking on a more stern edge. At this, Morongda leaned against the table, tempering his mirth, though his shoulders continued to shake with suppressed laughter. He turned to glance at Ruoxue, his eyes glistening with humor, creating a captivating sparkle. "What do you find so intriguing about her?" "She lacks wealth, power, and beauty," Ruoxue remarked, her tone devoid of flattery. "You are rather amusing," Morongda responded, addressing the incredulous Ruoxue directly. "Thank you. Many have pointed that out," Ruoxue replied with a smile that was more sardonic than genuine. Morongda ceased his laughter and nodded in agreement. Ruoxue's attention soon shifted entirely to the dishes being served, prioritizing sustenance before any potential conflict. Even in a banquet fraught with tension, one must first quell hunger before addressing other matters. Seizing the opportunity to indulge without expense while simultaneously annoying her adversaries, Ruoxue wasted no time. As soon as the food arrived, she devoured nearly 2/3 of every dish, leaving her satiated and sprawled comfortably in her seat, signaling to the others with an air of nonchalance that she was done and they were free to partake. In reality, Ruoxue could have continued her feast. But practicality dictated moderation. She would not be foolish enough to overindulge to the point of being unable to escape if necessary. While the others marveled at her voraciousness, each dish bore the unmistakable marks of her enjoyment, ensuring they remained untouched by anyone else. Thus, it could be said that Ruoxue dined in splendid solitude. With no other choice, Qi Yifan instructed the staff to clear the remnants of the meal and began to reorder. This time, Ruoxue refrained from disrupting the proceedings, instead choosing to sit quietly in her chair, eyes closed in contemplation. Chapter 27. The resentment of a young girl as the gathering drew closer to its conclusion. Ruoxue slowly opened her eyes, a fleeting glimmer of sharpness illuminating her gaze. "Has it begun?" Qi Yifan, instead of finishing his meal, commenced singing with Bai Momo. Discreetly casting a glance towards Shangguan Jian, Ruoxue observed these subtleties, pondering that the true banquet of intrigue had commenced. She scrutinized Shangguan Jian, speculating that his morning visit had likely been a part of a larger scheme. However, judging by their demeanor, she believed she had evaded the trap. In truth, she was correct. Shangguan Jian had indeed harbored ulterior motives during his visit, though they were not intimately tied to the current plan. Yet she, too, had unwittingly fallen into a snare. Shangguan Jian had employed ambiguous gestures to entice Ruoxue, fostering proximity between them, which would inevitably be witnessed by some of his infatuated admirers, thereby complicating Ruoxue's school life. Nevertheless, the plan had diverged slightly. Since Ruoxue had not initiated the engagement, the impact was somewhat diminished. After all, some admirers remained level-headed. Yet it was still enough to cause Ruoxue distress. Under the suggestive gaze of Shangguan Jian, Ji Yunhai reluctantly approached Ruoxue, his smile radiant like that of a sunny boy. Though Ruoxue discerned the unsavory intentions lurking behind that facade. "Ruoxue, let us play a game. In honor of the holiday I spent pursuing you, shall we commemorate our lost youth?" His words insinuated that she had squandered his break, inciting a flicker of irritation in her, though she stifled her response. "Moreover, this serves to celebrate my forthcoming tranquil days," she managed a slight smile. A fleeting glimpse of ruthlessness passed through Ji Yunhai's eyes, yet when he looked up again, he donned the guise of the sunny young man once more. "Then it is settled. Let's play do di ju." Ruoxue nodded. "What is it?" She feigned curiosity, leaning closer to Ji Yunhai's face. He quickly recoiled, his eyes betraying distaste, while internally he scorned Ruoshue's previous feigned modesty. Ruoshue, what we share is impossible. My heart belongs solely to my Vienna. As he uttered these words, he glanced toward the female protagonist. Bai Momo's face flushed crimson, extending all the way to her neck. Ruoshue suddenly realized that Bai Momo had been blushing since they stepped out of the school gates. With a shrug, Ruoshue recognized that her actions were merely intended to provoke Ji Yunhai, inadvertently granting him an opportunity to declare his intentions. Very well, let us proceed. The next game shall involve drinking. The loser must partake, Ji Yunhai declared, gesturing toward the tall glasses on the table. Ruoshue narrowed her eyes, apprehensive that the game might not be as innocent as it seemed. After all, they were merely high school students. If it were indeed as she feared, then these youths were rather reckless. All right, she replied, a subtle sparkle igniting in her eyes under the gentle orange glow. The group erupted in laughter, surprised by her ease. It appeared that Ming Ruoshue's previous actions had merely been a ruse to ensnare them. How naive they deemed her, failing to recognize the art of subtlety. Unbeknownst to Ruoshue, their disdain only deepened as they regarded her with increasing scorn. Murongda's eyes clouded with disappointment. He had anticipated an intriguing and distinct girl, only to find her lacking. Losing interest, he observed Ruoshue's eager demeanor, yet chose to refrain from offering any cautionary words and turned to leave. Are you not joining us? Ji Yunhai inquired. Not today. I have plans with Joanna. Enjoy yourselves. Murongda's languid, magnetic voice faded into the distance. Well, if Do is not coming, we shall proceed. Let the cards be dealt. Ji Yunhai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ruoshue remained silent, merely brushing her fingers against the brooch at her chest. After several rounds, she astonishingly had not lost a single game, prompting a collective frown from the others. Shangguan Jian and Qi Yifan exchanged glances, both perceiving the growing tension. Ruoshue smiled. The glasses filled and refilled, yet the drink at the far corner of the table remained untouched. When Bai Momo, having lost a round, reached for it, Qi Yifan subtly intercepted her, likely reserving it for himself. Chapter 28. The Maiden's Resentment. As Ruoshue lifted her gaze, she discerned a hint of impatience in the eyes of several individuals, indicating that the moment was nearly upon them. In truth, Ruoshue felt a flicker of satisfaction within. At least, they had refrained from employing any underhanded tactics during this round, though it was not to say they would not resort to trickery later on. After another round,
Haha.
Ruoshue, you have finally lost a game. For a moment, I thought you were possessed by the spirit of a gambling deity. Ji Yunhai exclaimed, his eyes alight with unrestrained joy at Ruoshue's defeat, his voice betraying a childlike exuberance. Oh no, Ruoshue, having labored to lose a game. You must drink 2 cups, he declared, thrusting 2 glasses of wine toward her, one of which had remained untouched. With a smile, Ruoshue accepted the glasses, downing the unadulterated drink in one swift motion. She then held the other cup to her lips, hesitating to take a sip. The atmosphere grew tense as she observed their barely concealed impatience. With a smile, she thought to herself, I shall savor this moment and drive you to distraction. Bai Hua slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, What are you doing? Are you going to drink or not? I just finished 1 cup. I cannot rush this. Ruoshue shot him an exasperated glance. With that, she wasted no more time, downing her drink in one go. Holding the wine in her mouth, she inverted the cup and flung it at Bai Hua. What is wrong with you? Bai Hua dodged the crystal goblet that Ruoshue had hurled, rising in indignation. In that fleeting moment when everyone's attention was diverted, Ruoshue seized the opportunity to lower her head, allowing her cascading hair to shield her face as she discreetly spat the wine onto the ground. The deep color of the surface, coupled with the dim lighting, rendered the act nearly undetectable. Having tasted the first drink, Ruoshue was aware of its potency. Additionally, her prior acquaintance with certain substances led her to suspect that the second glass contained some sort of aphrodisiac, and it was indeed quite strong. Just a brief moment of holding it in her mouth made her feel a rush of warmth, and now, with no need to feign unconsciousness, she could indulge freely in her drunken antics. Upon hearing Bai Hua's furious outburst, Ruoshue felt emboldened, placing her foot atop the low coffee table. her gaze hazy as she stared in Bai Hua's direction. She tossed aside her coat, shouting, "What is it? Unwilling to accept defeat? I will make you regret it. You foul woman, you seek death." Bai Hua's eyes blazed with rage, his expression suggesting he might leap forward to tear Ruoshui apart, but Ji Yunhai intervened, restraining him. Leaning close to Bai Hua, who was on the brink of fury, Ji Yunhai whispered a few words, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Gradually, Bai Hua regained his composure, looking at Ruoshui's flushed face, and began to smile, his eyes filled with malice. For Ji Yunhai had told Bai Hua, "Time is money." Bai Hua picked up his coat and, before departing, could not resist delivering a harsh kick to Ruoshui's abdomen, sending her sprawling to the ground. Observing her clutching her stomach in agony, Bai Hua finally seemed to exhale, reasoning that it was pointless to argue with a drunkard. He turned and left the room. Internally, Ruoshui hurled curses at Bai Hua, thinking, how could a man be so petty? Do not think I do not realize you are exacting revenge for your earlier kick. Beast, you struck me with such force. I will ensure your demise one day. Upon reaching the doorway, Bai Hua clapped his hands, summoning a group of scruffy-looking men who nodded in understanding. The leader, with a sycophantic smile, said, "Brother Bai, rest assured, we will take good care of this little lady. Yes, the payment has already been transferred to your account. You know what to do after the service, I trust?" Bai Hua remarked disdainfully, covering his mouth and nose with his hand, his tone haughty. "Of course, we know how to conduct ourselves, Brother Bai." The man nodded eagerly. Having received the assurance he sought, Bai Hua's mood improved significantly, and he even softened his demeanor towards the men. He casually pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket without counting and tossed it to the leader, saying, "Here is a little something for you. Keep your lips sealed." The man scrambled to catch the red bills, nodding vigorously, of course. Bai Hua then walked away, satisfied. The group of colorful-haired subordinates behind the leader glared at Bai Hua's departing figure. "Zhao Ge, who is that person? Why is he so arrogant? Mind your words. Those individuals are not to be trifled with." The one referred to as Zhao Ge wore a dark expression. For every man possesses dignity and does not wish to be belittled, even if they are ruffians. "I understand. I am only speaking freely in your presence, Zhao Ge. Those people are clearly affluent offspring. I am not foolish enough to speak such words before them." The questioning subordinate smiled ingratiatingly. "I comprehend your sentiments, but those people may appear glamorous, yet they are decayed at heart. Wealthy offspring? Bah! They are nothing without their fortunate birth." Zhao Ge spat contemptuously. Though he spoke thus, the reality remained that such fortunate births were beyond one's control. "Go, distribute this money among the brothers." Zhao Ge took nearly half of the sum and tossed the remainder to a subordinate nearby. "All right. Also, go check on that girl on the floor. See how she fares." Zhao Ji's gaze drifted to Ruoshui, who lay in a room, her head bowed towards the doorway. His eyes roamed over her figure with lascivious intent. None noticed the brooch adorning Ruoshui's chest, positioned directly in front of the entrance. Thus, the subordinates eagerly approached, squatting beside Ruoshui, flipping her over. They beheld her drowsy, half-closed eyes, slightly parted lips exhaling warm breaths, her cheeks flushed like blossoms, and they swallowed hard. "Zhao Ge, this girl is quite stunning. She is indeed a fine specimen." At these words, Zhao Ge stepped closer, leering as he replied, "Quite so. I will indulge myself first, and then you can take your turn." "Naturally, brother. Do tell us how her first experience feels after you are done." A nearby subordinate chimed in, filled with crude anticipation. "I know. Once I am finished. You will be the second." Zhao Ji's heart soared at the prospect of having been hired to bed a comely young virgin. "Haha, no one knows me better than you, Zhao Ge." The subordinate expressed his gratitude to him. Then, they bantered as they exited the room, eagerly anticipating their turn. Ruoshui, witnessing the men discussing their order of precedence regarding her, felt her anger boil over. Once the others had vacated, she swiftly kicked Zhao Ge, who was about to unbuckle his pants and mount her. "How dare you treat me as an object?" she hissed, delivering a swift kick to his groin, prompting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig from Zhao Ge. Ruoshui quickly yanked off one of her socks and stuffed it into his mouth. Hearing a noise at the door, it seemed someone intended to enter, but the previously mentioned subordinate's relaxed voice rang out, "Oh, do not worry. It's definitely that little lady. Haha, it feels too good. Zhao Ge could not help but cry out. Is that true? Another subordinate, foolishly skeptical, questioned. Are you trying to ruin Zhao Ji's fun? If you disturb his pleasure, you will be the one to suffer. Ah. Oh, I see. The subordinate immediately ceased to speak, obediently remaining at his post by the door. Ruoshui nearly believed that the first subordinate was her unexpected ally. Chapter 29. The girl's resentment in stark contrast to Ruoshui's cheerful demeanor. Zhao, who had always regarded his number one subordinate as pivotal, felt utterly betrayed, likening him to a liability. How could one be so audaciously carefree in their demeanor? Ruoshui, indifferent to Zhao's inner turmoil, swiftly bound him and cast him aside. Settling into a grand armchair, she retrieved her phone to check the time when, unexpectedly, the door was forcefully flung open. Police. Don't move. At the sound of the police, Ruoshui, whose upbringing had instilled in her a sense of lawfulness, instinctively raised her hands, causing her phone to clatter to the carpet. Woo-woo.
Zhao,
Helplessly tied up, whimpered at the sudden intrusion. Isn't this supposed to be her scene? It seems the roles have reversed, Ruoshui mused. As Li Hong burst into the room, he surveyed the scene, taking in the sight of the bound Zhao and the surrendering Ruoshui, visibly confused.
It's you.
You nearly gave me a heart attack. Thinking I had committed some offense, she exclaimed, lowering her hands in relief. Are you all right? I saw your video earlier. It looked like you were in some sort of herbal remedy, Li Hong remarked, lowering his firearm and scrutinizing her. Ruoshui twirled around, allowing him to inspect her for injuries. Rest assured, I am unharmed. I was just about to reach out to you. Meanwhile, the underlings outside were swiftly subdued by the subsequent wave of police. The once boisterous number one subordinate, upon witnessing Zhao's predicament, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Noticing Zhao's menacing glare, he recoiled, realizing that his future was likely fraught with difficulty. By the way, did you save those earlier videos? Yes, but please refrain from such reckless actions in the future. Li Hong replied, his expression darkening. He had been incensed upon overhearing the discussions of those men outside and had rushed over without hesitation. It's fine, see. I'm unscathed. They will always seek trouble with me. I might as well make good use of it, Ruoshui replied with a smile, pulling Li Hong along as they exited. Li Hong remained silent, clearly acknowledging the truth of her words, albeit unwilling to concede it openly. Zhao and his associates could not escape the clutches of the law, facing charges of attempted rape and subsequent incarceration. Investigations revealed their systematic predation on countless victims, coupled with the use of illicit photographs to extort and intimidate, which only exacerbated their sentences. The police charged Qi Yifan and others with intentional harm and inciting others to commit crimes. However, belonging to a prominent family, they possessed a network that facilitated their release. Although Qi Yifan and his associates avoided prison, the scandal rippled through elite circles, turning them into a source of mockery. This debacle rendered the young aristocrats unable to bear the weight of their tarnished reputations, stripping them of their previous arrogance and leaving them unable to hold their heads high in public. The upper echelons were rife with turmoil, merely hidden from public view until now. Such incidents were hardly unprecedented. Far graver transgressions abounded, yet those in powerful positions often found themselves at the forefront of scrutiny. Ruoshui's intentions extended beyond mere revenge. She subtly hinted online at the collusion of influential figures seeking to suppress the incident, which piqued the curiosity of the idle gossiping public. This led to a plethora of scandals within the elite circles, and Ruoshui's affair naturally came to light. The masses expressed outrage at the audacity of these young individuals, who, emboldened by their privileged backgrounds and personal attributes, engaged in such nefarious deeds. The disdainful expressions and haughty attitudes of the aristocrats in the videos fueled public ire, demanding retribution. While a minority of viewers found allure in their aloofness, such sentiments were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming condemnation from the majority. Ruoshui recalled that although her primary aim was to provoke the male protagonists, the prior actions of Bai Momo, who had forsaken friendship for the sake of allure, were also under scrutiny, eliciting a smirk. What a lucrative endeavor it had turned out to be. Chapter 30. The girl's resentment. Why did you do this? Bai Momo glared at Ruoshui, though her gaze lacked any real malice.
What are you talking about?
Ruoshui feigned ignorance, fully aware of Bai Momo's implication. She embraced her defiance, unperturbed by the confrontation. It was you who claimed that Yifan and the others sent people to tarnish my name. Ruo Shui's expression shifted to one of feigned realization. Her tone elongated with mock pride. Yes, it was indeed me. So what? You. How can you be like this? Yifan even treated us to a meal. Bai Momo's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't be so naive. They merely invited you to dinner, while they plotted against me. Ruo Shui retorted sharply. You saw the video, did you not? The fault lies with them. Had they not harbored ill intentions towards me, this would not have transpired. Ruo Shui's demeanor abruptly intensified, cornering Bai Momo with each step. As she pressed forward, Bai Momo, now backed into a corner, appeared fragile and vulnerable. Her eyes glistening and her delicate lips pressed tightly together. Yet, Ruo Shui felt no pity, relentlessly advancing. Isn't that so? Absolutely not. It's you, the wicked woman, who is responsible for Yifan's current predicament. Bai Momo exclaimed, pushing Ruo Shui away in desperation, covering her ears as if to shield herself from the truth. The sudden force of Bai Momo's push caused Ruo Shui to stagger back a couple of steps. She pouted, choosing not to engage further in fruitless banter. With a sense of indifference, Ruo Shui opened the door and exited. As Ruo Shui contemplated visiting the library to enrich herself, she inadvertently collided with a solid mass. My apologies, she smiled apologetically at the wall of flesh she had encountered. For those with whom she bore no grudge, she consistently exhibited humility and politeness. Upon looking up, she was met with the striking features of Morongda. Startled, Ruo Shui stepped back, squinting. He had arrived earlier, which meant he was unharmed. You truly are remarkable. You were the one behind that video online, weren't you? Morongda observed, his interest in Ruo Shui intensifying as she retreated. None of your business, Ruo Shui retorted, her expression unfriendly. How can you be so rude to someone who is handsome and wealthy? Morongda pondered, bewildered by her demeanor. She sidestepped him, brushing past. The Qi family, the Ji family, the Shangguan family, and the Bai family are all destined to fall, Morongda remarked, watching her retreating silhouette. A sudden emptiness enveloped his heart, compelling him to speak. Wait. Morongda nodded, inwardly calling out to the parchment scroll. As a melodious voice resonated in Ruo Shui's mind. What is it? Can I refrain from confronting Morongda? After all, he has somewhat assisted me. After a moment of silence, the scroll's voice replied, Yes, but your reward will be diminished. That's perfectly fine. Ruo Shui smiled, her clarity of judgment unwavering. With her desired answer in hand, her spirits lifted considerably. Ruo Shui beamed at Morongda, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with brilliance. Her soft pink lips curving into an enchanting smile that seemed to draw in the gazes of those around her. A gentle breeze caressed her hair and billowed her loose attire, bestowing upon her an ethereal quality reminiscent of a fairy poised to take flight. Regardless of your motives, you have rendered me a great service. Thank you. Her voice, a sweet melody, floated through the air, seemingly vanishing with the wind. Morongda stood entranced, gazing at the delicate figure ahead, the moment indelibly etched into his heart. Chapter 31. The maiden's resentment with a decisive turn. Ruo Shui disregarded those behind her and made her way toward the library. Morongda, feeling absurd for his earlier thoughts, also turned and headed in the opposite direction. Watching Ruo Shui's nearly vanishing figure, Ruo Shui mused that she might be nearing the completion of her task. Perhaps they needed to suffer a bit more for her plans to unfold. Why not add a little more fuel to the fire? With a mischievous thought, she promptly exited the campus and headed to a nearby internet CAF, where she effortlessly uncovered the home addresses of Qi Yifan and others who were currently being vilified by netizens. With no classes to attend, Ruo Shui decided to stake out their homes, waiting for the perfect moment under the cover of darkness to lure them out in the name of Bai Momo, only to ambush them with a bag over their heads and deliver a thorough beating. Although the male leads would eventually realize that the orchestrator was not the female protagonist, they would nonetheless harbor a lingering discomfort toward her. The atmosphere grew tense and suspicious among them as trivial matters became sources of contention, driving those around them to tread carefully. Over time, these once prominent figures found themselves neglected by their families, rendered invisible within their own homes. In truth, Many prestigious families had their share of illegitimate children, rendering the existence of these three princes and by Momo less significant. Life became increasingly arduous. As for the root cause of the original protagonist's tragic fate, by Momo, Ruoxue felt no need to intervene. She spent her days running between the Qi, Shangguan Ji, and her own Bai family, attempting to mend hearts with her saintly demeanor. Facing the suspicions of her former lovers daily, she was utterly worn out, her mornings filled with tears. She could not comprehend how things had deteriorated so drastically when they had once seemed perfectly fine. Ruoxue was unaware of the extent of their hardships, yet for her, having a meal, clothes to wear, and a place to call home was a far greater blessing than for many others in the world. However, for these former scions of heaven, such a life was a source of shame. Still, they continued to endure, ultimately driven by a fear of death. Knowing they were suffering brought her some solace. Stretching lazily, Ruoxue realized that the remaining time belonged solely to her, and she felt a sense of liberation. Thus, she smoothly completed her high school education and secured a place in a prestigious university. On the day of her graduation, Li Hong approached her parents, seeking her hand in marriage. "Xiaoru, would you do me the honor of becoming my wife? I promise to cherish you for the rest of my life." As she gazed at the man who had silently watched over her for years, she noted how he had matured from a youthful visage to one marked by determination. His dark, profound eyes locked onto hers, as if she were the sole occupant of his world, his lips pressed tightly in a nervous smile. His usual cold voice betrayed a hint of dryness and anxiety, fearing rejection from the vibrant young woman before him. Instead of proposing in a crowded place to create pressure, he chose to express his feelings simply before her parents. Beneath his stoic exterior lay a tender and delicate heart. In that moment, a corner of Ruoxue's heart softened, and she threw herself into Li Hong's embrace. "Of course I will. Yes, I will." He had previously been uncertain of his feelings for her, but during his studies abroad, he found himself yearning for the memory of her radiant smile whenever he had a moment to spare. The longing became unbearable, prompting him to immerse himself in relentless studying and practice to stave off thoughts of her. Looking at the photograph of a blissful family of three, the man appeared serious yet bore a gentle smile, his gaze towards his wife and child tender. The woman, fair and graceful, possessed almond-shaped eyes that enhanced her beauty, while the child, a perfect blend of both parents, radiated happiness. Eventually, he could no longer resist the yearning for Ruoxue, even though she was now a married woman. Just a glance, he only wished to see if she was well, and then he would leave. Murongde repeatedly reassured himself, aware that this was merely an excuse. The photograph revealed that her husband adored her, and she was living a life of happiness. Driving alone to Ruoxue's residence, he kept his distance, merely observing the door from afar. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Murongde instinctively tightened his grip on the steering wheel, a mix of hope and fear coursing through him. He longed for Ruoxue to notice him, but dreaded the moment she would introduce her husband. Conflicted, he remained still, watching. As the door opened, a man emerged. Li Hong looked down at a small child on his lap with a resigned expression. Ruoxue appeared, scooping up the little one and planting a gentle kiss on Li Hong's cheek, her smile serene and tender. Li Hong, touched by the kiss, wore a foolish grin, while the child, with sparkling eyes, mischievously left a drool mark on the other side of his father's face. Murongde observed the harmonious family dynamic, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. He realized that he could never provide her with such a peaceful home. With one last profound glance at Ruoxue, as if to imprint her current state in his heart, he turned and left. Ruoxue seemed to sense something and glanced in the direction of Murongde's departure. "What's wrong?" Li Hong asked, following her gaze with curiosity. "Nothing, just someone who reminds me of a friend," she replied. "Oh, he's gone. Be careful on your way home. Say goodbye to Daddy, Shaola." Ruoxue waved the little one's hand. Afterward, the Murong household lost a passionate playboy and gained a decisive business elite. Chapter 32. The Mountain King in this life. Qing Ruoxue lived until the age of 78 before passing away, while Li Hong departed this world at the same moment. Upon her demise in this realm, Ruoxue found herself once again in the place where she first encountered the scroll of sheepskin, a radiant path before her. On either side lay nothingness, an endless void, with the only tangible direction being the road beneath her feet, leading forward. As Ruoshui glanced back, she beheld the entirety of her life unfold behind her. Gradually, an attribute panel materialized before her. Name: Qing Ruoshui. Gender: female, variable, intelligence, 50 appearance, 60 strength, 70 mental power, 55 charm, 5 skills, capture technique. Combat skills: honorable title, passionate youth, distributable attribute points. 3 you have performed commendably. You ensure the original host lived a joyful life and cared for her parents well. Qingyang's voice resonated. Now you have 3 attribute points to allocate. Please do so at your discretion. All right, I shall allocate all to strength, Ruoshui declared firmly. A staunch advocate for raw power, believing that all schemes crumble before absolute strength. I suggest you enhance your mental power instead. It serves a greater purpose, aiding in maintaining your composure and shielding you from the emotional disturbances of the original host. After a brief silence, it seemed Qingyang was at a loss for words regarding Ruoshui's inclination for violence. Then I shall add 2 points to mental power and 1 to strength, Ruoshui conceded, still unwilling to forego the enhancement of her strength. Thus, the attribute panel was updated as follows. Name: Qing Ruoshui. Gender: female, variable, intelligence, 50 appearance, 60 strength, 71 mental power, 57 charm, 6 skills, capture technique. Combat skills: honorable title, passionate youth. Wait, I did not allocate any points to charm, Ruoshui remarked, noticing the unexpected increase in her charm. That charm value is automatically adjusted based on your charisma in this world. It positively influences others' first impressions of you. And what of the honorable title? She inquired. That title is earned in your own world. It amplifies your fervor, causing others to perceive you as a passionate youth. Very well, the title suits me aptly. But what is that behind me? Ruoshui pointed at the portrayal of her life, reminiscent of a film. Each time you complete a task, this path records your life. Symbolizing your progression, Qingyang explained. With a touch of nostalgia in her eyes, Ruoshui gazed at Li Hong and Xiaole, feeling like an outsider observing that happy family, her reluctance to parting seeming less intense than before. Did you orchestrate this as well? Ruoshui asked regarding her emotions. Indeed. I have alleviated your emotional ties to that world for your future, Qingyang replied. Upon hearing this, Ruoshui fell into contemplation. When you become sufficiently powerful, I shall restore them to you. There exists a path, though no one has traversed it, however. It is said that reaching the end of this road can grant the traveler a single wish. Qingyang's voice emerged with a hint of hopeful anticipation. Ruoshui remained somewhat unenthusiastic. The sheepskin scroll, unsure of how to proceed, fell silent as well. May I rest for a moment? Ruoshui gently inquired. Do take a short slumber. Upon awakening, you will transition to the next realm. With that, a reclining chair appeared behind her. Ruoshui reclined, closed her eyes, and enveloped in silence. Felt an inexplicable sense of comfort rather than fear. Boss, wake up. Second brother wishes to discuss something with you regarding that Su brat. A boisterous voice thundered in her ear, like a clap of thunder. Must you disrupt my rest? Ruoshui erupted, throwing off her covers in a fit of anger. As she opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of a rugged, bearded giant, his face brimming with excitement, standing beside her. Momentarily bewildered, Ruoshui realized she had entered the task, noting that the man's exuberance remained unchanged, as if he had grown accustomed to her outbursts. Wait a minute, he called me boss. Ruoshui's expression shifted dramatically, and she instinctively reached down to confirm her identity. Thankfully, I am still myself, she sighed in relief, having verified that she had not undergone any unwelcome transformations. Chapter 33. The Mountain Bandit Boss. What's wrong? The voice of the burly man trembled slightly. My goodness. What did I just witness the boss doing? Heaven help me, could it be that the boss is hinting at something? Am I to submit or not? My heart is utterly conflicted, for all I can think about is Xiaohua. What's the matter? Ruoshui raised an eyebrow, exuding an authority that even she was unaware of. The massive figure of the burly man shook as if a small mountain had trembled. How could the boss become so fearsome after merely a nap? For the sake of my and Xiaohua's lifelong happiness, I have to stand firm. Boss. Even if you possess my body, You shall never have my heart. My heart belongs to Xiaohua. With that declaration, he shut his eyes tightly, standing still as if prepared to face death. Seeing him like this, Ruo Shui's forehead was adorned with 3 dark lines. What nonsense is this?
Who is Xiaohua?
Xiaohua is certainly not a ghost. What do you intend to do? Why would I want her body? Speak clearly. Ruo Shui was at a loss for words at the burly man's lack of intellect. Boss, you just touched yourself. Were you not hinting at me? The burly man appeared shy and awkward, sending chills down Ruo Shui's spine. It suddenly dawned on her what she had just done, and her face darkened. Get lost. The roar was filled with energy and could resonate through the air. It was the authentic roar of a lion. The burly man hurriedly covered his ears and fled. It seems the boss's earlier actions were not a hint after all. That's wonderful. I still belong to Xiaohua. However, joy was short-lived. As the burly man suddenly realized that he had witnessed such an embarrassing moment of the boss, would he be silenced? His face turned pale, and he left with a mournful expression in search of Xiaohua for comfort. Though he recognized his earlier misstep, the thought of that man witnessing her most disgraceful moment made him anxious. This time, the one who had made a wish was the original owner of Ruo Shui's body. Named Rong Ruo Shui, the similarity in names could not be mere coincidence, Ruo Shui thought. Suddenly, the plot rushed in like a flood, causing Ruo Shui's head to throb painfully. The original owner, Rong Ruo Shui, was the sole daughter of a mountain bandit leader. After her father passed away, she inherited his legacy and became the female bandit leader. The older generation had watched Ruo Shui grow up, and with her being the daughter of a formidable father, she was equally skilled in combat, so there were no objections to her leadership. In truth, although her father was a bandit, they refrained from indiscriminately robbing travelers. They targeted local corrupt officials and wealthy merchants passing through. Rather than outright theft, they would test the waters. If they encountered someone particularly vile, they would relieve them of their riches. If the person was somewhat virtuous, they would allow them to pass unharmed. Due to the remoteness of the area, few travelers came by, so most of the time, they would hunt in the mountains and occasionally share their spoils with nearby impoverished villages. As a result, the bandit group led by the original owner was quite popular among the locals. Whenever the authorities planned a crackdown, they would send warnings. The people lived more like a large village, harmoniously, despite the hardships they faced. However, one day while descending the mountain to rob, the original owner saved a man who possessed striking looks akin to Pan, a tall and slender figure, imbued with a scholarly demeanor. Having only known the confines of her mountain and a few surrounding villages, and surrounded by rough men who had shared in countless foolish antics, Ruo Shui found herself smitten upon seeing such a uniquely handsome man. Naturally, she confided in her childhood friends about her feelings. Being all rugged men, they encouraged her to simply capture him for marriage. It would be a seamless transition. The original owner thought so too, and upon the man regaining consciousness, she declared her intention to marry him in a few days. The man, infuriated, asserted that as a man, he could never be forced into a marriage. Even if he were to marry, it would not be to a bandit leader like her. Ruo Shui, used to being dominant since childhood and a true leader among her peers, became enraged and knocked him unconscious. She then had him wed, and the ceremony was conducted according to the customs of the bride. That very night, she consummated the marriage, and when the man awoke, it was too late. Despite his anger, there was nothing he could do. To be honest, Ruo Shui admired the original owner's directness and boldness. Unwilling to accept being tied to an illiterate bandit, the man, once he regained strength under Ruo Shui's care, expressed his desire to introduce her to his parents. Ruo Shui was overjoyed, packing her belongings and entrusting her mountain affairs to her friends before setting off with him. Throughout their journey, they used Ruo Shui as savings, while the man's small fortune remained untouched as he enjoyed her meticulous care. Upon reaching the capital, the man delivered Ruo Shui directly to the authorities, claiming she was a bandit leader and that he had worked hard to bring her in. He provided maps of their mountainous terrain and details of the populace, ultimately resulting in Ruo Shui's execution, the destruction of her home, and the slaughter of everyone in her mountain stronghold, including the innocent children. Ruo Shui was the last to be executed, forced to witness the deaths of her elders and friends. Her hatred intensified. As she faced death, she shed blood tears, shocking onlookers who deemed her a monster deserving of punishment. The emperor, recognizing the man's contributions, rewarded him by making him a prince, granting him a life of glory. After her death, the original owner witnessed the man's life, filled with resentment and bitterness. How could he live in luxury and peace after causing the deaths of over 300 people on the mountain?
Why?
I wish for Lu Huahua to meet a terrible fate. Lu Huahua was the man's name. The original owner's spirit raged within Ruo Shui's chest, and she felt as though she were in hell, surrounded by the echoes of the original owner's fury. Save my family, please save my family. Suddenly, that furious voice transformed into a desperate plea, revealing the profound despair and sorrow within. Tears streamed down Ruo Shui's face. This was beyond her control. Clutching her chest, she silently vowed, I will help you. I will help you. After a lengthy period, the turbulent emotions gradually calmed under Ruo Shui's soothing presence. Chapter 34. The Mountain King. With a deep sigh, Ruo Shui found herself grappling with the persistent obsessions residing within the original owner's body, leaving her thoroughly drenched and utterly exhausted as she collapsed onto the bed. After donning her attire, Ruo Shui ventured forth in search of the burly man she had previously frightened away with her outburst. This man, known as Zhang Haizi, was one of Ruo Shui's childhood friends, albeit the most simple-minded and earnest among them. However, his sincerity was reserved solely for those within their circle. To outsiders, he harbored a belly full of malice, aptly reflecting his name. At present, 3 years remained until the arrival of Lu Huahua, meaning that Ruo Shui was merely 16 years old and would encounter Lu Huahua at the age of 19. Her youth was one of the reasons Lu Huahua looked down upon the original owner. Ruo Shui possessed a striking beauty, with dark, delicate brows framing a pair of lively, autumn-like eyes, a petite nose and rosy, supple lips that perpetually curved into a confident smile, imbuing her visage with remarkable vitality. Having engaged in physical training since childhood, she stood over 1.7 meters tall, her slender frame concealing formidable strength. The original owner's clothing was predominantly masculine, chosen for its practicality. And given that she was in familiar territory surrounded by old friends, no one raised an eyebrow at her appearance. As Ruo Shui gazed into the mirror, she admired her figure, accentuated by the male attire, and couldn't help but nod in approval. Simultaneously, she felt a pang of regret for the original owner, a pure and admirable individual who fell victim to the treachery of a scoundrel. Zhang Bo, where is Haizi? And why are you sharpening your knife today? Ruo Shui inquired as she exited her room, addressing Zhang Bo, who was busy honing his blade. That lad is either with Xiao Hua or at the abacus. Zhang Bo replied, Aren't you youngsters planning to confront that scoundrel surnamed Su in the coming days? I've been sharpening my knife to ensure we maintain a certain presence. Let me tell you, back in the day, your Zhang Bo and your father wielded our knives and charged forth. As Zhang Bo began to recount his boastful tales from yesteryear, Ruo Shui hastily interjected, Zhang Bo, I must find San Er and Xiao Er. We have matters to attend to.
I'll take my leave now.
Humph, these young ones, Zhang Bo grumbled, displeased at Ruo Shui's hasty departure, before resuming his nostalgic monologue. Xiao Er. Have you seen San Er? Ruo Shui had intended to seek out Li Suanpan, and fortuitously encountered him on her way, giving the white-clad man a pat on the shoulder. Li Suanpan turned gracefully, the breeze sweeping through his pristine garments, his long, flowing black hair cascading smoothly. His sword-like brows framed deep, gentle peach blossom eyes that seemed capable of drowning anyone caught in their gaze. Beneath his high nose rested a pair of thin, rosy lips. What a dashing young gentleman! Ruo Shui was momentarily captivated by Li Suanpan's presence, but her admiration quickly faded upon hearing his voice. Having grown up together, Ruo Shui and Li Suanpan were as close as siblings. In their childhood escapades, Li Suanpan served as the strategist and aide, while Ruo Shui was the leader, with Zhang Haizi as the muscle. For instance, when Ruo Shui and Zhang Haizi engaged in brawls, Li Suanpan would stealthily provide bricks and identify weaknesses, while Ruo Shui kept watch and Zhang Haizi would report back. Together, they dominated all the children on the mountain. Despite their notorious antics, the underlying cause of their mischief stemmed from Li Suanpan's peculiar accent. Can you imagine a suave young man, draped in white as if transcending the mortal realm, speaking with a clumsy Sichuan dialect? It rendered his words somewhat crude, and Ruo Shui felt it marred the otherwise stellar image, explaining the original owner's infatuation with Lu Huahua. Enough. Enough. Where is San Air? Weren't we supposed to discuss the matter concerning that scoundrel Su tomorrow? Ruo Shui waved her hand, signaling Li Suanpan to refrain from further chatter. San Air? Li Suanpan glanced Ruo Shui up and down, and, valuing their long-standing friendship, cautioned, "Please, don't act impulsively." Ruo Shui was taken aback. "All right then, where is San Air?" "At Shaohua's," Li Suanpan replied. Ruo Shui snorted. "I knew that lad was infatuated. Let us go find him." With that, she unceremoniously tugged at Li Suanpan's collar, dragging him along. It is worth mentioning that Li Suanpan had always served as the original owner's chief advisor, meticulously orchestrating from the shadows. Thus Ruo Shui had ensured his safety to the extent that he remained utterly defenseless. "Hey, let go! You're ruining my image!" Li Suanpan exclaimed, his dignity in tatters as he was pulled along. Ruo Shui paid him no mind, maintaining her pace, indifferent to his feeble struggles. "San Air, come out! Don't think I don't know you're in there!" Ruo Shui shouted at the entrance to Shaohua's abode. Inside, Zhang Haizi was reveling in the sweet whispers of his beloved, and his robust frame trembled at the sudden intrusion. "Oh no, could it be a hit? Arrived. Let go. Zhang Haizi heard the frantic voice of Li Suanpan and wondered if Xiao Air had betrayed him. Ruo Shui squinted, sensing that Zhang Haizi had done something to wrong her. "Xiao Air, what did you mean by what you just said?" With the cunning of a strategist, Li Suanpan understood Ruo Shui's implication and, observing her rising ire, swiftly threw Zhang Haizi under the bus. Zhang Haizi glared at Li Suanpan, who shrugged, indicating that he had no fear of San Air as long as he did not offend the boss. Seeing Ruo Shui's increasingly dark expression, Zhang Haizi recoiled slightly. "San Air," Ruo Shui's voice lingered ominously, sending shivers down Zhang Haizi's spine. "Ruo Shui, Jia, let it go. You're scaring Haizi." Xiaohua appeared just in time, smiling gently at Ruo Shui. In that moment, Xiaohua was like an angel to Zhang Haizi. "Very well, since Xiaohua has interceded, I shall spare you this time. However, San Air, should there be a next time, you shall not wish to know the outcome." Hearing Ruo Shui's threat, Zhang Haizi nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. Meanwhile, Xiaohua smiled softly, watching the lively banter unfold among the group, with a touch of envy. Chapter 35. The Mountain King. Let us proceed to discuss matters, Ruo Shui declared as she stepped outside, playfully beckoning Zhang Haizi with a seductive smile. While grasping the unwilling Li Suanpan by the hand, Zhang Haizi gazed longingly at Xiaohua, his expression filled with reluctance. Ruo Shui approached and pulled his ear, leading both of them away. "All right," Xiaohua maintained her gentle smile. Having once been a wealthy young lady, Xiaohua possessed a gentle demeanor, distinct from the rugged mountain folk. Yet her willingness to assist others during her time in the mountains endeared her to Zhang Haizi, who found himself visiting her daily, for various reasons. "Boss, could you let go? This is quite embarrassing," Li Suanpan complained, covering his face with the hem of his garment as he addressed Ruo Shui. "Please, aside from you, who else would wear such a dirty resistant white outfit on this mountain?" Ruo Shui retorted with a smirk. "Indeed, the boss is formidable," Zhang Haizi chimed in, covering his ears and grinning widely in agreement with Ruo Shui. "Ruo Shui, have Li Suanpan and Zhang Haizi stirred up trouble again?" remarked Widow Wang, who, despite being over 30, still exuded charm. She observed Ruo Shui dragging the two with amusement. "They are disobedient and deserve a reprimand," others chimed in, their eyes sparkling with mirth, clearly accustomed to Ruo Shui's antics. Upon reaching the council hall, Ruo Shui released the two and, with a swift movement of her long leg, pulled a chair towards her, taking a seat. "Now let's hear your thoughts, Air," she said, motioning for Li Suanpan to continue. "Ahem, according to reliable sources, the esteemed official Su, yes, that's Su Zhai." Li Suanpan cleared his throat, preparing to speak when Zhang Haizi banged the table, glaring with wide eyes, correcting Li Suanpan's address. Enough, Sanner. Please continue. Heir. Ruoshui waved her hand. Well, according to credible information, that Su Zhai is expected to pass through Baoqing County, near Heifengzhai, in the next few days. We should start our preparations then. Furthermore, it is said he'll be transporting 49 boxes of rare treasures collected from various regions to present to the Emperor, accompanied by 108 guards, not including the hidden ones. Most of these guards are notorious figures from the martial world, known for their ruthless demeanor. Ruoshui furrowed her brow. Given this, we cannot proceed with the heist. Firstly, they outnumber us and are all skilled fighters. Secondly, these treasures are meant for the Emperor. Robbing them would be equivalent to openly opposing the imperial court. Boss, it seems you possess not only skill but also a keen intellect, Li Suanpan remarked, astonished by Ruoshui's insight. Ruoshui replied, she is not foolish. She merely prefers to avoid thinking deeply. Moreover, it was during a previous robbery that the original owner saved Lu Huahua, setting her on a path of no return. That heist had indeed been successful. But it led the Emperor to dispatch troops multiple times to eradicate similar bandit dens. However, due to the current unrest, most well-armed soldiers were stationed at the borders. Fear not, boss. Who am I, Li Suanpan? A celestial being descended from the heavens. I shall surely devise a way to procure these treasures right from under their noses. Li Suanpan proclaimed proudly, confident in his abilities. Do enlighten us, Ruoshui urged. We merely need to wait until they enter Heifengzhai's territory, then execute a diversionary tactic to draw them away while we seize the treasures. Haha, this way, we won't be implicated. Li Suanpan's face radiated cunning. Very well. Ruoshui pondered, contemplating for a moment before conceding to Li Suanpan's plan, recognizing her own limited intellect. However, she still harbored further thoughts for the future. Chapter 36. The King of the Mountain Shao Heir, San Heir. Once we complete this task, let us bid farewell to this line of work.
Ruoshui,
After absorbing Li Suanpan's detailed plan, nodded before hesitantly expressing her thoughts. Well, what? Li Suanpan, momentarily taken aback, first nodded in agreement, only to then exclaim loudly in astonishment. Zhang Haizi, equally bewildered, gazed at the serious Ruoshui. Boss, you must be jesting. Our ancestors have toiled in this profession for generations. What has come over you? Li Suanpan frowned, and even Zhang Haizi, upon grasping the situation, displayed clear disapproval. Enough, listen to me. While we may not be a notorious den of thieves, the identity of a bandit is ultimately not one to be paraded. Moreover, once the borders are stabilized, the imperial authorities will turn their attention to domestic issues. Can we truly escape then? Observing the silence enveloping Li Suanpan and Zhang Haizi, it was evident they had pondered this reality. Ruoshui continued, I believe that while the war rages on, and while we are still youthful, it would be wise to enlist in the army. If we earn merit, we might secure a position of some authority or gain military accolades, which would allow us to safeguard our current situation. That is a possibility, yet among us, only San Heir is qualified to enlist. You are a woman, and my health is poor. We cannot place all the burden on San Heir alone. Though Li Suanpan seemed somewhat swayed, hesitation still clouded his features. Fear not. Disguising oneself as a man is not impossible. We could even present ourselves as bandits to the Emperor. Ruoshui flashed a cunning smile and winked at Li Suanpan. At that moment, Li Suanpan experienced an epiphany. His eyes gleamed with realization as he smacked his forehead. Of course, we can approach it this way. After concluding this task, you must swiftly gather information regarding conscription. No need. I shall go at once. With that, Li Suanpan dashed out, shedding his previous demeanor, his face alight with excitement. The rudimentary meeting hall was left with Ruoshui, who wore a serene smile, and Zhang Haizi, who remained blissfully unaware. Boss, what have you discussed? Why is Ergus so thrilled? Do not worry, just follow my lead. Ruoshui, in a buoyant mood, patted Zhang Haizi's back and hummed a tune as she departed. What has sparked such joy? I might as well seek out my little flower. Recently, Little Flower had rescued him from the clutches of the boss's underlings, providing him with the perfect pretext to visit. Little Flower, here I come. Ruoshui arrived at the forest where the original owner had often practiced. Observing the rows of plum blossom stakes, wooden dummies, and straw men filled her with exhilaration. She had only ever seen such things on television. And now she could finally try them herself. The thrill was palpable. However, when she once again fell from the plum blossom stakes while practicing with the whip, all her initial excitement vanished, leaving only a torrent of frustration. Ruoxue possessed commendable skills, qualifying her as a second-rate expert here. Yet her movements differed significantly from those of the original owner. While Ruoxue's techniques relied on sheer physicality, the original owner excelled in agility and finesse with the whip. A weapon she had never wielded before, Ruoxue had to rely on the original owner's memories. Recently, she had diligently practiced, achieving modest progress. Though she was not yet perfectly adept, she had become quite proficient. Ruoxue grabbed an apple that she had just been practicing with and devoured it in a few bites. During the past few days, she had scarcely left this place, training relentlessly for a better future. Food had to be secured using the whip, and in the initial days of hunger, she had become accustomed to eating whatever she could find. "Boss, are you finally out of seclusion?" The peculiar tone of Li Suanpan echoed from outside the forest. Ruoxue leaped from the plum blossom stakes, landing gracefully before emerging from the woods.
Boss.
"You finally decided to emerge. We must prepare for the impending arrival of that troublesome character in a day." "Indeed," Ruoxue replied with a nonchalant nod. "Hey, boss. I've noticed that after practicing for a few days, your calm demeanor rivals even mine," Li Suanpan remarked, stroking his smooth chin. "Humph," Ruoxue scoffed disdainfully at Li Suanpan. "By the way, boss, it seems you haven't bathed in several days." "You reek," Li Suanpan distanced himself from Ruoxue, pinching his nose, his eyes filled with disdain. "Get lost." Chapter 37. The Mountain King. After the raucous escapade with Li Suanpan, Ruoxue caught a whiff of herself and frowned. Indeed, an unpleasant odor lingered, a testament to her perspiration. Yet, her somewhat petty nature forbade Li Suanpan from voicing it aloud. With a stern visage, she retreated to her dwelling, filled a basin with water, and indulged in a refreshing bath. Upon stepping outside once more, she felt a profound lightness envelop her. With her head held high and her hair tossed back, she set off determinedly in search of Li Suanpan and Zhang Haizi. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ruoxue directed her steps toward Xiaohua's residence. "Xiaohua, are Xiao Air and San Air with you?" she inquired as she entered. "Yes, they're here." "Ruoxue Jia. Please have a seat while I fetch you some water," Xiaohua replied, offering a gentle smile as she rose to attend to her.
Oh.
"There's no need for that. We are in a place devoid of such formalities." Ruoxue quickly waved her hand. "It is only right, for you saved my life, bringing me to this peaceful haven. Allow me to offer you this small courtesy," Xiaohua insisted, her humility tinged with urgency. "No, Xiaohua. You are aware of our line of work. Your assistance was merely incidental, and such gestures are unnecessary." "But you too rescued me from despair," Xiaohua countered, her stubbornness evident. Ruoxue, recognizing the futility of her protest, acquiesced. "Then I shall impose upon you." "Very well," Xiaohua beamed, her smile illuminating the room and momentarily captivating San Air. "Xiao Air, let us prepare this afternoon and set off," Ruoxue declared, her eyes sparkling with a flicker of hope. "Indeed, I have made all the necessary arrangements. We await your word, boss. Let us pierce through the arrogance of Haifeng's stronghold," Li Suanpan replied, grinning like a cunning fox. "Are you all departing again?" Xiaohua asked, entering with a water jug. "May I join you? I wish to contribute to the stronghold," she added, placing the water down. "Absolutely not," San Air interjected vehemently, unable to restrain herself. Ruoxue fell silent at the scene. "I insist, it is not permissible. This mission is fraught with peril, and as a delicate woman, you may find yourself in danger." "I cannot allow it," San Air asserted, her voice gradually softening yet resolute under the gaze of her companions. Li Suanpan's charming eyes reflected evident agreement. Ultimately, after Zhang Haizi's rare insistence, Xiaohua reluctantly relented. "Let us take a stroll on Qi Laogui's territory," Ruoxue said, her waist adorned with a finely crafted leather whip, clad in a form-fitting black outfit. Her hair swept up high, exuding less of a maiden's delicacy and more of a robust masculinity. Boss, I have heard news of a large-scale conscription in Chengdu recently. We can enlist some of our brethren, Li Suanpan remarked, still dressed in white yet now wielding a flamboyant folding fan, his eyes alight with anticipation and fervor. Ruo Shui nodded, suggesting they leave some individuals to guard the stronghold. Rest assured, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Have all the supplies been prepared?
Do not worry, boss.
I have already covertly transported everything, he replied confidently. By the time they reached the streets of Baoqing County, the sun had begun its descent, casting a golden hue upon Ruo Shui, who sat astride a magnificent chestnut steed, her beauty radiating even more strikingly. Many bystanders gazed in awe at the handsome figure upon the horse, captivated by his gallant demeanor. Let us go, San Air, Ruo Shui said with a smile toward the dazed Zhang Haizi beside her. You chose not to accompany Xiao Hua. Now you must tread the path you have selected. Even if it leads to kneeling, she teased, mischief dancing in her eyes. Chapter 38. The Mountain King I Know. Beneath the coarse beard of Sanner, there was a faint trace of sorrow on his countenance. All right, let's pack up, Ruo Shui casually nodded at Li Suan, who had inquired. With a fluid grace, Ruo Shui dismounted. His movements as smooth as flowing water, exuding an air of effortless charm. He tossed the reins to the astonished innkeeper and strode into the guest house, ensuring the well-being of his prized steed. As he passed by the innkeeper, Ruo Shui's voice, slightly hushed yet commanding, resonated, startling the innkeeper back to awareness. The leader's aura had escalated to a new level. Li Suan, lingering nearby, reluctantly dismounted, unfurling his white fan and ostentatiously fanning himself, contemplating inwardly. Guided by the proprietor of the guest house, Ruo Shui arrived at his room. Esteemed guest, please take a moment to rest. The dishes will be served shortly, the proprietor said with a bow, smiling as he opened the door for Ruo Shui. Ruo Shui nodded, signaling him to depart. Esteemed guest, do rest well, the proprietor added, gently closing the door behind him. Ruo Shui took out the leather whip coiled around his waist to examine it. It was a deep, lustrous black, sturdy and resilient, with the grip wrapped snugly in white mink fur, providing a comfortable hold. The whip's end featured small iron hooks, a fine piece indeed. Ruo Shui caressed the whip, a gift from Zhang Bo to the original owner upon reaching maturity. Although it was somewhat unconventional to gift such an item to a woman, the mountain stronghold had fewer restrictions. He sighed, contemplating that this whip would likely serve merely as an ornament by his side. Otherwise, should he enlist in the military and wield a whip, he would be suspected of treachery and face execution before even earning merit.
For now,
let it accompany me for this last endeavor. Ruo Shui had grown quite fond of the whip over the past few days. By heavens, when I see someone I dislike, a swift crack of the whip sends him reeling. What a delightful sight. He gazed at the whip with affectionate intensity.
boss.
We have arrived. The one surnamed Su is approaching. Brothers, we are already in position, the innkeeper announced, entering with a peculiar accent that struck Ruo Shui like thunder. You come in without knocking? Ruo Shui raised an eyebrow at the innkeeper. I was wrong, boss, the innkeeper, quick-witted, immediately apologized, his bravado deflating. Let us try that again. How come the boss hasn't he taken his medicine today? Very well, boss. The innkeeper quickly stepped back and closed the door. Knock, knock.
Boss.
It's the innkeeper. I have something to discuss. The secret code. Heavenly thunder covers the earth tiger. Little chicken stews mushrooms. The innkeeper stood at the door, feeling dejected as he recited the lines he had repeated countless times before. Under the curious gazes of passers-by, he felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his face. All right. Come in, Ruo Shui's voice called from within, prompting the innkeeper to swiftly enter, eager to escape the odd stares from outside. Boss, can we change that secret code? Isn't the element of surprise what makes it effective? Is that not desirable? The innkeeper, sensing the palpable threat in Ruo Shui's eyes, stifled the words of discontent.
Fine.
That's disingenuous, boss. So, we'll leave it unchanged. Let us go. At that moment, the innkeeper felt a pang of unspoken affection, as if he were grappling with the difficulty of expressing his true feelings. Noticing the innkeeper's distressed expression, Ruo Shui's mood brightened considerably. Being the boss is quite delightful. As Ruoshui walked ahead, humming a cheerful tune, he recalled the innkeeper's earlier statement. Innkeeper, you mentioned that the one surnamed Su is nearing? Gazing upon Ruoshui's bright and handsome visage, the innkeeper longed to respond with a cold huff, but recoiled at the sight of the black leather whip at Ruoshui's waist. Why, Zhangbo, of all things, gifted a whip to the boss. Does he not realize that this item would elevate the boss's prowess in battle? Alas, it is the underlings who bear the burden. Why the long face? Are you dissatisfied with me? Ruoshui's eyes narrowed slightly, his hand resting on his waist. The innkeeper quickly waved his hands in protest. No, how could that be? By heavens, who would dare express dissatisfaction? That whip is not to be trifled with. With that, Ruoshui turned leisurely, while the innkeeper's handsome face bore a hint of melancholy, reminiscing about the carefree days when the Na'vi child, little Ruoshui, was unrestrained in spirit. Where had that innocent figure gone? The current Ruoshui was so fierce. Had he missed her period of growth? Sighing, the innkeeper resumed fanning himself, lost in thought. Chapter 39. The Mountain King approaches. They were nearing their destination. Sanar wielded an axe the size of a grinding stone, bending low to the ground, his sharp gaze piercing straight ahead. How many do you think there are? Ruoshui inquired, nodding. Similar to what Ergo reported, most of them tread lightly. They clearly possess considerable skills. No worries, the folks from Heifengzhai are not to be trifled with either. Besides, we are merely fishermen in this affair, Xiao Er replied, his affectionate peach blossom eyes narrowing cunningly. All is prepared. Ruoshui's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Previously, she had only practiced in the mountain stronghold among her comrades. Unable to unleash her full strength, or she had used the weapon for robbing as the original owner had. Now, she finally had the chance to personally experience its might. Her whip was eager for action.
Hey,
this tree was planted by me, and this road was opened by me. If you wish to pass, you must pay the toll. As their party drew nearer, the leader of Heifengzhai, Zhu Dali, could hardly contain himself and bellowed loudly. Ruoshui felt exasperated. He truly lived up to his name, clumsy and brutish, blissfully unaware that he was being used as a pawn by his own men. This leader was, in fact, merely the first enforcer. With such a classic line for robbery, Zhu Dali's confidence swelled as the throngs before him halted in response to his proclamation. As if he alone had managed to block the entire procession. The lackeys beside him gazed at him in admiration. Ahem, my good fellow, warrior. I have some silver I can offer you, as a token of appreciation for your road-opening efforts. After all, we are merely engaged in a small business, you see? A portly middle-aged man, resplendent in fine silk, emerged from one of the carriages. Ruoshui noted his unsteady gait and sallow complexion, with deep circles under his eyes. Clearly a man drained by indulgence in wine and pleasure. She glanced at Sanar, whose eyes seemed to burn with a desire for vengeance, and surmised that this man must certainly bear the surname Su. With the assistance of a nearby lackey, the man surnamed Su descended from the carriage, smiling warmly at Zhu Dali's fierce countenance. How much? Let me see it first. Go. Bring it to the warrior, he commanded, lifting his chin towards the attendant. Immediately, the attendant unfastened the purse from his waist and presented it to Zhu Dali. Ruoshui estimated the size of the purse to contain around 100 to 180 taels. Truly a fortune. Zhu Dali weighed it in his hands, his eyes gleaming with greed. How could such a small sum suffice for us brothers? He tucked the purse into his bosom and remarked. A fleeting coldness flickered in Su's eyes, his voice losing its earlier warmth, now edged with chill. Well, how much does the warrior desire? Haha, not much at all. I've merely heard you intend to travel to the capital to pay your respects to the emperor, bringing various treasures from across the lands. Us country folk have never seen such curiosities, and we wish to behold what the emperor possesses. Su's eyes filled with a mix of ferocity and astonishment. His mission had been conducted in secrecy, so how could these bandits have known? What he thought would be a simple robbery had evidently been premeditated. It seemed these men could not be left alive. Kill. The ruthlessness in Su's eyes ignited as he subtly waved his arm. Zhu Dali had not yet comprehended Su's next words when he prepared to inquire further. Before he could finish, his throat was slit, leaving him helpless, his strength rendered useless.
Kill.
Avenging our elder brother. Ruo Xue's companions rushed forth, shouting as they charged toward Heifengzhai. A cacophony of battle cries erupted around them. Clad in coarse linen, resembling a rugged warrior, Ruo Xue held a whip in one hand and a spear in the other. Wherever the whip pointed, vibrant blooms blossomed towards the sun. She felt no hesitation, for her own people had retreated from the battlefield, leaving only those bloodthirsty villains behind. No guilt lingered in her heart. Suddenly, a glint of silver flashed past Ruo Xue's face. Had she not reacted swiftly, her head might have met the ground. Chapter 40. The Mountain King with a Crack. Ruo Xue lashed her whip, producing a sharp sound as she leapt forward, the whip slithering through the air like a nimble serpent. This strike was merely a test of her fury, and it was effortlessly evaded. However, as she turned, she finally discerned the identity of her assailant. Before her stood a man with disheveled black hair, loosely tied with a white silk ribbon, his hair billowing in the wind. He possessed an attractive visage, with sword-like brows and deep, obsidian eyes that sparkled with an ethereal brilliance, clear as crystal and seemingly filled with light. Beneath his prominent nose lay a pair of soft, lustrous lips that glimmered faintly. Clad in a singular water-blue robe that accentuated his striking features, he stood confidently atop a sedan chair, the wide sleeves of his attire fluttering in the breeze. In his hands, he held a finely crafted bow, the origin of the previous arrow unmistakable. "Young master, your methods are rather ruthless. Look at how pale these individuals have become," he remarked, his voice melodious like a mountain stream cascading into a valley, laced with a hint of mockery. After a moment's contemplation, Ruo Xue resolved to address the matter with force. "Mind your own business," she retorted bluntly, unperturbed by his arrogance. "How vulgar," he mused, a hint of amusement in his tone. With a sharp command, Ruo Xue swung her whip once more. Soon, the two became entangled in a fierce struggle. The more they fought, the more Ruo Xue felt her strength waning, while her opponent grew ever more vigorous, unleashing an unending barrage of attacks. "Is this all you can do?" the man whispered as he stealthily maneuvered behind her, his breath warm against her ear. A shiver ran down Ruo Xue's spine, prompting her to evade him and strike again. Yet he deftly sidestepped, the ferocity of her whip failing to graze even the edge of his garment. Frustration began to swell within her, and her gaze turned increasingly hostile. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice edged with irritation. Only now do you inquire? It is customary to introduce oneself before a fight, is it not?" "Such ignorance of martial decorum," he replied, standing less than 2 meters away, a smile illuminating his face, his obsidian eyes glinting with delight. "Who are you?" Ruo Xue repeated, her expression stern. She realized that she could not overpower him and sought to divert him from the fray to buy time for her companions. "My name is Zhou Zishan, 25 years of age, a resident of the capital, with no parents and only a younger brother at home. I have achieved modest success. May I ask for your esteemed name?" Zhou Zishan inquired, gracefully gesturing with his bow. "Why so verbose?" "I merely asked for your name," Ruo Xue thought, exasperated. "Rongyang," she finally replied. So you're brother Rong." "I am honored," Zhou Zishan said, feigning politeness. "What is your intent?" Ruo Xue's gaze turned icy. "Nothing much. Merely safeguarding some royal tributes," Zhou Zishan replied, maintaining his courteous demeanor, though Ruo Xue found his handsome face increasingly irksome. "You shall fail in that endeavor. We of the Black Wind Stronghold have claimed these tributes as our own. Consider it a form of compensation for the life of our leader." Ruo Xue, acknowledging her disadvantage, sought to lead him astray. "Oh? What prompts such a statement, Brother Xiao?" Zhou Zishan asked, a flicker of confusion crossing his face before his expression shifted dramatically. "Humph." Ruo Xue remained silent, merely scoffing. "Prepare yourself," she declared, feigning a feint before leaping into the air. Zhou Zishan retreated swiftly, but suddenly, Ruo Xue hurled a round black orb, striking it with her whip. In an instant, a blinding flash of white light erupted, followed by a dense cloud of acrid smoke. The original owner, Xiao Ruo Xue, had a penchant for collecting oddities, and this black orb was unearthed from the original owner's treasure trove. It was a smoke bomb acquired during her first venture, capable of inducing temporary blindness in her adversaries, facilitating her escape. "Young man, we shall take your goods," Ruo Shui exclaimed with a grin as she dashed beyond the smoke's reach, turning to leave. Chapter 41. On the mountain resides a mountain king. The boatman Shan stood alone amidst the thick, ebony fog, his brow furrowed and his glass-like eyes tightly shut, the corners glistening with moisture, a reaction to the previous blinding light. "Is everything resolved?" Ruo Shui casually tossed aside those obstructing her path, inquiring with a hint of impatience. "All is well," the waiter replied, awkwardly dodging enemy attacks until Ruo Shui's arrival granted him respite. "We should retreat." Noticing the gleam of mischief in the waiter's eyes, Ruo Shui cracked her whip, leaving a deep mark in the ground beside him, a clear warning. The waiter took a step back in silence, aware of his own disheveled state. Akin to a beggar on the street. Can a member of the beggar clan be as dashing as he is? Besides, he is a strategist, not a warrior. Being a bit feeble is hardly a concern. This thought remained unspoken, for he dared not voice it aloud. It was not entirely the waiter's fault. Ruo Shui indeed appeared quite peculiar at that moment. Although a few bloodstains on her attire were to be expected, she now resembled a plucked black chicken. Her appearance dull and unkempt. Once they were ready, Ruo Shui hastened their exit. Her swift decision proved fortuitous. Barely had they departed when Shan arrived at the main battlefield, surveying the chaos before him. The ground scattered with bodies, all rendered unconscious. The injuries Ruo Shui inflicted appeared frightful, yet were not fatal. However, disfigurement was inevitable, considering she primarily targeted their faces.
"Xiao Yang?"
Good heavens, I, Shan, shall remember this. In that moment, Shan revealed his true self, shedding the guise of humility and warmth. His eyes gleaming with the sharpness of a sword, exuding a formidable presence. His long, ink-black hair billowed like a waterfall, and despite his face being shrouded in soot, a gentle demeanor radiated an air of authority, rendering his disarray inconsequential to his undeniable elegance. Within his glassy eyes sparkled profound interest and a hint of amused appreciation. Parting his lips ever so slightly, he silently uttered 4 words, "There will be more days." With that, he turned away from the fallen, mounted his horse, and whistled for 2 shadowy attendants to emerge from the darkness. "Tend to this place." Without pausing, he made his way to the nearest residence, yearning for a cleansing bath. "Report, young master, one Su Fugue is missing," said an attendant, kneeling before Shan, his expression obscured, voice filled with reverence. "And the others?" Shan leaned casually against the table. His eyes half closed, the languid timbre of his voice, now more magnetic after his bath, was enough to make one feel faint. He idly twirled a damp strand of ink-black hair around his alabaster fingers, his thoughts drifting back to the mischievous boy who wielded a whip, striking only at faces. "Rong, he mused, savoring the name as a smile crept upon his lips. "Those who needed to be silenced have been. I shall select some items from the storeroom as a gift. That will be all, you may leave. Rong, my dear friend, I have done you a great service. Consider this debt one you may repay in the future. Shall we say, with your body?" A chuckle escaped him involuntarily as Shan rubbed his forehead, perplexed at his own fascination with a boy he had met only once, a boy who had caused him embarrassment, yet for whom he willingly cleaned up the mess. Truly, it was incomprehensible. Did he perhaps have an inclination towards the same gender? No, Shan was certain of his orientation. It was not the case. Perhaps it was simply because that person was him, regardless of gender. As the furrow in his brow gradually smoothed, he came to terms with his feelings, unburdened by societal constraints, for he was inherently a free spirit. General, the perspective shifted once more. Chapter 42. The Mountain King, since evasion was futile. One might as well embrace the situation. After all, this individual was within her grasp. She held the reins of fate. A smirk danced at the corners of her lips as Ruo Shui cast a dangerous glance at Lu Huahua, who was being carried at the rear of the group, reminiscent of a lithe North American leopard fixating on its unsuspecting prey. In his unconscious state, Lu Huahua involuntarily shivered in his slumber. The young attendant, following Ruo Shui's malevolent gaze, caught sight of Lu Huahua and sighed inwardly, realizing that misfortune awaited someone. However, he had no intention of disclosing that he had been marked, for having someone divert the leader's attention was indeed a boon, was it not? By the time they returned to the stronghold, Night was nearly spent. Ruoxue handed over the spoils of the day's plunder to the young attendant for sorting and, without even washing up, flopped onto her bed to embrace the realm of dreams. Meanwhile, Sana, upon entering the stronghold, immediately took the abducted Su Fugue straight to Xiaohua, entirely oblivious to the passage of time. Consequently, when Ruoxue encountered him the following day, his face bore 2 vivid crimson handprints.
Oh.
Has our Saner finally come to his senses? Ruoxue quipped, her spirits lifted after a refreshing slumber, upon noticing the marks on Sanu's exposed cheeks. The leader, Saner, gazed at Ruoxue with a look of forlorn reproach. Do not address me in such a tone. Speak your mind swiftly, she retorted with a dismissive wave.
Well.
It is simply this. Yesterday, Saner had been grinning and fawning over Ruoxue as he explained the entire sequence of events. And now, look at me, he lamented, gesturing helplessly to the red marks adorning his face. What is it that you desire from me? Ruoxue inquired, seated regally with one leg crossed over the other, her slender fingers propping her weary chin, her piercing phoenix eyes slightly raised, embodying an air of elegance and charisma. Could you perhaps speak to Xiaohua on my behalf and mediate? Saner hesitated, his eyes betraying uncertainty. It was entirely his fault for being so rash, approaching her at such a moment, leading to misunderstandings and ultimately, the slap that left him dazed. He had completely forgotten his intentions and hastily fled with Su Fugue, solidifying Xiaohua's impression of him as a scoundrel. Must I intervene in this matter? It is futile. Simply present the surname Su before Xiaohua. She will surely comprehend once she has calmed down, Ruoxue scoffed, looking disdainfully at the cowardly Saner before her. Is that truly feasible? He inquired, doubt clouding his mind. How would you know unless you try? Besides, Xiaohua is aware of your identity. Ruoxue's eyes glimmered with a cunning spark, her lips curling into a mischievous grin. Very well. I shall give it a try, but what if she remains furious? Saner fretted. What does it matter? Just be forceful about it, Ruoxue jested, fully aware that Saner would never act so boldly. Absolutely not. How could a gentleman compel a lady in such a manner?
Saner protested,
just as a hurried and unfamiliar voice echoed from outside the door. Ruoxue's demeanor suddenly tightened, but quickly reverted to her previous languid state. Lu Huahua rushed in, having awakened that morning to find himself in bed, clad in freshly laundered garments. It seemed he had been fortunate enough to be rescued by a benefactor. He intended to express his gratitude and inquire if he might linger a few more days. However, after much inquiry, he found the locals to be rather uncouth. Despite his polite questions, they seemed slow to comprehend, their voices booming like thunder, truly barbaric. After considerable effort, he finally located the whereabouts of his savior, only to overhear talk of forceful advances, which implied coercion. Lu Huahua, who prided himself on his scholarly demeanor, could not allow such an affront to occur under his watch. I just overheard that someone intends to compel a lady. Is that correct? He questioned, striking a pose he deemed refined, with one hand resting on his chest and the other behind his back. Upon seeing Lu Huahua, Ruoxue's emotions surged, nearly overwhelming her. The long-dormant feelings of the original owner erupted like a volcano, and her complexion turned a shade of stormy gray. Chapter 43. The Mountain King Kill Him.
Kill him.
Lu Huahua. My hatred burns fiercely.
Kill him. Kill him.
I will assist you, but now is not the time for vengeance. I shall avenge you, I promise. Ruoxu clutched her chest, beads of sweat gradually forming on her forehead. Boss, what troubles you? Although Saner possessed a robust physique, he was perceptive enough to notice the pallor of Ruoxu's face. I'm fine, Ruoxu replied weakly, waving her hand. You should attend to your own matters. Our time is limited. Yes, boss, I understand. Saner's gaze dimmed slightly. Saner, you may leave now, Ruoxu instructed him.
Oh.
What we decide is not for you to lecture about. After all, do you not all claim that a small act of kindness should be repaid with great gratitude? Yet, why do you come here to question your savior? Despite her lingering weakness, Ruoxu's demeanor remained formidable, her tone sharp, emphasizing her final word with a nasal intonation that carried an unmistakable threat. Young sir, I merely Lu Huahua. Confronted by Ruoxu's apparent ire, quickly reverted to a submissive demeanor, his voice sinking to a whisper.
What?
I simply cannot abide by the way the young master coerces the lady. His voice dwindled, almost inaudible to the keen ears of Ruoshu. What we decide is none of your concern. Depart at once. Ruoshu scoffed. Even if the young master is my savior, I cannot endure such humiliation. Seeing that Ruoshu merely maintained a fierce tone without taking action, Lu Huahua's confidence swelled, his voice becoming louder in an attempt to redeem his earlier embarrassment. Leave. Do not make me repeat myself for a third time. Ruoshu's impatience was palpable. With a sharp crack, Ruoshu ceased her words, flicking her whip to leave a mark just shy of Lu Huahua's feet, sending dust swirling into the air. Lu Huahua, startled, collapsed to the side, his composure shattered, his face reflecting utter shock. Leave. Do not let my dear one fall into your hands. Ruoshu's voice carried a hint of mockery. You. Lu Huahua's face flushed crimson with anger as he scrambled to his feet, trembling with rage, pointing a quivering finger at Ruoshu. Her voice turned icy. Humph. Coward. Ruoshu found it perplexing why the original owner of this body had ever taken a liking to him. Though he had a somewhat refined appearance, there was always a sense of superiority in his gaze, as if he believed his scholarly status rendered him superior, which was quite off-putting. Previously, he had assumed that Ruoshu's act of saving him indicated her benevolence, daring to argue with her. Yet he shrank back the moment she asserted herself, clearly a bully who feared the strong while cherishing his own pride. Had he possessed the spirit of a true scholar, he would have chosen death rather than endure the forced marriage, yet he opted to live while sulking in defiance, revealing himself to be nothing more than a coward clinging to life, devoid of redeeming qualities. In Ruoshu's estimation, the man named Zhou Yaolao from the previous day was far superior to Lu Huahua. After all, he possessed both charm and martial prowess, and embodied the scholar's demeanor more convincingly. With Lu Huahua as a comparison, Ruoshu suddenly found Zhou, whom she had previously found disagreeable, to be an exceptional man. Far away in the capital, Zhou Zishan stood in his study, resembling a beautiful ink painting, when suddenly, as if sensing something, he glanced out the window in the direction of Ruoshu.
Ah.
I find myself thinking of her again. Zhou Zishan shook his head with a hint of resignation and picked up his brush once more. With just a few strokes, a handsome, vibrant voice sprang to life on the paper, exuding confidence and vitality akin to a rising sun, radiating brilliance. Particularly captivating were his eyes, reminiscent of a woman's autumnal gaze, sparkling with infinite brilliance, their depths pure and beautiful as if washed clean by rain, harboring hope that was unmistakably radiant. Chapter 44. The mountain lord Ruoshu reclined comfortably with her feet propped on the long table, her hands cradling her head, eyes blissfully closed. It was likely that Lu Huahua was in a huff, indignantly tidying up his belongings, but she suspected he would eventually remain, for the paths around here were treacherous, choked with dense forest, and inhabited by fierce beasts. The thought of Lu Huahua's disgruntled, yet helpless expression brought a smile to Ruoshu's lips. "Boss, what brings you such joy?" inquired the young attendant who entered, sensing the delightful ambience surrounding Ruoshu, yet puzzled by it. "Has something happened on the mountain? Did I miss something?" "Nothing much. Just reveling in Lu Huahua's irritation," Ruoshu replied, her voice buoyant, clearly in a splendid mood. Casting Lu Huahua aside, the attendant, with dark circles under his eyes and a weary countenance, had eyes that sparkled like stars in the night sky, though a flicker of uncertainty danced within them.
Boss.
"Our men have already responded to the conscription notice. They are merely awaiting orders to report to the capital. I pondered that we cannot leave the stronghold unguarded, so I intend to take a small contingent to enlist. After all, the battlefield is perilous, and I would not wish for my brothers to fall unceremoniously." The attendant hesitated, but Ruoshu understood his unspoken concerns and nodded in acknowledgement. She reassured him, "Let them choose for themselves. The battlefield is ever-shifting, and no one can guarantee their fate." "Yes, I understand," he replied, his voice tinged with melancholy. Ruoshu shook her head, aware of his apprehensions. "I entrust this matter to you. Boss, I shall not hold you back," he declared, determination in his voice. With resolute strides, Ruoshu set off towards the dreaded thicket and the plum blossom stakes. In the days leading up to their departure, She had immersed herself in training there, and the others had wisely refrained from disturbing her. In truth, it was the young attendant who managed affairs in the stronghold. Ruoxue merely held the title of chief. Only as the departure approached did someone come to inform her that they would set off the next day. She gathered her increasingly adept whip, her first true cold weapon, which she found hard to part with. Though her recent practice had focused on the halberd, she had not neglected the whip even for a single day. Stepping out of the thicket once more, Ruoxue felt as if she had traversed through time itself. The passage of time was relentless, granting no respite. After a moment of reflection, she fetched water for a refreshing wash, then collapsed onto her soft bed, utterly exhausted. These past few days had been grueling, and she felt as if she had become a savage. Awakening the next morning, Ruoxue rose invigorated. What a refreshing slumber. Good morning, Uncle Zhang, Aunt Li, she greeted cheerfully, her eyes sparkling like sunlight reflecting on water. Good morning, little Ruoxue. It has been quite a while since we last met. Do take care not to push yourself too hard, Uncle Zhang replied with a smile that masked a hint of bitterness. Boss, let us be off, the young attendant urged as he approached Ruoxue. All right, Uncle Zhang, we are leaving, Ruoxue responded, following the attendant to the entrance of the stronghold, where the others awaited. She waved to Uncle Zhang and the others, her smile radiant in the sunlight. Chapter 45. The Mountain King. Be cautious, everyone. Alas, it seems our elder generation has proven ineffectual. Otherwise, why would we require the younger ones to step forward? Sighed Zhangbo Xiaorua, are you truly determined to depart? Why not remain here and enjoy our simple lives in the village? We do not wish for you to engage in battle. It is perilous, especially for a girl like you. Aunt Li's eyes shimmered with tears, clearly reluctant to part with Ruoxue, as she perceived the battlefield as a place of certain death. Ruoxue gently gazed at Aunt Li, her tone soft. It's all right, no need to console me. Yet, the moment she attempted to comfort her, Aunt Li could no longer hold back her tears, collapsing against Ruoxue, weeping bitterly. Ruoxue continued to rest her head on Aunt Li's back, saying nothing further. The others were likewise affected, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, while Zhangbo discreetly wiped the corners of his reddened eyes. Once Aunt Li had expressed her emotions sufficiently, Ruoxue turned away. Preserving your life is of utmost importance. Do you understand? Zhangbo called from behind. I understand. Yes, I will. Triumphant joy radiated from San Air's darkened visage, happiness arriving most unexpectedly. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Ruoxue silently vowed to herself. The once lively atmosphere among the group had shifted to one of melancholy. Even the usually boisterous Xiao Air hung his head low. Yet, Ruoxue's melodious voice seemed to possess a persuasive enchantment. I understand. I will achieve military merit and return home in glory. Yes, that is the spirit. Let us embark.
Oh.
We are off. Boss, we are nearing our destination. After several days of relentless riding, the group appeared disheveled. Even the typically flamboyant Xiao Air's pristine white attire had turned to a dull gray. Standing atop a high vantage point, they could faintly discern the grand walls in the distance, illuminated by the brilliant morning light, which rendered the sight even more magnificent. Within these walls lay the grievances of the original owner in life, her final resting place. For Lu Huahua had claimed that this place was more prosperous. Believing that being buried here might prevent her from becoming a malevolent spirit, a bandit who disregards human life. Thus, Lu Huahua garnered a favorable reputation among the crowd. In truth, Ruoxue wished for him to inter her remains alongside those of the villagers, so they might reunite in the afterlife. In her final moments, the original owner had made but one request, yet Lu Huahua, steeped in wickedness, callously cast her into a potter's field, leaving her to be devoured by wild dogs, condemning her to eternal separation from her family. Consequently, the original owner harbored profound resentment towards Lu Huahua, wishing to exact revenge upon him, to drink his blood, feast upon his flesh, and rend his bones. Reflecting on this, Ruoxue turned her gaze and spotted Lu Huahua, his face cold as he shared a horse with another due to the absence of a carriage. With a scoff, she thought, do I need to concern myself with you? Turning away, she rallied her companions. All right, brothers. Let us press on with fervor and reach the capital, where we shall rest properly. Ruo Shui raised her battle spear, declaring, with military merit in hand, we shall return home in splendor. Chapter 46. The Mountain King. As the sun dipped beyond the horizon, its fading light cast a gentle glow upon Ruo Shui, rendering her as ethereal as a celestial being. Behind her, Lu Huahua fortuitously caught a glimpse of Ruo Shui's serene expression, which morphed into a confident smile, an enchanting sight that captivated all who beheld it. Let us enter the city, Ruo Shui thought, a surge of ambition swelling in her chest as she prepared to step onto the battlefield and earn military accolades. A group of young men passed through the guard's inspection, eagerly entering the city. Now that we have arrived in Kyoto, it seems our paths must diverge, Ruo Shui remarked. Casting a sideways glance at the immovable Lu Huahua, her tone laced with disdain. Humph, I shall take my leave without your prompting, Lu Huahua retorted, coldly huffing as he dismounted, his actions somewhat clumsy. He then turned abruptly, intent on departing without further delay. Wait, Ruo Shui called from atop her steed, her voice calm yet commanding. Humph, what further wisdom do you wish to impart? Lu Huahua turned, clutching his belongings, his expression one of arrogance, as he believed Ruo Shui sought his assistance due to her lack of options in Kyoto. Look at you, no longer even addressing me as young master. It is evident that you relish your newfound status, Ruo Shui observed, perceiving Lu Huahua's hubris. Young Master Lu, we saved your life. And you have lingered on our territory for nearly 7 days. Now you take advantage of our horses and expect us to let it pass without recompense? Ruo Shui's autumn-hued eyes narrowed as she spoke, her lips parting slightly. What do you mean? Lu Huahua gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief at Ruo Shui's audacity. Is there anything amiss with my words? Ruo Shui countered, recalling Lu Huahua's previous arrogance. Fine. What do you desire? Lu Huahua finally composed himself, his brows knitting in frustration. Nothing much, merely a trifling sum. I am in need of some silver to spend, Ruo Shui replied with a roguish grin. How much? Lu Huahua's disdain for Ruo Shui and her companions intensified, his eyes narrowing at the prospect of their perceived vulgarity. Just 300 taels, Ruo Shui stated nonchalantly.
What?
300 taels. Why don't you go rob a bank instead? Lu Huahua exclaimed, drawing the attention of passers-by. Lowering his voice, he continued, how could one even possess such a sum? We saved your life. Is it too much to ask for a mere 300 taels? Ruo Shui shot back disdainfully, her gaze appraising Lu Huahua like merchandise, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Humph, I shall repay you. He straightened his posture defiantly and walked away, though his hurried pace betrayed his inner turmoil. Boss, isn't he just fleeing? A young attendant remarked, puzzled. Are they truly short on funds? That's laughable. That one job could sustain them for a lifetime. Clearly, Ruo Shui is intentionally provoking Lu Huahua, another mused. Indeed, I understand. It seems none of us hold him in high regard, Ruo Shui agreed, aware that Lu Huahua's pretentiousness did not endear him among the rougher crowd. The group soon settled into a rather pleasant inn, weary from their travels. Exhausted, they succumbed to slumber as soon as their heads met the pillows. The attendant, ever perceptive, had already advised against disturbing them during their rest. As the leader, Ruo Shui occupied a private room. After requesting water from the innkeeper, she luxuriated in a soothing bath, relishing the long-awaited respite from her arduous journey. With her head tilted back, Ruo Shui closed her eyes in blissful relaxation, gradually drifting into a peaceful sleep. Just as she succumbed to slumber, a shadowy figure emerged beside her, watching intently. The heat of the gaze stirred Ruo Shui from her dreams, prompting her to roll over, inadvertently tumbling into the bath. Chapter 47. The Mountain King Cough. Ruo Shui was suddenly splashed with a few mouthfuls of bathwater, jolting her awake as she coughed persistently. Ah! Had she not awakened, she might have been the first to drown in her own bathwater. Pondering this, Ruo Shui rose, removed her outer garment from the screen, and casually draped it over herself as she stepped out of the tub, revealing her tall and delicate figure, fresh from her bath. Her healthy skin glistened with a dewy sheen, and her eyes, still moist, held a hazy drowsiness. Below her petite, elegant nose, Her naturally rosy lips parted slightly as she stifled a yawn, each movement exuding languorous allure. Yet, she remained oblivious to the gaze that burned intensely from the shadows. After a moment, seemingly assured that Ruoshui was truly asleep, a figure emerged from the darkness. As the flickering candlelight illuminated the newcomer, it cast a shadow over his strikingly handsome face, enhancing his allure. It was Zaozishin. He approached the bedside, gazing at Ruoshui's serene sleeping visage, which radiated health and vitality. Her lips slightly parted in gentle breaths. His alabaster hands brushed through her still damp hair, and before long, a faint mist emerged, quickly drying her hair until it lay smoothly against her face. His glassy eyes softened as he tenderly caressed Ruoshui's silky tresses. Throughout the night, Zaozishin remained by her side, observing her every movement in slumber. When he noticed her restless position, with her long legs draped over the covers, his gaze darkened, and he quietly covered her legs with the blanket. Thus, he sat quietly, grappling with a mix of joy and pain over his decision to visit Ruoshui's chamber. He had long since sketched her portrait and entrusted it to the guards at the city gate, instructing them to alert him upon sighting the depicted figure. This was how he managed to witness the enchanting sight of her emerging from the bath, an unexpected delight indeed. A smile crept across his lips at the memory of the scene. As dawn approached, Zaozishin gently lifted a lock of Ruoshui's hair and pressed a feather-light kiss upon it before slipping out through the window. Ruoshui, still in a hazy slumber, opened her eyes to the blinding morning light. Slightly disoriented, she turned her gaze away, sensing that something had transpired the previous night, though the details eluded her. After mulling over it for some time without yielding any clarity, she concluded that nothing of significance had been lost. Nevertheless, she heightened her vigilance, aware that in the future, she might not know how she had met her demise in other circumstances. Gently flaring her nostrils, she detected a faint fragrance in the room, reminiscent of the refreshing morning dew. Frowning slightly, she realized she had been too lax. After dressing and freshening up, she stepped outside. Upon opening the door, she encountered the attendant who had come to summon her. "You're quite early today," the attendant exclaimed. "I shall go call Sanner." "No need. Sanner is currently practicing martial arts downstairs." "Why such fervor?" "All for the sake of courting a lady. By the way, boss, do you truly intend to join us in the military camp?" "Naturally, otherwise, what purpose do I have in the capital? Sightseeing?" Ruoshui rolled her eyes, finding the unrefined gesture surprisingly fitting for her handsome persona. "Actually, you could wait in the capital for our triumphant return." "Not necessary. As your leader, I must ensure your safety." Ruoshui understood that the attendant was concerned for her in the military camp, as in his eyes, she was merely a girl, no matter how formidable she might be. However, she held a different perspective. Her mission was to protect the attendant, Sanner, and the people in the stronghold. "All right then. Just be careful," the attendant sighed, recognizing his inability to sway Ruoshui's determination. "I understand your concern. No need to worry about me. Is your boss not a charming young man at this moment? Dressing as a girl is rather inconvenient." Chapter 48. The Bandit King on the mountain. After the group had finished their breakfast, they proceeded to the training camp located in the western part of Kyoto. This was where recruits typically gathered for training. "Brother, we have come to enlist. Here is the notice from our region." Naturally, matters involving human interaction were best left to someone as astute as the waiter. "Very well, follow me." The soldier at the entrance of the western training camp glanced at Ruoshui and her companions, then lowered his gaze to the enlistment notice just presented by the waiter. Nodding in acknowledgement, as Ruoshui trailed behind the group, she surveyed her surroundings. Upon entering the training camp, the air was filled with thunderous shouts, each individual drenched in sweat, their fervor igniting a sense of excitement in her heart. "Please wait a moment. I shall report to Deputy General Zhang that we have recruits ready for enlistment. Please advise. This trivial matter does not require my input. Take them directly to the designated new recruit training camp. Ensure that Zhao Liao keeps a vigilant eye. Anyone unfit should be eliminated. The military is no place for incompetence. Those who cannot keep up should leave." A deep voice resonated from within, conveying a fiery temperament indicative of the individuals inside. However, Ruoshui found herself drawn to this directness, appreciating the absence of convoluted tactics or deceit. "Understood. The soldier then turned to lead Ruoshui and her companions to the new recruit training camp mentioned by the fiery Deputy General Zhang. Commander Zhao. Deputy General Zhang instructed me to bring these recruits to you. Although Deputy General Zhang referred to Commander Zhao as Zhao Liao, the soldier did not dare utter that name, for it was not a commendable nickname. Very well, let them stay. Yes. Commander Zhao, referred to as Zhao Liao, clasped his hands behind his back and approached Ruoshui. His gaze lingered on her and the waiter for a moment, his brow furrowing. It was not surprising that he judged by appearances. Both Ruoshui and the waiter appeared delicate and ill-suited for hardship. Go, hold a horse stance for 2 hours. If you cannot endure this, you will be of no use on the battlefield. Ruoshui perceived the disdain in Commander Zhao's eyes but remained undeterred, resolved to prove herself. The group lined up and began to assume the horse stance. Ruoshui and her companions, having practiced martial arts, found it somewhat manageable, but the waiter, being merely a scholar, struggled. In less than half an hour, the waiter began to sway precariously, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Observing the contempt in Commander Zhao's gaze, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Yet after nearly half an hour, he was nearing his limit. We cannot delay any longer. I report to Commander Zhao that he can no longer endure. He is a strategist, not a laborer. Upon hearing Ruoshui's voice, Commander Zhao glanced at the waiter's flushed face, which was now unsteady in the stance. In the military, there are no exceptions. If you cannot persist, then leave. Ruoshui understood this reality. Yet she yearned to test the limits. Brother, I am fine. I can do this. I promised I wouldn't hold anyone back, the waiter asserted. His voice low yet resolute. Saner, too, expressed his concern for the waiter. Second brother, you are fine. I know you can do this. Commander Zhao, I have not withdrawn. Very well. The disdain in Zhao Liao's eyes gradually faded. If Ruoshui's earlier assertion was accurate, that he was a strategist, then enduring this long was commendable. He was indeed a resilient young man, and Zhao Liao nodded to himself in silent approval. An hour passed, and Ruoshui felt her legs growing numb. Large beads of sweat rolled down her cheeks, saturating even her eyelashes. Coupled with the increasingly fierce sun, she was drenched in perspiration. Goodness! I feel as if I am sizzling under the sun. Glancing at the waiter, Ruoshui exchanged a worried look with Saner, both concerned for him. Throughout their lives, the waiter had been their strategist, never having endured such exhaustion, for he merely needed to speak from behind the scenes. Even the one time he was injured was only from having a few strands of hair pulled and a black eye. As Ruoshui and Saner grew stronger, the opportunities for him to be harmed dwindled. All right, we shall pause here for now. Commander Zhao observed the time and spoke, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the surroundings. The waiter stepped forward. Chapter 49. The Mountain King, how are you feeling? Are you all right? Let me help you to rest, said Ruoshui as she and Saner supported the weak shower towards the shade of a tree. Just then, Captain Zhao called out, urging everyone to hurry for their meal, reminding them that they only had half an hour to rest. Ruoshui observed the frail shower and said to Saner, wait for me. I will fetch some food. Upon reaching the shade, she distributed the provisions to the two of them and casually nibbled on a dry bun. It's fine. Just make sure you eat enough. I expend my energy at a slower rate, Saner insisted. Listen to me, big brother. Oh, is he still that young? In the end, Saner left nearly half of his meal for Ruoshui, declaring that if she didn't eat, she would faint. Consequently, Ruoshui playfully tapped him on the head, compelling him to finish every last bite. As soon as they had finished eating, the trio rested under the tree when a group of new recruits suddenly approached. The leader was tall with a dark complexion, his triangular eyes casting a hostile glare at Ruoshui and the others. Get lost. This is a spot for our big brother to rest, shouted one of his ruffian-like subordinates. The so-called big brother remained silent, while his underlings were eager to assert their dominance. Ruoshui kept her eyes closed, remaining silent, while Sanu observed the newcomers with caution.
Hey.
I'm talking to you. Pretty boy. Did you hear me? One of them exclaimed, reaching out to grab Ruoshui, only to be swiftly thrown aside by Saner. Get lost. Saner glared with wide, fierce eyes, his muscles bulging, looking rather intimidating. Well, aren't you tough? Let us teach you a lesson about respecting the order of things. The leader, though wary of Sanner's strength, still commanded his subordinates to advance. Ruoshui opened her eyes to glance at the speaker and then at Captain Zhao, who seemed indifferent to the commotion, realizing that disputes among the new recruits were unlikely to concern him. A flicker of contemplation crossed her mind. Perhaps this was a form of trial. When Ma Cheng noticed Ruoshui's eyes open, he was momentarily stunned. He had known the pretty boy was handsome, but he never anticipated such exquisite features, particularly those captivating eyes, sparkling with life, far more striking than any woman he had encountered in the brothels. Unconsciously swallowing, Ma Cheng's eyes glinted with lewd intent. He was notorious locally for being a ruffian, having engaged in various unsavory activities, including numerous escapades with women and a few with men, though the latter had never piqued his interest. However, upon seeing Ruoshui, his desires stirred and grew restless. "Look again, and I might just pluck your eyes out." Ruoshui's voice was icy, her gaze piercing like daggers aimed at Ma Cheng. "Heh, the pretty boy is quite charming, isn't he? Better than those street harlots," Ma Cheng sneered. With that, Ruoshui stood and delivered a resounding slap across his face. "Watch your mouth. You deserve a beating. You, pretty boy."
How dare you?
Another slap followed swiftly. "Still defiant, are we?" A series of slaps rained down, leaving Ma Cheng dazed. Ruoshui exhaled, slightly cooling her reddened palm from the impact. Though slapping someone was somewhat gratifying, it paled in comparison to wielding a whip. After all, the force exerted was reciprocal, and a whip delivered a stronger blow with less effort. Especially when dealing with someone as thick-skinned as Ma Cheng, the situation was particularly irksome. Ma Cheng, no longer inclined to show mercy, glared with disbelief and a cruel rage simmering within.
Beat them. Kill them.
He bellowed, though his words were somewhat slurred. The effects of Ruoshui's earlier strikes evident. "Pathetic scoundrels," Ruoshui muttered. Within moments, she and Sanner had subdued the group of ruffians. Standing triumphantly atop Ma Cheng's fallen form, Ruoshui looked down at him with disdain. Leaning slightly, she pretended to clean her ears. "What did you call me earlier? I didn't quite catch that.
Care to repeat it?"
Ma Cheng's expression shifted, gritting his teeth in silence.
"Speak."
Ruoshui pressed, applying pressure as she demanded, "Get lost." Chapter 50. The Mountain King with no substantial skill. One dares to take on such delicate tasks. Ruoshui observed the retreating figures of Ma Cheng and others, a disdainful scoff escaping her lips. After a brief respite, they resumed their intense training, leaving even Ruoshui utterly exhausted. "Boss, this army is truly no place for ordinary folk," Sanna remarked. "Otherwise, how would one protect their homeland?" A satisfied smile graced Ruoshui's face. It had been a long time since she had experienced such a life. As for Shower, he could not withstand the rigors and fainted by the afternoon. However, someone seemed to appreciate his resilience and directly retained him, while Ruoshui and the others were to continue their training and selection process. Upon returning to the inn, Ruoshui no longer indulged in leisurely baths as she had the previous day. Instead, she hastily rinsed herself and considered it a wash. As she lay on the bed, her eyelids grew heavy, yet she remained vigilant, placing her dagger beneath her pillow, ready for any eventuality. In the first half of the night, Ruoshui fought against sleep, alert to any rustle in the surroundings, but the night remained uneventful. By the latter half, fatigue overwhelmed her, and she drifted into a deep slumber. Once she was fully asleep, her breathing became soft and rhythmic, allowing Zhou Zishan to emerge from the shadows, amusement dancing in his eyes. "What a cautious little one," he mused, stroking Ruoshui's silky, dark hair. He remained vigilant until dawn, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her before departing. Morning arrived with Xiao knocking at the door, rousing Ruoshui from her slumber. "Boss, what's wrong? You look a bit under the weather," Xiao commented, noticing the faint shadows beneath her eyes. "What is it?" He craned his neck, leaning close to her ear. "Boss, have you come on your period?" Ruoshui merely raised an eyebrow, while Zhou Zishan, hidden in the shadows, noted the boy as seemingly hushed words were perfectly audible to him. His eyes narrowed, a glint of danger flickering within their crystalline depths. "This person dares to enter my little Rongrong's chamber?" In that moment, he completely forgot that he was the one who had invaded her sanctum. "Come here, Shower." Ruoshui called with a beguiling smile, her charm evident in her radiant demeanor as she beckoned him with a slender finger. Were it not for the unusual circumstances, Xiaoer would have to commend her. Even in male attire, she remained captivating and handsome. Boss, Xiaoer tiptoed forward, resembling a bashful maiden, his voice soft.
Ah.
Just as he reached an arm's length from her, Ruoshui seized his ear, pulling it tightly. Xiaoer, have you grown bold? She teased. Daring to flirt with me? Ouch! Boss, gentle. I was wrong. Xiaoer lamented. Ruoshui recognized that her condition was indeed less than ideal. The dark circles under her eyes and her erratic temper resembled hormonal imbalances, though she would never admit it. She released her grip. After all, Xiaoer had done nothing wrong. She was merely in a foul mood. Being the boss afforded her a little capriciousness. I am the boss. I am proud. I am willful. Zhou Zishan observed Ruoshui's departing figure, his brows knitting in displeasure. These two appear quite intimate. It irks me. His gaze flickered, deep in thought. After a long moment, a subtle smile broke through, as if he were speaking to the air. Go, inform Zhao Lozi that once the training concludes, that boy should be assigned to my side. Understood, came the faint reply, delicate as a whisper, seemingly dissolving into the atmosphere. You cannot escape. You are mine, Rongyang. Zhou Zishan's eyes glimmered with a hidden intensity, as if he were plotting something. The relentless training continued, leaving them all utterly exhausted. After days of grueling experience, Ruoshui and her companions had begun to resemble soldiers. With the presence of the victorious General Chongsheng, who had achieved numerous victories, the numbers willing to enlist had surged, and during times of relative safety, the recruits faced even stricter discipline. Boss, there have been some recent movements from Lu Huahua, Xiaoer announced, interrupting Ruoshui's thoughts as she lay in bed. Instantly, she recalled her primary objective. With a swift motion, she sat upright. Yes, tell me. Chapter 51. The Mountain King, what is it? Speak up. Ruoshui questioned the peculiar gaze of the waiter. Well, it seems that Lu Huahua is preparing to flee, the waiter stammered. Ruoshui narrowed her eyes. She knew that Lu Huahua, despite his pretentious air of superiority and contempt for wealth, was utterly oblivious to the realities of life, an immature child unversed in the value of essential commodities. It must be said, Ruoshui was indeed astute. Has he escaped? She inquired. Not yet. Our people are keeping a close watch. Boss, unless you give the word, we want to let him slip away, the waiter replied. Very well. Let us pay him a visit. As Ruoshui rose, a mischievous smile graced her lips. Lu Huahua, being so vain, would soon find his pride thoroughly tarnished.
Who are you? What do you want?
Why are you blocking my door? As Ruoshui approached the alleyway, she heard Lu Huahua's blustering voice. Upon entering, she observed Lu Huahua burdened with numerous packages, boldly confronting a burly man with a dark beard. Sanner must know Lu Huahua, yet he feigns ignorance. Does he believe that mere pretense will allow him to escape scrutiny? Truly, he is a man whose focus is solely on scholarly pursuits, oblivious to worldly affairs. With his mind cluttered with the classics, yet devoid of any true understanding, Ruoshui scoffed. Sanner remained silent, emboldening Lu Huahua to raise his voice further. Everyone come quickly. Under the bright sun, there are those who dare to obstruct Lu's path. Report this to the authorities. Even beneath the emperor's gaze, they dare to act with impunity. At Lu Huahua's shout, the curious neighbors emerged, encircling Sanner, all clamoring to voice their opinions against him. Lu Huahua's expression revealed a hint of satisfaction. After all, he was a downcast noble in the capital, and it was not for these commoners to extort him. What's going on here? Such a commotion. A clear voice suddenly resonated from the crowd. Lu Huahua retorted loudly. Ruoshui rubbed her ears, which had been rattled by the din, frowning. Those who lack substance often resort to loud proclamations, believing it endows them with strength. Lu Huahua was clearly one such individual at that moment. Enough, Brother Lu. There is no need to shout so. I am not deaf yet. Or, do you wish to add another charge to this account? Ruoshui remarked. Moreover, Brother Lu, it is entirely reasonable for you to bring these items upon your travels, but what of this elderly lady? Ruoshui's gaze fell upon the blind, white-haired old woman behind Lu Huahua. Though she appeared unremarkable at present, it was this very woman who had sent Ruoxue to prison upon her arrival in the capital. The old woman had visited the jail, not to offer sympathy, but to mock, asserting that the original owner of the body aspired beyond her station, unworthy of Lu Huahua, the embodiment of literary excellence, and that her fallen state was well-deserved. Ruoxue, having absorbed the original owner's memories, was well aware of the venomous words that flowed from the old woman's lips, sharp and unrelenting, aimed directly at the hearts of others. The hearts of the most venomous are often those of the elderly. This is my mother. I was worried about leaving her alone at home, so I brought her along. Is that so wrong? Lu Huahua's gaze flickered. Chapter 52. The Mountain King Ruoxue squinted and retorted, "You insolent wretch! What business is it of yours where I wish to go? Dare you curse my death?
Pah!
You shameless little harlot! Are you blocking my door because you have designs on my son?" Lu Mu, fiercely indignant, placed her hands on her hips and shouted. Though Ruoxue's voice was somewhat subdued, it retained a distinctly feminine quality. Being blind, Lu Mu was particularly attuned to sounds and mistook Ruoxue's gender in her tirade. "Mother, that's not true. This is a man." Lu Huahua whispered softly to his mother, deliberately avoiding any mention of her foul language. "A man?" Lu Mu expressed doubt. "Good lady, why does your tongue taste so foul? Have you run out of proper food at home? How impoverished you must be." Ruoxue's disdainful voice interrupted Lu Mu's train of thought.
What?
"You little harlot dare to insult my mouth?" Lu Mu, enraged, disregarded the issue of gender. "No. Our eldest merely remarked that your mouth is foul, nothing more." The young waiter interjected. "Get lost. This is not a place for your prattle." Lu Mu bellowed at the young waiter, hands still on her hips. "You insolent wretch." "I will not." Lu Mu appeared ready to unleash her wrath, but Ruoxue frowned, unwilling to endure further verbal abuse. "Enough, Lu. When do you intend to repay the 300 taels of silver?" Ruoxue's voice was unpretentiously firm.
Gasp!
A collective intake of breath echoed around them. Despite the prosperity of the capital, the stark divide between rich and poor was evident, and 300 taels was an astronomical sum beyond their imagining.
What?
300 taels! Lu Mu exclaimed, her astonishment quickly turning into a tirade. "You little harlot think you can bully Huahua into paying? Do you even know who I am? Not even the top dog of the Drunken Fragrance Garden charges that much in a single night." Lu Mu evidently mistook Ruoxue for a debt collector, her demeanor fierce enough to devour Ruoxue whole. "Silence. If you continue to shout, I shall sever your tongue." Ruoxue furrowed her brow, prompting the young waiter to swiftly comprehend the implications and chastise Lu Mu. "Lu, you are aware of our circumstances, thus you understand the credibility of such claims." Ruoxue spoke with an air of calm authority, a veiled threat that only Lu Huahua could fully grasp. "My brothers have been through hell these past few days. They deserve some reward. Lu, do you not agree?" As she spoke, a small, sharp dagger appeared in Ruoxue's hand, twirling with such speed that only a shadow remained, the occasional glimmer of silver eliciting a jolt of fear. Suddenly, Ruoxue hurled the dagger, grazing Lu Huahua's cheek and leaving a faint mark on his fair, handsome face, while a small tuft of hair floated down. Lu Huahua's eyes widened in shock, as if they might pop from their sockets. His legs trembled involuntarily, a sense of dread coursing through him as he felt the icy brush of danger pass over his face, akin to the sensation of impending death. This revelation struck him. The individuals before him were ruthless bandits, capable of murder without a flicker of hesitation, merciless marauders steeped in blood. "Lu, speak." Observing the frantic contraction of Lu Huahua's pupils and his unfocused gaze, Ruoxue smiled. "Are you frightened? Truly useless. What does your silence imply, Lu?" Ruoxue's tone turned frigid. After witnessing Ruoxue's earlier display, Lu Huahua no longer dared to maintain his arrogance.
"Ah, yes."
"Naturally, what you say is quite right," Lu Huahua stammered, panic evident in his voice, oblivious to his mother tugging at his sleeve. "Oh, it seems Lu does not wish to flee after all. Fortunately for you, for outside, my men are lying in wait. The moment you leave the city, death awaits. But I trust that you harbor no such intentions. Very good. Then I shall await your repayment of the 300 taels the day after tomorrow." Ruoshui smiled brightly, exuding youthful vigor.
What?
The day after tomorrow. Lu Huahua gasped, realizing he could not possibly gather such a sum within that time frame.
What?
Lu, are you contemplating a change of heart? Ruoshui's gaze hardened. Lu Huahua cowed, lowered his head, his voice scarcely above a whisper. I dare not, but 2 days is rather too short, isn't it? You previously agreed to the day after tomorrow. I didn't quite hear you then, Lu Huahua hastily countered. Lu Mu, who had been listening to their exchange, was not about to let her son suffer. Isn't it just a matter of giving you a bit more time? It's not as if we won't repay you. Why the rush? Moreover, you need to clarify how my son owes you such a large sum. How did you come to possess so much silver to lend him? Or is this merely an attempt to swindle him? Lu Mu suddenly erupted, as though she had uncovered a great truth. Ruoshui chuckled lightly. Dear son, you are still naive to the treacheries of the world. Perhaps they are merely trying to deceive you. Lu Mu spoke earnestly to her son. Ruoshui sneered. Even if they were trying to deceive you, you would have no choice but to endure it. Deliver the silver by tomorrow. Otherwise, I anticipate you would prefer not to know the consequences. She maintained a gentle smile, even as she addressed the visibly distressed Lu Huahua. With that, she took her leave with the young waiter, leaving Lu Huahua no opportunity for rebuttal. Ruoshui, in her obstinacy, expressed her disinterest in further discourse.
Hey, Lu.
Lu Huahua called out desperately, watching Ruoshui's retreating figure, but she did not pause. My son, tell me what troubles you. Lu Mu persisted, still seeking her son amid the crowd. Suddenly, Lu Mu stumbled and fell, striking her head against the hard ground, blood seeping from the wound. Lu Huahua, mere arm's length away, regarded her with cold indifference, showing no inclination to assist. In fact, a certain grim satisfaction flickered within him. Had it not been for Lu Mu, he mused, the timeline would not have contracted so. With that thought, his gaze towards her grew more malevolent. Lu Huahua, ever the self-serving individual, was oblivious to the hate brewing in his own son. Lu Mu remained on the ground, calling out for her son, oblivious to the shift in his affections. After a moment of struggle, Lu Huahua's expression hardened, and he approached Lu Mu, still playing the dutiful son. Chapter 53. The Mountain King Mother, how are you? How could you be so careless? Lu Huahua's voice was laced with concern and anxiety. My dear, I am fine, but what are we to do now? That wretched girl has cost us 300 taels. How can we repay that? Lu's mother, with her forehead bleeding profusely, trembled as she stood up with Lu Huahua's support. Upon hearing his mother's words, Lu Huahua felt a surge of indignation. If it weren't for her, he might have been able to buy some time, or even escape today. Lost in thought, he unconsciously tightened his grip on his mother's arm.
Ouch.
What are you doing? You're tormenting my old bones. Lu's mother exclaimed, feeling the pain radiating from her arm, a hint of reproach in her tone. Yes, what are we to do? Lu Huahua muttered, seemingly oblivious to her complaint. Let go. Are you trying to kill your mother? Lu's mother cried out, unable to contain her distress. Usually, Lu Huahua presented himself as a well-educated and dutiful son, which made Lu's mother somewhat reckless in her reprimands. How could I harm you, mother? Lu Huahua released his grip, but as soon as he did, Lu's mother staggered and fell again. Watching her in such a pitiful state, Lu Huahua suddenly stepped outside, slamming the door shut and locking it behind him. He hurried to the inn where Ruoshui was staying. As he passed through a narrow alley, the neighbors whispered and pointed at him, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Once praised by many, Lu Huahua hurried through the alley, suppressing his anger and directing his frustration towards his mother, deepening his resentment toward her. Even after leaving the alley, he could still hear the mocking voices and see the disdainful faces, which only fueled his fury. Ruoshui. It's me, Lu Huahua. As Ruoshui descended the stairs, she heard someone calling her. Looking up, she saw Lu Huahua, who had been denied entry, waving at her. Ignoring him, Ruoshui continued on her way. She was heading to the military camp in the west of the city, where Zheluzi had mentioned there was work for her. Hey, Ruoshui. Lu Huahua called out, seeing her disregard him and noticing the disdainful look from the innkeeper, which made him blush again with anger. He bit his teeth in frustration, vowing that one day he would make this calm and composed man bow before him. Ruo Shui, I'm here to discuss the matter of the repayment. Lu Huahua finally caught up, his face flushed with embarrassment. Ruo Shui, growing impatient with Lu Huahua, halted. Did you manage to gather the money?
How could that be?
Such a large sum. Lu Huahua roared internally. No, I just wanted to ask if you could. Not possible. Ruo Shui interrupted, cutting him off. Are you trying to stall for time? Don't forget about your poor mother at home. Her tone was cryptic, tinged with a threat. Although such actions were morally questionable, considering Lu's mother was not a good person, Ruo Shui felt at ease, relishing the role of the villain. Of course not. Lu Huahua averted his gaze, slightly faltering. Ruo Shui squinted, doubtful. Could it be that Lu Huahua is truly so heartless, planning to escape alone? TSK. Wasn't he just the dutiful son? Ruo Shui was astonished by Lu Huahua's behavior. However, if Lu's mother were to learn of his intention to flee alone, wouldn't they both abandon familial ties in a bitter conflict? Ruo Shui had no intention of stirring the pot. She merely wished to forge her own path and become a renowned bandit leader. Very well, I shall await your delivery of the silver tomorrow, Ruo Shui declared, humming a tune as she walked away. Lu Huahua, he stammered, wanting to convey something, but Ruo Shui had lost her patience. Her expression turned cold. If I do not see that white silver tomorrow, be prepared to lose a valuable limb. Without a glance back at Lu Huahua's pale face, she departed, leaving him standing there, forlorn and despondent. Report to General Zhao. Ruo Shui has arrived. Ruo Shui was brought before Zheluzi. All right, you may leave now. Yes. The soldier who had escorted Ruo Shui turned and left to resume his post. Such vitality. Should I also prepare to stand guard? Ruo Shui felt a surge of excitement. Cough, cough, Ruo Yang, Zheluzi said, clearing his throat. Yes. Zheluzi, initially lost in thought, was abruptly jolted back to reality by Ruo Shui's interjection. He shot her a glare but quickly remembered she was the one he had specifically requested, causing him to suppress his irritation. From the moment you arrived, I recognized your potential. You have not disappointed me these past few days. After a brief pause, Zheluzi chuckled, patting Ruo Shui on the shoulder, his tone suddenly serious. Therefore, I must assign you a challenging task, one only you can undertake. Ruo Shui's eyes brightened. Was she about to embark on a mission as an undercover agent for the neighboring country? From today onward, you will serve as a personal guard to General Zhou. The faith in our army's enduring victory will rest upon your shoulders. How fortunate you are, Ruo Shui thought to herself. Such flattering words only mask the reality that I am merely a servant in the military. Seeing Zheluzi's self-satisfied expression, she desperately wanted to refuse. But she knew she could not. How delightful. She forced a smile, her lips twitching awkwardly. Indeed, this position can lead to a promising future. After all, being close to a general isn't a trivial matter. In the army, respect is afforded to those in such positions. Oh, it seems you are quite pleased. That's excellent. General Zhou resides in the capital. You should seek him out now. Despite her servile role, she would still be a subordinate with a certain level of prestige. Why was she being rushed to care for someone else? After hastily providing Ruo Shui with the address, Zheluzi half-pushed, half-urged her out the door. Goodness! What a temper she has! Suppressing her irritation, Ruo Shui obediently made her way to the general's residence, knowing that cultivating a good relationship with the general could benefit her in the future. Arriving, she quickly located the imposing general's estate. The entrance boasted a gilded plaque inscribed with the words General's Residence in elegant calligraphy, assuring her she had found the right place. With the token given by Zheluzi, Ruo Shui was granted unimpeded access through the heavily guarded gates of the estate. Upon entry, she was struck by the grandeur of the place. It felt magnificent and awe-inspiring. For a moment, Ruo Shui felt like a rustic villager stumbling into a grand garden, but she remained composed, resisting the urge to gawk. Chapter 54. The Mountain King. Ruo Shui followed the steward to a tightly shut pearwood door. Let him in, a melodious voice resonated from within, enchanting and ethereal, reminiscent of a serene brook cascading over rocks in a tranquil valley. Just listening to this voice made Ruo Shui feel as if she were on the verge of intoxication. My goodness, There truly exists a voice so captivating that it could be deemed enchanting. Yet, why does it sound somewhat familiar? Immediately, however, she dismissed her thoughts, shaking her head in denial. How could she possibly find this voice familiar? This was none other than General Chongsheng, a figure revered in this nation. Without further contemplation, Ruoxue boldly pushed the door open. Upon entering, she beheld a tall, slender figure standing by the window, with ink-black hair cascading loosely over a simple white jade hairpin, draped over his shoulders. Clad in ethereal white garments, the rays of sunlight filtering through the window adorned him with a delicate golden halo, rendering him as sacred and unattainable as a divine being. As Ruoxue marveled at the sight, she pondered, do people nowadays favor such an otherworldly aura? Finally catching a glimpse of his face, she found it lived up to expectations. His hair was sharp as a blade, brows painted like ink, lips crimson against pearly teeth, and a pair of glistening eyes brimmed with affection, his visage resembling the full moon of autumn, and his complexion akin to blossoms of spring. He bore countless charms, evident in the corners of his eyes. The world sighed, a man of elegance, unparalleled in the realm. Yet, the mesmerizing autumnal gaze soon transformed into a squint, his cheeks twitching awkwardly as he half-grinned, revealing his lower lip and gums. Zhou Zishan, truly ugly to the point of being unbearable. General, I am your personal guard sent by Captain Zhao Rongyang. Ruoxue spoke, her smile resembling a leaky balloon, desperately controlling her saliva, which threatened to spill. Zhou Zishan, I can hardly endure this. Even seeing Rong Rong in such a state is quite the eyesore. Regret filled Ruoxue. Had she known this fellow was the general, she would have vehemently refused this task. What a farce. If he were to recognize her as the one who ambushed them, the spoils belonged to the royal family. She would lose her head before even stepping onto the battlefield. Alas, hindsight is 20/20. She lamented her choices. Observing Ruoxue's forlorn expression, Zhou Zishan touched his face. Perplexed, had he truly disappointed her? Did she prefer a wilder type? Never mind, let me mask my reserved demeanor with fervor from within. Thus, Zhou Zishan smiled with reckless abandon, his glassy eyes shimmering with an alluring charm, captivating hearts. Xiao Rongrong, it has been a while. I mentioned, we have plenty of time ahead. The final note lingered, a rising intonation that made Ruoxue feel as though her ears were being seduced.
General, what are you saying?
I cannot comprehend, she responded, maintaining an impassive facade despite the allure in Zhou Zishan's voice. Xiao Rongrong, are you worried I might report you? Zhou Zishan's tone remained melodious, laced with amusement. Ruoxue remained silent, her squinted eyes fixated on her nose. Wasn't that obvious? He had witnessed her entire robbery escapade. Fear not, Xiao Rongrong. I have already settled the matter with our private funds. My little treasury is nearly depleted, and I can scarcely afford to keep myself. Zhou Zishan slowly approached Ruoxue, and suddenly, an ominous premonition washed over her. She looked up just in time to see Zhou Zishan lunging towards her, and before she could evade, she found herself embraced. However, the position seemed off. Peering down, she noticed a furry head nuzzling against her chest, 3 black lines sliding down her forehead. The once taller Zhou Zishan had buried his head in her bosom. Xiao Rongrong, please adopt me. Zhou Zishan's celestial image shattered in an instant, leaving Ruoxue in utter disbelief. Could this fellow be a bottom? Fortunately, Zhou Zishan remained oblivious to her thoughts. Otherwise, he would have furiously stripped to prove his innocence.
Yet,
he now basked in the delight of indulging in Ruoxue's softness. Nestling his face against her chest, Zhou Zishan nuzzled again, a look of bliss washing over him. Xiao Rongrong smells delightful, soft, and her waist is so slender. Though her bosom is a tad flat, fear not. I shall nurture it from a little dumpling to a substantial bun. This weighty task I shall undertake. Zhou Zishan's head continued to rise, now resting in the crook of Ruoxue's neck. Xiao Rongrong's neck is so pale and tender. I long to bite into it, he thought, feeling a wave of warmth wash over him. Ruoxue, did he truly regard her as a mere object, so brazenly devouring her affection? With a forceful shove, she pushed Zhou Zishan away. My goodness, he feels just like an octopus. Does he have suction cups in those limbs? He clings so tightly. As the warm, soft body withdrew from her embrace, Zhou Zishan felt an emptiness within him. He immediately pulled Ruoshui back into his arms, resting his head atop hers. Again, once more, he attempted to cling to her, his face a picture of grievance, making Ruoshui feel as though she were gazing into the eyes of a large canine. Realizing that Zhou Zishan had recognized her, she ceased her pretense. As she witnessed the glimmer of innocence in his eyes, she silently averted her gaze. Why did she feel a tinge of guilt? Moreover, the difference between a male deity and a neurotic was but a single character apart. Indeed, the disparity was minimal, and Ruoshui felt utterly helpless. Sensing her emotional turmoil, Zhou Zishan intensified his gaze, his wet, large eyes pleading with her, resembling an abandoned pup. Faced with Zhou Zishan's doe-like eyes, Ruoshui's guilt only deepened. I mustn't look. This fellow is toxic. She smacked her forehead, declaring, I can't take this anymore. Seemingly aware of Ruoshui's state, Zhou Zishan seized the moment, lunging to embrace her once more. This time, Ruoshui did not resist. She realized that any movement on her part would elicit that pure, clear gaze from Zhou Zishan, leaving her utterly defenseless. Finally, he had embraced his beloved Xiao Rongrong, and Zhou Zishan was enveloped in a cloud of pink bubbles. Xiao Rongrong is so tall, with a splendid figure, and she smells delightful, soft. And looking down at her face, I find myself lost in reverie. Her skin is a healthy wheat tone, adorned with fine, delicate fuzz and long, dark lashes that flutter like wings, capturing Zhou Zishan's heart. And her small, pert nose, her rosy, glistening lips. Oh, my wife is simply enchanting. Zhou Zishan felt a profound sense of happiness swell within him. Chapter 55. A mountain king once affectionately called Little Sweetheart, the general now bore a chilling title. When had she ever called him that? At most, she would exclaim, Hey, where do you think you're going, you little rascal? Watch as I, old son, capture you. Zhou Zishan, suppressing her emotions, complained, How annoying. Why must you use my full name? Her face flushed with shyness, she playfully delivered several tiny punches to Ruoshui. The latter, wounded internally, retorted, What should I call you then? Sporting a deadpan expression. You should call me Little Shan Shan. She insisted, though secretly. She yearned for Xiao Rongrong to address her as my beloved. Zhou Zishan, unwavering, declared, Little Shan Shan. I haven't even mentioned my beloved yet. The general remained steadfast. Fine, you win. Zhou Zishan, what do you truly desire? Is that all right? Zhou Zishan's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Ruoshui tilted her head in confusion, observing her with a furrowed brow and slightly pouting lips. Faced with such innocence, Zhou Zishan held her nose and exclaimed, Oh no, I might have a nosebleed. Xiao Rongrong is so adorable.
What do you mean by that? Get lost.
Ruoshui snapped. All right, let us stir up some excitement. Zhou Zishan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Ruoshui sighed, pondering what more she could say. I am your guard, Zhou Zishan reminded her. Yes, I understand, a personal guard indeed. Ruoshui found herself at a loss for words. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, the general stated, unable to endure another moment with this eccentric character. Fearing she might unleash her overwhelming power and give Zhou Zishan a good thrashing, provided she could manage to overpower him. I have a matter. My heart aches. Zhou Zishan quickly interjected, seemingly sensing Ruoshui's impatience. He leaned against her, feigning weakness, reminiscent of Lin Daiyu. Ruoshui remarked, She is not foolish.
She knows this is an act.
I am not a doctor. I will fetch one, she said resolutely. No, I want you. The doctor said that heartaches require heart remedies. And you are my cure. General, I take my leave. Ruoshui was unwilling to continue this playful banter with the eccentric one. Zhou Zishan gazed at her with a look of longing, as if she were a heartless lover. Do not look at me with such a sorrowful gaze. I have a wife. Ruoshui averted her eyes. I wouldn't mind if you had a little something on the side. Zhou Zishan's smile flickered, as if deeply wounded. No, if you follow me, you shall be the little something. Then how about you follow me? I can promise you a lifetime together. Zhou Zishan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I am a man, destined to carry on my lineage. It was indeed astonishing to find someone in this ancient era so devoted. I wouldn't mind if you had a wife and children. Zhou Zishan's eyes shone with untold brilliance, though his expression was filled with deep affection. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking if he hadn't witnessed it himself, he might have been deceived by this person before him. I do mind, Ruoshui replied firmly. If I marry someone, I will remain loyal to them, dedicating my life to them, walking together until the end of the world. Even if I do not love them, I will uphold my basic duties as a husband, to protect them, to remain faithful, and to offer them respect. This is my responsibility and my bottom line, hence I do mind. Strange occurrences must have their reasons. Zhou Zishan did not respond, but smiled. In that instant, the world blossomed with warmth, and the sunlight illuminated the enchanting smile of the person before him. A pair of glassy eyes curved into a gentle crescent, and his lips curled upward, radiating a celestial glow. Xiao Rongrong was indeed extraordinary. The melodious voice carried a delightful tone as it reached Ruoshui's ears. Zhou Zishan recognized this as Ruoshui's expectation for a future partner, not necessarily a meeting of hearts, but mutual respect sufficed. This was entirely within his capability. Moreover, he could cherish and protect her for a lifetime. As long as he existed, no one would dare insult or belittle her. Thank you. Is this a compliment? She mused. This only makes me more reluctant to let Xiao Rongrong go. Had all her words fallen on deaf ears? Boss, what troubles you? A dissatisfied voice questioned. Is no one in the brothel able to satisfy your needs? Get lost. Ruoshui shot a glare at the attendant before heading upstairs.
Wait, Rong.
A voice called from outside the inn. Ruoshui glared at the entrance, exasperated. Boss, it's Lu Huahua, the attendant informed her. Ruoshui cast him a sidelong glance, responding with a nonchalant grunt. She was not blind. She certainly recognized Lu Huahua. What do you want? Have you come to repay me? Ruoshui was already weary from a day of dealing with Zhou Zishan's clinginess and sought rest, only to be interrupted by these bothersome individuals. The thought of facing that beautiful face at the General's residence the next day filled her with resentment, especially towards Lu Huahua. Humph! You fuss over a mere 300 taels of silver? Lu Huahua approached her, disdain dripping from his tone. Why, this young man seems to have transformed overnight. Brimming with arrogance, Ruoshui stood on the steps, towering over Lu Huahua, who is now at a disadvantage. Then do return it to me. Earlier, you wished to delay and escape alone. Now you stand before me, mocking me for being greedy. Who was it that wore a look of despair over 300 taels? Of course, I shall return the 300 taels tomorrow, so you won't have to suffer from the stench of copper. Fine, I may be covered in copper, but I have money, so what of it? You owe me. However, do prepare a written acknowledgement to prevent you from attempting to swindle me out of another 300 taels. Didn't you claim it was merely 300 taels? Why are you so apprehensive? Ruoshui regarded Lu Huahua with disdain. You! Lu Huahua's face flushed crimson as he pointed an accusing finger at her. Ruoshui swiftly seized his finger, twisting it, prompting a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Lu Huahua, in a panic, fled the inn, likely in search of a doctor. Watching Lu Huahua's humiliating retreat, Xiaobai couldn't help but chuckle. After all, he had brought this upon himself. Chapter 56. The Mountain King Upon Awakening. It was yet another splendid day. Ruoshui stretched languidly and promptly rose from her bed. Descending the stairs, she was met with the unsightly visage of Lu Huahua, who sat haughtily in a chair. Upon noticing Ruoshui, he emitted a disdainful snort, beckoning her over. The sound of Lu Huahua's voice immediately dampened Ruoshui's cheerful mood, and with a grim expression, she approached him. 300 taels, he extended his hand, his demeanor one of entitlement. Lu Huahua, with an air of self-importance, huffed dismissively. You dare to approach me in such a manner? I could ensure you remain thus for eternity. Do you believe me? Ruoshui's annoyance flared at his arrogant attitude. Upon witnessing his self-satisfied expression, she struggled to suppress her emotions. Lu Huahua's face paled momentarily, evidently recalling the pain of his severed finger from the previous day. Ruoshui narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint directed at Lu Huahua. With a thud, Lu Huahua slammed 300 taels of silver onto the table. Here it is. Count it. Doubt clouded Ruoshue's eyes. She found it incredulous that Lu Huahua could amass such a sum overnight. Nonetheless, the money appeared genuine, for otherwise, his inflated ego would not have compelled him to flaunt it the previous evening. Boss, the amount is accurate, and the money is indeed real. The waiter whispered in Ruoshue's ear. Of course, Lu would never deceive, he replied, a hint of arrogance in his tone. The waiter's low voice, while discreet, was easily overheard by Lu Huahua, who, eager to vindicate himself, listened intently. Upon hearing the waiter's words, Lu Huahua's expression swelled with pride, casting a scornful glance at Ruoshue, as though mocking her lack of insight. Ruoshue furrowed her brow, perplexed by Lu Huahua's sudden windfall. Is it possible that the entire wealth of the inn is resting upon your shoulders? That seems a considerable risk. You! How dare you slander me so? Lu Huahua exclaimed, his agitation palpable as he pointed a finger at her. Is your hand no longer needed? Ruoshue raised an eyebrow. Am I correct in guessing that my words have struck a nerve? Humph. Lu has benefactors, he retorted, attempting to regain his composure. Oh, so you have an admirer? No wonder I thought there were far more attractive prospects at this establishment. Why would you hoard all the money? Ruoshue feigned understanding, though her eyes were filled with gravity. Lu Huahua, who had appeared despondent in the morning, now radiated vitality. It was evident he had encountered this so-called benefactor recently. And to casually part with 300 taels suggested the individual was of considerable wealth. Lu Huahua truly has luck on his side. You cannot insult me in this manner. Lu Huahua's face flushed with indignation.
Oh,
is it that you look down upon your benefactor?
indeed. They are merely a passing guest.
You speak nonsense. Lu Huahua, clearly unprepared for Ruoshue's interpretation of his words, hurriedly countered, his gaze darting anxiously behind him, as if fearful of being overheard. Ruoshue, instantly enlightened, surmised that the benefactor was present. A smirk crept onto her lips. What? Is it not true? Do you not covet your benefactor's wealth? Otherwise, why the rush to refute me?
No,
I do not. You are fabricating lies. Lu Huahua stammered, clearly flustered. Miss Chu, I assure you it is not true. Please disregard his fabrications. Just as Ruoshue prepared to further provoke him, she heard Lu Huahua speaking urgently, not to her, but rather to someone behind him. Turning around, Ruoshue beheld a woman clad in white, her features soft and enchanting, yet her eyes were as frigid as ice. Dressed in white, she resembled a celestial being, a remote and untouchable snow lotus. From a young age, this woman had demonstrated exceptional intelligence, mastering various skills and knowledge. Under her guidance, an intelligence-gathering organization named the Dark Knight Pavilion was established. Moreover, at the tender age of 13, she fortuitously rescued a striking man at Lingyin Temple, none other than the male lead, Chen Miaomiao. Subsequently, through a series of fateful twists, the male lead regained his memories and recalled the female lead, resolutely bidding farewell to his fleeting romance, which ultimately faded into obscurity. The male lead, deeply enamored, would face trials alongside the female lead, as she attracted numerous suitors, each harboring unrequited feelings. In a climactic moment, the male lead shielded the female lead from a poisoned sword, sacrificing himself while professing amnesia as an excuse for his actions. Heartbroken, the female lead mourned, while one of her admirers, a skilled physician, selflessly offered the antidote, sacrificing his life in the process. After a brief period of grief, the female lead returned to her romance with the male lead, leaving her other admirers desolate, resigned to solitude. Ruoshue found herself at a loss for words, questioning why every character could ignite romantic sparks, yet only the male and female leads were destined for union. Why did these men pledge their lives to a single woman, when countless other beauties existed in the world? The female lead, despite her flaws, seemed untouched by the mundane realities of life, forever elevated to a celestial status. Indeed, the female lead was exceptional, her narrative intertwined with that of the male lead. The moment one encountered this world's protagonists, their stories unfolded. However, the female lead's connection to Ruoshue was tenuous, while Lu Huahua had succumbed to her allure, serving more as a confidant than a genuine admirer. It was noteworthy that although Lu Huahua had married a princess, his heart remained tethered to the female lead. On the first day of their tale, Lu Huahua wandered despondently to the riverside, composing a melancholic poem, inadvertently capturing the attention of the female lead, who recognized his talent and decided to utilize him. Thus, the 300 Tales Ode to Ruoshui came to be. Chapter 57. The Mountain King Ruoshui harbored no desire to be entangled with the female protagonist. Alas, the fate here was as indulgent as a doting mother, showering all fortune upon the heroine. She, a mere supporting character, would surely meet her demise if she lingered too close to the protagonist. Miss Chu, my apologies for any offense. Ruoshui offered a polite nod.
Indeed.
You are deserving of admiration. Even a mere nod from you is worthy of a grand close-up, she mused. Do you refer to me as the beloved of young Master Lu? Her voice, cool and serene, caressed the ears like a gentle breeze, soft yet piercing. Certainly not. Lu Huahua is unworthy of a beauty such as Miss Chu. Ruoshui gazed at Chu Ruyan with a seemingly frivolous expression, her clear eyes shimmering with captivating allure. Very well, was all she chose to say thereafter. In truth, Chu Ruyan felt a surge of pride. The sensation of being infatuated by such a handsome man was undeniably delightful, a testament to her charm. As she reveled in her own allure, she looked down upon Ruoshui for her superficiality, judging solely by appearances. Ruoshui gazed dreamily at the heroine as she turned away, her graceful silhouette indistinguishable from others, yet it seemed that everyone else was utterly entranced.
Lu Huahua,
fearing that Chu Ruyan might misconstrue his intentions, hastily abandoned his display before rushing to pursue his goddess. However, Chu Ruyan did not exit the inn but lingered at the entrance, her gaze fixed ahead. Her normally tranquil eyes, as calm as an ancient well and as aloof as a secluded pond, now betrayed a ripple of emotion, all due to the blue-clad man before her. His ink-black hair danced wildly in the wind, his azure garments billowed, and his pristine shoes appeared untouched by dust, as if he were gliding upon the air. Unaware of any destination, his sharp brows and eyes, reminiscent of an exquisite ink painting, held a fleeting hint of passion, suggesting that little could penetrate his seemingly indifferent gaze. Zhou Zishan furrowed his brow, puzzled by the woman's actions. Why was she mirroring his style? Did she fancy his dear Rongrong? Heavens! That simply could not be. He was far too handsome for her to notice another. Despite this internal turmoil, Zhou Zishan deftly arranged his tousled locks, ensuring he still appeared dashing before striding past Chu Ruyan and into the inn. As he brushed by her, Chu Ruyan felt a chill envelop her, igniting a warmth on her cheeks that deepened her beauty, leaving Lu Huahua utterly spellbound. Rong Rong, a melodious voice called sweetly. Seeing the curious glances directed at her, Ruoshui wished to feign ignorance of this serpentine pest, who had previously behaved normally but had now transformed entirely.
Uffed.
The nearby waiter inadvertently spat out his long Jing tea, staring at Ruoshui as if he had seen a ghost. Drawing closer, he whispered, "Boss, you didn't actually visit the brothel yesterday, did you?" Ruoshui cast him a disdainful, sidelong glance. "You have tea leaves stuck in your teeth." The waiter fell silent. Zhou Zishan regarded the waiter beside Ruoshui with narrowed eyes, a dangerous glint flashing across his gaze. The waiter felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed a looming threat. Cautiously, he edged closer to Ruoshui. Evidently, his intimidation tactics were insufficient, as he dared to approach his beloved Rongrong again. Instantly, the air around him thickened with an ominous aura. Quietly, he continued to inch closer to her side. "What are you doing, waiter?" Ruoshui inquired, bemused. "Boss, I sense a murderous intent. I must protect you," he said, scanning the surroundings for potential threats. As the waiter nearly nestled into her embrace, Ruoshui sighed inwardly. Could he be any more disingenuous? Furthermore, did he not realize that the closer he drew, the more intense the threat became? Enough, Zhou Zishan. Chapter 58. The Mountain King Zhou Zishan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent upon hearing Ruoshui's words to the waiter. His gaze seemed almost tangible, as if it could pierce through the waiter. "You little wretch, it's because of you that Zairongrong dares to shout at me. Behold my fury. How infuriating that Zairongrong is glaring at me too. It's all because of this despicable fellow. I shall slay you with my gaze, slay you, slay you." To his astonishment, the waiter had the audacity to retreat into the fragrant, soft embrace of Zairongrong. This brazen little wretch clearly lacked any sense of propriety. Didn't he understand that boys and girls should not sit together at such a tender age? Zhou Zishan perceived the waiter's actions as a blatant challenge directed at him. Ruoshui, observing Zhou Zishan's obstinate glare, couldn't help but think he resembled a petulant child. Waiter, if you keep your distance, the hostility will dissipate. Unable to endure further, Ruoshui finally spoke up. The waiter, realizing the situation, understood that it was indeed nearly impossible to ignore Zhou Zishan's glaring presence as the luminary in his own right. Previously, he had been oblivious to the reason behind Zhou Zishan's intense stare, mistakenly believing it was envy over his own beauty. Had he known it was due to the boss, he would have departed much earlier. With an eye roll directed at Zhou Zishan, the waiter thought, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Ruoshui mused silently, thinking how this fellow resembled a primitive virus. Zhou Zishan, puffing out his chest proudly, carried himself like a victorious rooster, strutting elegantly to the spot closest to Ruoshui. Clearly, Zairongrong still holds me dear. No matter how much you attempt to woo her, little wretch, it shall be in vain. Dare to challenge me? Well then, enjoy the consequences. A glimmer of cunning danced in Zhou Zishan's eyes as he discreetly afflicted the waiter with a minor yet discomforting annoyance. Meanwhile, the waiter had already made his way to the backyard and began to feel an itch creeping over his skin. Just as he prepared to scratch, someone passed by, prompting him to halt his impending action. With a fan in one hand and his other hand resting behind his back, he donned a flowing white robe, exuding an air of pretentious elegance. A true man may lose his head and bleed, but he cannot lose face, he thought, inwardly lamenting. Oh, how irritating. I am far too handsome to be subjected to such scrutiny at this moment. Despite maintaining a stoic expression, he was internally seething. At last, he could no longer restrain himself and began to wiggle slightly, seeking relief through the friction of his garments. Yet, the more he moved, the more intense the sensation became, leading him to abandon all concern for his image. He twisted and turned vigorously, jumping about in a frenzied manner, causing those around him to recoil in disgust, covering their noses as they hurried away. The onlookers regarded him with the same incredulity one might reserve for a madman. I assure you, he is not ill, the waiter exclaimed in exasperation. Oh, how itchy. I need an antidote. Ruoshui, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as she sat on a bench, extended her hand toward Zhou Zishan. Zairongrong, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend. Zhou Zishan, displeased with Ruoshui's concern for the waiter, feigned ignorance while tilting his head, adopting a dazed expression that resembled that of an innocent child. Internally, Zhou Zishan was elated, noting that Ruoshui had indeed turned her gaze away, confirming his suspicions from the previous day that she was unable to resist such expressions. Little did he know, this expression had a name: cuteness. Ruoshui, a woman of resolute spirit, found herself inexplicably drawn to it. What a ridiculous situation, she thought, exasperated. This is absurd. Zhou Zishan, his eyes sparkling with mirth, inadvertently dazzled Ruoshui with his radiant gaze. Zairongrong, why do you not look at me? He inquired. Ugly, Ruoshui replied unflinchingly, her words laced with an audacious candor. Is that so? Yet others commend him as a strikingly handsome man. Zhou Zishan was taken aback, increasingly questioning whether he had been deceived throughout his life. Was he truly unattractive? My lord, a melodious voice interjected, laced with a delicate femininity that was utterly enchanting. Ruoshui felt as though she might succumb to the allure of sound itself. However, Zhou Zishan frowned at this unwelcome interruption, irritated that it disrupted his train of thought. Despite his annoyance, he lifted his gaze to the source of the voice, and there stood a breathtaking beauty, a true vision of loveliness. Chapter 59. The Mountain King, is there something you need? Although Zhou Zishan lifted his gaze out of courtesy, it did not imply a willingness to engage in conversation, especially with someone who had interrupted his train of thought. Ruoshui scrutinized the enchanting heroine, who had captivated numerous distinguished gentlemen. Clad in an ethereal white gown, with ink-black hair cascading down, adorned by a simple white jade hairpin, and possessing a delicate visage paired with an icy demeanor, Ruoshui mused, What a pristine highland snow lotus she was, entirely incomparable to Bai Momo from the previous world. And why does Xiao Rongrong keep staring at her? Zhou Zishan noticed Ruo Shui's unwavering fixation on the newcomer and furrowed his brow, beginning to assess the heroine with a critical eye. However, their perspectives differed drastically. Ruo Shui approached with a calm heart, while Zhou Zishan wore an expression of scrutiny. TSK. The attire of this white gown is far less appealing than that of the previous pretty boy. It resembles a sack wrapped around her. Her stern expression is truly unappealing, lacking the charm of Xiao Rongrong. And what is with that greasy black hair? How many days has it been since her last bath? Damn. Why is she blushing? My Xiao Rongrong is not someone you can gaze upon. Zhou Zishan felt a wave of displeasure and subtly shifted his body to obstruct Ruo Shui's view. He reiterated his earlier question, is there something you need? Yet, due to her consistently aloof demeanor, Chu Ruyan, though somewhat entranced, maintained her cool composure. Her voice, clear and melodious, broke the silence. This is yours. With that, she placed a black pouch adorned with intricate golden floral patterns upon the table. She tossed it aside. The mere thought of this item having been in the hands of a woman moments ago was unbearable for Zhou Zishan, prompting him to speak up. Chu Ruyan's expression shifted slightly. His words had rendered her subsequent remarks moot, leaving her speechless and uncomfortable, caught between a gasp and a swallow.
Ah.
So it seems I was overly sentimental, disturbing you, my lord. Had this statement been uttered in the presence of ordinary folk, they might have felt a twinge of embarrassment, perhaps even offering an apology or a few words to diffuse the situation. Ruo Shui thought similarly, her autumnal gaze fixated on Zhou Zishan's flawless profile. As she gazed, her mind wandered. This fellow's skin is remarkably fair, smooth and tender, completely devoid of blemishes. Wait, how do I know it's smooth? Zhou Zishan extended his hand, akin to one sculpted from white jade, gripping Ruo Shui's eager hand that sought to withdraw. His glassy eyes sparkled with ambiguous mirth as his pale lips curled into a smile. Xiao Rongrong, should you touch someone, you must take responsibility. In a moment of impulsiveness, Ruo Shui retorted, but you hugged me yesterday. The instant the words left her lips, regret washed over her, and she instinctively retracted her neck as if playing ostrich. Well then, I shall take responsibility for you. Zhou Zishan tightened his grip on Ruo Shui's hand, beaming brightly. Meanwhile, the utterly disregarded Chu Ruyan exclaimed, how can you, being a man, act this way? Pointing her delicate finger at Ruo Shui, she was taken aback. Mind your own business. Zhou Zishan's demeanor shifted from affectionate towards Ruo Shui to icy towards Chu Ruyan, embodying an aloofness that surpassed even that of a lotus flower. Furthermore, if you dare to point your finger at Xiao Rongrong again, you shall lose it. Chu Ruyan's complexion shifted from crimson to pallid, ultimately settling back into her usual cold demeanor, though her eyes betrayed a hint of embarrassment. Today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold in the future. With that, she dramatically swept her sleeve and departed, resolute. Her graceful retreat drew silent admiration, yet Zhou Zishan merely frowned, muttering, oblivious to the heroine's poise. Come, Xiao Rongrong, have this. He turned and approached Ruo Shui with newfound attentiveness, making her feel as though she had encountered a grand creature from an unknown realm. Chapter 60. The Mountain King. Once upon a time. Did you truly not notice the protagonist's sorrowful gaze? Xiao Rongrong, eat this. As she gazed at the mountainous pile of food in her bowl, Ruo Shui's heart was filled with reluctance. Did she not see the daggers in the protagonist's eyes? Chu Ruyan's stare was akin to two tangible, sharp blades, piercing directly at Ruo Shui. It was not intentional on her part. If one had the ability, they could confront Zhou Zishan. Noticing Ruo Shui's discomfort, Zhou Zishan naturally did not attribute the reasons to himself. A profound glimmer passed through his glass-like orbs. He gently parted his lips, casting a tender glance at the still bothersome Chu Ruyan, his voice calm and soft. Had one not heard the content of his words, one might mistake it for sweet nothings. Humph. Naturally. Chu Ruyan swept away, leaving in her wake. Ruo Shui would never confess that she found the protagonist displeasing while she herself felt rather content. After all, only extraordinary individuals could bring the protagonist to such a plight. She, a mere cannon fodder, was certainly not of that caliber. It was either the male lead or the supporting male, and then there were the villains destined for doom. Compared to the former, Ruo Shui preferred to believe in the latter, for Zhou Zishan was indeed courting disaster before the protagonist. The protagonist's narrative was one of unfulfilled love, leading to hatred born of affection. This was undoubtedly a form of true love. Miss Chu, whom Chu had always regarded as a background figure, suddenly chased after Lu Huahua. Ruo Shui pouted. She could hardly make excuses for Lu Huahua anymore. Xiao Rongrong, what's the matter?
Zhou Zishan inquired.
Noticing the shadow that crossed Ruo Shui's eyes as she observed Lu Huahua's retreating figure. Damn it, that kind of face is passable, but what of the rest? His physique, background, attire? None of it measures up. Most importantly, he is already taken. Though it was someone she did not fancy, Zhou Zishan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He could never bear to see Xiao Rongrong unhappy. How could that upstart from some obscure alley ever compare to him? How dare he elicit such a reaction from her? Xiao Rongrong, do you wish to sleep with him?
Puffed.
Upon hearing Zhou Zishan's words, Ruo Shui spat out her tea. Cough, cough. Her face flushed crimson. Whoever claimed that ancient people were reserved? Zhou Zishan gently patted Ruo Shui's back, his gaze flickering with a glint of murderous intent. If Xiao Rongrong truly fancied that boy, I would certainly eliminate him.
How could it be?
That kind of person. Ruo Shui's eyes flashed with sarcasm.
Ah.
Xiao Rongrong does not like him? Zhou Zishan's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. In an instant, the water glimmered beautifully. Ruo Shui winced as her eyes were momentarily dazzled. Of course. Who would fancy such scum? Does Xiao Rongrong wish for him to suffer? Naturally. It's a given. This is her mission. Does Xiao Rongrong hold a grudge against him? Absolutely. It is imperative. I have come to seek vengeance. Does Xiao Rongrong find me handsome? Naturally. I am as charming as Panin. Would Xiao Rongrong marry me, or I you? Naturally, No, wait. That is a trap. Xiao Rongrong, you clearly agreed to my proposal just now. Zhou Zishan grinned like a cunning fox. That was a misunderstanding. But I heard Xiao Rongrong's words, naturally, oh. Zhou Zishan's glass-like eyes reflected an alluring light, and with that voice, Ruo Shui felt herself on the brink of intoxication. Xiao Rongrong agreed to marry me. How delightful. Xiao Rongrong's hands are so soft, and she carries a delightful fragrance. I wish to hold her close every day. As Ruo Shui observed the entranced Zhou Zishan nestled in her embrace, surrounded by onlookers who were utterly astonished, she simply wished to cover her face. Zhou Zishan, I must tell you something. If you still persist after hearing it, I shall marry you. By heavens! How peculiar it sounded when the final two words slipped from her lips. Suppressing the subtle turmoil within, Ruo Shui adopted a serious demeanor. Zhou Zishan leaned against Ruo Shui, his voice muffled as it emerged from her embrace, appearing adorably dazed. Ruo Shui struggled to contain the maternal warmth surging within her. Chapter 61. The Mountain King. Do not turn your head. Try not to gaze at the radiant face of Zhou Zishan. I am, in fact, a woman. Ruo Shui spoke with utmost seriousness, though uncertainty lingered in her heart. Surely, Zhou Zishan's attraction to men was innate, for with such a fair complexion, he unmistakably bore the appearance of a delicate beauty. Different genders. How could they ever fall in love? Thus, you should seek companionship elsewhere. I am not your ideal match. Seeing Zhou Zishan frozen in place, Ruo Shui hastily added fuel to the fire. Secretly delighted, she believed she had correctly surmised Zhou Zishan's inclinations toward men. The corners of her eyes involuntarily lifted in anticipation as she watched him, waiting for him to storm away with a thunderous expression. Yet what was this? No response? This was quite uncharacteristic. Though they had only spent a few days together, she was well aware of his petty nature and his propensity for vengeance. Why was he silent? Ah, how vexing it was. Ruo Shui pondered for a moment, wondering if Xiao Rongrong was perhaps afraid of her rejection.
How could that be?
Regardless of any outrageous request, he would acquiesce to her, even if it meant usurping power or facing demise. If it were her wish, he would not flinch. Xiao Rongrong is truly lovely. If I were to perish, I would never again behold her beauty. What would become of such a fine person without me? Indeed, I could not bear the thought of such an end. Zhuo Zishan gazed upon Ruo Xue's exquisite visage, momentarily lost in reverie. Could this lad be so fragile under duress? What if he lost his wits? He was, after all, a general of unyielding prowess, a pillar of strength. Good heavens, if anything were to happen, my 9 lives would not suffice to atone for it. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Zhuo Zishan collided with Ruo Xue's anxious gaze. Xiao Rongrong is worried for me?
Ah.
How blissful, how joyous. In an instant, he felt a buoyancy envelop him, a rare sensation akin to treading on clouds among martial artists. A delightful misunderstanding blossomed between them. I am willing to join your household. In the presence of Ruo Xue, Zhuo Zishan often felt as though his intellect dwindled to naught, oblivious to the commanding aura he exuded on the battlefield. A dignified general of high rank, to become part of her bandit lair? Goodness, how surreal this world seemed. Let her take her time to digest it. Have you truly considered this? You are a great general. To join me here? Zhuo Zishan's lips curled into a gentle smile as he nodded. To speak plainly, I am merely a bandit leader. A fact you must have surmised. After all, our first impressions were hardly favorable. Reflecting on that initial encounter, Zhuo Zishan wished he could slap himself for not being more accurate with his arrow. Had Xiao Rongrong been a moment slower, he might have found himself without a wife. He felt immense relief that Ruo Xue's agility had allowed her to evade his deadly aim. While you are a soldier, and I am a bandit, we have now chosen to abandon the shadows and join the light. Yet, I still bear the mark of a rogue. Should you truly join my household, what would your subordinates think? Determined to sway Zhuo Zishan's mind, Ruo Xue gritted her teeth and laid bare her own truths. Zhuo Zishan continued to smile gently, unflinching in the face of her revelations. At a loss for words, Ruo Xue found herself bewildered. Never had she encountered someone as forthright and reckless as Zhuo Zishan. It was akin to a moth, fully aware of the flames ahead, yet plunging forward without hesitation. A sudden wave of emotion washed over Ruo Xue. In this era of feudal oppression, where the virtues of women were heavily emphasized, she was an exception, a remarkable figure transcending conventional boundaries. Yet this man, despite his high standing, was resolutely willing to choose a path of joining her household. Chapter 62. The Mountain Ruler. With a single utterance of the word good, Ruo Xue felt a lightness envelop her. Perhaps she had already been somewhat moved. I must declare, should you choose to follow me, you must adhere to the principles of propriety, without exception. Daily, you shall serve me with tea and water, massage my limbs, and ensure my comfort, lest I cast you aside. Ruo Xue spoke with an air of authority, as if she were a master addressing a servant, directing her words toward the boatman, Shan. She was unperturbed by the possibility of his refusal. If he did not acquiesce, she would not marry him, and that was a significant matter. Listening to her, Shan's demeanor was initially filled with mirth, but a shadow crossed his eyes upon hearing her final words. Xiao Rongrong, since you have agreed, and we are now bound as husband and wife, you shall never escape my grasp. I shall hold on to you for eternity. Regarding her service, he assured her he would fulfill her expectations. A wicked smile curved his lips, lending an eerie harmony to his white attire. Unbeknownst to Ruo Xue, her words would lead her to countless nights of regret. Ever since she declared her intention to marry him, Shan had officially brought her into his abode, proclaiming, between husband and wife, there is no distinction. Consequently, their recent dialogues had taken on a rather peculiar tone. Xiao Rongrong, you smell delightful and feel so soft.
Ah.
Your hands are so small and tender. Get lost, she retorted, shaking off his fuzzy head that had tried to nibble at her hand. Xiao Rongrong, shall we bathe together? It is beneficial for both body and mind. She caught a glimpse of his handsome visage peering over the edge of her bath, his glass-like eyes darting toward the tub. Get lost. After a moment of silence, her voice erupted like thunder. Xiao Rongrong, your hands are so cold. Let me warm them. With that, he clasped her hand tightly against his chest, wearing a serious expression. Had it not been for the little excitement beneath his palm, Ruo Xue might have believed this was merely a tender gesture. Get lost. Xiao Rongrong, let me accompany you in your martial training. Ignoring Ruo Xue's protests, he approached her. Unarmed. Soon, he indulged in playful antics, teasing her, nearly pushing her to resort to her hidden talents. As a result, Ruo Xue's martial prowess soared like a rocket. Emotions swirled within her, ultimately crystallizing into a singular, thunderous declaration. Get lost. Xiao Rongrong, get lost. Ruo Xue now deeply regretted her agreement to marry Shan. Heavens above. This man was an absolute clingy nuisance. Moreover, he was an upgraded version, possessing a dog-like nose, eagle-like eyesight, and radar-like instincts. Ruo Xue felt utterly powerless. Fortunately, Shan was finally preparing for battle. Ruo Xue intended to accompany him, but he forbade her, manipulating the military orders so that by the time she realized what was happening, they had already departed. Though she understood his concern for her safety on the battlefield, Ruo Xue was still displeased. Now, she could not pursue him, for who knew what contingency Shan had planned. Thus, she diverted her thoughts toward Lu Huahua. Ever since meeting Shan, the female protagonist had been unable to forget him. Despite their previous discord, it was said that whenever she closed her eyes, she envisioned Shan's cold and noble countenance. Consequently, Lu Huahua became crucial, as he was well acquainted with the prominent figure in Ruo Xue's life. Although she knew Shan favored men, the female protagonist remained undeterred, confiding her heartache to Lu Huahua daily. Naturally, Lu Huahua could not bear to witness his goddess, so pure and ethereal, withering away before his eyes. Beset by the machinations of the family matriarch while yearning for the unattainable Shan. Despite his own heartache, Lu Huahua persisted in waiting at the inn's entrance, hoping to encounter Ruo Xue and then relay her sorrowful sentiments to Shan. To this, Ruo Xue could only respond with a scoff. She genuinely did not know what to say, assisting the female protagonist in warding off her rival. It was no wonder Lu Huahua could barely be considered a supporting character. Ruo Xue grew increasingly exasperated by the incessant buzzing in her ear about how the female protagonist was deteriorating, longing to see Shan. Goodness, Shan was, after all, hers. How could she plead with him to meet another woman? Ruo Xue remained speechless. Did she appear so foolish? The female protagonist was an exceptional being. How could she remain so infatuated? Furthermore, the male lead was predetermined, and her affections were misplaced. Additionally, the female protagonist possessed an intelligence network known as the Nightshade Pavilion, likely drawn to the status represented by Shan's presence. Chapter 63. The Mountain King Ruo Xue could no longer endure Lu Huahua's incessant prattling in her ear. Her head throbbed from the noise. Before she could confront him, he had presented himself at her door, audaciously suggesting that she relinquish her man. At that moment, Ruo Xue felt an overwhelming urge to strike him across the face with the sole of her shoe and question his sanity. Was he truly seeking torment? Fine. If Zhou Zishan had ventured to the border, then let your Chu girl seek him out. No, that is absolutely out of the question. Chu girl is merely a woman. How can she venture into such perilous territory? Lu Huahua exclaimed, aghast. Then I am at a loss. Ruo Xue shrugged, feigning indifference. Lu Huahua gritted his teeth, realizing that his chances of encountering Zhou Zishan were slim. Therefore, he refrained from any further pleasantries and turned to leave. The audacity of demanding favors while maintaining such lofty pride. Ruo Xue's gaze lingered on Lu Huahua's retreating figure. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind as she absently stroked her smooth chin. How could it be that the narrative had shifted so dramatically? The heroine, who should have already crossed paths with the second male lead, was still entangled in a battle of wits with her mistress in the small courtyard. Shouldn't she be out engaging in more adventurous pursuits? Unbeknownst to Ruo Xue, this twist in the plot was orchestrated behind the scenes by Zhou Zishan, who had subtly leaked information about Chu Ruyan's activities at Lingyin Temple to the Prime Minister and the Matriarch. Both individuals were astute and cunning, one a Prime Minister who had stood unyielding for 3 generations, the other a matriarch with an equally iron-fisted demeanor. Naturally, any small misstep by Chu Ruyan would be met with suspicion. Yesterday's trifles had transformed into matters of grave concern today, and tomorrow may bring accusations of theft. TSK. Ruo Xue mused. The women in the back courtyard are far from simple. Although the heroine's plight bore little relevance to her mission, Ruo Xue was decidedly displeased by the notion of anyone prying into her affairs. Thus, she found herself greatly satisfied with the heroine's current circumstances. Given the heroine's struggles, How could Lu Huahua remain merely dazed? They must endure their hardships together. A wicked smile curled upon Ruo Xue's lips. And considering her own lack of notable progress in her mission, she resolved to swiftly deal with Lu Huahua, this scoundrel. On a moonless night, she stealthily infiltrated Lu Huahua's chamber and swiftly incapacitated him with a single blow. After all, matters that could be resolved with force required no further contemplation. Ruo Xue firmly adhered to this principle. When Lu Huahua regained consciousness, he found himself in the outskirts, bound and gagged. Panic surged within him as he squirmed, attempting to cry for help, but the burlap muffled his voice. The cool breeze brushed against him, and the half-hidden moon cast eerie shadows, heightening his sense of foreboding. From her vantage point in the trees, Ruo Xue, concealed by the foliage, observed Lu Huahua's every movement, while he remained oblivious to her presence. Witnessing his cowardice, Ruo Xue scoffed. How utterly useless he was, reduced to trembling in fear. Donning a mask, Ruo Xue approached Lu Huahua. Lu Huahua, I loathe you. In my past life, you brought ruin upon my entire family, sparing not even the newborn. Her voice, lowered and ambiguous, rang with venom. Though she knew Lu Huahua had no recollection of his past transgressions, she felt compelled to express the original owner's resentment. Lu Huahua, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this figure in black, shook his head and recoiled.
Who are you?
I have no enmity with you. Why have you brought me here? As soon as he had the chance, he blurted out, You have killed my family and friends.
No. How could that be?
I am merely a humble scholar. Lu Huahua vehemently protested. Humph. Believe what you will, but today I shall exact my vengeance.
No. You cannot do this.
How can you act upon such baseless accusations? Lu Huahua's face was a picture of terror.
This is not up to you.
With swift precision, Ruo Xue incapacitated his left leg and delivered a devastating strike to his manhood, rendering him virtually incapable of procreation. Lu Huahua's agonized scream pierced the air, his face draining of color as he curled in pain. The realization of losing that which he held most dear crushed his spirit. For someone as inept yet inherently masculine as he, this was a fate worse than death. Ruo Xue, observing his pallid visage, snorted derisively and delivered another merciless kick to the back of his head, sending him into unconsciousness once more. She had no intention of ending his life. Sometimes, living could be far more torturous than dying, and death would be too lenient a reprieve for someone like him, who, beneath a facade of superiority, was deeply afraid of losing his own life. Lu Huahua's fate was of no concern to her. Awakening to blinding light, Lu Huahua instinctively shut his eyes. Where am I? How did I end up here? Furrowing his brow, he gradually became aware of the intense pain radiating from his head, left leg, and groin. Suddenly, he recalled the black-clad figure who had forcibly abducted him, accusing him of causing the deaths of their family and friends. Panic washed over him as he realized the extent of his injuries. His leg and manhood were both ruined. Stumbling to his feet, he winced at the sharp pain that shot through his left leg, causing him to pale and break out in a cold sweat.
Who are you?
Show yourself, he bellowed in desperation. With a crack of her long whip, Ruo Xue sliced through the air, the sound resonating sharply. Xiao Rong Rong. A shadow deftly dodged her strike and lunged directly at her. Zhou Zishan? Ruo Xue exclaimed, perplexed. Didn't you go to the border? With a swift movement, Zhou Zishan tackled Ruo Xue to the ground, his eyes drawn to her inky hair cascading like a flowing ink-wash painting, and her porcelain visage, softened by the gentle moonlight, rendering her all the more enchanting. A playful smile graced his lips. Chapter 64. The Mountain King burying his head in Ruo Xue's neck, inhaling the long-forgotten fragrance, Zhou Zishan took a deep breath. He sensed the tranquility and softness of the person beneath him, and a void in his heart was instantly filled. Ruo Xue inquired once more, Why? Because I miss you. Zhou Zishan's voice came out muffled. Within a mere 7 days, he had compelled their surrender, expressing a willingness to yield. The two lay on the ground, their dark silhouettes merging indistinguishably as the soft moonlight bathed their entwined forms. It evoked an unspoken sense of peace. You smell awful, Ruo Xue suddenly remarked, shattering the serene atmosphere. The warmth lasted but 3 seconds. Zhou Zishan gazed at her with a reproachful expression. I don't care. My odor is because of you, he said, playfully resting on her once more. Ruoshui rolled her eyes. It's cold and uncomfortable on the ground. Xiao Rongrong, have you missed me? He had been thinking about her all along. He longed to hold her. Despite her frequent martial training, her body remained soft and fragrant. Her voice clear yet tinged with helplessness, and her eyes sparkled like stars. Came her almost imperceptible response, fading into the air like a fleeting whisper. With a smile that lifted the corners of his mouth, Zhou Zishan's voice transformed into a gentle murmur, reminiscent of the scholarly elegance that had once captivated her. Ruoshui, I am fond of you. When Ruoshui confessed, she revealed her true name to Zhou Zishan, expressing her preference for Ruoshui over Rong Ruoshui or boss. The latter was merely a title in this realm, while Ruoshui was her true identity, bestowed upon her by her parents, symbolizing grace and contentment. Zhou Zishan had often called her Xiao Rongrong, which she had not minded until now. Today, however, Zhou Zishan had abandoned his usual levity and became earnest, declaring, Ruoshui, I am fond of you. Ruoshui's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. How could the mere utterance of her name sound so tender and poignant? Observing the rosy hue blooming on her face, Zhou Zishan's eyes shimmered with an affection that seemed overwhelming. A soft chuckle escaped his lips, brushing against Ruoshui's ear, exuding a delightful allure that deepened her blush. Why this sudden shift in tone? I would rather face the foolish Zhou Zishan who whimsically pouts and relishes tofu than this beguiling, alluring version of him. Ruoshui, he said, his voice so gentle it seemed to flow like water. Watching her ears turn an even deeper shade of red, he realized that each time he called her Ruoshui, her ears would flush with color, making her irresistibly charming. Enough. I can't take it. This is utterly tempting, Ruoshui exclaimed. What are you doing? Just speak normally. Why keep saying my name? As Zhou Zishan repeated her name for the nth time, Ruoshui could no longer endure the intimacy of his tone. Feeling as if he were savoring her name, exuding an infuriating allure, Zhou Zishan's delicate fingers brushed against the crimson tips of her ears, causing her to shiver at the coolness of his touch against her warm skin. Another low, teasing laugh resonated as his fingers traced the curve of her ear, gently caressing her earlobe with tender strokes. Chapter 65. The Mountain King, what are you doing? Ruoshui felt a tremor coursing through her body, all stemming from the wicked hand that lingered at her earlobe. So this was her sensitive spot? The gentle voice of Zhou Zishan was laced with an unmistakable amusement. The exceedingly foolish Zhou Zishan nearly made Ruoshui forget that his martial prowess was beyond her reach. In a mere moment, he effortlessly restrained her limbs, pinning Ruoshui against the wall, lifting her hands above her head with one hand, while his face inched closer. His shimmering, glass-like eyes gazed into Ruoshui's, filled with boundless affection. Ruoshui, I am fond of you. With that, Zhou Zishan drew her head into his embrace, silencing her half-open mouth with a kiss. Hush. Close your eyes, he murmured softly. As if under spell, Ruoshui obeyed the tender command and gradually shut her eyes. Well done. There's a reward for you, Zhou Zishan said, his eyes brimming with gentle delight. He deepened the kiss, illuminated by the moonlight. Breathless, Ruoshui wiped her lips, clearing away the remnants of their kiss, gasping for fresh air. She raised her eyes to glare at the seemingly innocent Zhou Zishan, observing her flushed cheeks, sparkling with moisture, and the intoxicating hue at the corners of her eyes. His heart surged with warmth. Yet, he restrained himself. Having kissed her once was already a source of profound happiness, and a second time might provoke her ire. For the sake of his future bliss, Zhou Zishan wisely chose to hold back. Ruoshui, though Xiao Rongrong seems more familiar, it appears you prefer the latter two characters, he teased. Let us stick to the point. Ruoshui, still irked from the unsolicited advance, was not in the best of moods. You just kissed me. You need to take responsibility, Zhou Zishan replied, feigning innocence. Goodness, with that expression, it seems like I forced you into it, when in reality, you were the one relishing it, Ruoshui thought, feeling somewhat exasperated. She turned to enter her room, and as Zhou Zishan prepared to follow, he barely avoided having his nose caught in the abruptly closing door.
Get lost.
Ruo Shui's slightly frantic voice resonated from within, clearly directed at Zhou Zishan. He silently touched his nose, which had narrowly escaped a mishap, pondering. Little Ruo Shui, you were just so deeply affectionate, engaging in heartfelt exchanges, and now you shut your mouth and deny me. How unfair. Her lips still tingling, she pulled the blanket over her head and closed her eyes, seeking solace in sleep. Outside, Zhou Zishan listened to the prolonged, soothing sounds of her breathing. Realizing she had succumbed to slumber, he shifted from his sorrowful expression of unrequited affection and turned to leave, raising his hand to sniff his arm. Indeed, a bit unpleasant, he mused, hastening to wash up so he could present himself fresh and fragrant before little Ruo Shui the following day. The next morning, Ruo Shui rose early and ventured out, intent on checking on Lu Huhua's condition. This left Zhou Zishan, upon awakening, feeling quite disheartened, as he found himself at a loss. Chapter 66. The Mountain King, however, he certainly would not direct his displeasure towards his beloved Ruo Shui. Thus he dispatched his secret guards to ascertain her whereabouts. Upon discovering that it was that Lu Huahua once again, the eyes of Zhou Zishan narrowed, reminiscent of a lion whose authority had been challenged. Why was it always this pretty boy? What merits did he possess that warranted Ruo Shui's attention? He was neither as handsome as Zhou Zishan, nor as tall, and his demeanor was far inferior, lacking wealth, talent, and power. He was a trifling figure who consistently looked down on others, bullying the weak while cowering before the strong. How vexing it was that Ruo Shui's affections were directed towards such a person. Come forth, investigate the origins of this Lu Huahua. Zhou Zishan's voice resonated in the empty room, carrying a chilling weight. Ruo Shui, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy, a refreshing lightness filling her chest.
Oh.
Have you heard? She feigned a conversation as a passerby outside Lu's mother's courtyard.
What? Oh.
It's that scholar from the Lu family. Ruo Shui's voice was not intentionally lowered, thus Lu's mother caught wind of it, though not quite clearly. Upon hearing news of her son, she ceased her shouting, attempting to discern the conversation outside. What's going on? Wasn't there someone here to collect debts before? This fellow owes 300 taels of silver. 300.
We've all heard of that.
Alas. But this matter, the latter part, you certainly haven't heard. This is the latest news. Speak quickly. Don't keep us in suspense. It's Lu S, unable to repay, and now preparing to flee. Ruo Shui lowered her voice, making it even more indistinct to Lu's mother, who is now anxious.
What? Flee.
Those debt collectors said if he dares to run, his old mother will suffer. Lu's mother gasped, her heart sinking. No wonder, she could not find her son.
Sure.
Those people will be here soon to capture this family. Lower your voice, or if they hear and he escapes, we'll be in trouble too. That group is ruthless. They say they're bandits from the Qingshan region.
Ah.
Then I should go to my mother's house to hide for a few days. Yes, me too. Their voices gradually faded, suggesting that the speakers had moved away. Lu's mother's face, creased like the bark of a withered tree, tightened, revealing her increasing age. A faint resentment towards her cherished son Lu Huahua began to brew within her. Without further ado, she hurried inside to gather her belongings, leaving nothing of value behind. Lu's mother, having given birth to such a reasonably handsome boy, still possessed her own merits, hence even in old age, she remained desirable. At the very least, the old man from the eastern part of the city had long coveted her. With no hesitation, she leaned on her cane and made her way there. As Ruo Shui observed Lu's mother hastily gathering her belongings to flee, she did not intervene. After all, Lu Huahua would find himself alone in a desolate house with a broken leg, which would surely not bode well for him. A smirk crossed Ruo Shui's lips as she departed. However, not everything in this world was so simple. There were those outside demanding payment. Hey, I say, boy, are you trying to fool me? Look at your family's dilapidated state. How can this possibly be the home of a scholar? It seems quiet and reserved, but you're full of deceit. I won't waste words with you. Give me the money, and I'll be on my way. If there's no money, you'll work as a laborer at my place. Otherwise, I might just sell you to a brothel. With your delicate skin, you'll fetch a good price. Listening to the laborer's crude remarks, Lu Huahua felt both furious and anxious, fearing he would be sold to such an unsavory establishment. Mother, mother, are you home? Oh, boy, do you have any money or not? I still have goods to deliver. The laborer grumbled disdainfully, contemplating taking him directly to the brothel.
Terrified.
Lu Huahua broke into a cold sweat, with his mother absent and the pressure mounting. He had no choice but to swallow his pride and knock on the doors of neighbors. Yet, upon seeing Lu Huahua, they swiftly shut their doors, nearly catching his nose in the process. Having met with such rejection, Lu Huahua faced the laborer's scrutinizing gaze and mustered the courage to say, I'm going to the Prime Minister's residence. I have a friend there. I'll borrow money to repay you, I promise. Really? If you dare deceive me, I'll sell you to a brothel. Think carefully. The laborer's demeanor shifted slightly. If this pretty boy truly knew someone from the Prime Minister's household, even a servant would be significant. Lu Huahua nodded vigorously in affirmation. The laborer, contemplating potential connections, acquiesced. They approached the Prime Minister's residence, but were halted before they could draw near due to the overwhelming stench. Halt! What do you want? The guards at the entrance covered their noses and shouted. Lu Huahua quickly dismounted, pleading, Kind sirs, please allow me passage. I seek Miss Chu Rian. Here is my token. He produced the jade pendant given to him by Chu Rian. The laborer frowned. Such a fine object was regrettably overlooked by him. Very well, wait a moment. The guard, upon seeing the pendant, softened slightly, wary that this young man might indeed be connected to someone of status. It's him. Originally, the guard had approached with an imposing demeanor, but suddenly seized Lu Huahua's wrist.
Hey.
What's going on? I'm here for Chu Rian. His words were cut short by a slap from an attendant, who declared, The young lady said this is the pendant she lost. How dare this thief seek out our lady? Take him straight to jail for proper treatment. In an instant, Lu Huahua was apprehended, bewildered, as the laborer seized the opportunity to flee. I am a friend of your young lady. I am Lu Huahua. Subdue him. Even as he was thrown into prison, Lu Huahua remained in a daze, unable to comprehend how the jade pendant given to him by Chu Rian had been misconstrued as stolen, leading to his unjust imprisonment. Chapter 67. The Mountain King. As Lu Huahua looked around, he was horrified to see a group of foul-smelling men approaching him, their eyes glowing with a sinister green light. What do you want? Don't come any closer, he pleaded, his legs trembling in fear. This pretty boy is asking us what we want. Since he is so eager, we shall not be polite. The leader of the group laughed lewdly. With a lascivious gaze, they circled Lu Huahua, who cried out in desperation, Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Yet, none of the brutish men heeded his pleas. Having languished in the dark confines of their prison for far too long, their minds had warped, and they had long since toyed with delicate men like Lu Huahua, having already ruined several. One of them tore Lu Huahua's clothes apart and forcefully invaded his untouched rear. The searing pain and the brutal intrusion made Lu Huahua cry out in agony. Nearby, others watched the man behind Lu Huahua, their eyes glazed with lust as they listened to his heavy breathing. One of them grabbed Lu Huahua's head and forced it down between his legs, demanding, Lick it. Hurry up. Faced with the threat of violence, Lu Huahua had no choice but to endure the pain and take in the foul-smelling object. Those who were able to approach Lu Huahua were formidable figures. Those of lesser strength could only watch with envious eyes, indulging themselves in their own fantasies. When Ruo Shui learned from Zhou Zisan about Lu Huahua's grim fate, she was taken aback. How could he suffer so terribly? Aren't you pleased? Ruo Shui nodded. For Lu Huahua's misfortune brought her joy. It signified the completion of her task. Then you no longer need to think of him constantly, correct? Ruo Shui nodded again. Was this your doing? Zhou Zisan gazed at her ambiguously, remaining silent. It could be said that he had played a part in it. Upon discovering that Lu Huahua was indeed an inconsequential figure yet captured Ruo Shui's attention, he began to investigate. He uncovered the words Ruo Shui had spoken to Lu Huahua that night, his eyes narrowing, realizing his little wife had secrets. However, he did not wish to delve deeper, preferring to grant Ruo Shui her own space. Lu Huahua's dismal fate was primarily due to the fierce conflict between the female protagonist and her matriarch. with anyone even remotely connected being used as a weapon against one another, and Lu Huahua was among them. Ruo Shui had once witnessed Lu Huahua's downfall, which was pitiful. Bound to the ground, his rear exposed and covered in filth, he emitted a foul stench. Disheveled and unkempt, he no longer resembled the delicate beauty he once was. Nevertheless, the men still found pleasure in his degradation, daily venting their desires upon him. Lu Huahua's mind had long since unraveled, and he no longer cursed during his torment. Knowing you suffer brings me relief. Ruo Shui observed Lu Huahua's pitiful state, her heart devoid of sympathy, only loathing. Let us depart. Zhou Zishan frowned as he shielded Ruo Shui's eyes from the chaotic scene, gently leading her away. With Lu Huahua's primary role resolved, Ruo Shui was left with the singular task of safeguarding the mountain stronghold. However, with a general like Zhou Zishan joining the bandits, the stronghold thrived. In the capital, Zhou Zishan sparked a trend of banditry, transforming the profession into the most sought-after vocation. Naturally, the stronghold where Ruo Shui resided became a prominent powerhouse. Zhou Zishan subdued the neighboring small nations, and the emperor, in his delight, recognized the legitimacy of banditry. In this lifetime, Xiao Hua wed San Er, and from that moment, San Er embarked on an irreversible path dictated by his wife. Xiao Er continued to flaunt his charms, managing the affairs of the stronghold, allowing Ruo Shui to enjoy a harmonious and blissful life with Zhou Zishan each day. Wife, I wish to hold your little hand.
Get lost. Wife.
I long to kiss your lips.
Get lost.
Wife, my little brother misses your little sister. Wife, I am all cleaned up. When will you come and grace me? Be good. Lie down properly. The people in the stronghold teased the couple, Zhou Zishan accepting the banter with amusement while Ruo Shui merely smiled knowingly. Chapter 68. The reluctance of a noble woman in this life. Ruo Shui remained fulfilled, her hand still clasped in that of the boatman, Shan, as she breathed her last. He gazed steadfastly at her fading countenance and declared, in the next life, we shall be together again. Ruo Shui merely offered a faint smile, uttering no further words. She held no illusions of a next life. With her eyes closed, she felt at peace, for in this realm, she bore no regrets. Her premature departure led her to miss the turbulent shadows and unwavering resolve reflected in Shan's eyes. His lips brushed against her parched forehead as he whispered, there is still time. In the next life, I will find you again, little Ru. As customary, a status panel appeared before her. Name, Qing Ruo Shui. Gender, female, variable, intelligence, 50 appearance, 60 combat power, 71 mental strength, 57 charm, 6 skills, martial arts, capture techniques. Proficiency in various weapons, 218, honorary title. Passionate youth. Available points, 5. After a moment's contemplation, Ruo Shui decided on a balanced development and allocated her points to intelligence, mental strength, and combat power, resulting in the following. Name, Qing Ruo Shui. Gender, female, variable, intelligence, 51 appearance, 60 combat power, 73 mental strength, 59 charm, 16 skills, martial arts, capture techniques. Proficiency in various weapons, 218, honorary titles. Passionate youth. King of the Earth. Ruo Shui scrutinized the altered status panel, her gaze lingering on the honorary titles. What does King of the Earth imply? She inquired. The elevation of your status in the realm of banditry has set a new standard, came the reply. How delightful, she mused. And what accounts for this surge in charm? Your accomplishments have garnered admiration, enhancing your charm, which also encompasses a measure of influence. At that moment, she felt no inclination to hear any more of this new standard. She was merely an innocent maiden. What did titles like Passionate Youth and King of the Earth signify? And what of the proficiency in various weapons? That reflects the skills you have acquired in each world. Very well, on to the next task. Ruo Shui was reluctant to linger before the status panel, surveying her masculine skills and peculiar honorary titles. Subsequently, she succumbed to slumber once more. Upon awakening, she found herself still in bed, gazing at the elegant, antiquated decor of her chamber. A quiet sigh escaped her lips. It seemed this host was a lady of considerable stature, posing a challenge for her, a rough-hewn girl. As she slowly sat up, a sharp pain shot through her right hand. Lifting her gaze, she beheld her hand tightly bound in white gauze, hanging helplessly at her side. The commotion of her movement alerted the maidservants outside, who hurriedly entered. A round-faced young maid, scarcely 15 or 16, noticed Ruoshue's pallid complexion and, while adjusting her pillows for comfort, expressed concern. "Miss, you are awake. How do you feel? Is it painful? I shall fetch the doctor for you." As she prepared to leave, Ruoshue, still unaware of the complete narrative, thought it best to embrace the unfolding events and quickly grasped the maid's arm with her uninjured hand. The sudden exertion inadvertently tugged at her injured hand, causing her face to blanch with pain.
Ah.
"Miss, are you all right? Is it unbearable? It is all my fault. I am to blame," the maid exclaimed, sinking to her knees at the foot of Ruoshue's bed. Observing the kneeling maid, Ruoshue sighed in exasperation. This was precisely why she struggled to acclimate to ancient customs. It seemed that kneeling was the norm for any minor dispute. She pondered whether her lifespan would diminish in this realm. "Do not fret, rise. I wish to rest for a while. And please do not allow anyone to disturb me." While she disdained the frequent kneeling, she recognized the constraints of a feudal society, knowing she lacked the power to challenge its established order. "Yes, I understand, Mississippi." The maid lowered her head and retreated with small, careful steps. Ruoshue settled back into her resting position, preparing to absorb the narrative that awaited her. Chapter 69. The reluctance of the concubine's daughter too in this chapter. The protagonist bears the name Ruoshue, although her surname differs. She is known as Ruoshue. She is the eldest daughter of a prominent minister of justice in the current dynasty. Despite her status as the eldest, she remains a concubine's daughter, a position that carries its own stigma. Nonetheless, Ruoshue excels in various arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and is well-versed in the 4 books and 5 classics, as well as the 3 cardinal guides and 5 constant virtues. Due to her remarkable talents, she often transcends her status, earning the title of the most accomplished woman in the capital. She takes pride in her abilities, believing that her genius can break the shackles of her lowly identity. However, this idyllic life is shattered when her half-sister, Yu Yanran, falls into despair after being rejected by her beloved and subsequently drowns in a lotus pond. Upon awakening, Yanran emerges as a completely transformed individual. Once a timid and weak girl, raised in the shadow of her mother's death during childbirth and neglected by their busy father, she has now become cold and decisive, possessing formidable and strange martial skills. Upon her return, she demands to annul her engagement with Xian Yuansheng, a man she once adored. Most troubling is Yanran's newfound animosity toward Ruoshue, whom she accuses of having maliciously attempted to harm her. Though Ruoshue, proud of her identity as a concubine's daughter, refuses to explain herself, her silence is construed as guilt by Yanran. Thus begins a fierce rivalry, with Yanran leveraging her status as a legitimate daughter to undermine Ruoshue at every turn. Despite Ruoshue's mother managing the household, Minister Yu Qian-Kuin shows no intention of legitimizing her status, which becomes increasingly evident and detrimental during their conflict. Ruoshue faces public humiliation at a banquet, losing her esteemed reputation as a talented woman. She is schemed against, losing her most precious virtue, and is ridiculed by society, becoming the subject of scandalous gossip. Once a noble lady, she is now a figure of mockery, her dignity stripped away. Yanran often dresses as a man, disregarding societal norms, and mocks Ruoshue for being a rigid and cruel individual. The animosity between the two escalates, drawing the ire of others who join forces against Ruoshue. They orchestrate the downfall of her maternal family, the Sun clan, leading to a tragic sequence of events where Ruoshue's mother, Sun Shi, is falsely accused and brutally executed by Minister Yu Qian-Kuin without a chance to defend herself. Ruoshue is left in shock, staring at her mother's severed head, overwhelmed by horror and despair as Yanran callously orders the body to be discarded. Yanran's cruelty knows no bounds, mocking Ruoshue's grief. Furthermore, Ruoshue's younger brother, Yu Xian, suffers a similar fate, sold into servitude after losing his sister's protection. Ruoshue's life devolves into a nightmare, enduring relentless torment and degradation, ultimately succumbing to her fate in a state of utter despair. Her brother's pleas for a dignified burial contrast starkly with her own tragic end, where even in death, she is denied peace. In the depths of her suffering, she is consumed by hatred and resentment, questioning why Yanran holds such power over her and her family's fate. The narrative paints Ruoxue as a solitary figure adrift in a tumultuous sea of despair, her tragic journey culminating in destruction. As Ruoxue absorbs the weight of her predecessor's anguish, her complexion pales, indicating the profound impact of these negative emotions on her psyche. It becomes evident that strengthening her mental fortitude is imperative. At this moment, Ruoxue inhabits the body of the original character just as Yanran's transformation begins. The pain in her right hand, which has been mercilessly broken, intensifies her resolve. She vows vengeance, declaring that she will not rest until Yanran faces consequences for her actions. The metamorphosis of Yanran from a fragile girl to a ruthless adversary suggests the intervention of some fortuitous circumstance. Ruoxue contemplates her own deficiencies, lacking in both intelligence and martial prowess. She finds herself at a disadvantage against Yanran. The prospect of explaining her sudden mastery of martial arts, especially given her sheltered upbringing, feels insurmountable. As she wrestles with her predicament, the sound of hurried footsteps approaches. "Xiao Ruo, how are you?" A voice filled with urgency precedes the entrance of an elegantly dressed woman, who grasps Ruoxue's hand, her presence a stark contrast to the chaos surrounding her. Chapter 70. The reluctance of the concubine's daughter. 3. The woman, consumed by anxiety, inadvertently tugged at Ruoxue's other hand, causing her to bite down hard in pain, her complexion paling further. "Oh, dear. Little Ruoxue, how are you? Is it still painful? Mother will send someone to fetch a doctor. Ziyuan, hurry and find a physician for the young lady.
Quick."
Seeing Ruoxue's pale and fragile appearance, the woman was filled with urgency and called out for Ziyuan to seek help. The girl being summoned, Ziyuan, was the same little maid who had previously shown great concern for Ruoxue. According to the original owner's memories, this devoted maid had always stood by her side, shielding her from the harsh glares of others, no matter how much the original owner was insulted or humiliated. Yet, this loyalty ultimately led Ziyuan to a tragic fate, as she was cruelly whipped to death by a suitor of Yu Yanran. Contemplating this, Ruoxue felt a surge of bitterness and guilt for Ziyuan. "Little Ruoxue, how are you feeling? Does it still hurt? If it does, tell mother. Just tell mother," the woman, who was Ruoxue's biological mother, Sun Shi, implored. Sun Shi's eyes glistened with tears, her hands trembling at her side, careful not to touch Ruoxue again for fear of causing her more pain. At that moment, a voice, sweet and crisp as a lark, intermingled with boisterous mockery, broke the tension. "Perhaps Auntie is growing old and has forgotten. The only one who can call me mother is my own mother. You are merely a minor concubine, a mere concubine's daughter. I am the true mistress of this residence, the only legitimate daughter. Isn't that right, Aunt Sun?" Ruoxue observed Sun Shi's expression darken to a shade of iron, her brows knitting together, a clear indication that the speaker was Yu Yanran. It is good that Aunt Sun understands. I was beginning to think you could no longer distinguish between noble and humble, between legitimate and illegitimate," the newcomer continued, striding into the room with her hair cascading freely, a bandage wrapped around her head from a recent injury sustained in the lotus pond. With her captivating phoenix eyes, which sparkled with newfound radiance, she exuded an air of sharpness and pride. Her delicate oval face, naturally tinted lips, and petite, refined nose adorned in a blue gown gave her an unexpectedly commanding presence. Ruoxue looked upon Yu Yanran, feeling not hatred, but a sense of disdain. Indeed, it was disdain, a mere dislike. An aversion towards Ruoxue and Sun Shi that did not warrant severe retaliation, which puzzled Ruoxue. "What is this? My dear sister has only now noticed the injury on my head? Could it be that her conscience is troubled, preventing her from meeting my gaze?" The sarcasm in Yu Yanran's words was palpable. "I did not," Ruoxue replied, unwilling to engage in a futile debate. The pride of the original owner forbade her from bowing down. Moreover, even if Ruoxue were to explain, Yu Yanran would likely not believe her. Thus, she saw no reason to waste her breath. Besides, with her right hand nearly rendered useless by Yu Yanran, the enmity had escalated, further solidifying Ruoxue's resolve not to yield. "Humph!" Yu Yanran scoffed, her disbelief evident, her phoenix eyes glinting with mockery and contempt. Second miss, the young lady is recuperating. I must ask you to leave. Sun Shi, unable to endure Yu Yanran's haughty demeanor before Ruoshui, coldly interjected, Annie seems to have forgotten that I am also a patient, and my injuries are far more severe. Not to mention the source of them. Yu Yanran let out a derisive snort and turned to leave, casting a final glance at the visibly weakened Ruoshui, a warning. Ruoshui's expression grew somber, uncertain of what offense she had committed to incur such ire once more. Yet, when one harbors a dislike for another, even their very breath is perceived as a transgression. Madam, young lady, the doctor has arrived. A breathless Ziyuan's voice echoed from outside as she rushed in, seemingly having run too quickly, causing her to cough from the chill air she had inhaled. Do take care of yourself, Ruoshui remarked, bemused. Chapter 71. The Unwillingness of the Lowly Noble Girl for Indeed. I am aware, my lady. Although Ziyuan has become quite sensible and appears as a young lady in front of the other maids, she is still merely a girl of 15 or 16 years. In her own time, she should be basking in her parents' love, laughing with friends at school, and complaining about the day's homework. Yet, the opportunity to study has become a luxury for her, forcing her to bear responsibilities beyond her years in this feudal society. Ruoshui gazed at the rosy-cheeked young girl, whose excitement stemmed from a casual greeting, feeling a surge of compassion for her. Ruoshui's tone softened further. Meanwhile, Sun observed the deep bond between Ruoshui and Ziyuan with a sense of comfort. All right, young Ru, let Dr. Zhang take a look at your hand. Upon hearing this, Ruoshui extended her hand. She looked at Dr. Zhang, who had a few strands of goat's beard on his chin, and closed his eyes, seemingly listening to her pulse. Ruoshui was curious, as her injury was merely to her hand, with no other ailments to speak of. How is it? Sun inquired anxiously as Dr. Zhang opened his eyes. After some consideration, Dr. Zhang explained in simpler terms. I understand now, Sun thought, realizing that Ruoshui's emotional fluctuations were likely due to Yu Yanran. In that case, I shall prescribe a few restorative medicines for the young lady, which will aid in her recovery. It is unwise for her to experience excessive emotional turmoil at present, Doctor. Zhang declared as he rose. Ziyuan, see Dr. Zhang out. Sun nodded repeatedly, her heart heavy as she observed Ruoshui's pale face. The compassion of a healer was evident. Doctor. Zhang sighed and prepared to leave. Dr. Zhang, please wait. Suddenly, Ruoshui spoke, her voice weak yet unable to conceal its exquisite timbre. Dr. Zhang, will my hand be able to perform delicate tasks in the future? Indeed, Dr. Zhang, though merely a humble physician, understood the harsh realities behind the fade of nobility. Ruoshui's status may seem enviable, yet she remained a lowly noble girl, and with her injury, she would be unable to engage in intricate needlework. And even writing would be affected. It seemed her future would be fraught with difficulties. Contemplating this, Dr. Zhang found himself feeling a deeper sympathy for the girl behind the curtain. Without awaiting his reply, Ruoshui continued, Dr. Zhang need not worry. I am already aware that this hand will likely become useless. Her tone held a note of self-mockery. Thanks to the memories of the original owner, she understood that she would no longer be able to paint or write. Even the simple act of holding objects would be challenging. Little Ru, that won't happen. Mother will ensure your hand remains unharmed. Isn't that so, Dr. Zhang? Sun interjected quickly, her last words carrying a hint of veiled threat. Despite this, Dr. Zhang recognized that Sun's concern stemmed from her desperation, and he bore her no ill will. Mother, I understand my situation. Father has never favored me. Under these circumstances, I fear I will not be able to serve you for long. The meaning of her words was clear to all present. There is no need for the young lady to worry. As long as you recover well, there is still hope, Dr. Zhang reassured her. You need not comfort me, Dr. Zhang. I am fully aware of my circumstances. However, I humbly wish to become your disciple, hoping to possess some value in this world. Before anyone could react, Ruoshui suddenly leapt from her bed and knelt before Dr. Zhang, bowing her head, her voice both mournful and resolute.
Oh,
this is utterly unacceptable, my lady, Dr. Zhang exclaimed, startled by her sudden gesture, attempting to assist her while feeling the constraints of propriety. Little Ru, what are you doing?
Rise.
The ground is cold. And you are still injured. Sun bent down to help her up.
No.
Mother, this is my choice. I hope you will support me, Ruoshui declared. Dr. Zhang. I know I am but a mere girl, yet I sincerely wish to learn your medical skills. In this family, my only value lies in marrying off. And I refuse to be treated as a mere commodity to be exchanged at will. I implore you to accept me as your apprentice. With that, Ruoshui pressed her forehead to the ground. Chapter 72. The reluctance of the noble girl 5. Alas, what is the necessity of this? I shall accept you, Dr. Zhang remarked, gazing at the respectful and bowed figure of Ruoshui before him, sighing softly. Master. However, I can only endeavor to teach you. Comprehension ultimately relies on your own efforts. Moreover, my medical skills are rather rudimentary, and I fear I may not impart much knowledge to you. I do not mind. Please allow me to bow to my master. When Ruoshui raised her head to look at Dr. Zhang again, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The doctor, initially regretting his decision to accept a young lady of noble birth, found his resolve wavering once more. Very well, very well. It is merely the addition of another disciple. Master, please have some tea. Ruoshui poured tea and presented it before Dr. Zhang, her smile radiant. He accepted the tea and took a symbolic sip.
All right.
Ziyuan, please escort Dr. Zhang out, Sun Shi interjected, observing the sudden turn of events with a calm demeanor. Since you have become my disciple, I must not offer you any special privileges. Here is the comprehensive medical compendium. You may take it for now, and I shall return later to test your memorization. Due to an injury on her right hand, Ruoshui accepted the book with her left hand. As she felt its weight, her heart sank.
Goodness.
How many pages could this possibly have? Surely the text isn't too small. With a flicker of hope, she opened the first page and was immediately overwhelmed. The dense characters resembled a swarm of tadpoles clustering together. Medicine is not easily mastered. You must memorize it first, Dr. Zhang concluded before departing. Little Ruo, do rest well, Sun Shi said, gently adjusting the quilt around Ruoshui before making her exit. Mother, please take care. By the way, Mother, do not seek trouble with Yu Yanran. We are indeed in a less favorable position than she. Also, tell Xiao Xian to refrain from mingling with those individuals. Things may not remain peaceful for long. The gravity of her last statement was profound, evoking a nod from Sun Shi, who recognized her daughter's foresight. It was only natural to sense the recent unrest in the capital. She resolved to keep Xiao Xian from venturing out. Yet restraining her own simmering resentment towards Yu Yanran proved more challenging. It is not yet our time. Your father's affections have never wavered. Let it go. Sun Shi, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of War, held a noble status. However, upon her fateful encounter with Yu Qianquan, she embarked on a path of no return. Even aware of his existing wife, she willingly served as his concubine for over a decade, leveraging her family's influence to elevate him from obscurity to prominence. Though the original wife had perished during childbirth, Sun Shi remained relegated to the status of a mere concubine, despite being granted all the privileges of a mistress. In the end, her position was still lacking legitimacy. Biting her lip, Sun Shi chose silence as she exited, closing the door behind her. Ruoshui watched her mother depart, sighing softly before once again immersing herself in her studies. She realized that only through diligent self-improvement could she hope to alter the fates of those around her. In the ensuing days, Ruoshui's mind became a tangled web of herbal knowledge, even upon seeing ordinary vegetables. Her first thought was to classify them as belonging to specific botanical families, considering their properties and characteristics. Sun Shi, witnessing Ruoshui's obsession, feared she had become entranced by her studies. Despite Ruoshui's repeated explanations yielding little effect, Sun Shi eventually acquiesced. During this period, Yu Yanran sought Ruoshui on several occasions, yet no matter her words, Ruoshui remained indifferent, floating through her studies as if in a tranquil haze, ultimately forgetting everything else. 3 months swiftly passed. Although Ruoshui's hand remained somewhat uncoordinated, she could now gently move it and lift lighter objects. Injuries to tendons and bones take 100 days to heal. Ruoshui mused, observing the gradually peeling bandages on her right hand, feeling a swell of emotion. Well, the issue with your hand is not as severe now. You can write, though sewing may still be beyond your capacity, Dr. Zhang noted, carrying his medical kit.
Yes.
I understand. By the way, Master, I have completely memorized the comprehensive medical compendium you provided me. So soon? Dr. Zhang expressed surprise. For the tome was not only thick but also contained substantial content on each page, with the myriad appearances and effects of herbs rendering memorization a formidable task. Chapter 73. The reluctance of the noblewoman 6 having injured her hand, Ruoxue spent her time at home memorizing the text. Her smile was somewhat bashful. Dr. Zhang stroked his sparse goatee, nodding silently. Although Ruoxue claimed her quick memorization was due to idleness, Dr. Zhang recognized the effort she had invested. Otherwise, how could she recite the book so fluently? Indeed, I did not anticipate your swift memorization, so I did not bring another pharmacology book. You shall take a day to rest, and I will bring it to you tomorrow. Master, I can fetch it myself. It is not necessary to trouble you with my affairs. Ruoxue rose to her feet. That is also acceptable. Dr. Zhang observed Ruoxue's humility and diligence, feeling increasingly pleased with his female disciple. Thus, with her veil covering her face, Ruoxue followed Dr. Zhang outside, accompanied only by Ziyuan. Upon entering the apothecary, the faint aroma of traditional Chinese medicine invigorated the atmosphere. Take this. Not only must you memorize it, but understanding is paramount. Study it diligently. Dr. Zhang affectionately patted Ruoxue's head, akin to a loving father. At that moment, tears welled in Ruoxue's eyes, for she felt the genuine paternal affection that resembled that of her own father. I understand. Thank you, Master. Ruoxue lowered her head. Farewell, Master. She nodded to Dr. Zhang at the doorway, offering a respectful gesture before departing with Ziyuan. Miss, allow me to carry that for you, Ziyuan said, noticing Ruoxue's struggle to hold the thick book. It is nothing. Do you wish to purchase something? Since we are out, why not take a look?
Ruoxue smiled at Ziyuan.
Seeing the conflicted expression on Ziyuan's doll-like face, Ruoxue felt a twinge of amusement, recognizing the disappointment that flickered across Ziyuan's features. Yes, Ziyuan's voice was subdued. Ruoxue's lips curled into a smile without uttering a word. Is that so? Ruoxue slightly turned, her exposed eyes curving like a crescent moon, sparkling with life. It was then that Ziyuan realized they were at Juyan Tower, the largest tavern in the capital. Miss, Ziyuan exclaimed, visibly moved. Yes, yes. Ziyuan nodded eagerly. Rest assured. I have sufficient funds. Ziyuan proudly patted the pouch at her side. In an instant, Ruoxue envisioned Ziyuan brandishing a black card, declaring, Order whatever you desire. I have more than enough money. Amused, Ruoxue was about to tease Ziyuan when suddenly, a turn of events occurred. A thief snatched Ziyuan's pouch and dashed away, leaving Ruoxue stunned at the audacity of the rogue. Take this, wait for me here. Ruoxue tossed the book into Ziyuan's hands and pursued the thief. With no heroes to rely upon, you Ruoxue, would never be one to suffer oppression or await rescue.
Miss.
As Ruoxue chased the thief, overcoming obstacles, she finally seized the individual while crossing 5th Street. Keep running. Ruoxue's voice was slightly breathless. Her pampered body struggled to keep pace after such a long chase. She kicked the thief clad in black to the ground, pondering why someone would wear black in broad daylight, as if to avoid being seen. Chapter 74. The reluctance of a noblewoman. My apologies. Valiant lady, I was mistaken. This is your purse. The small thief fell to his knees before Ruoxue, disregarding the excruciating pain in his leg from her furious kick as he presented the stolen purse he had previously snatched. Humph! Ruoxue seized the purse, her demeanor transforming into that of a formidable bandit leader. You have pilfered my money. It appears you possess quite a bit of experience, She cast a sidelong glance at the thief, who trembled uncontrollably at the sight of this seemingly youthful heiress radiating an intimidating aura of authority. Clearly, he had encountered a formidable opponent, and regret washed over him. Empty your pockets, Ruoxue commanded, dragging the thief into a dark alley with an air of superiority that rendered him incapable of resistance. What? Her words seemed incongruous with her noble appearance, leading the thief to believe he had misheard. Are you unwilling? And no. The thief hastily shook his head. Then surrender all your money and remove your clothing. The world felt surreal, A seemingly delicate lady of high standing had not only captured him, but was now resorting to extortion. Moreover, she was demanding he disrobe. Was she perhaps taking a fancy to him? If so, he would gladly oblige. Noticing the lewd grin on his face, Ruoxue quickly discerned his misinterpretation and, with renewed vigor, delivered another kick. Pleased to see his expression change, she continued, "Hurry up." Ruoxue herself felt far from comfortable. Her body had only recently recovered from a prolonged illness, and after so many days of inactivity, this sudden exertion was taxing. However, she could not afford to show weakness in front of others. "Here is all I possess," the thief stammered, leaving only a fur coat on his shivering form. One hand clutching his arm against the autumn chill while the other offered his clothes and money to Ruoxue, grinning obsequiously to reveal a set of crooked yellow teeth. Ruoxue's forehead twitched in annoyance. Had her strength been greater, she might have lost her composure and struck him again. Disdainfully accepting the garments, she flung them to the far side of the alley. Though only separated by a high wall, the distance was considerable. She then leisurely deposited the thief's ill-gotten gains into her purse. The thief gazed in disbelief at her actions, while Ruoxue turned to leave without a backward glance.
Thief.
"Return the lady's purse at once." A loud voice suddenly echoed from the alley's entrance, followed by the appearance of a young man clad in the attire of a wanderer.
Miss.
"Are you unharmed?" Ziyuan rushed over, concern evident in her eyes as she scanned Ruoxue from head to toe. "Hero, help!" The thief interrupted, tears welling in his eyes as he pleaded with the newly arrived man. "Something is amiss," the hero noted. Ruoxue remarked, "One might assume she harmed him." Oblivious to the oddities of the situation, approached the thief and delivered a fierce kick to his side. Cursing vehemently, she embodied the spirit of a fiery pepper. "You audacious rogue! How dare you steal from Our Lady? Thankfully, she is unharmed, or 3 heads would not suffice." The hero observed, "Is this truly the young maid who is frantically searching for her mistress?" Ruoxue pondered how Ziyuan had yet to recognize her latent violent tendencies.
Ouch.
"Valiant lady, please cease." "Hero, save me." The thief cried out in agony. "Is the young lady in serious distress?" The hero bowed slightly to Ruoxue, addressing her with respect. Though he believed the greater offense lay with the thief, he recognized Ruoxue's role as the victim. "No harm done. I would appreciate it if the hero could fetch my maid for me. Thanks to your timely arrival, I narrowly escaped a dire fate," Ruoxue remarked, feeling it improper to let the man leave empty-handed after coming to her aid. The hero glanced at the nearly stripped thief, shivering in the wind, and silently noted 3 black lines of disbelief on his forehead. Chapter 75. The reluctance of the noblewoman ate upon witnessing the young hero's incredulous expression. Ruoxue's face bore the unmistakable mark of embarrassment. Had she known earlier that assistance would arrive, she would not have revealed her bandit-like tendencies. If it would not be too much trouble, she hoped to express her gratitude to the esteemed hero properly. It was then that Ruoxue took in the appearance of her rescuer. He had bushy eyebrows, large eyes, a square jaw, and a prominent nose. Truly the visage of a rugged man. Coupled with the righteous aura of a wanderer, he appeared even more robust, as if he were a wild and untamed brushstroke. "No, I did not aid the young lady. She was more than capable of handling those ruffians on her own," the man insisted, waving his hands dismissively.
"Ah.
"Our young mistress has invited you, so do accept it, instead of prattling like a woman," Ziyuan interjected, having momentarily forgotten that this man had come to save her mistress. In her eyes, Ruoxue was the sole priority. Ruoxue pondered, who had instilled such a bandit-like demeanor in this little girl? Surely, she had concealed her own Mountain King temperament quite well. "No, I did not," the man stammered, his words cut short by Ziyuan's sharp rebuke. "Goodness. Our young mistress merely wishes to treat you to a meal. Helping or not is of little consequence." Ziyuan, embodying the spirit of a rogue, pressed the towering man back, resembling a scion of privilege teasing an innocent woman.
Indeed.
"I merely intend to thank the hero, for his kind intentions have reached me," Ruoxue interjected, concerned that Ziyuan's demeanor might escalate the situation. "Then I must express my gratitude, young lady," the man acknowledged, realizing he could no longer refuse such goodwill, and clasped his hands in a gesture of thanks. By the way, may I inquire your name, esteemed hero? Ruo Shui asked.
Oh,
I am but a humble disciple of the Huashan sect, under the guidance of Master Lianhua of the Five Elements Peak. Enough with the unnecessary details. Our young mistress simply wishes to know your name. Ziyuan interrupted, impatiently.
ah,
I am Li Huabuer, he replied, somewhat bashfully scratching his head.
see?
That was simple enough. Ruo Shui remarked, playfully chastising Ziyuan.
Ow.
Ruo Shui gently tapped Ziyuan's head. Show some respect. Master Li has just saved you. But did you not save yourself? Ziyuan retorted, incredulity lacing her tone. I was on the brink of exhaustion. Fortunately, Master Li arrived just in time, Ruo Shui countered.
Oh,
Ziyuan finally acquiesced, closing her mouth. As Ruo Shui met Li Huabua's appreciative gaze, she mused, truly, he is a simple and honest man. Observing Ziyuan and Li Huabua, one reprimanding, the other dazed, Ruo Shui suddenly felt that they made quite a fitting pair. Time passed as the trio engaged in light-hearted banter, with Ziyuan eagerly inquiring after Ruo Shui, all the while Li Huabua remained quietly bemused. Come now, brotherly, allow me to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. I hope you will not find my humble offerings lacking, she invited warmly. The two conversed amiably along the way, sharing a sense of camaraderie as if they were long-lost friends. You keep insisting that it was you who saved yourself. Why do you keep extolling your brother? Li Huabo remarked, exasperated by Ruo Shui's teasing. Ruo Shui laughed and stepped into the building, where she, despite Li Huabo's evident reluctance, requested a private room. Brotherly, dining in the common area would not be suitable for an unmarried young lady like me. Realization dawned upon Li Huabo that this spirited individual, despite her demeanor, was still a young girl, and the public eye would impose undue constraints. The Yuan, feeling slighted, pouted. Now she is ignoring me. How rude. The waiter guided them to a table, and Ruo Shui was suddenly reminded of a familiar waiter from her previous life. I wonder how he is now, she mused, recalling the time of her departure when he was still single, parading in white garments. As memories of the lively little waiter clouded her thoughts, Ruo Shui's mood darkened. Miss, what troubles you? Ziyuan asked, noticing her mistress's sudden shift in demeanor. Is it because brotherly ordered too much? She ventured, concern etched across her brow. No, that is not it, Ruo Shui reassured them, shaking her head lightly at their anxious expressions, especially Ziyuan's, who looked ready to launch into a tirade. I simply feel as though it has been ages since my last outing, and I have missed many new offerings at this establishment. Oh, that is of no concern.
today.
Brotherly, shall treat you to a feast. Order whatever you desire, he declared with enthusiasm. In the end, they indulged to their heart's content, and Ruo Shui, after much effort, finally called the waiter over to settle the bill. Chapter 76. The reluctance of the noble and common-born girl 9. After indulging in a sumptuous meal and drink, Ruo Shui felt utterly content. With her slightly rounded belly, she paid the innkeeper Ziyuan and stepped outside. Isn't that my dear sister, you Ruo Shui? As Ruo Shui descended the stairs, she was unexpectedly greeted by a voice dripping with sarcasm, particularly the exaggerated emphasis on dear sister. Instinctively, Ruo Shui recognized the speaker as Yu Yanran. What brings you here? Ruo Shui inquired, casting a cool glance at Yu Yanran, who was adorned in masculine attire, exuding an air of aloofness. Humph. I merely wonder how my reclusive, sheltered sister managed to venture into such a humble establishment. It's rather unsanitary outside. I hope you don't encounter any unfortunate incidents. Yu Yanran lifted her chin, scoffing, and her gaze lingered on Ruo Shui with a knowing implication, particularly emphasizing the word unfortunate. Her slender, phoenix-like eyes sparkled with an intimidating glint, and her crimson lips curled into a sly smile. Ruo Shui thought to herself, I must have neglected to consult the almanac today. Encountering this irritant is quite vexing. To seek out her displeasure, she has even dragged this tavern into it. TSK. I wonder if this girl is truly foolish. Who else but an astute individual could have managed to expand this tavern in the capital without attracting the court's scrutiny? Yu Yanran's words did not sit well with those who overheard. Indeed, Ruo Shui noticed the innkeeper's previously amicable smile had faded considerably. And Yu Yanran wore a mask of forced civility. Mind your own business. Faced with Ruoshue's icy indifference, Yu Yanran gritted her teeth. This was always the case. No matter what she said, Ruoshue maintained her proud demeanor, inciting a desire to tear away her nauseatingly hypocritical facade. It's not that I care, but I dread the consequences should something happen to my sister. If the esteemed lady in the courtyard were to blame me, I would surely suffer. Was she subtly insinuating that the matriarch, Sun, would protect her? Ruoshue, uninterested in conversing with someone she deemed mentally deficient, brushed past Yu Yanran, intent on descending the stairs. Yu Yanran's eyes flickered with a tempest of emotions. She had been feeling particularly discontented lately, whether in Ruoshue's presence or that of another woman. In an impulsive moment, Yu Yanran stealthily reached out, attempting to shove Ruoshue down the stairwell. Just as she extended her hand, a sweet voice cried out, "Ah, Miss Yu, what are you doing?" Looking up, she realized Yu Yanran was entirely disregarding her, instead casting a dark look at the individual who had just spoken. Ruoshue turned to see a girl in a playful, peach-colored gauzy dress, her flowing hair casually adorned, with a few strands framing her snow-white face, enhancing her youthful beauty. At this moment, her round eyes widened in surprise, her lips parted in a charming expression of astonishment. "Miss Yu, what do you intend to do?" she inquired, approaching with quick steps. A tall man following closely behind her cast a helpless yet affectionate glance in her direction before also advancing. It turned out that Yu Yanran did not belong to this era. She had transcended into this life when the original Yu Yanran had taken a leap into the lake. Though she inherited Yu Yanran's body, she lacked the memories of her predecessor. Consequently, she constructed a narrative in her mind of Yu Yanran as a frail, unloved legitimate daughter, perpetually oppressed by her cunning half-sister and malevolent stepmother. Indeed, she was the very embodiment of that scheming half-sister. How presumptuous! Ruoshue thought, somewhat exasperated. While the original owner of this body might have been cunning, she had not directed it against her. Moreover, who would neglect their own daughter in favor of their enemies? Sun had not mistreated her. Though she was overlooked, she was provided for according to the standards of a legitimate daughter. It could only be said that some cruel servants took advantage of their power over their superiors. But they dared to do so because Yu Yanran was too weak and lacked any courage to stand up for herself, resulting in her perpetual submissiveness. Thus, the modern incarnation of Yu Yanran began her extraordinary journey through the ancient world. However, this was merely the tale of Yu Yanran's past life. In this new existence, circumstances had shifted, transforming her from a child of destiny into a wicked supporting character. Chapter 77. The reluctance of the noble and common-born woman. The unexpected turn of events was caused by the charming young lady who had spoken earlier, Gu Qingcheng, the only daughter of the current prime minister. Truly, she is a paragon of celestial grace, a precious gem in her father's possession, delicately nurtured as if she might shatter at the slightest touch. However, this very indulgence has bred her capricious and overbearing temperament. In her previous life, she clashed with Yu Yanran over a man, ultimately meeting a tragic end. At the moment of her demise, she was still embroiled in a fierce contest of wits with Yu Yanran, making her the latter's greatest rival. Yet, she ultimately faced defeat, not only losing her life and dignity, but also bringing down the entire prime minister's residence with her. At this moment, Ruoshue silently wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from her brow, perplexed by the sheer power of the female protagonist. Once she engages in battle, it is as if she raises everything in her path. A single misstep leads to ruin, and Ruoshue could only attribute this phenomenon to the protagonist's halo. Gu Qingcheng, too, was unwilling to accept her fate, filled with hatred and regret at having lost to someone she had always looked down upon. And the man she desired showed no interest in her. Thus, she was reborn, becoming the new female lead, kicking away scoundrels, tormenting the original protagonist, reclaiming her loyal suitor, and leading the prime minister's residence into a new era. Ruoshue mused that this world seemed somewhat distorted. How could one simply be reborn or transported across realms? Moreover, she found herself as a taskbearer in this chaotic scenario. Fortunately, Ruoshue did not have to confront the current female lead directly, as her opponent shared similar goals. With a grin, she felt buoyed by the protagonist's aura, believing she would undoubtedly fulfill her mission with remarkable success. "Miss you, what troubles you?" Gu Qingcheng had unknowingly approached Ruo Shui, catching a glimpse of her almost ear-to-ear smile. Upon noticing Gu Qingcheng's curious gaze, Ruo Shui slowly retracted her expression, which had nearly betrayed her vision of a promising future. "It's nothing, merely an old ailment," Ruo Shui replied nonchalantly. "The esteemed first talent of the capital suffers from such an ailment?" Gu Qingcheng regarded Ruo Shui with an even more peculiar expression, as if she were observing someone with diminished faculties. "Miss Gu, must I report my desire to be closer to my sister to you?" Yu Yanran's eyes flickered in momentary panic at the figure behind Gu Qingcheng before she regained her composure, speaking with an air of arrogance. In that instant, Ruo Shui genuinely believed that the woman before her had lost the protagonist's halo and was merely a former lead. The dynamics of their interaction made it clear that their relationship was far from amicable. The eternal conflict between legitimate and illegitimate offspring is a struggle across different social strata that cannot be easily reconciled. Were Yu Yanran to graciously acknowledge this and subtly insinuate her own ambiguous actions, she might forge a strong impression in front of others. Nevertheless, Ruo Shui found herself quite pleased with the current situation. "I see no reason to converse with someone who has wronged me so gravely," Ruo Shui replied without hesitation, dismantling the fa. Yu Yanran's sharp, phoenix-like eyes widened, clearly shocked by Ruo Shui's blatant disregard for her dignity. Ruo Shui, aware of Yu Yanran's thoughts, would surely smirk with a hint of disdain. "Miss Yu, truly remarkable," Gu Qingcheng chuckled softly, the unspoken implications of her words clear to all present. Yu Yanran's face flushed, whether from anger or embarrassment, as her gaze darted to the man nearby. Ruo Shui noticed this movement, narrowing her eyes, sensing a hidden agenda. "Humph! How well do you know him? Surely, he cannot be your esteemed gentleman?" It was only then that Yu Yanran noticed Li Huabua, who stood behind Ruo Shui, though she conveniently overlooked the presence of the young maid, Zun. "You are overthinking this," Ruo Shui replied, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor, betraying no signs of anger. Having grown tired of the exchange with Yu Yanran, she merely nodded to Gu Qingcheng before turning and exiting. As Gu Qingcheng watched Ruo Shui's retreating figure, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. This Mo Ruo Shui did not resemble the person she had known in her previous life. Could she also be reborn? Yet, the thought was quickly dismissed. Rebirth is not so easily attained. Nevertheless, Gu Qingcheng resolved to test Ruo Shui at a later time. "My apologies, Brother Li, for the misunderstanding," Ruo Shui said, offering a hint of regret as they left the tavern. "It's nothing. You bear the brunt of the situation," Li Huabua replied dismissively, aware that such matters could be far more damaging to a woman. After some contemplation, he added, "Your sister does not seem to have the best relationship with you. She is not easy to deal with, so be cautious." He understood that the waters of wealth and power run deep. Chapter 78. The Reluctance of the Noblewoman. "Yes, I am aware," Ruo Shui replied with a smile. She understood that Li Huabua was concerned about the potential damage to his reputation from being seen with them. Once back in her room, Ruo Shui eagerly opened the book she had received from Dr. Zhang that day. As she turned to the first page, she discovered that its contents were considerably more complex. The previous volume had been merely extensive and varied, but this one delved into intricate pharmacology. Nevertheless, Ruo Shui remained invigorated by her studies. Perhaps once engaged, the material lost its monotony. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, night had descended. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Ruo Shui's door was forcefully flung open. A cacophony erupted outside, accompanied by a voice brimming with rage. "You, Ruo Shui, come out." It was Yu Yanran. "Let her in. If the door is damaged, you'll be responsible for your own dowry." The first part of her statement was directed at the diligent maids outside, while the latter addressed Yu Yanran. "Why did you not respond to me today?" That Gu Qingcheng was clearly seeking trouble. Yu Yanran's eyes blazed with indignation. In response to her accusatory tone, Ruo Shui merely thought, "What a nuisance. If you weren't intent on harming me, why would you act this way? Regardless, they are my benefactors." Maintaining her calm demeanor, Ruo Shui continued to peruse her book without raising her gaze. We are both from the minister's residence. You must uphold its reputation," she exclaimed. She is tarnishing our family's image. Yu Yanran paused momentarily. And what of it? The one who should be ashamed is you, not I.
Besides,
You have always been a blemish on the minister's house. Why fear it now? Have you forgotten your right hand? Yu Yanran's voice dripped with threat. Of course not. I have been well aware of that worthless hand. Ruoshui shot back. Then you should watch your words. Do not provoke me. If you do not come after me, I will not trouble you. Ruoshui's voice remained as serene as ever. The door is here, the market lies outside. Ziyuan, see the guest out. Ruoshui's eyes remained fixed on the medical text, her delicate brows furrowing as she encountered a point of confusion. Yu Yanran was not foolish. After processing Ruoshui's words, her expression darkened. She realized she had been insulted indirectly. Second miss, please. Ziyuan stood tall, gesturing respectfully to Yu Yanran, though her eyes revealed only disdain. After all, this woman had harmed her beloved mistress. Is this your way of treating guests? Yu Ruoshui, you are truly something. Yu Yanran's words were laced with venom. Thank you for your concern. It is getting late. Farewell, sister. With that, she turned her back and retreated into her chamber, shutting out Yu Yanran. Yu Yanran's forehead pulsed with anger. Despite her past as a formidable businesswoman, she recognized the need for prudence in this situation. She had initially planned to manipulate the conflict between Yu Ruoshui and Gu Qingcheng, but could not afford to let their relationship grow too strained. After a few deep breaths, she swept away, her long sleeves trailing behind her. If Ruoshui were aware that their relationship was still deemed not too strained, she would likely scoff.
goodness.
They're nearly at the point of pushing me down the stairs, and this is not considered too strained. Upon hearing of Yu Yanran's aggressive visit, Sun rushed over in a flurry. Upon seeing Ruoshui, she exclaimed, Are you all right? I would never let her succeed. Ruoshui reassured her with a smile. Sister, are you well? Suddenly, a strange voice, reminiscent of a duckling undergoing its voice change, echoed from outside. Ruoshui looked up to see a figure rushing in. It was her younger brother.
Yu Xian.
The boy, still slender but now taller than Ruoshui, had his black hair tied back with a white jade crown, leaving a few strands to dance in the breeze by his ears. His delicate brows were long, and his eyes, unlike Yu Yanran's fierce gaze, possessed a distinct charm. Now filled with concern for Ruoshui, his high-bridged nose and thin, cool lips completed his striking appearance. Chapter 79. The reluctance of a noble girl. The moment she laid eyes on the youth, Ruoshui felt a sudden pang in her heart, as if her very soul were drenched in sorrow. Xiao Xian, she murmured, her voice trembling with emotion. The original owner of this body had a profound bond with her younger brother, despite their infrequent encounters. The memory of Yu Xian pleading for her burial and the haunting image of his suicide lingered vividly in her mind, filled with an overwhelming sense of bitterness, resentment, and deep-seated rage. Sister, I'm here. How is your hand? That wretched Yu Yanran dared to injure you. The boy's face was a portrait of indignation. It's nothing, Xiao Xian. I am fine now. Everything has healed. Please refrain from using such foul language. It reflects poorly on us. All right, I understand. Observing the youthful innocence in his expression, Ruoshui sighed, realizing that he had not taken the matter to heart. Xiao Xian, I will seek justice for this incident myself, so do not worry, all right?
Oh.
With great reluctance, Yu Xian nodded. Ruoshui's face blossomed into a radiant smile.
Good.
Yu Xian replied, a hint of discomfort creeping into his voice. The pallor of his cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Ruoshui, unable to suppress her amusement, playfully ruffled his face. By the way, Xiao Xian, how are your studies at the private school? A sudden realization struck her. As a young man, Yu Xian was expected to pursue his education. Ruoshui, drawing from the original owner's memories, knew that his academic prowess left much to be desired. She wondered just how much effort he had truly invested.
Yu
Xian's gaze wandered, uncertain. You should stop attending that private school and instead have a tutor come to our home. Ruoshui discerned that her brother was likely engaging in unsavory activities at school, spending his days in frivolity with dubious companions. Determined, she made her decision. Understanding that the consequences would be accepted, though Yu Xian wore a perpetual frown. Does studying truly cause you such distress? She teased, observing his woeful countenance. Yes. You have no idea, sister. Studying feels like it's draining the life out of me. The moment I see those cryptic characters, my head spins and my eyes blur. Listening to his lamentations about the trials of academia, Ruo Shui began to realize that her brother might not possess a natural aptitude for scholarly pursuits. She furrowed her brow in contemplation. Very well, let us not study anymore. Really? Thank you so much, sister. Wait, I haven't finished speaking. However, if we abandon our studies, you must enlist in the army. Yu Xian's expression shifted to one of dismay. Both academia and military service were equally unappealing to him. Yet, after a moment's reflection on the minuscule text of his books, he resolutely declared, I want to join the army. Are you sure? Have you thought this through? With a firm nod, he affirmed his decision, though Ruo Shui wondered how long this resolve would last. Mother, Xiao Xian has made his choice. What do you think? Did we not already agree? Why ask me? Her tone bore a hint of reproach. We merely discussed it. The final decision rests with you, mother, Ruo Shui replied, half embracing Sun Shi with a smile. Very well, since Xiao Xian has decided, that is sufficient. Though concerned for her son's safety, Sun Shi recognized that his current idleness was not a viable path, and after some contemplation, she resignedly acquiesced. Once settled on the bed, Ruo Shui retrieved a book, preparing to read, when suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. As she rose to call for someone to inquire about the disturbance, a shadow lunged towards her, swiftly pressing a hand over her slightly parted lips. Do not speak. Otherwise. The figure, clad in black, brandished a knife against Ruo Shui's neck, the blade drawing a faint line of crimson as it pressed deeper, leaving a delicate trace of blood. Indeed, her treatment was markedly different from that of the original owner. Where she had appeared frail and pale, saved by a gallant hero, she now found herself threatened with a blade. She had little desire to utter another word. Chapter 80. The reluctance of the noblewoman Ruo Shui silently glared at the sky, mentally giving it the finger. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her neck. Turning her head slightly, she realized that the cloaked figure, perceiving her silence as defiance, had pressed the blade deeper. How dare you, you little wretch! With my mouth covered and a knife against my throat, how could I possibly speak or nod? Ruo Shui gazed at the figure, whose strikingly handsome face was partially obscured by the black cloth, revealing only a pair of profound eyes. She resolved to wear down this assailant's strength while awaiting the arrival of others. Han Che frowned, initially impressed by the woman's stoic demeanor, only to discover that she was merely infatuated. Ruo Shui sensed Han Che's disdainful glances directed at her after she looked his way. They both remained silent, engaged in a silent war of endurance. As Han Che's complexion grew increasingly pale, Ruo Shui detected a pungent smell of blood as he drew closer. Are you not tough? Keep slicing my neck, she mused internally, maintaining an impassive expression. Suddenly, urgent knocks echoed from the door. Miss, are you all right? There's been a report of an assassin in the mansion. I'm right outside. Be cautious. If there's danger, call out. You foolish girl. I am currently at the mercy of the assassin, the blade poised against my delicate neck. Miss, why are you not speaking? Amidst her silence, Han Che's threatening whisper reached her ear, pressing the knife closer. Ruo Shui pointed at the hand that covered her mouth, indicating for him to behave. Fine, I'll behave. As if that were true. Coughing twice, Han Che promptly covered her mouth again, causing her to momentarily lose her breath, wide-eyed in surprise. Behave. Do not attempt any tricks. I could eliminate you before they reach you. Ruo Shui thought to herself, you're merely blabbering, yet my life hangs in the balance. She blinked, hoping he would understand. The moment Han Che relaxed his grip, she coughed again. As his hand reached out once more, she shook her head, indicating she needed to catch her breath. Miss. Hearing Ziyuan's desperate calls from outside stirred an inexplicable emotion within Ruo Shui. Ziyuan, I'm fine. I just awakened. Han Che nodded in satisfaction, realizing the girl was somewhat compliant. Seizing the moment, Ruo Shui swiftly grasped Han Che's knife-wielding hand, twisting it back, and aimed a punch at the bloodstain on his abdomen. However, as a seasoned assassin, Han Che's reflexes were sharp. He evaded her strike just in time. But the movement aggravated his injury, bringing beads of cold sweat to his forehead and unleashing a torrent of murderous intent from his eyes.
Ah.
Young man, your waist strength is impressive, Ruo Shui teased amidst the scuffle. The sounds of their struggle did not escape Ziyuan's ears.
Miss.
What is happening? Please open the door. Caught in Han Che's grasp, Ruo Shui could not attend to the door. Go find someone. Yes.
Miss. Hold on.
Hearing Ziyuan's words, Ruo Shui realized she was seeking assistance to open the door. Humph. I'll take your life. Han Che's voice dripped with contempt. Ruo Shui, with her meager skills, posed no threat to him. Yet, the fact that he was seriously injured allowed them to fight evenly. Take advantage of your illness to claim your life. Ruo Shui's breath quickened. Who knew whether this Han Che might become a formidable ally for Yu Yanran in the future? Although she no longer played the leading role, she had transformed into a vicious antagonist, and Han Che could serve as a weapon in her hand. Under no circumstances would she allow this to unfold. Ultimately, Han Che halted Ruo Shui's movements. Their struggle had been intense enough that the cloth covering his face had fallen away, revealing a ruggedly handsome visage twisted into a sinister smile. Catch this! Ruo Shui exclaimed, launching her head toward his prominent nose. Seizing the opportunity as he winced in pain, she executed a swift kick, watching Han Che's face turn ashen. A smirk crossed her lips. Indeed, that was a universal weakness for all men. Just then, the house servants who had rushed in to rescue Ruo Shui witnessed her relentless actions. Chapter 81. The unwillingness of the noble and common daughter 14. Ruo Shui smiled at the incoming servants, her pearly white teeth glimmering under the dim light of the oil lamp. The male onlookers felt an inexplicable chill, instinctively tightening their legs, and even felt a tinge of sympathy for Han Che, who lay on the ground with a pained expression. Are you not going to take him away? Do you want me to deliver him to you? Ruo Shui had just engaged in a brawl, her blood still boiling, and she felt a restless eagerness for her blade. The crowd hastily shook their heads and rushed to drag Han Che away, eager to escape Ruo Shui's penetrating gaze. They disregarded Han Che's plight, hastily pulling him along the ground. As they crossed the threshold, Han Che suffered yet another blow to his groin. Observing the pallor of his face, which resembled that of a near corpse, Ruo Shui felt a surge of satisfaction, clucking her tongue in amusement. It seems that part is doomed. Following the servants, Ruo Shui witnessed Han Che being taken to Yu Qiankuan. This was her first true glimpse of Yu Qiankuan. He appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, with a fair face and narrow phoenix eyes, a prominent nose, thin red lips, and handsome whiskers adorning his cheeks. Adorned in a deep blue official robe and black boots, he exuded an imposing presence. Upon seeing Yu Qiankuan, Ruo Shui finally understood why Sun Shi could not forget him, even lowering herself to become a concubine. Moreover, she realized why those around her often possessed the same commanding phoenix eyes, an inherited trait. With a sullen expression, Yu Qiankuan narrowed his eyes and ordered that Han Che be taken to the dungeon for personal interrogation. Hearing his dissatisfied voice, Ruo Shui interjected. She is an injured person. An injured person? What does this mean? Are you ashamed of her?
Ah.
Is this how a father shows concern for his daughter? Even under the same roof, they are seldom seen. And today, what does the injury to his daughter yield? Her voice dripped with irony. Yu Qiankuan frowned. Do you wish to make the incident of an assassin entering your chamber known to all? Did he not comprehend the circumstances? It was Yu Yanran who attempted to push her first, yet he only sought to absolve her without regard for the cause. Was it merely because she was the daughter of the woman he adored? Was it simply because she was a legitimate daughter? Ruo Shui's voice brimmed with indignation. One must remember, you were once merely a humble scholar. Even as husband and wife, you and that woman could only share a dilapidated dwelling in silence. Yu Yanran is but a commoner. If it were not for my mother, would you be in your current position? Do not claim that my mother forced you. As a noblewoman, she could not stoop to such demeaning acts. It is a feat for her to become a concubine. Yet you succumbed to the temptation of power and agreed to marry her. For years, you have treated my mother with disdain, blaming her for the rift in your once close relationship. To this day, she remains merely a concubine. What right do you have? While you enjoy the benefits she brings, you secretly condemn her. Ruo Shui's voice rose in intensity, each word resonating with conviction. Observing the surrounding servants casting down their eyes, their glances laden with unspoken meanings, she pressed on, not enough. It is not enough. You Chen Miaomiao, have merely ascended on the coattails of my mother's influence. Your foundation rests solely upon the Minister of War. Today, I declare that the Sun family can elevate you, but they can also bring you to your knees. With a resounding clap, Chen Miaomiao felt as though his hand were paralyzed. You, unfilial daughter. His lips trembled in anger. With a cold huff, Ruoshui turned away from Chen Miaomiao's nearly furious countenance, forcefully pushing him down and sweeping her sleeves as she departed. Chapter 82. The reluctance of the noblewoman after expressing her feelings. Ruoshui felt invigorated and no longer wished to maintain the facade of a demure lady. This was her true self. She intended to help the original owner of her body lead a life of unrestrained passion. The words she had spoken to Chen Miaomiao were merely observations from an outsider's perspective. If he had not succumbed to temptation, how could he have married Sun? After all, it was Sun who willingly accepted the role of a concubine, conveniently aligning with his desires. Indeed, with a beloved wife and the accompanying privileges, how could he refuse such an opportunity? Ruoshui sensed that the day had been eventful, yet exhilarating. Upon returning to her quarters, she chose not to read any further and went straight to bed. It was late, and she felt somewhat fatigued. Upon waking, she felt refreshed. Stretching lazily, she rose early and decided not to summon Ziyuan for attendance. From that day forward, Ruoshui understood that her relationship with Chen Miaomiao was akin to fire and water. Yet she felt no fear. She merely wished to declare, let the tempest rage even more fiercely. As she stepped outside, she overheard a group of young maidens whispering amongst themselves. Quietly, she approached. Maid, have you heard? The others in the courtyards are saying our young lady has gone mad.
Maid. What?
Our young lady is a celebrated talent of the capital. Such rumors are unfounded.
Maid. Oh.
You didn't witness the assassin that came to our manor last night? It is said that the assassin is actually Our Lady's former lover. He has been detained by the master, and Our Lady, heartbroken. Well, you know how it goes. Seeing the maid's enchanting eyes, Ruoshui thought, this is not the truth. Maid. No, I've heard a different version. The assassin was actually a notorious flower thief who entered Our Lady's chamber. Upon seeing her, he was instantly captivated by her beauty, and with his striking handsomeness, they were soon enraptured in mutual affection. Ruoshui, this girl has a talent for storytelling. She could easily become a master. Maid. Oh, and then what happened? Maid. Ugh. Must I reveal everything? Maid. No, I meant, why did Our Lady go mad? Maid. It is said that at a critical moment, Our Lady uttered a soft no, provoking the assassin to call her a tempting little demon. Suddenly, the door burst open, and the assassin was swiftly subdued and taken away, castrated. Our Lady, feeling unfulfilled and witnessing her man's loss, fainted in despair, leading to her madness.
Maid.
Passing by, what a hasty conclusion. A plot twist indeed. Ruoshui. Goodness, this girl is truly a rising star. Maid proudly. What nonsense. I was present at that moment. Maid. Shaking the other maid's hand. Then do tell us, please, dear sister. Maid, with a dismissive air but inching closer, prepared to listen. Maid mysteriously. Actually, when we arrived that night, Our Lady had already subdued the assassin, who attempted to resist. Thus, Our Lady incapacitated him with her martial prowess. However, the crowd insisted that the rumors of her madness stemmed from a quarrel with the master, during which she had uttered rebellious words. Ruoshui. Finally, a version closer to reality. As the group prepared to inquire further, Ziyuan suddenly appeared, exclaiming, What are you all doing here? Get moving and attend to your duties. If I catch you gossiping again, I shall have your tongues. The maidens scattered like startled birds. Observing Ziyuan's imposing demeanor, Ruoshui found it amusing and bore no ill towards her. After all, gossiping behind someone's back was inherently unkind, but she felt it was not severe enough to warrant her intervention. Ziyuan, Ruoshui called out, halting her. Miss? Ziyuan finally noticed Ruoshui hidden behind a rockery. Miss, why are you up so early? Are you alright? Do not be angry. I will properly teach those girls a lesson. Ruoshui simply smiled, allowing them to be. She was aware that these rumors were, to some extent, orchestrated by Yu Qianquan and Yu Yanran. Nevertheless, wise individuals know when to halt the spread of rumors.
Huh.
Ziyuan looked on, bewildered. Chapter 83. The reluctance of a noble girl. Time passes swiftly, and 3 months have elapsed in the blink of an eye. Summer has quietly arrived, infusing the air with its ardent essence. Ruoshui, perched on the bare wooden floor, idly counts the days she has spent here, which has now stretched to nearly 6 months. Lying back against the wooden planks, she feels a sense of vexation. Despite the passage of time, her mission remains stagnant. Each encounter merely yields verbal victories, yet fails to inflict any substantial harm on Yu Yanran. Moreover, due to her earlier remarks, her relationship with Yu Qianquan has plummeted to a point of near animosity. Though they are father and daughter, to outsiders, they appear more like adversaries. However, out of respect for the Sun family, her maternal kin, Yu Qianquan refrains from taking drastic actions against her. Though the quality of her living conditions has significantly declined, the Sun family still harbors a flicker of hope regarding Yu Qianquan, which has kept Ruoshui from any extreme behaviors. Nevertheless, she holds this perspective in disdain. Love should be founded on equality. And the Sun family's subservience only emboldens Yu Qianquan further. Reflecting on the proud nature of the Sun family, Ruoshui sighs, pondering the complexities of love that often arises unbidden, yet runs deep. Miss? Ziyuan approaches Ruoshui. Yes. Ruoshui, feeling drowsy all over, cannot help but succumb to fatigue, a common affliction of summer. Dr. Zhang is looking for you. He asked you to visit the pharmacy.
Ah?
Oh, okay. Ruoshui remains languid. By the way, what does Dr. Zhang want with me? She muses, recalling the question midway down the path. Ziyuan replies, Miss, your reflexes are rather slow. I am not sure. Under Ruoshui's subtle guidance, Ziyuan has relaxed her demeanor, no longer kneeling at every opportunity. Well then, let us go see, Ruoshui says, squinting her eyes and yawning. Dressed in her exquisite attire, her casual yawn draws the attention of passers-by. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beautiful girl before? Ruoshui remarks nonchalantly, unconcerned about her image, especially since rumors of her supposed madness have spread, leading her to disregard her appearance. That beautiful girl over there looks far more exquisite than you, someone comments. Miss, image matters, Ziyuan whispers. Coarseness cannot overshadow your brilliance. Ruoshui replies with mock seriousness, feigning a solemn expression as she pretends to beautify herself. It is unclear when Ruoshui transformed from the refined lady of the capital to this somewhat unruly figure. Ziyuan cannot definitively say which version she prefers. To her, regardless of Ruoshui's fluctuations, she remains her mistress, to whom she pledges unwavering loyalty. Yet, at times, following such a mistress, she feels an acute sense of embarrassment, wishing she could feign ignorance of her identity. As they converse, they arrive at the medical clinic. Dr. Zhang, we have arrived, Ruoshui proclaims, maintaining her composure as she strides in without glancing aside. Why such a loud call? I am not so old that I cannot hear at a decent volume. Dr. Zhang responds, gazing at Ruoshui with a resigned tone. Well, I was just concerned you might not hear me. Ruoshui shrugs casually. You, a young lady, should refrain from such unrefined behavior, Dr. Zhang chides, noting her relaxed demeanor. Stop. Enough. I understand. Let us change the subject. Why did you summon me on such a scorching day? What if I get sunburned? I am quite delicate, Ruoshui interjects, realizing Dr. Zhang is prone to lengthy monologues. Ever since Ruoshui's rift with Yu Qianquan, rumors of her madness have circulated, reaching Dr. Zhang's ears. After inquiring about her situation, he learned of the tumultuous state between her and Yu Qianquan. Despite understanding the depths of power struggles, he never anticipated such a fracture between a father and daughter, leading him to feel a deeper sympathy for Ruoshui. As time passed, Ruoshui's dedication to learning medicine, her patience and perseverance endeared her to Dr. Zhang, who, lacking children of his own, began to regard her as his own daughter. Thus, over time, Dr. Zhang found himself increasingly inclined to chatter away with Ruoshui. Chapter 84. The Reluctance of the Noblewoman. By the way, the reason I summoned you here is that Dr. Zhang suddenly lowered his voice and leaned closer to Ruoshui, wearing a mysteriously conspiratorial expression. Though she thought it rather childish for someone of his age to engage in such antics, Ruoshui nonetheless leaned in, cupping her ear as if to listen intently. Why must you come so close to speak? Just as Ruoshui was fully engrossed, Dr. Zhang unexpectedly made his move. Noticing Zhang's disdainful gaze upon her, Ruoshui chuckled to herself. She wasn't angry. After all, as one grows older, one tends to indulge in a bit of playful teasing. She understood him, for she was indeed a good child who respected her elders. Well, never mind, since you seem so eager to know, I shall divulge it. Dr. Zhang thought, observing Ruoshui's efforts to suppress her rising irritation with a hint of satisfaction. Finally, he had the opportunity to provoke her into revealing a different side. Taking advantage of the situation, he remarked, "Oh, but I know you're curious. Don't be shy. There's no need for modesty when it comes to my master." Ruoshui, crossing her legs and donning a face that signaled impatience, urged him, "Spare me the pleasantries and get to the point." Struggling to ignore her unrefined posture, Dr. Zhang couldn't help but feel a mix of bitterness and pride. After all, despite her initially sincere demeanor, his apprentice had revealed herself to be quite the rogue, having pilfered his entire collection of medical texts, including the family heirloom on acupuncture. Have you heard of Bai Jing? At the mention of this name, Ruoshui's previously languid disposition transformed as she straightened her back. Although much of what circulated among the townsfolk was exaggerated, it was clear that Bai Jing's medical skills were formidable. However, her concerns lay not with his prowess alone. Rather, it was the fact that he had once been a subordinate of Yu Yanran and continued to be a significant ally when Gu Qingqing ascended to the role of the primary heroine. If she were to find herself at odds with Bai Jing, Ruoshui feared that her mission would become increasingly arduous. The cycle of injury and recovery, taunting and combat, only to be followed by convalescence, had become a relentless loop. The resilience of life was a marvel, yet she found it exasperating that she could not seem to perish, as if someone were orchestrating her fate. This sense of frustration was intolerable to Ruoshui, and as she contemplated some of her anticipated experiences, her expression darkened.
Child.
What troubles you? Dr. Zhang inquired, noticing the growing storm cloud on Ruoshui's face and the oppressive atmosphere surrounding her. Nothing. Do continue with what you were saying, Ruoshui replied, slowly turning her head to Zhang, her smile stiff and laced with impending tempestuousness. After a brief pause, her smile widened. I am quite intrigued, master. Dr. Zhang felt a chill run down his spine at Ruoshui's sudden address, as if every hair on his body stood on end, drenched in a cold sweat. Recognizing the perilous glint in her eyes, he understood that further provocation would lead to dire consequences. His apprentice might very well dismantle his modest apothecary.
Well.
It seems that Bai Jing has recently emerged from his valley and has taken up residence at Baoqing Temple, where he is expected to stay for a year or so, attending to various difficult ailments. Ruoshui propped her chin on her hand, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Additionally, I was planning to ask you if you had the time to accompany me to Bai Jing's side for some learning. At this, Ruoshui's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, Bai Jing was a figure of almost mythical healing prowess. If she could glean even a fraction of his knowledge, it would be a tremendous boon in her endeavors. Is that possible? Upon hearing the hint of skepticism in Ruoshui's voice, Dr. Zhang proudly raised his chin, affirming, absolutely. Chapter 85. The Reluctance of the Noblewoman. Ah, how time flies. Once, I was the 372nd heir of the Medicine King Valley. Ruoshui's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. Who would have thought this old man was such an esteemed personal apothecary? Yet, she realized it was unwise to harbor excessive hopes. However, observing Dr. Zhang's proud expression, Ruoshui felt it inappropriate to dampen the old man's enthusiasm and merely nodded in a perfunctory manner. Humph. You, a mere child, must understand that even the apprentice of the heir of the Medicine King Valley is quite formidable. Otherwise, how could they stand beside such a distinguished figure? Dr. Zhang continued, if you doubt my words, just look at the acupuncture book you once took from me. That was what I carried away when I left. Noticing Ruoshui remained indifferent, perhaps fearing she would lose face if she did not believe him, Dr. Zhang's tone grew slightly urgent. Mentioning the acupuncture book piqued Ruoshui's interest, and she raised an eyebrow. All right. I never claimed I didn't believe you. Why act like that? Clearly, it was only after he presented that medical book that she began to trust him. So, can you truly allow me to learn from Beijing? Ruoshui inquired, her lips curling into a smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course. Dr. Zhang, witnessing Ruoshui's eagerness, felt a subtle tightening in his chest. Hadn't they agreed that a teacher is a father for life? Why did it seem to lose its significance here? Well then, I have plenty of time. When shall we set off? Ruoshui clapped her hands in delight. Perhaps due to the protagonist's law, the most exceptional talents always seem to appear last. Calculating the timing, she realized Bai Jing had yet to encounter Yu Yanran, narrowing her eyes. She resolved to stifle this potential ally in its infancy. Noticing Ruoshui's impatience, Dr. Zhang waved his hand in mild disappointment. He desperately needed some solitude to ponder life. While Ruoshui felt an urgency regarding Bai Jing, a formidable asset. After all, the former protagonist also possessed fortune, who knew what unforeseen events might arise. In this world, those favored by fortune abound, each possessing their own remarkable advantages. Reflecting on her own past, Ruoshui pondered why she had not been endowed with such luck when she had sacrificed herself for the greater good, receiving only bizarre honorary titles in return. A sense of melancholy washed over her as she felt genuine envy and resentment towards the male and female leads, her heart growing cold. Yet, she reminded herself, she still possessed the most formidable advantage of all, the plot itself, akin to a foresight of the future. With this realization, Ruoshui's mood lightened considerably, releasing the pent-up frustration from her chest. She flashed a bright smile at the taciturn Dr. Zhang, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Her radiant grin causing him to feel an inexplicable chill down his spine, leading to doubts about his decisions. Surprised, Dr. Zhang placed a hand over his heart, as if he had received an overwhelming shock. Nodding in a daze, he only came to his senses after Ruoshui had departed. Could it be that she feared he might delay her journey to find Bai Jing? Indeed, Dr. Zhang had hit the nail on the head. Unaware of his inner thoughts, Ruoshui hummed a cheerful tune on her way. Even the blazing sun could not dampen her spirits. Yuan, look at how clear the sky is. The air is so fresh. The future is so bright. Why are you so quiet? With her heart lightened, everything around her seemed imbued with charm. As she inhaled the thick dust kicked up by her galloping steed, she looked up to gaze at the vast, cloudless blue sky, only to be met with the glaring sunlight, causing Ziyuan to squint. Miss, what's wrong? Just as Ruoshui prepared to continue her musings, a sweet voice interrupted her. Miss Yu? The arrival was none other than Gu Qingcheng, the current leading lady. Ruoshui quickly composed herself, slightly bowing her head in a perfectly poised manner. Miss Gu.
Oh, dear.
Why be so formal with me, Miss Yu? Chapter 86. The unwillingness of the noblewoman. I have long held a deep admiration for Miss Yu.
Ah.
And you may simply call me Qingcheng, Miss Yu. Gu Qingcheng's demeanor was charmingly innocent, evoking an instinctive desire to indulge her. However, Ruoshui remained steadfast, her expression cool and polite yet distant. Oh my goodness! It must be noted that she had no inclination to grow close to the current heroine, who was a harbinger of calamity. Misfortune seemed to follow her wherever she went, affecting all those in her vicinity. The heroine's halo was indeed formidable. To resist it was to invite defeat, a reality that Ruoshui had resigned herself to. Very well, let it be Gu Miss then. Gu Qingcheng pouted her moist, ruby lips, displaying a touch of childish exasperation and acquiescence. Ruoshui observed Gu Qingcheng's seemingly naive disposition towards the world, rendered speechless. Such acting prowess was worthy of admiration, and Ruoshui could only click her tongue in awe. May I call you Sister Ruoshui? I truly admire Miss Yu. Is that permissible? Gu Qingcheng gazed at Ruoshui, her crystalline eyes revealing an unmistakable blend of trepidation and heartfelt anticipation. Ruoshui felt an inexplicable pressure as a subtle but menacing gaze settled upon her, causing her to tense. Following that sensation, she beheld the loyal hound of the heroine, Chen Miaomiao, a genuine scion of the Red aristocracy, the grandson of the current general. This individual had been the sole unwavering follower of the heroine in her previous life, steadfastly accompanying Gu Qingcheng through all trials, ultimately meeting a tragic fate. In the past, Gu Qingcheng had only realized Ji Nianyao's affections at the very last moment, leading to a multitude of regrets. Following her rebirth, he was fortunate enough to ascend to the role of the male lead, easily winning the heroine's heart without any obstacles, a truly smooth journey. Ruo Shui held no particular opinion on this. Fortune favored some, she mused. As the official match for the newly appointed heroine, Ji Nianyao was undoubtedly striking. Unlike the effete, pampered scholars often found in the capital, Ji Nianyao boasted a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, with sharp brows and starry eyes, a high nose, and thin lips, all of which radiated a robust masculine charm. Ruo Shui estimated his height to be around 6 feet 3 inches, with broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist. A perfect inverted triangle physique, coupled with long, muscular legs. Do not inquire how she discerned his muscularity after years spent in the military. She had developed a keen eye for such details. Noticing the threatening glint in his deep-set eyes, Ruo Shui furrowed her brow. Since there was no conflict of interest with the heroine, she preferred to avoid any discord. After all, it was merely a title, and she nodded in acquiescence. Really? That's wonderful. Sister Ruo Shui, did you know? I admire you greatly. I have collected all the calligraphy and paintings you created back then. Gu Qingcheng's eyes sparkled with pure joy, reminiscent of a child who has received a cherished gift. As Ruo Shui listened to Gu Qingcheng's effusive admiration, it was akin to the cheerful chirping of a little bird. Ruo Shui distinctly observed Ji Nianyao's stern demeanor soften into a pool of warmth upon encountering Gu Qingcheng. Ah! The loyal hound indeed lives up to his name. Sister Ruo Shui? Gu Qingcheng called out to the lost in thought Ruo Shui. Ah! My apologies, I was momentarily distracted. Please continue. Ruo Shui maintained her composure, betraying no hint of embarrassment at being caught daydreaming. It seemed this month, Ruo Shui was not to be underestimated. Was this a subtle warning? A flicker of shadow passed through Gu Qingcheng's clear eyes. Dear girl, you are overthinking. I was merely lost in thought. Sister Ruo Shui, if you have the time, could you perhaps teach me about calligraphy and painting? I've always struggled with these arts. A blush crept onto Gu Qingcheng's cheeks, radiant as the afterglow of a setting sun, enhancing her beauty. Yet Ruo Shui was not swayed by her allure. I'm afraid that may not be possible. Why? Do you truly dislike me, Sister Ruo Shui? Gu Qingcheng's face paled, as if Ruo Shui had unwittingly wounded her tender heart. Chapter 87. The reluctance of the noblewoman. In an instant, Ruo Shui felt the piercing gaze of Ji Nianyao, a look that radiated an undeniable authority. Rolling her eyes, she thought to herself that she certainly had the right to refuse. Moreover, it was evident that Miss Gu was not merely interested in the matter at hand. Her intentions lay deeper. Shaking her head, Ruo Shui clarified, No, Miss Gu has misunderstood. I have merely injured my right hand due to my younger sister's actions, and I am currently in a phase of recovery, unable to engage in calligraphy or painting. Her expression bore a hint of helplessness, mixed with resentment. Gu Qingcheng lowered her head, her gaze flickering momentarily. She was well aware of Ruo Shui's right-hand predicament. Her remark was designed to incite Ruo Shui's animosity towards Yu Yanran, thereby facilitating her recruitment into her own ranks. What? How could you, Yanran, do this? It's outrageous. She once had her eyes on my brother Ji. Gu Qingcheng feigned indignation, seamlessly wrapping her arm around Ji Nianyao's, claiming him as her own. Ruo Shui simply nodded, a smile playing on her lips but no words escaping. Gu Qingcheng's actions served two purposes. 1. To express her stance against Yu Yanran, aligning herself with Ruo Shui's grievances, and 2. To subtly assert her claim over Ji Nianyao, reminding Ruo Shui that he belonged to her. As Ruo Shui gazed at Ji Nianyao's ruggedly handsome features, her thoughts drifted to Li Hong, her companion from her first life, momentarily lost in reverie. Sister Ruo Shui? Is Miss Yu doing this on purpose? It must be intentional, Gu Qingcheng observed with a puzzled expression, tilting her head at Ruo Shui. Oh, it's just a rumor, Ruo Shui replied. Gu Qingcheng stammered, aware that it was indeed a rumor, yet the source of it eluded her grasp. Her expression darkened slightly. The alliance between the two was not yet formally established, making it difficult for Gu Tingqing to inquire directly. Her subtle questioning was skillfully deflected by Ruo Shui. Ruo Shui rose and addressed Gu Tingqing. Ah?
Is that so?
Perhaps it is because we resonate so well with each other that time has flown by. Gu Tingqing emphasized the word resonate, but Ruo Shui pretended not to understand. Nodding politely, she took her leave, accompanied by the ever-quiet Ziyuan. Humph. This Ruo Shui is not easily swayed. If she were an enemy, she would be quite formidable, Gu Tingqing mused as Ruo Shui's figure gradually faded from view. Indeed, Chen Miaomiao observed, his gaze tenderly fixed on Gu Tingqing. Be cautious. Is that Yu Yanran truly worth your concern? Humph. She has her eyes on you. You are mine. No one can take you away. Gu Tingqing puffed her cheeks, assuming a childlike demeanor. With a resigned sigh, Chen Miaomiao chuckled at her childish antics. Once more, Gu Tingqing buried her head against his chest, hidden from his sight. Her earlier capriciousness replaced by a profound loathing. Not merely for her covetousness towards you, my brother Ji, but she is my sworn enemy. I, the Gu family, and everything that belongs to us, must be reclaimed from her. You Ruo Shui shall only ever be on my side. Upon returning to her chamber, Ruo Shui retrieved the acupuncture manual she had previously obtained from Dr. Zhang. She had always favored a gradual approach, hence she had set the book aside until today, ready to delve into its contents. A solid foundation is half the battle won. With a tinge of excitement, she opened the first page, only to discover the pages were stuck together. Furrowing her brow, she examined the adhesive connection, which turned out to be, of all things, several grains of rice. Rice that bore the marks of age. Ruo Shui was instantly filled with doubt regarding the integrity of this book. Chapter 88. The reluctance of the noble and common girl. Ruo Shui set aside the distractions of rice, focusing her mind on the pages before her, completely absorbed. A quarter of an hour passed, then half an hour, and soon another hour slipped away. With a long exhale, Ruo Shui now possessed a fervent conviction that this was indeed profound medical knowledge.
Why?
Because she found herself utterly bewildered. The content was incomprehensibly convoluted, filled with numerous acupoints she had never encountered before. Ultimately, she tossed the book aside and succumbed to slumber, indifferent to the passage of time. Ruo Shui had anticipated waking in the middle of the night, yet she completely underestimated her own capacity for rest. It was not until the sun ascended high in the sky that Ziyuan, unable to bear it any longer, roused Ruo Shui from the embrace of sleep. Young lady, have you consulted with the Duke of Dream? Ziyuan's tone carried a hint of exasperation as Ruo Shui, still dazed, blinked at her. Yes, Ruo Shui murmured, her mind still clouded. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Ziyuan went to answer, while Ruo Shui rubbed her tired brow, lifting her chin slightly.
Little Ruo,
are you planning to visit the Baoqing temple? The voice carried an anxious edge. The speaker was none other than Sun Shi, adorned in deep green, her presence accentuating her regal elegance. Her meticulously crafted makeup was now somewhat disheveled, and her once immaculate hairstyle had loosened, clearly indicating her hasty arrival upon hearing Ruo Shui's intentions to depart. As Ruo Shui nodded in acknowledgement, she realized Sun Shi was not alone. Mo Qiankuan and Mo Yanran followed closely behind. Humph. What time is it that you still linger in bed? Sun Shi's well-taught daughter. Mo Qiankuan's resentment flared at the sight of Ruo Shui, reminding him of the unbearable humiliation he had long sought to forget.
Indeed.
My mother is a paragon of virtue. I merely wish to inquire about the meaning of a father not teaching a son. I imagine your years of diligent study would render such a question trivial, Ruo Shui retorted, turning away to discreetly wipe the corners of her eyes before speaking again. Fortunately, no I gunk. How embarrassing that would have been. One must maintain an imposing demeanor. The illustrious once proclaimed that one must disdain the enemy in attitude, scorn them in spirit, yet respect them in tactics. She was indeed a practitioner of Marxism. You wretched girl. How could you be born a spawn of such disgrace? Had I known, I would have suffocated you at birth. Mo Qiankuan's face flushed with indignation, fully grasping Ruo Shui's underlying meaning.
Ah.
A wretched spawn indeed, but I wonder whose seed was sown? Perhaps you should have aimed better. Should I now thank you for sparing my life back then? I must regretfully decline. That notion never crossed my mind. And if memory serves, you were still busy creating life in the womb at the time of my birth, Ruo Shui parried, refusing to be outdone. Dear sister, what words are these? Was your previous reputation merely a facade? Even your own father is ignorant of the principles of filial piety. Mo Yen Ran interjected, observing Mo Qianquan's irritation as she discreetly soothed him, patting his back. Seeing Mo Yen Ran's furious gaze directed at her, Ruo Shui replied indignantly, Tisich, he merely climbed the social ladder on my mother's coattails. What have I gained from addressing him as father for 17 years? With a dismissive glance at the former protagonist, Ruo Shui declared, your intellect is lacking. I refuse to engage. Mo Qianquan, upon receiving a soft glance from Mo Yen Ran, shifted his gaze back to Ruo Shui, his demeanor instantly transforming into one of disdain. Ruo Shui thought to herself, how unexpected that Mo Qianquan is capable of such a swift change in temperament. If he treated Mo Yen Ran with the warmth of spring, he faced her with the chill of winter. With a haughty pout, Ruo Shui felt no fear or sorrow. If the original owner of this body had been present, she might have felt a pang of heartache, as he was, after all, her biological father, who had severed ties with her. However, for Ruo Shui, it was of little consequence. She was merely a soul from another realm, and her innate familial bonds were not tied to Mo Qianquan. He simply wished to encourage her to strive for greater achievements. Chapter 89. The unwillingness of the noble and common girl. 22. Yet, unexpectedly, you have misconstrued your father's intentions. In truth, he is. Listening to Yu Yanzhan's baseless explanations, Ruo Shui rolled her eyes in annoyance. Fine.
Fine.
Whatever you say goes. I have no desire for the approval of that old scoundrel. I am currently savoring my meals and enjoying restful sleep, indifferent to everything else. Do you understand? Ruo Shui interrupted Yu Yanzhan's words, waving her hand dismissively. She had yet to avenge her severed hand, and now Yu Yanzhan dared to prance about in front of her, seeking recognition. Ruo Shui thought, my blade is already thirsting for action. Yu Qianquan, momentarily taken aback by Ruo Shui's derisive remark about the old scoundrel, exclaimed, wretched daughter. From now on, your affairs shall have nothing to do with the minister's residence. With that, Yu Qianquan dramatically flicked his wide sleeves and strode away in indignation.
Ah.
How splendid! I have long despised the Yu surname. It carries too much of a petty connotation. The character Qing is far more fitting. Upon hearing this, Ruo Shui's face broke into a radiant smile as she called out to the retreating figure of Yu Qianquan at the door. Yu Qianquan stumbled slightly. A breath caught in his chest, muttering repeatedly, wretched daughter, wretched daughter. You Ruo Shui, your days of comfort are likely coming to an end. No, that is not right. You have already been cast out of the Yu family. Yu Yanzhan's lips curled into a smirk, her once dim Danfeng eyes now gleaming with renewed arrogance. You are only capable of garnering attention from that old scoundrel, Ruo Shui scoffed. And so what? He is my biological father, and I am his legitimate daughter. You and your mother owe us, and I shall ensure you repay every debt. Yu Yanzhan's spirit soared, her brows nearly lifting off her face in delight. Ruo Shui, what does she owe her? Her mother's dowry? Preposterous. Back when they were a family of 3, they were destitute, barely scraping by. There was no wealth or dowry to speak of, so how could she accuse her of embezzlement? Furthermore, Yu Qianquan's current standing is entirely propped up by the Sun family, is it not? As she watched Yu Yanzhan strut past her threshold like a victorious rooster, or rather, a hen, Ruo Shui could only feel speechless. All these schemes and conspiracies from the supposed secret histories of the back courtyard were merely figments of Yu Yanzhan's imagination. Truly, one must admire her talent for fabricating such elaborate tales. What is the necessity of this? Observing Ruo Shui's absurd antics, Sun Shi's gaze was soft yet tinged with helplessness. Do you regret it? Who knows? Fate is capricious. Sun Shi averted her gaze from Ruo Shui's seemingly all-knowing eyes and instead focused on the blooming roses outside. Her tone tinged with sorrow. Ruo Shui's eyes remained fixed on Sun Shi. She wished for Sun Shi's lifelong safety. But the prerequisite was that Sun Shi needed to come to terms with certain matters. Otherwise, her persistent fixation on Yu Qianquan would eventually lead to calamity. Sun Shi looked at Ruo Shui with a smile, her eyes filled with a silent plea. In the past, Sun Shi had been determined to marry Yu Qingquan. Even as a concubine, opposing Sun Yong, Ruo Shui's maternal grandfather, only to be cast out as if she were not his daughter at all. In the original owner's memories, the happiest moments were spent at her maternal grandfather's home. The facade of strength in Sun Shi's eyes finally shattered, her entire being crumpling to the ground. Supported only by her hands as she bowed her head, Ruo Shui approached but did not help her up. Instead, she gently embraced Sun Shi and whispered, "Grandfather, he misses you dearly." With those softly spoken words, this once poised and dignified lady abandoned her usual decorum, collapsing into Ruo Shui's embrace and weeping openly. Chapter 90. The reluctance of the noblewoman. Ruo Shui remained silent, gently caressing the delicate back of Sun Shi. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow that enveloped the pair of mother and daughter nestled together on the floor. One bore traces of tears upon her face, while the other exuded warmth and tenderness. One wept, the other offered solace. One knelt, the other sat. Their sacred beauty resembled a serene painting, embodying the tranquility of time. As Ruo Shui observed the subtle lines at the corners of Sun Shi's eyes, a sense of disorientation washed over her. This woman was no longer young. Why should Yu Qingquan squander a woman's most precious youth, trample upon their finest love, and sever the ties of their warmest home? These thoughts eluded Ruo Shui, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Sun Shi had devoted nearly her entire life to Yu Qingquan, while in her past life, Ruo Shui never once beheld Sun Yong and the others before her demise. She despised those who donned the guise of nobility while committing acts more beastly than human, relishing in all that Sun Shi offered, yet withholding even the slightest return. Ruo Shui nodded in agreement. The following morning, Ruo Shui packed her belongings and, after bidding farewell to Sun Shi, set off in a carriage with Ziyun. She cast aside her thoughts of the capital, allowing her mind to drift into tranquility as she closed her eyes. The gentle swaying of the carriage soon lulled her into slumber. When Ziyun roused her, the sky had darkened. "Have we arrived?" Ruo Shui inquired, receiving an affirmative response. She casually adjusted her attire and tousled hair before alighting first from the carriage, standing before the grand entrance of Baoqing Temple. Before her stood a magnificent orange-gold gate, its luster illuminated by the setting sun, at the end of a long stone staircase. Ruo Shui was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of opulence. She finally understood why Marco Polo had proclaimed China, the Great Qin, to be a land overflowing with gold, its roofs adorned with glazed tiles. The brilliance was blinding, especially under the sun's rays, which reflected like dazzling light, overwhelming her titanium-enhanced artificial eyes. "Let us proceed," she urged. Dr. Zhang had taken another carriage, due to the constraints of gender propriety. "I am in the midst of absorbing the sacred light of the Buddha, you know?" Ruo Shui cast a disdainful glance at Dr. Zhang. He was a physician of science, unconcerned and unperturbed. "Why do you stand there idly? Are you a door god? Did you not notice the pair of golden lions? You are not worthy." Ruo Shui had unwittingly ascended the stone steps, shouting back at him. "Is this truly your disciple?" She mused in disbelief, recalling his constant admonitions of respect for his teachers. "Where is the beloved, diligent, and considerate disciple you spoke of? How disappointing!" First impressions, indeed, could be deceiving. By the time Ruo Shui reached the top, she was breathless and panting. Why do the wealthy squander their riches instead of aiding the needy or bolstering the military? They waste their fortune on ostentation, leaving such steep stairs that one could perish from exhaustion. Should someone falter midway, stranded in the middle of nowhere, it would be a most unfortunate predicament. As Ruo Shui ascended with remarkable speed, it was only natural that she would be the one to knock at the door. As she stepped inside, the door swung open from within. A figure clad in white gradually emerged into her view, illuminated by the fading light. Bathed in the afterglow, the figure appeared ethereal, as if descended from the celestial realm. Flowing dark hair framed a tall silhouette, with brows resembling ink paintings of mountains and rivers, eyes serene and detached. A face akin to fine jade, a proud nose, and delicate lips, refined and elegant. Standing there, he seemed poised to ride the winds and return to the heavens. exuding an aura of a transcendent being. Hua Shui remarked, "Good sir, you possess an impressive air of sophistication. Where is Senior Zhang?" Bai Jing inquired, noticing only Hua Shui. His brows furrowed slightly, and as he spoke, his voice echoed with the same ethereal quality as his presence, leaving Hua Shui silently in admiration. Chapter 91. The unwillingness of the noblewoman immersed in the allure of beauty. Hua Shui heard Bai Jing's words and casually pointed behind her, inadvertently exposing Dr. Zhang, who was sprawled on the ground, exhausted. Dr. Zhang, what an image! The towering figure before the younger generation. Bai Jing, oblivious to the subtle atmosphere between them, Hua Shui continued to admire the handsome man. Although she had encountered numerous individuals, particularly those with an ethereal charm, she had spent considerable time with one such man in the past who was entirely reliant on his looks. Despite his elegant attire, his words would instantly tarnish his allure. Thus, demeanor remained paramount. For instance, the gentleman before her, Hua Shui mused inwardly, was indeed a feast for the eyes. However, goodness, old man, your garments seem to be clinging rather unflatteringly to your posterior. How unkempt. Dr. Zhang, how could this disciple be so mischievous? Senior Zhang, please. Bai Jing appeared not to notice Dr. Zhang's disheveled appearance, bowing respectfully to him. Dr. Zhang, feigning composure, nodded and walked in front of Hua Shui, letting out a hum as he passed her by. Look, others enhance my reputation, yet you still remain my disciple. What a misfortune for our sect, sigh. Hua Shui discerned the smug glimmer in Dr. Zhang's eyes, feeling a surge of indignation. Yet, in the presence of her esteemed mentor, she resolved to maintain her poise and composure. Master, do take your time, she said. Ziyuan, please assist brotherly in organizing our belongings. I must attend to some important matters. Previously, Li Huabua had expressed concern over Hua Shui and Ziyuan visiting the temple alone, fearing for the safety of the two delicate ladies and thus insisted on accompanying them. Hua Shui was untroubled by the notion of Ziyuan managing alone, for there was Li Huabua, a strong young man, and she trusted that Ziyuan would not squander such valuable resources. She caught up with Dr. Zhang, but instead of joining him, she stood beside Bai Jing. Meanwhile, the old man lingered behind, feigning melancholy. A daughter must not linger. A daughter must not linger. In truth, while Hua Shui had moved closer to Bai Jing, her intention was not solely to admire the handsome visage, but to inquire about various academic matters. Why not ask Dr. Zhang? One might wonder. I shall remain silent and simply smile, for it is all part of the game. Along the way, Bai Jing led Hua Shui and her companions, treating the local monks as mere decorations. Hua Shui found herself resigned to this superficial world. Ultimately, she watched Bai Jing depart, the setting sun casting a crimson glow upon his white-clad figure, rendering him even more ethereal. After less than half an hour in his company, Hua Shui had profoundly sensed Bai Jing's charismatic personality and exceptional medical skills, leaving her baffled as to why such a splendid gem had been claimed by the likes of Yu Yanran. This gem remained closely attached to him, willingly. One could only marvel at the intricacies of the narrative. Yet, since she was present, she could not stand idly by. She would assist him in evading these troubles, allowing him to exist serenely as a reclusive sage. She would never admit that her primary motivation was the allure of his appearance. Miss, a letter has arrived from the lady, Ziyuan exclaimed, rushing toward Hua Shui, who was busy sunning herbs, while Li Huabua followed closely, his expression earnest. What is all this commotion? It's merely a letter, not the first or second time. Can you not remain calm? Just learn to maintain your composure, like I do, unperturbed by the weight of the world. Hua Shui did not lift her gaze, continuing to sort the herbs in her hands. She had been in the temple for nearly a year and a half, apprenticing under Bai Jing. During this time, the Sun family had often sent letters, updating her on the situations in the capital. Chapter 92. The reluctance of the noblewoman despite being far from home. Hua Shui remained surprisingly well informed about the affairs of the capital. Perhaps out of boredom, Sun occasionally shared various tidbits with Hua Shui in her letters, revealing a wealth of gossip. Gossip knows no boundaries, be it nationality, era, or gender. Wherever there are people, there is gossip. For instance, tales of which young man has caught the eye of a noble lady, or how a septuagenarian official has taken a 15 or 16-year-old bride to rejuvenate his spirits. Among these stories, there was also news about the protagonists. It was said that Gu Qingcheng had recently attracted the attention of a rather esteemed young master from the martial world, who was fervently pursuing her. This left Chen Miaomiao quite anxious, as his designated bride was being courted by another. Gu Qingcheng reassured him, suggesting that with such high status in the Jianghu, it would be wise not to offend him and that making a friend would be beneficial, all the while professing her heart belonged solely to him. Ruo Shui encountered a plethora of gossip daily, yet she found the tales of the female lead particularly riveting, like a theatrical performance, each story unfolding in succession. After all, life for a heroine must be filled with twists and turns. A tranquil existence would hardly befit her status. What's the matter? Ziyuan recounted Sun's sentiments to Ruo Shui in a precise manner. Although she had been away from the capital for the past year, Ruo Shui had reached an understanding with Gu Qingcheng regarding how to deal with Yu Yanran. However, Ruo Shui's strategy was not merely to suppress her rival but to elevate her first, only to deliver a decisive blow when Yu was at her most triumphant. After all, the original protagonist had operated on an eye-for-an-eye principle. Ruo Shui mused, "The wild girl has certainly learned much from me. Miss, I shall pack my belongings now." Before Ziyuan could nod in agreement, she dashed out in a flurry. Ruo Shui remarked, "Have you not noticed the sorrowful gaze of your brother Li?" Shaking her head, she concluded that Ziyuan was rather oblivious. "Are you leaving?" A melodious voice chimed in. Glancing up, Ruo Shui noticed Bai Jing standing at the doorway, gazing at her with a calm demeanor. "What is it?" she inquired, expecting Bai Jing to say something significant. "This book is useful. Take it with you and read it," Bai Jing said, extending an aged, yellow tome to Ruo Shui. "I've never seen this before. Where did you hide it?" Ruo Shui asked, astonished. Ignoring her question, Bai Jing continued, "Do not embarrass yourself outside."
Ah.
"So this is to counter her earlier remark about learning," Ruo Shui teased. "Young man, you are quite cunning. Rest assured, I am not someone you should worry about." She patted her chest, laughing with bravado. He was concerned precisely because he knew her too well. However, he was not one for many words and saw no need to engage further. Recently, Bai Jing had become increasingly taciturn. Ruo Shui wondered if she had perceived a hint of disdain in his expression. Surely just an illusion. Chapter 93. The reluctance of a noblewoman. Early the next morning, as dawn's light gently illuminated the sky, Ruo Shui had already risen. After bidding farewell to the abbot and Bai Jing, the group descended the mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Ruo Shui gazed at the temple perched atop, shrouded in mist, and felt a wave of nostalgia. Having spent so long here, she felt almost isolated from the world. With a sigh, she offered a respectful bow towards the temple and then turned, her long sleeves sweeping gracefully through the air as she said to Ziyuan, "Let us depart." Upon entering the carriage, the sole male present, Li Huabo, took the reins outside. "Miss, you may rest for a while. It will be a lengthy journey ahead." Ruo Shui nodded, as the rugged mountain path made the carriage sway unsteadily. Upon waking again, Ruo Shui noticed Ziyuan comfortably asleep against the side, softly snoring. Lifting the curtain, she observed that dusk had already settled outside. She exited the carriage and sat on the horse-drawn couch, inquiring, "Brotherly, where are we now?" "Awake? We should reach the capital in about half an hour," Li Huabo replied with a smile upon seeing Ruo Shui. "Brotherly, you have been driving the carriage all day. You must be weary. Since we have only a short distance left, allow me to take over," Ruo Shui proposed. "Well, if you insist. Just be cautious and take it slow," Li Huabo hesitated briefly before agreeing, knowing full well that Ruo Shui was no ordinary young lady. Taking the driver's seat, Ruo Shui grasped the reins handed to her by Li Huabo and settled in. With an unknown root in her mouth, she hummed an off-key tune, guiding the carriage with an air of carefree leisure. The setting sun cast a gentle orange hue upon the little river, and suddenly, Ruo Shui recalled a line of poetry. "A solitary sunset spreads across the water, half the river shimmering green, half aglow with red." This seemed to echo a verse from Bai Ji's Evening on the River, and, feeling inspired, she touched the small notebook nestled against her chest, smiling to herself. Ha. This past year has not been solely dedicated to medicine. I have prepared a grand gift for you, Yu Yanran. Ruo Shui, aware of the plot, knew that Yu Yanran would recite a poem at the Mid-Autumn Banquet, a piece that would astonish all present. The once indifferent third prince, Xian Yuansheng, would be utterly taken aback, and soon he would find himself captivated once again, pursuing her with fervor, while Yu Yanran would deftly evade his advances. Ruo Shui smirked, noting how Yu Yanran's disdain only fueled Xian Yuansheng's obsession further. Moreover, the academic supervisor, who valued talent, clamored to have Yu Yanran join his institution, causing quite a commotion. Even with Gu Qingqing present, Yu Yanran still shone brightly in the realm of poetry. Thus, Ruo Shui had entrusted Sun Shi to keep Yu Yanran occupied, but the narrative merely postponed by a year. Yu Yanran would still recite the timeless Shui Diao Ge Tu. However, with Ruo Shui as a rival, she would not allow it to unfold so seamlessly this time. Her secret weapon lay close at hand. Indeed, it was the collection of 300 Tang and Song poems that had swept across the grand land of Huaxia. While it was said to comprise 300 pieces, Ruo Shui estimated that perhaps only 100 were truly included. The verses were painstakingly conjured from her mind, a testament to her literary struggle, and she had relied on Bai Jing to help stitch together the remaining lines. After much toil and tribulation, Ruo Shui finally completed this monumental work. Due to her leisurely driving, what should have been a half-hour journey stretched into 2 hours. Thus, by the time they arrived at the minister's residence, night had already fallen. Nevertheless, as her carriage approached the entrance, a throng of people awaited, among them, Sun Shi. Upon disembarking, Ruo Shui was immediately struck by Sun Shi's radiant presence. Dressed in elegant finery, her makeup exquisite, every gesture exuded the grace of a noblewoman. Most notably, her eyes sparkled with newfound confidence, shedding the sorrow that had once clouded them, now gleaming with vitality and brilliance. Chapter 94. The reluctance of the noblewoman as Sun's gaze fell upon Ruo Shui. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She stepped forward and grasped Ruo Shui's hand tightly. This voice, this tone, Ruo Shui could think of no one but Yu Yanran. The casual, seemingly dismissive look in her eyes stirred a deep-seated irritation within Yu Yanran. Since the matriarch had issued her command, the young lady would naturally resist with all her might. With that, she shot Ruo Shui a glare and dramatically swept away, her long sleeves trailing behind her in a display of defiance. Ruo Shui noted the title Yu Yanran used for son, matriarch. Mother? Sun merely nodded, and the implication was unmistakable. A heavy silence ensued. This was Sun's choice, and Ruo Shui had no authority to intervene. However, Yu Yanran's demeanor suggested dissatisfaction, and it was clear she would not support Sun's assent. It was inevitable that Yu Qianquan would be indulged, as he was wont to heed Yu Yanran's every whim. Yet still, Sun had ascended to the role of head matriarch. Ruo Shui contemplated, I do not wish for him to bask in ease. Sun affectionately brushed Ruo Shui's slightly disheveled hair, her gaze filled with love, sensing the turmoil in Ruo Shui's heart. Ruo Shui understood. Let us not dwell on such disheartening matters. Mother, it is chilly outside. Let us retreat indoors. Covering Sun's icy fingertips with her own, Ruo Shui suggested.
Indeed.
I have prepared a feast for you inside, filled with all your favorite dishes. It is time to welcome you back and provide comfort after your arduous journey. Just look at your little face, you've lost weight. Come, eat well. This chicken soup has been simmered for hours and enriched with nourishing herbs. You must partake generously. As Sun spoke, she diligently served Ruo Shui with a pair of chopsticks. Faced with the mountain of dishes before her, Ruo Shui could only chuckle helplessly. All right, you eat too. My bowl is nearly overflowing. Her refusals fell on deaf ears, and Ruo Shui resigned herself to quietly consume her meal. By the way, where is Xiao Xian? Ruo Shui suddenly remembered her brother, who had little presence in the story. Oh, Xiao Xian, Sun began, but before she could finish, a figure burst through the door. Ruo Shui exclaimed, Who is this charred figure? I can scarcely make out his nose or face. The newcomer, grinning widely, revealed a set of sparkling white teeth. Sister, you can't possibly fail to recognize your brother, can you? But then again, I suppose it's understandable, given my newfound manly charm. So different from the plain appearance of my former self, Yu Xian declared with pride. Indeed, to Ruoxue, Yu Xian resembled a large, animated lump of charcoal, and she could discern no trace of manliness. However, if the manly charm Yu Xian referred to was merely his darkened visage, Ruoxue believed he had indeed attained it. Having journeyed all day in a carriage, both Yu Xian and Sun did not linger long, urging Ruoxue to rest before the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival. We must attend as well. Rest well. Tomorrow the garments I have ordered for you will arrive. You should try them on to see if any adjustments are needed. Ruoxue nodded, and after bidding farewell to Sun, she felt no fatigue. Instead, she retrieved the book given to her by Bai Jing and immersed herself in its pages. As for the pirated version of 300 poems from the Tang and Song dynasties, she kept it close. She was wary of the protagonist's intentions, uncertain if tomorrow would bring conflicting interests. Chapter 95. The reluctance of the noblewoman. The Mid-Autumn Festival banquet arrived in the blink of an eye. Such gatherings are undoubtedly more enchanting in the evening, prompting everyone to set off at dusk. Although Ruoxue had never attended such an event, she understood it to be a grand matchmaking affair. Men seized the opportunity to boast and expand their social networks, while women gathered to showcase their beauty and engage in comparisons. The activities within this banquet resembled scenes of various intrigues and plots, with men seeking recognition and women in search of a wealthy suitor, all amidst an atmosphere charged with youthful exuberance. While Ruoxue had little interest in finding a partner, Sun was resolute in her pursuits. As she draped garments over Ruoxue, she chided her. You've been away for so long that the people of the capital have nearly forgotten you. Look at you, approaching 20, hardly a young maiden anymore. You're not in a hurry? At merely 20. What's the rush? It's a blossoming age. Even if you've lost a bit of luster, you can still bloom radiantly. I've raised you with great care, teaching you poetry, etiquette, and the arts, all in hopes of securing you a good marriage. How can you, as a daughter, refuse to wed? I'm eager to hold a plump grandchild. If you don't marry, where shall I find a chubby grandchild? What about Xiao Xian? His child would be your true grandchild. Yet, I desire an abundance of descendants. Seeing Sun increasingly lose her composure, Ruoxue decisively fell silent. Fine. You are the head of the household. Your word is law, Ruoxue shrugged. After Sun's fervent efforts, when Ruoxue finally stepped out of her room, she felt as though she had emerged into the light once more. Miss, you look stunning today. With Sun's encouragement, Ziyuan gazed at Ruoxue with admiration. Ruoxue replied with a chuckle, that's merely because you've never seen true beauty. Oh, miss, that expression doesn't quite suit you now. A single glance can ruin everything. How about this? Ruoxue lightly arched her lips, looking at Ziyuan, and spoke with a playful tone. Seeing Ziyuan's aversion, Ruoxue chuckled. The little one has gained some courage. All right, enough of this. Let us get into the carriage, Sun interjected, approaching Ruoxue. Yes, mother, I understand, Ruoxue responded, bowing gracefully, embodying a delicate demeanor. Is this how she taught you? So pretentious. A faint, elegant fragrance wafted past Ruoxue. Goodness, what is your issue? I haven't done anything to provoke you. Not even a fraction of your charm, she retorted, tossing her head back arrogantly. She observed how Ruoxue had spent the entire day preparing, further igniting her disdain. What a vain woman! Is a mere banquet, a contest of appearances, worthy of such effort. All she seeks is a good match. How antiquated. Why should women be confined to the inner courtyard, vying for a man's favor? Much like rabbits entrusting their fortunes to men? With this thought, Yu Yanran's contempt for Ruoxue deepened. Noticing Yu Yanran's disdain, Ruoxue remarked, your ideas are quite progressive, perhaps due to your upbringing in a more civilized society. If you were a proper woman of the ancient times, indoctrinated by the ethics of polygamy and feudal traditions, I doubt you would hold such elevated thoughts. The two ceased their conversation and boarded their respective carriages. Miss, that second young lady clearly looks down on you. What right does a motherless, legitimate second daughter have to speak to you? As soon as they entered the carriage, Ziyuan began to vent her frustrations, fiercely confronting Yu Yanran. Are you suggesting that we wait until she loses her luster before we step on her face? Oh, the little one's wit has increased significantly. Have you been secretly feasting on walnuts behind my back? Rua Shui teased Ziyuan with a smile.
Not at all, miss.
The two of them chatted and laughed merrily throughout the journey, and before long, they arrived at their destination. Chapter 96. The reluctance of the noblewoman as the carriage gradually slowed. Rua Shui estimated they had nearly arrived. She lifted the curtain and indeed found themselves at the palace gates, where numerous opulently adorned carriages were already stationed. With one hand resting on Ziyuan's arm, she carefully stepped down from the carriage, moving with an alluring grace. In contrast, Yu Yanran, who had nimbly leaped down from her carriage, let out a disdainful snort upon witnessing Rua Shui's deliberate descent. Such a trivial height made her act so exaggerated. It was truly repulsive. Hearing Yu Yanran's derisive sound, Rua Shui felt a surge of annoyance. What had she done to deserve such disdain? Though aware that their relationship could never be amicable, she found Yu Yanran's unwarranted contempt bewildering. It must be said, when one harbors animosity towards another, even their mere existence seems irksome. Suddenly, a rapid clatter of hooves echoed against the stone pavement, drawing Rua Shui's attention. A tall figure on a magnificent steed emerged, illuminated by the setting sun. She envisioned her destined prince, adorned in golden rays, arriving to escort her. Yanran, is it you? Were you waiting for me? The newcomer, noticing the striking figure of Yu Yanran in her fiery red attire, dismounted with a flourish. Only then did Rua Shui recognize the visitor, Chen Miaomiao, the seventh prince, with sharp brows, deep black eyes, and finely chiseled lips. Seventh prince, you overthink. There are many who wait for you. Surely, you do not need a mere girl like me. Yu Yanran remained icy, akin to a proud peacock, dismissing all around her. Chen Miaomiao, undeterred, stepped closer, feigning vexation. Then what shall I do? The only person I wish to wait for is her. Greetings, seventh prince. Rua Shui offered a casual salute from beside her carriage, casting a glance at the prince who appeared to be in high spirits.
See?
You need not wait for me. There are plenty eager to accompany you. With that, Yu Yanran turned on her heel and strode away. Chen Miaomiao's expression darkened as he was left with Yu Yanran's back. Despite being a prince, he could hardly maintain his composure when publicly snubbed. However, his interest in Yu Yanran kept him from directing his frustration towards her. Thus Rua Shui became his outlet for irritation. I have encountered a woman so desperate to marry, he mused, regarding Rua Shui with the same gaze one might reserve for a trivial object. Rua Shui, feeling the weight of disdain, thought bitterly to herself. Did she truly appear as a soft target? Why were they so eager to cast her in such a light? She pondered how she could wield a whip to set them straight. The memory of her formidable black bullwhip from her previous life surged back, and she imagined striking it across Chen Miaomiao's face, envisioning him as a flower blooming under the sun, finally understanding the reason behind such vibrant blossoms. Regaining her composure, Rua Shui proceeded into the palace with Ziyun. Their carriage was behind, and Sun Shi and Yu Qianquan had likely entered already, while Yu Xian, being male, was not traveling with Rua Shui and had probably gone inside as well. The surroundings sparkled with grandeur, a testament to the wealth and magnificence of their great dynasty. Since carriages were not permitted within the palace without special authorization, Rua Shui had to rely on her own small steps to enter. The length of her gown made her cautious, fearing a misstep would result in an embarrassing fall. Under the guidance of the palace servants, Rua Shui finally arrived at the banquet hall, navigating through a labyrinth of pathways. As she passed through the stone archway, the sharp voice of a eunuch reading names echoed in her ears. Although the rumors of her past madness had spread rapidly, later proven false, human nature often revels in the misfortunes of others. Cultivating a good reputation is arduous, yet it takes but a word or a small action to tarnish it. Chapter 97. The reluctance of the noble and common-born girl faced with the myriad of gazes directed at her, some malevolent, others disdainful, inquisitive, or indifferent. Rua Shui remained remarkably composed. She navigated through the crowd with an air of tranquility, arriving at her designated position. This calm demeanor slightly altered the perceptions of several onlookers regarding her.
Suddenly,
a sharp voice pierced the air, announcing the arrival of the emperor, the empress, and noble consort Ji. The sound was so piercing that it sent a jolt through Rua Shui's eardrums. Frowning, She joined the others in kneeling, proclaiming, "Long live our emperor! Long live our empress!" Half prostrated on the ground, she raised her gaze just enough to catch a glimpse of the embroidered dragon-patterned yellow boots passing by. Soon, a booming voice resonated, "All ministers rise. Today marks the Mid-Autumn Feast. I shall not return to my chambers until we are all intoxicated." This declaration ignited a wave of eager anticipation among the crowd, all vying for merriment. As it is considered a grave offense to gaze directly upon the emperor's countenance, Ruoshui stole only a fleeting look before lowering her head again. The emperor possessed a robust visage, characterized by thick brows and large eyes, a countenance that exuded authority. With her attention diverted from the emperor, Ruoshui focused instead on the exquisite array of delicacies before her. The cruel constraints of feudalism. The emperor's hands remain idle, and none beneath him are permitted to partake. "Let the feast commence," came the call. "We are grateful for your benevolence." Ruoshui exhaled a sigh of relief at the prospect of finally indulging in the banquet. Yet, just as she began to savor her meal, an intense gaze fell upon her, sharp as two daggers, too potent to ignore. Lifting her eyes, she spotted Chen Miaomiao holding a wine cup, sitting not far from the emperor, his penetrating stare fixed directly on her. Ruoshui thought to herself, "Damn it, I am fated to encounter misfortune." All she desired was to be a quiet beauty. Chen Miaomiao, noticing her disregard, darkened in countenance. "Very well. You are Ruoshui, are you not? I shall remember you. Your Majesty, my niece has prepared a delightful performance for everyone. To bring joy to the gathering," noble consort Ji chimed, her delicate makeup glowing under the soft light, resembling a peach blossom in bloom. "Oh, your niece is from the Ji family? I recall she is nearing 18. Should she perform well today, I shall consider her for a suitable match," the emperor remarked, draping an arm around noble consort Ji, a smile gracing his lips. "Your Majesty must not deceive her." Noble consort Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement. The emperor's personal endorsement of a marriage was indeed a rare honor, providing the young lady with a significant advantage in her future. "Of course. My word is as good as gold," the emperor assured her. "Indeed. We are well aware of your Majesty's sincerity," noble consort Ji purred, leaning against the emperor, her charm captivating him. "Since we are at it, why not have the daughters of each household perform?" The empress, exuding an air of composure and grace, interrupted their affectionate exchange, addressing the emperor. "Your insight is commendable. Let it be so." The emperor agreed, with a grand gesture. After a moment's pause, the empress added, "If the performances are commendable, not only shall I reward them, but the emperor may also consider marriage for them." Her words ignited excitement among the eligible young ladies, all eager to showcase their talents. Ruoshui discerned that the empress, having maintained her position for so long, was indeed a formidable figure. Witnessing the empress's poise in the face of her husband's affection towards his concubine, she realized that the empress had cleverly expanded privileges from one to encompass all. If one of these young ladies were to secure a promising match, the credit would undoubtedly reflect favorably upon the empress, diminishing the prominence of noble consort Ji's lineage. Truly, she played a masterful game of strategy. Naturally, the first to take the stage would be the Ji family's representative, as it was only fair to extend some benefits after usurping her privilege. Clad in a soft, pale yellow gown, the Ji young lady embodied a delicate allure, youthful yet exuding a hint of maturity. Simply put, she was captivating. Chapter 98. The unyielding ambition of a noblewoman on the stage. The young lady of the Ji family danced gracefully, her flowing garments swirling elegantly, with petals cascading around her, captivating Ruoshui's gaze. Her movements were bold and majestic, embodying a harmonious rhythm, and the way her slender waist twisted evoked Ruoshui's admiration for the intricate design of the human form. This was indeed a display of ethereal beauty. The Ji family's daughter had evidently invested considerable effort into her performance. As Ruoshui listened to the continuous praises from those around her, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. If her memory served her correctly, this dance was meant to express affection. Why were women so audacious nowadays, when they were still bound by the constraints of a feudal society? Her suspicions were confirmed as she observed the Ji family lady repeatedly casting flirtatious glances at Chen Miaomiao, who, however, remained oblivious, instead smiling at the disdainful Yu Yanran beside him. Ruo Shui thought to herself, "Sister, cease your attempts, even if your eyes tire from the effort. He will not notice you." Such a pity for such a beauty, caught in unrequited love. The Ji family lady seemed to have caught sight of Xianyuan Che's gaze and turned her attention toward him. Quickly noticing Yu Yanran's ostentatious red attire and her unfriendly demeanor, Ruo Shui watched with delight. Her goal was to undermine Yu Yanran, and the more animosity she stirred, the happier Ruo Shui felt. Her instincts told her that the Ji family lady was plotting something. As expected, upon concluding her dance, the Ji family lady knelt before the emperor to receive her reward. "Excellent. Truly remarkable. What is your desire? I grant you whatever you wish. The humble servant wishes for your majesty to arrange a marriage for her."
Oh.
I wonder which fortunate young man is blessed enough to win such a beauty? Aside from the royal family, who else could be so fortunate as to marry a lady of my standing? The Ji family lady spoke playfully, her smile enchanting. "Very well. Pray tell, what do you desire?" "I wish to marry Prince 7, Xianyuan Che. I implore your majesty to grant my wish." "I do not consent." Before she could finish, Xianyuan Che stood up, approaching the stage. He knelt on one knee and clasped his fists, addressing the emperor. "Father, I must refuse. My heart belongs to another. I shall not marry her. In that case, I shall challenge her to a duel." The Ji family lady, bold and spirited, declared. "Yu Yanran, I wish to compete with you." She turned once more to the emperor, bowing respectfully. "I seek your majesty's approval." The emperor, taken aback by the unfolding situation, stroked his chin, observing Yu Yanran with keen interest. "What are your thoughts, young lady from the Shangshu family?" Though prideful, Yu Yanran understood the need for decorum in the presence of the emperor. "If she wishes to compete, I shall not decline." She raised her chin defiantly. "What shall we compete in?" A flicker of displeasure crossed the eyes of concubine Ji as she turned to the emperor, smiling. "Your majesty, since both are willing, let them compete. Young people are often spirited." "Very well. To ensure fairness, let the empress decide the challenge." Concubine Ji maintained her smile, though her grip on her handkerchief tightened. After a moment's contemplation, the empress glanced at concubine Ji and replied, "Naturally, we shall follow the empress's suggestion." Concubine Ji's laughter was vibrant, but its authenticity was questionable. Ruo Shui observed, discerning that the relationship between these two women was not as harmonious as it appeared. The choice of challenge revealed much. Everyone knew the Ji family had been martial for generations, and even the daughters preferred valor over elegance. Poetry? How amusing! Besides, both were prominent figures in the imperial harem. It was well understood that two tigers could not coexist on the same mountain. "However, I have a condition. Should I win, the Ji lady must avoid me in the future." How audacious! Such confidence! Ruo Shui thought, glancing at Gu Qingcheng, who was engrossed in affectionate exchanges with Ji Nianhui. "Very well. I accept your condition." The Ji lady, unable to tolerate Yu Yanran's air of assured victory, gritted her teeth and agreed. After all, she had diligently memorized many verses celebrating the moon these past few days. As the saying goes, one may not compose poetry, but can recite from a wealth of reading. Chapter 99. The reluctance of the noblewoman. "Very well. Then, let Miss Ji go first," the empress remarked with a dignified smile. 10 rounds of cold shadows circle the courtyard. This evening, a solitary traveler gazes into the corner. To spare the pure maiden from sorrow, the jade toad is cold, and the osmanthus blooms alone. Miss Ji furrowed her brow, searching for the right words, and recited haltingly. Quite good, indeed a fine piece." The emperor on the platform did not delve into the origins of the poem, merely smiling with authority. Miss Ji looked at Yu Yanran with a self-satisfied expression, clearly showing off. "Little sister," Ruo Shui said, "it's obvious you recited that yourself, and rather haltingly. Where does your confidence come from?" Yu Yanran, with her phoenix eyes raised, exuded an impressive aura as she stepped forward without hesitation, declaring, "When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the heavens. I know not the celestial palace above, what year it is now. I wish to ride the wind back, yet fear the coldness of the jade tower high above. As I dance and sway with the clear shadows, How can it compare to being on Earth? I turned from the vermilion pavilion to the low-patterned window, illuminating the sleepless. There should be no hatred. When will we reunite again? People experience joy and sorrow, separation and reunion, just as the moon waxes and wanes. This has always been difficult to achieve, yet I hope for lasting joy, sharing the beauty of the moon across 1,000 miles. As Yu Yanran's voice fell, the hall fell silent. Except for Ruo Shui and Gu Qingcheng, everyone was immersed in the profound meaning of the poem. Xian Yuanche's gaze on Yu Yanran grew increasingly fervent, while Xian Yuansheng, who had previously called off their engagement, now exhibited a flickering, inscrutable expression. The supervising scholars below hastily sought ink and paper to record the poem, their hearts filled with admiration for the poet. How could one forget? The emperor is also a member of the literati, often reflecting on the melancholy of autumn moons when the state is at peace. May I inquire who composed this poem? Where does that esteemed individual reside now? The emperor smiled kindly at Yu Yanran. Hearing the emperor's inquiry, everyone eagerly leaned in to listen. The young lady of the Ji family did not anticipate that the seemingly sheltered Yu Yanran could produce such a remarkable poem, causing her to bite her silver teeth in frustration. Yu Yanran first cast a haughty glance at the Ji family maiden's displeased expression, then gracefully curtsied. This humble girl has composed a poem. I hope you will not mock it. Was she implying that she wrote it herself? Goodness, what an audacious little vixen. If she had been more modest, she might have retained some dignity. But now? Humph. Ruo Shui chuckled darkly from below. Oh. You are from the Shangshu family. I have heard of a talented lady from the Yu family. After hearing this poem today, it truly lives up to its reputation. The talented lady the emperor referred to was not Yanran, but her elder sister, Yu Ruo Shui. Upon hearing this, Yu Yanran glanced at the composed Ruo Shui and smiled mischievously. Ruo Shui replied, "To say you are a little vixen is already an embellishment." Oh? Is that so? Has the talented Yu Ruo Shui arrived? The humble daughter is present. Ruo Shui slowly stood, remarking, "Allow me to see you, the first talented lady of the capital." The emperor's voice, both dignified and warm, resonated. Yes. With that, Ruo Shui took dainty steps towards Yu Yanran. Indeed, the two sisters are both rare beauties. I wonder if this talented lady has prepared anything today? How about your sister reciting a poem as well? Yu Yanran gazed at Ruo Shui with malice and disdain. Ruo Shui remained unfazed, knowing the emperor was giving Yu Yanran an opportunity to save face. After paying her respects to the emperor, empress, and concubine, Ruo Shui calmly stated, "This humble girl lacks the ability of my younger sister, thus I shall embarrass myself by using the verses of predecessors." Yu Yanran remained silent, still looking down on Ruo Shui, refusing to believe that Yu Ruo Shui could compose a poem superior to hers in such a short time. Peering far and wide, I see the endless sky, where clouds leave no trace. The moonlight descends, illuminating the cool autumn blue. The Jade Palace and Crystal Tower, where one rides on a phoenix, resides in the land of coolness. The landscape is picturesque, with the smoke of trees vividly visible. I drunkenly clap and sing, raising my cup to the moon, forming three guests with my shadow. As I dance under the wind and dew, tonight I know not what night it is. I wish to ride the wind and return. Why need I ride the wings of a rock? In the Crystal Palace, a sound breaks the flute. This poem? The emperor furrowed his brow. He had studied poetry and recognized that, stylistically, these two poems bore striking similarities. Chapter 100. The reluctance of the noblewoman. You previously stated that this was the work of predecessors. Do you have any evidence? Indeed, I do, came the reply. This little booklet is the proof. I stumbled upon it in Baoqing Temple and found the contents to be exquisite works of art, so I beseeched the abbot for it. To lend an air of authenticity, Ruo Shui deliberately aged the booklet to accentuate its antiquity. Quick, let me see it. Ruo Shui stepped forward, producing the worn booklet from her sleeve and handing it to the eunuch beside the emperor. As the emperor flipped through a few pages, casually perusing, he was immediately struck by the brilliance of the poetry contained within. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Who is the author of these verses? With each page he turned, The emperor's excitement mounted, causing the group of scholars below to fidget restlessly, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the words. It appeared these poems had been collected from various authors rather than being the work of a single individual, and given their age, verification was impossible. Ruoshue's voice rang clear and bright. Yu Yanran's expression darkened. Her own poems were mere theft from others, and she had never considered whether the original authors had truly existed. The thought of being discovered sent a shiver down her spine. Ah! Is this not the poem recently composed by the young lady of the Yu family? Jiki Fei's sharp eyes recognized a verse from Su Shi's Water Melody, Mid-Autumn, which she inadvertently exclaimed. The Empress frowned in displeasure. Upon hearing Jiki Fei's words, the Emperor's countenance darkened, and he let out a cold snort. Is it possible that the young lady of the Yu family can compose another? Yu Yanran's face drained of color, and her last flicker of hope extinguished. Your Majesty, forgive me. Yu Yanran hastily knelt, pressing her forehead to the ground, her palms slick with cold sweat. She was now acutely aware of the authority wielded by the feudal ruler. What is this? The minister's family has the audacity to deceive me. You are committing an offense against the crown. Yu Yanran, the daughter taught well by the minister's household. Such vanity and arrogance.
Come.
Remove the official cap from Yu Qianquan. In truth, the situation was not as dire as it seemed. It was merely a matter of pride, and the emperor's reaction was a warning to others. Unfortunately, Yu Qianquan became a political scapegoat. However, whether Yu Qianquan held an official position was of little concern to Ruoshue, who smiled, a triumphant smile. Xian Yuanche had not anticipated that Yu Yanran had resorted to plagiarism, brazenly claiming the work as her own. His disillusionment in love had led him to ponder the meaning of life, oblivious to Yu Yanran's pleading gaze. Seeing Xian Yuanche lost in thought, gazing at the stars and moon while ignoring her, Yu Yanran bit down on her silver teeth. Indeed, men were utterly unreliable. Ruoshue watched Yu Yanran's frail figure, akin to a withered leaf caught in an autumn breeze, desolate and forlorn. Weren't you quite confident?
Continue.
I shall observe as you flaunt your pretensions. Gu Qingcheng noted Ruoshue's serene demeanor, standing alone in elegance, seemingly untouched by the turmoil around her. Yet fortunate for them, they were not enemies. Gu Qingcheng felt that Yu Ruoshue had undergone significant change in this lifetime. Perhaps it was the consequence of her rebirth. With this thought, she felt a sense of relief. Indeed, if she could start anew, why could not Yu Ruoshue? Yet, she had no desire to verify this. After all, they had no conflict, did they? Your Majesty, my younger sister is young and impetuous. It is my fault as her elder sister. Please allow me to take her away. Ruoshue swiftly altered her tone, displaying great understanding and granting the emperor face. Very well, depart. The emperor's expression softened slightly at Ruoshue's words. Wait, I am clear in my rewards and punishments. Although the Yu family excelled in this competition, I shall declare this round won by the young lady from the Ji family. Bring me the blood-red glass bracelet. The empress paused for a moment, then smiled. The eldest daughter of the Yu family, indeed. Ruoshue was taken aback, though she did not show it. Stepping forward as the empress personally adorned her wrist with the bracelet. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, your highness. Ruoshue expressed her gratitude with impeccable decorum, earning a nod of approval from the empress, who was already satisfied with Ruoshue's composure amidst praise and scorn. Do come and accompany me more often in the future. The empress patted Ruoshue's hand gently. I shall remember, your highness. Ruoshue bowed deeply, and upon receiving the empress's wave, she led the prostrate Yu Yanran out of the banquet. The bright lights within held no allure for Ruoshue. Gu Qingqing's expression grew serious. She found Yu Ruoshue inscrutable, even with her memories of 2 lifetimes and the empress's words suggesting she would serve as Ruoshue's support. Let go. Who asked for your feigned concern? There is no one here. You can release me now. Yu Yanran forcefully shook off Ruoshue's hand, yelling in fury. Do you take me for a pushover? Ruoshue retaliated with a resounding slap, her strike fueled by genuine intensity. The sight of Yu Yanran lying on the ground, unable to rise, spoke volumes. You Ruoshue. You wretched creature. How dare you? After a moment, Yu Yanran finally reacted, shrieking and charging at Ruoshue, arms flailing. Yu Yanran's martial prowess was commendable, and in her rage, She was formidable. However, Ruoshui was no weakling either. With a swift shoulder throw, she sent the approaching Yu Yanran crashing to the ground, followed by another resounding slap. This slap is for your transgressions against me.
Slap.
This slap is for my grievances. Slap, slap, slap. What is happening? Yu Yanran was left dazed by the onslaught. You hypocritical wretch. Just like Gu Qingcheng. Slap, slap, slap. How dare you prance about before me? You enjoy making a ruckus for no reason. Just because I do not retaliate does not mean I am a mere sick cat. You Ruoshui, if you have the courage, come down and face me in a fair fight.
Slap.
What a splendid idea. Why should I engage in a proper duel when I can simply strike you? Ruoshui sat atop Yu Yanran, her expression dismissive. Yu Yanran's face contorted with rage. What do you mean, you? I never expected your skin to be so thick. My hand is sore from hitting you. Ruoshui blew on her hand, feigning annoyance. As she continued to strike, Yu Yanran's protests went unheard. What are you doing? Yu Yanran, seeing Ruoshui produce a silver needle that glinted ominously in the moonlight, felt a surge of dread. Nothing, just a little prick. Ruoshui's demeanor was calm, as if the silver needle held no significance. At that moment, beneath Ruoshui's tranquil facade, her heart raced with anticipation. She felt akin to a character from a tale, relishing the moment. Go ahead and scream. No one will come to your aid. Ruoshui chuckled to herself, bemused by her own fanciful thoughts, realizing how absurdly bored she had become to entertain such notions. Let go of me. You Ruoshui, cease this at once. Please, sister. I beg you, I was wrong before. I should not have opposed you. Seeing that forceful methods were ineffective, Yu Yanran resorted to tearful pleas. Ruoshui regarded her with cold indifference, exuding an air of lofty elegance. Did she think an apology could atone for the harm she had inflicted upon the original owner? Apologies are only valid before irrevocable transgressions have been committed. Now, it is too late. Moreover, she did not overlook the flicker of resentment that passed through Yu Yanran's eyes. Why keep this calamity around? Should we wait until she brings about her own demise? To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Ruoshui pressed down on Yu Yanran with her right hand while firmly driving a silver needle towards her head with her left. The sight of the needle in her hand ignited her anger, had it not been for Yu Yanran severing her right hand back then. Her journey into medicine would not have been so arduous. She had become the left-handed outcast of the medical world. As Ruoshui narrowed her eyes, she noticed that Yu Yanran had already succumbed to unconsciousness by the time the needle pierced her skin, and she pressed it deeper. This acupuncture point would render Yu Yanran in a state of perpetual stupor, devoid of clarity, effectively turning her into a fool. Ruoshui stood up and roughly dragged Yu Yanran out of the palace by her feet. Her plea for Yu Yanran was not born from sisterly affection, but rather from a fear that the emperor might execute her too swiftly and painlessly. Yu Qiankun, having dismissed Yu Yanran from her position, grew distant from his once beloved daughter. Moreover, without an official title, he could no longer afford to maintain the numerous servants he once had, leading him to sell them off, leaving him with some extra coin. Yet, in a fit of folly, Yu Yanran squandered all that money into the river, inciting Yu Qiankun's rage to the point he wished to strike her down, but he could not bring himself to harm his beloved daughter. From that moment on, he ceased to care for Yu Yanran. Out of disdain for the emperor's personal decree demoting him to a commoner, he lost all prospects in his career. He was incapable of laboring in menial jobs. Once, a wealthy man had invited him to teach his children, but he scorned the offer, repulsed by the man's ostentatious wealth. Causing the man to storm away, he rejected a request to copy texts for insufficient pay, ultimately leading him to a life of failure. As for Sun Shi, she had long before Yu Qiankun's dismissal persuaded him to write a divorce decree. Now, she reveled in leisure with Yu Xian and Ruoshui at her father's house. When Yu Qiankun later found himself in dire financial straits, he shamefully approached Sun Shi, only to be met with ridicule from Ruoshui, which left him crimson with embarrassment as he stormed away, muttering curses about ungrateful daughters. Ruoshui instructed the guards to prevent Yu Qiankun from entering again, sending him to the authorities. After that, he never returned. Ruoshui paid him no mind, continuing her leisurely days of sleeping in, reading, and tending to medicinal herbs, often preparing nourishing dishes for her aging grandparents, and occasionally visiting the Empress for casual conversation. Ruo Shui sensed that the Empress sought her company for reasons beyond mere chatter. Yet each time they met, the Empress simply conversed about mundane matters and occasionally gifted her delightful items, though the Empress's gaze always made Ruo Shui uneasy. As time passed without further developments, Ruo Shui concluded that the Empress must simply be bored in the palace and needed someone to talk to, so she indulged her. She became a favored figure in the Empress's court. Meanwhile, Yu Xian soared through the ranks of the military, achieving the position of deputy general. Despite her impressive medical skills, her health faltered, and she passed away around the age of 40. On the day of her demise, the Sun household was engulfed in sorrow. Even the usually distant Dr. Zhang was seen weeping. Yu Xian rushed from the military to kneel beside Ruo Shui's bed, tears glimmering in her eyes. To Ruo Shui's surprise, the Empress also arrived, shedding all pretense as she approached Ruo Shui's bedside, her well-maintained hand caressing Ruo Shui's face. Her gaze filled with affection that sent chills down Ruo Shui's spine. "Empress? Call me Mingjing. I wish to hear you say it." Ruo Shui's eyes widened in shock. "Ruo Shui, you are surprised too, aren't you?" "I was similarly astonished upon learning the truth, if not more so." As the Empress murmured, Ruo Shui felt cold sweat bead on her forehead, and she squeezed her eyes shut, wishing to escape the sight of the Empress's exquisite face. Returning to the parchment, Ruo Shui remained in a state of shock. No wonder she often felt the Empress's gaze was peculiar. Had she known the truth, she would have preferred to remain oblivious. After regaining her composure, the attributes before her began to materialize. Name: Qing Ruo Shui. Gender: female, mutable, intelligence, 51 appearance, 60 combat power, 73 mental strength, 59 charm, 16 honorary titles, passionate youth, mountain king, empress killer. Beloved of Empress Mingjing. Distributable attribute points, 5. Upon seeing the honorary titles, Ruo Shui was momentarily taken aback. Empress killer? Parchment, let us discuss life. After a brief silence, the parchment's melodious voice broke through. This is of no concern to me. It is your doing. Also, I am not called Parchment. That is merely my external form. You may call me whatever you like. Now it was Ruo Shui's turn to be silent. Was it her influence that caused the Empress to take a liking to her, thus making her the architect of her own misfortune? She resolutely shook her head, dismissing the thought of the Empress. Speaking of which, Parchment, have you been secretly watching numerous British and American films behind my back?
No.
The revelation caught her off guard, and she covered her face. Haha, Ruo Shui. I shall merely smile and remain silent. Please allocate your attribute points. Unable to withstand Ruo Shui's demeanor any longer, the parchment broke the silence. Reflecting on how deeply influenced she was by the original owner's emotions, Ruo Shui allocated 2 points to mental strength, 2 to combat power, and 1 to intelligence. Thus, her attribute board read as follows. Name: Qing Ruo Shui. Gender: female, mutable, intelligence, 52 appearance, 60 combat power, 75 mental strength, 61 charm, 20 honorary titles, passionate youth. Mountain king, empress killer, beloved of Empress Mingjing. Parchment, please explain the function of this. Ruo Shui gazed at the vexing honorary titles, silently rubbing her forehead. Please call me.
Hey.
You little rascal, are you still resisting me? Not at all, Ruo Shui retorted, displaying rare defiance. Wishing you a smooth journey. Before Ruo Shui could comprehend, darkness enveloped her, and then there was nothing. She had now entered her new mission. I have something to say, Ruo Shui exclaimed, displeased. Oh, dear young miss, you are awake? It seemed her commotion had drawn attention, and someone hurried in. Young miss? This must be another ancient world. It is indeed advantageous to retain memories, otherwise, one might inadvertently be captured and branded a monster, facing a fiery demise. The ignorance of feudal society is unbearable. By the way, why does her voice sound so childish? A wave of ominous premonition washed over Ruo Shui as she cast aside her thoughts and closed her eyes to absorb the unfolding narrative. It felt as though she was being forcefully thrust into the story, causing her complexion to pale. The original owner was named Ruo Shui. the sole daughter of the prestigious Shi family, renowned for their inner strength techniques and martial arts. The Shi family's Qingxin technique, when diligently practiced, could bring tranquility to the mind, ensuring a continuous flow of internal energy, preventing any deviation into chaos, and effectively sharpening one's vision. Consequently, the Shi family attracted the attention of the demonic sect. The sect's leader, Long Outyan, for reasons unknown, took it upon himself to infiltrate the Shi residence. He was subsequently injured by the head of the Shi family, Shi Chen, only to be rescued by Ruo Xue's childhood companion and maid, Wenwan. Amidst their playful bickering, emotions blossomed, and eventually, under Wenwan's careful tending, the demonic leader recovered. With Wenwan's assistance, he led the demonic sect to lay siege to the Shi estate. The entire Shi family was brutally slaughtered, with the original owner's father sacrificing himself to ensure the escape of Ruo Xue and her brother. On the road, Ruo Xue encountered her fiancé, filled with joy, believing he had come to rescue her. Little did she know, he merely delivered a sword. The original protagonist's brother perished at the hands of Bai Jinyi while trying to protect her. Although she was born into a martial arts family, she feared hardship and toil, relying on her brother, which left her with but rudimentary skills. Even when her brother bought her time to escape, she ultimately could not evade the clutches of death. As Bai Jinyi's sword pierced her heart, her eyes widened in disbelief. She could not fathom that the man in white wielding the sword was her childhood companion, who had always shown her kindness. The original protagonist's aspirations, to diligently practice martial arts, protect the Shi family, safeguard her father and brother, uncover the reason behind Bai Jinyi's intent to kill her, and become a chivalrous woman traveling the world with a sword. Moreover, she was determined to despise Wenwan. The desire to be a heroine was something Ruo Xue had not anticipated, for the original protagonist had shown no inclination towards wandering the martial realm in her previous life. However, it was also possible she understood her own lack of martial prowess, with only flowery techniques to rely on. The disdain for Wenwan was indeed rather peculiar. In summary, the original protagonist was a simple-minded girl, lacking in discernment, a conclusion readily reached. Upon absorbing the narrative, Ruo Xue's complexion paled. Rising to her feet, she realized that she had entered the realm of martial arts, which would undoubtedly feature techniques like the one-yang finger, water walking, and wall running. Coincidentally, her family was also a martial arts lineage, which excited her. However, as she prepared to leave the bed, a significant issue arose. Her legs were exceedingly short, and her hands, in a flurry, Ruo Xue dashed barefoot to the dressing table, straining to retrieve the copper mirror. The reflection revealed a blurred visage. Yet she could still discern a youthful countenance, a pair of glistening black eyes like grapes, a small and straight nose, a rosy mouth, and chubby cheeks typical of a child. Ruo Xue realized she had truly transformed into a child. "Oh, dear. Young miss, why are you barefoot on the ground?" Just as Ruo Xue lamented her fate, someone entered, startled by the sight of her bare feet, and quickly scooped her up. "Young miss, what troubles you? Don't frown so. If something's amiss, tell Aunt Li." The original protagonist's wet nurse cradled Ruo Xue in her arms, smiling as she pinched Ruo Xue's plump cheeks. Ruo Xue sighed with a sense of loss. Her gaze towards the wet nurse was complex. She did not know the wet nurse's name, but the original protagonist had always referred to her as Aunt Li, a woman of the world. It was said that Aunt Li, while wandering the martial realm, was ambushed by enemies and fortuitously rescued by the original protagonist's mother. Following the customary tale, she willingly remained by the original mother's side. However, she had sustained abdominal injuries, rendering her incapable of bearing more children, and when the original protagonist was born, her mother perished during childbirth. Thus, Aunt Li raised the original protagonist as her own daughter, a bond that went without saying. Yet later, due to Wenwan, the maid who had facilitated the entrance of the demonic sect, the original protagonist, who enjoyed her company, found Aunt Li's disapproval. Aunt Li believed Wenwan was too self-centered, appearing kind yet incapable of genuine good deeds. Consequently, she often admonished the original protagonist, and over time, the young girl, influenced by Wenwan, gradually distanced herself from Aunt Li, ultimately attempting to expel her from the manor. Nevertheless, when the demonic sect invaded, Aunt Li fiercely protected the original protagonist, ultimately succumbing to the sword of Long Ao Tian, her blood splattering across the original protagonist's face. "What troubles you, my young miss?" Aunt Li observed Ruo Shui's doll-like face, furrowed in a manner akin to an adult, and found it amusing. "I miss you," Aunt Li, Ruo Shui said, struggling to wrap her arms around Aunt Li's neck. The original protagonist must have regretted her actions towards Aunt Li in the end. "Indeed, I miss you too, young miss," Aunt Li responded, likely believing Ruo Shui was merely exhibiting childish behavior. Ruo Shui murmured, leaning against Aunt Li's embrace, her voice subdued. "By the way, young miss, today we have taken in some guests. I notice there are children your age. Why not go and choose one to play with?" Aunt Li suggested, thinking Ruo Shui appeared melancholic due to a lack of peers. Just as Ruo Shui was about to shake her head, she suddenly recalled that Wen Wanwan was likely among those she could select. Remembering the original protagonist's wish to despise Wen Wanwan, Ruo Shui felt a surge of curiosity towards this person. "Let us go see," Ruo Shui declared, jumping down from Aunt Li's embrace and tugging at her clothing with a childlike voice. "All right, no rush," Aunt Li replied, holding Ruo Shui's small hand, a smile gracing her lips. "My little miss is truly adorable. If anyone dares to make her frown, humph." Unbeknownst to Ruo Shui, Aunt Li was becoming increasingly enamored with her role as a protective figure. At approximately 8 years old, Ruo Shui's movements were still unsteady, resembling two ducks waddling in unison. Arriving at a grand hall, Ruo Shui peered inside, spotting a group of uniformly dressed men and women standing in the center, their youth evident, with the eldest barely over 20 and the youngest around 7 or 8. As Ruo Shui searched for Wen Wanwan, she was suddenly startled into the air, exclaiming in surprise, "Hee hee, little Ruo, what are you searching for? If you wish to see, just step inside." A warm, slightly amused voice called out, "Brother." Ruo Shui's eyes shimmered with tears upon seeing Shi Quan, influenced by the original protagonist's emotions. "Ah, don't cry, little Ruo. It was wrong of me to startle you. Please stop crying, all right? Brother will make it up to you. How about we go outside to play? We can get roast chicken, candied fruits, and sugar-coated hawthorns." "Oh dear, little Ruo, please don't cry. You're breaking my heart." The more anxious Shi Quan became, the harder Ruo Shui cried, her tears flowing freely. In utter desperation, Shi Quan turned to Aunt Li, who was watching with an amused smile. All right, young miss. Everyone is watching." Aunt Li finally interjected, prompting Ruo Shui to stifle her sobs. With her small, delicate hand, Ruo Shui pointed at Shi Quan. "Brother promised to take me out to play, and we must have candied fruits, roast chicken, and honeyed fruits. None can be omitted." As she enumerated her demands, Ruo Shui wiggled her fingers. "Whatever you say," Shi Quan replied, eager to appease her. "Brother is so wonderful," Ruo Shui exclaimed, leaping into Shi Quan's embrace, revealing her tiny fangs in a delighted grin. This child was quite the little trickster, Shi Quan thought, playfully tapping her nose, bemused. The commotion at the entrance drew the attention of those in the hall. When Wanwan gazed at the little girl, radiant in the sunlight, and the handsome young man holding her, his concern for her evident in his eyes. "Why? What right does she have to be so happy? We appear to be of similar age, yet I am still vying for a maid's position while she basks in such joy." Unfoundedly, when Yuanyuan felt a surge of jealousy and disdain towards the girl who was of a similar stature, meeting Ruo Shui's pair of clear and lively eyes. When Yuanyuan felt as though the momentary darkness within her heart was fully unveiled. Ruo Shui's gaze deepened as she observed Wen Yuanyuan, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. She perceived the jealousy in Wen Yuanyuan's eyes with utter clarity. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Indeed, Wen Yuanyuan was the heroine, and this manner merely served as a chance encounter with the male lead, the formidable leader of the demonic sect, Long Ao Yen. It was no wonder that in the original owner's memories, the illustrious leader of the demonic sect acted impulsively and infiltrated the Shi family alone, only to suffer grievous injuries at the manor, unable to find aid in his time of need. The heroine was but a humble maid. No matter how close her relationship with Ruo Shui, she was still merely a servant, managing to conceal a living person. Thus began the heroine's meticulous care, leading to mutual affection. While the male lead flirted, he remained steadfast in his purpose. The heroine, courageously sacrificing her childhood home for love, opened the doors of the Sher family, allowing the demonic sect to trample over it, leaving rivers of blood and countless corpses in their wake. Subsequently, the heroine was engulfed in regret, sadness, and protests of hunger. This spiraled into a series of accusations of heartlessness and unruliness directed at the male lead, who could hardly bear to be apart from the heroine, leading to her captivity and the initiation of a deeply tumultuous romance. Days turned into sweet nothings, and nights into passionate encounters, repeating year after year. Eventually, the heroine reconciled with the male lead, embarking on a life of happiness together. Their relationship was devoid of significant issues. Whenever conflicts arose, they could always resolve them through intimacy. Moreover, the male lead ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts thanks to the Sher family's secret techniques, leaving his mother worry-free about him succumbing to the dark arts. The power of this storyline left Ruo Shui in awe. Firstly, let us consider that when Miaomiao, a young maiden, navigated the intricacies of such an ancient and feudal society, where even in the boldest of martial worlds, the dynamics between men and women remained delicate. It was remarkable that she so casually brought an injured man into her boudoir, a rarity even in modern times. Furthermore, knowing that the Sher family was searching for him, she chose to conceal him, acting as if merely shedding a few tears and protesting through hunger could atone for her misdeeds. Such naivety was astonishing. No wonder the original owner expressed disdain for Wen Miaomiao, perhaps as a reminder of the heroine's halo, which instantly elevated her charm upon their first meeting. "Xiao Ruo, what troubles you?" Shi Qingchuan inquired, observing Ruo Shui's face of deep-seated sarcasm, puzzled. "Brother, let us proceed inside," Ruo Shui said, taking Shi Qingchuan's large hand. As her soft little hand grasped his protective instincts flared, momentarily forgetting his concerns. "Father, is Xiaoruo here? Come sit on Father's lap," Shi Chen exclaimed, resembling the martial artists of Ruo Shui's recollections. Clad in dark attire, his hair adorned with a jade crown, his sides graced with a well-groomed beard. He now stroked his chin absent-mindedly. "No, I wish to stay in my brother's embrace," Ruo Shui replied, laboriously climbing into Shi Qingchuan's arms. Their 10-year age difference rendering the height disparity quite apparent. Ruo Shui beamed softly at her father. Shi Chen, refusing to yield, huffed. "If you don't want me to hold you, then I too shall not embrace those who do not wish for my affection." Observing her father's haughty demeanor, Ruo Shui felt speechless. What on earth did the original owner see in this man, who seemed to defy the passage of time? "Brother, I want her." Ruo Shui tugged at Shi Qingchuan's attire, pointing at the heroine with a sweet tone. Ruo Shui did not intend to cultivate a sisterly bond with the heroine. Rather, she preferred to keep her under her watchful eye, believing it safer than allowing her to roam freely. "Is that settled?" Ruo Shui nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. "Very well, little girl, come here," Shi Qingchuan said, smiling gently yet distantly at Wen Miaomiao. Wen Miaomiao's eyes widened in surprise, pointing at herself in disbelief. "Me?" Since the heroine possessed commendable attributes, her appearance was certainly more striking than those around her. Wherever the heroine was, all other females paled in comparison. She was the jewel amidst the rubble. Noticing the heroine's adorably dazed expression, Shi Qingchuan's eyes softened a fraction. "Yes, you come here. Really, truly?" When Miaomiao's incredulity mirrored that of someone who had struck a jackpot as she lifted her skirt and prepared to rush forward. Suddenly, Ruo Shui wrinkled her nose. "If you don't believe it, then forget it." Thus, the heroine found herself in a state of awkward indecision, trapped between advancing and retreating, her former innocence and charm evaporating. Ruo Shui thought, she is the one who stumbled upon the heroine's grand fortune. How could she not kneel to receive it? "Enough. Enough, seeing your pitiful face. Come here." Ruo Shui haughtily tilted her head. Shi Qingchuan, amused by Ruo Shui's spoiled demeanor, playfully pinched her pert nose, smiling indulgently. Witnessing this, Wen Miaomiao could only suppress her discontent, forcing a smile that felt rigid. Seeing her discomfort, Shi Qingchuan furrowed his brows, and Wen Miaomiao's jealousy towards Ruo Shui intensified. She summoned a few more individuals, both male and female, as Ruo Shui did not want the heroine to dominate her household alone. After all, she could not constantly keep an eye on her. Having others assist would be beneficial. Moreover, this way, the heroine would likely expend more effort to hide the male lead in the future. Once the arrangements were made, with some departing and others remaining, Ruo Shui exclaimed, "All right. Aunt Li, please help me settle them. I need to discuss matters with father." Understood. Having dealt with the heroine, Ruo Shui felt invigorated and full of energy.
What do you want from me?
Is it because you fancy your brother that you no longer desire me? Chen replied with a hint of sarcasm. How petty could this father be? She merely made a choice that anyone would, opting for someone younger and more handsome. Father, dear father, Xiao Ruo loves you the most. Please don't be angry. Ruo Shui sweetly bombarded him with flattery. This skill, learned from the original owner, was now employed with great expertise. Continue being spoiled. Finally, Ruo Shui resorted to her ultimate move, planting a large, wet kiss on Chen's cheek, disregarding Qingchuan's resentful gaze. I want a kiss too. Do you believe I 1T punch your chest? Ruo Shui's voice was sweet and playful. All right, what is it? Otherwise, you will keep pestering me. Chen stifled a smile. Would you dare to show that impatient expression of yours? Ruo Shui retorted, exasperated. Such a subpar performance was evident to all. She was clearly enjoying herself. I wish to learn swordsmanship and practice martial arts, Ruo Shui declared, her soft voice imbued with determination. Why do you want to learn this? Were you bullied? You can always tell me or your brother if someone is troubling you. Which family has wronged you? Come. Father will take you to confront them. Chen, believing something was amiss with Ruo Shui, prepared to lead her out the door with fervor. What do you mean? You can always find him. Is that a sign of disdain? Qingchuan inquired gently. Yes, Xiao Ruo, who has wronged you? Why the sudden desire to learn this? Qingchuan asked with concern.
Not that.
I just want to learn. Everyone is skilled in martial arts, like Grandpa, Brother, and Aunt Li. They all seem so impressive. I want to be like them. Ruo Shui smiled innocently at the two. But learning martial arts can be very exhausting. Shouldn't you reconsider? Chen furrowed his brow, tentatively inquiring. No, I want to learn. I must learn. Ruo Shui understood that she had to be resolute at this moment. Otherwise, who knew when she would have the chance again?
All right.
If you insist, let us learn. Chen, fearing that Ruo Shui might shed tears, quickly agreed. Ruo Shui's smile blossomed like a flower. Seeing her radiant expression, Chen's heart softened. Let's learn, and if you tire of it later, you 1T bring it up again. With this thought, Chen couldn't help but smile knowingly. After all, opportunities to tease the heroine were rare. He should seize the moment before the main plot unfolded. Ruo Shui's lips curved into a deep, enigmatic smile. Little Ruo, aren't you supposed to play with me? Qingchuan observed Ruo Shui's retreating figure and sighed softly. No. I'm going to find the new arrivals to play. Ruo Shui's voice echoed distantly, sounding somewhat ethereal. Qingchuan bit his handkerchief, lamenting how quickly one forgets old affections for new ones. Indeed, she was a little heartless.
Qingchuan,
come here. Let us practice at the martial arts facility and see how far you've progressed recently. Chen approached Qingchuan, patting his shoulder with a kind and benevolent smile. You little rascal, I know you've been secretly charming my little cotton-padded jacket, which is why she doesn't want me to hold her. As a father, one cannot help but feel the weight of raising a child. Today, I shall take the time to teach you properly. Qingchuan shivered under Chen's gaze. Ruo Shui had a good memory and, after a few twists and turns, found her courtyard. Aunt Li. Ruo Shui called sweetly upon seeing Aunt Li in the courtyard. Aunt Li caught Ruo Shui as she dashed into her embrace, spinning to cushion her impact. Warmth enveloped the courtyard as Ruo Shui beamed in the sunlight, causing Wenwan to feel increasingly envious. Little did she know, as she harbored jealousy, a pair of eyes were also observing her. Yi Feng glanced at the darkness in Wenwan's eyes, then up at the girl whose smile seemed to illuminate the world. Suddenly, he felt a desire to protect that smile for a lifetime. Yet this thought was quickly dismissed. He shook his head. She was a young lady, and he was merely a servant taken in by her family out of kindness. What need had he to protect her? Moreover, Yi Feng clenched his fist, pondering his own inadequacy in safeguarding her. Suppressing his own thoughts, Yi Feng maintained a stoic expression, concealing his inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Wen Nuan had already adopted a composed demeanor, observing everything with keen attention. From now on, you shall follow me. At some point, Ruo Shui had approached Yi Feng, her voice ringing with youthful clarity and authority. Yi Feng's heart skipped a beat as he quickly glanced up at her before lowering his gaze again, leaving Ruo Shui to doubt whether he had truly seen her. Why yes, he murmured, his voice barely audible. Very well. You are now mine, Sure Ruo Shui's. If anyone bullies you, just mention my father's name. Aunt Li looked on, speechless. Wait until I grow up, then you can use my name. Ruo Shui paused before declaring loudly. Her choice of Yi Feng was deliberate. In the original owner's life, this boy had always been quiet, lacking presence. Yet he was utterly loyal, devoted solely to the original owner, often overlooked even by Shi Chun and Shi Qingchuan. And you too, Ruo Shui pointed at the heroine, though she had no grandiloquent proclamations for her. Yes, it is indeed an honor. Wen Nuan replied with a forced smile. Ugh, your smile is truly unpleasant. Please stop. It gives me nightmares, Ruo Shui said, her tone dripping with disdain as she covered her eyes, as if Wen Nuan were truly a sight to behold. Wen Nuan gritted her teeth, struggling to maintain her composure. Through her fingers, Ruo Shui observed the heroine's restrained expression and scoffed. Did she not understand the principle of bowing under someone else's roof? She had even aided outsiders in bringing ruin to the entire Shi family. By the way, what is your name? I am called Silence. I wasn't asking you. Ruo Shui interrupted, her voice firm yet youthful, exuding authority. Wen Nuan, as the heroine, possessed a certain fierceness. Being reprimanded by a peer, possibly younger than herself, made her cheeks flush.
Huh?
Before Ruo Shui could speak again, Aunt Li shot Wen Nuan a sidelong glance, instantly silencing her. Ruo Shui chuckled, calling her a coward. Though she would likely have fallen silent in a similar situation, this was not her turn to be meek. She relished the opportunity to mock the heroine. All right, you all may leave. Only Wen Nuan and Yi Feng stay. Aunt Li waved her hand dismissively, signaling everyone to return to their tasks. Since Wen Nuan and Yi Feng were chosen by Ruo Shui to be her personal attendants, they naturally remained. Ruo Shui strode over, taking Yi Feng's hand. Come, let me show you where you will be living from now on. Aunt Li followed suit, holding a grudge against Wen Nuan for her earlier rudeness. Yes, Mississippi. The term miss came from Wen Nuan's lips with an edge of resentment. Yi Feng subtly raised his gaze, catching a glimpse of the enigmatic smile on Ruo Shui's lips before lowering his head again, his long bangs casting shadows over his expression. Look, this is it. You will live here alone from now on. Ruo Shui opened the door to the nearest room, her enthusiasm palpable. What do you think? Nice, right? I assure you, being my attendant means you will have plenty to eat. Ruo Shui surveyed the room's tidiness with satisfaction. All right, you'll stay here. I'll come to find you tomorrow. From now on, you must train with me daily. I cannot wander the world without capable companions at my side.
Yes.
Despite Ruo Shui's enthusiastic words, Yi Feng remained silent, his head bowed low, bangs obscuring his brow. Suddenly, Ruo Shui recalled that even though Yi Feng had accompanied the original owner throughout her life, she had never truly seen his face, only knowing of his existence. With curiosity piqued, Ruo Shui decided to take action. She tugged Yi Feng towards her and brushed aside his bangs. To her astonishment, she gasped at the beauty revealed before her. His defined brows, straight nose, and thin lips framed a face that was slightly gaunt due to early malnutrition. Most striking were his peach blossom-shaped eyes, exuding a femininity that was enchanting. His dark pupils, rarely exposed to sunlight, narrowed in surprise as they met Ruo Shui's gaze. The corners slightly flushed, adding to his allure. His face was a perfect blend of masculine charm and feminine grace, captivating in both regards. Miss, please don't look. Yi Feng stammered, suddenly flustered, covering his face with his hands. His striking appearance had always been a burden, as an orphan without a distinguished lineage. He was a boy whose beauty often led to ridicule. Jealousy emanated from the women, while the men mocked him, some even harboring improper intentions towards him. Ahem, miss. You are being rather forward. Aunt Lee cleared her throat and addressed Ruoshui. Ruoshui shrank her neck whenever Aunt Lee called her miss. It served as a reminder to stay within bounds. Young sir, you are quite handsome, Ruoshui remarked with a rather forced smile. Despite the compliment, Yifeng's voice remained flat, devoid of emotional fluctuations. Conversely, Ruoshui detected a hint of disdain. Was it disdain for her appearance? She furrowed her brows. Young sir, do take care and rest well. She waved goodbye to Yifeng and departed. Aunt Lee, let us be on our way. Yes, you should follow along. Ruoshui took Aunt Lee's hand and turned to Wenwanwan, determined to prevent the lead female character from unleashing her allure and attracting unwanted attention.
Indeed.
Wenwanwan replied respectfully. Ruoshui settled Wenwanwan in her side chamber and retreated to her own room to rest. The following morning, Ruoshui, brimming with enthusiasm, sought out Yifeng and headed to the martial arts training ground to find Shurchen. Father! Ruoshui held Yifeng's hand as they approached. Spotting Shurchen practicing with wooden stakes, bare-chested, she jumped up, shouting, and waved her hands high, fearing Shurchen might not see her. What brings you here, girl? Shurchen wiped his sweat and approached Ruoshui, preparing to lift her up, only to be pushed away by her with a disgusted expression. No, father, you smell terrible. This little rascal is already complaining at such a young age. What will become of him in the future? Father, I have come to learn martial arts with young Leaf. Ruoshui's eyes sparkled. They say girls shouldn't be kept at home, yet here you are, already unrestrained at such a tender age. All right, let us move to a more suitable area. This place is not meant for a young lady like you. Shurchen, glancing at the rough men training, discreetly averted his gaze and led Ruoshui away. Shurchen brought the two of them to a cooler spot, found a patch of ground, and instructed them to practice their stances. After correcting their postures, he reclined in a chair that seemed to have come from nowhere, watching them squat. Let us begin with 2 hours, he said, attempting to dissuade Ruoshui from her martial pursuits with a firm approach. Though Ruoshui had grown rather delicate, her innate stubbornness prevailed. Aware that Shurchen was deliberately making things difficult for her, wishing for her to remain comfortably at home as a pampered young lady, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Even as her legs trembled, her fair face flushed red, beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks, dampening her hairline. When the time finally elapsed, Ruoshui collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, unable to rise. In stark contrast, Yifeng appeared unaffected, as if he had merely stood for 2 hours. You are quite impressive. Shurchen observed Yifeng with newfound interest. Are you a practitioner? No, I simply practice regularly. Oh? Come here, Shurchen beckoned Yifeng over. He examined Yifeng closely, while Ruoshui thought to herself, if not for Shurchen's serious demeanor, she might have mistaken it for something improper. Not bad. You are indeed a promising martial artist. Shurchen's eyes sparkled with approval. Would you be willing to take me as your master? He stroked his chin, adopting a sage-like pose. I would not.
What?
Shurchen's eyes widened. Why not? I am Shurchen. Do you not know the Shurchen family? You refuse? No, it is a matter to discuss with the miss. I belong to her. Yifeng replied calmly, seemingly unfazed by Shurchen's status. I agree. You shall follow me henceforth. Without some skills, how can that be? Ruoshui interjected. Master, I bow to you, Yifeng declared, kneeling immediately. Shurchen, this lad is clearly aligned with this girl. However, recalling Yifeng's earlier performance, it was evident he was a loyal protector, which only increased Shurchen's satisfaction with him. Thus, Yifeng became Shurchen's new favorite, garnering attention that even Ruoshui and Shurchengchuan could not compete with. Ruoshui endured Shurchen's trials, which allowed him to recognize her determination, leading him to begin earnest instruction. However, Yifeng's understanding and resilience surpassed Ruoshui's, resulting in their training not being on the same level despite their companionship. As for Wenwanwan, she was often relegated by Ruoshui, receiving little regard. Rustling leaves echoed through the bamboo grove at dawn, the sun yet to fully rise, as a blue figure darted swiftly through the misty bamboo, leaving only a fleeting shadow. Following closely was a black silhouette, maintaining a consistent distance of 3 meters, neither encroaching nor receding.
TCH.
Always like this. How dull. Ruoxue exclaimed as she leaped to a more open area, standing on a plum blossom stake. Observing the figure in the distance who stood with a sword, disdain evident on her face. "What does the miss wish to do?" Yi Feng inquired in his usual calm tone, though the timbre of his voice was soothing. "Did not the divine sword manor unveil a new sword recently?" "Let us go take a look," Ruoxue suggested, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "If the miss has decided, then so be it," Yi Feng replied, pausing for a moment. "But perhaps we should consult the young master and the manor's lord." "Oh, little leaf, you are truly unamusing. I wonder which young lady will want to marry you in the future," Ruoxue teased. "The miss should concern herself with her own matters." Yi Feng tightened his grip on his sword.
Oh,
Has the young man taken offense? Ruoxue was unaware that her words had struck a sensitive nerve.
miss.
"Guests have arrived at the manor. Hurry to the front hall," came Wen Wanwan's gentle call from outside the grove. Ruoxue lightly tapped her toes, her figure as graceful as a swan, and exited the bamboo thicket. Yi Feng looked up, his dark, obsidian-like eyes glimmering beneath his bangs, watching Ruoxue's graceful silhouette with a hint of melancholy. Ruoxue quickly approached Wen Wanwan, her expression sour. "What is it?" "Guests have come to find my brother." "Why call for me?" "The lord of the manor asked me to find the miss. The young master is also present," Wen Wanwan responded sweetly. Ruoxue frowned, stepping lightly as she had been taught, resembling a soaring swan as she departed. Wen Wanwan gazed at Ruoxue's vivid figure, her nails digging into her palms. Chapter 110. Wandering with his sword 9. Once again it was like this. Was Ruoxue not merely of higher status? What else did she possess? Why did others arrange her future without her lifting a finger? When Nuanyuan bit her lip, her nails digging deeper into her palm, Yi Feng followed closely behind, exiting the bamboo grove without even a glance at Wen Nuanyuan, preparing to pursue Ruoxue with determination. Upon seeing Yi Feng, Wen Nuanyuan quickly suppressed the resentment on her face, replacing it with a gentle demeanor. Yet, to her dismay, he did not spare her a single glance, causing a fleeting shadow to cross her countenance. "Wait, brother Yi," Wen Nuanyuan softly called out, attempting to halt him. Yi Feng's pace remained unbroken, as if he had not heard her at all. "This man. One day I shall make you fall in love with me. I shall make you yearn for what you cannot obtain." Wen Nuanyuan was uncertain of the source of her confidence, as if it were her rightful expectation. "This matter concerns the young lady. Do you not wish to hear about it, brother Yi?" she exclaimed, recalling the striking gentleman she had seen earlier, her future plans momentarily overshadowing her image as she spoke out loud. Yet, there was no one around. In a flash, Yi Feng materialized before her, having traversed the distance with astonishing speed. His hair fluttered in the wind, revealing a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes. Devoid of emotion, a dark abyss that seemed capable of consuming everything, with even light unable to escape its depths. When Nuanyuan gazed at those eyes, momentarily entranced, which could dim the brilliance of the world around her. Noticing Wen Nuanyuan's prolonged silence, Yi Feng exhibited a hint of impatience, particularly since she had caught sight of his eyes. He still needed to find the young lady. He had no time to engage with this unattractive woman. "Speak," he commanded, his voice chillingly calm, yet laced with a sense of foreboding. When Nuanyuan felt a shiver run down her spine at his tone, prompting her to remember her purpose. "Brother Yi, do you know who has arrived in the front hall?" she asked, a delicate smile gracing her lips. Yi Feng's sword-like eyebrows furrowed under his hair as he thought that he would soon find out what this unpleasant woman was driving at. Sensing Yi Feng's growing impatience, Wen Nuanyuan decided to dispense with the pretense. "The guest is none other than the fiancé chosen for the young lady, Master Bai Jin from the Bai family." In that instant, the air around her seemed to freeze, and the next moment, Yi Feng had vanished from sight. As she observed his figure swiftly recede into the distance, when Nuanyuan's lips curled into a smirk, her eyes gleaming with a calculating darkness and a repressed yearning that had never existed in her past life. "I shall rise to greatness and make you all bow at my feet." Her low whisper faded into the wind as she turned to head towards the front hall. Switching perspectives, Ruoxue elegantly alighted at the entrance of the front hall, leaning against the wall and straining to eavesdrop on the proceedings within. "Humph. Is this the etiquette of the Sher family?" Not only do they neglect to welcome their guests, but they also stand outside eavesdropping like commoners, truly unbecoming of a lady. A deep, mocking male voice resonated from behind Ruoshui. Ruoshui thought to herself, damn it, the one thing I despise most is being accused of lacking proper upbringing. Without a moment's hesitation, she spun around and aimed a light slap behind her, which was effortlessly evaded. Ruoshui had no intention of landing a hit. It was merely a means to pivot. You claim to have good manners. Allow me to witness them. With that, Ruoshui did not even take a moment to identify her opponent before brandishing the small whip at her waist. Crack. With a swift flick, the sleek whip sliced through the air, producing a sharp sound. Ruoshui had no habit of announcing her attacks. It was an obvious cue for her opponent to dodge. After all, the purpose of their exchanges was to subdue the adversary before them. The young man bent down and executed a backflip, narrowly evading Ruoshui's whip. Impressive agility. Ruoshui quipped, her hands remaining steady and unyielding. The whip danced in her grasp like a serpent, alive with grace. Oh, you have quite the pert posterior, she teased, even though she could discern little through the ancient attire that concealed all. It was merely the thrill of banter she relished. Enough already, Bai Jin exclaimed, having barely escaped the lash of Ruoshui's whip multiple times, one instance nearly grazing his cheek. Chapter 140. The enigmatic fish upon closing her eyes and then reopening them. Life had swiftly passed her by once more. The notion of Zhuangzi's dream is not without merit. Who can truly discern whether one's life is but a dream or reality? How does one substantiate the essence of the tangible versus the ethereal? It dawned upon her that during her final moments, Yi Feng had conspicuously failed to appear. Immersed in disbelief over the betrayal of her companion at the twilight of her existence, Ruoshui's attention was suddenly captured by a luminous screen that lured her thoughts away. It was her attributes panel. The voice emanating from the parchment beside her resonated with clarity, tinged with a hint of satisfaction as it cast a fleeting glance at the archaic scroll. Last time it was a Western drama, and today it seems to be a patriotic revolutionary epic. Paying no heed to this capricious little sprite, Ruoshui focused intently on the display before her. Name, Qing Ruoshui. Gender, female, variable, intelligence, 52 appearance, 60 combat power, 75 mental strength, 61 charm, 20 honorary titles, passionate youth. Mountain overlord, queen killer, beloved of Queen Mingjing. Assignable attribute points, 5 swiftly. Ruoshui allocated her meager attribute points, 3 to combat power and 2 to mental strength. The panel transformed as follows. Name, Qing Ruoshui. Gender, female, variable, intelligence, 52 appearance, 60 combat power, 78 mental strength, 63 charm, 20 honorary titles, passionate youth, mountain overlord, queen killer, beloved of Queen Mingjing, legendary figure in the Jianghu. Ruoshui mused. What is this? A legendary figure? Parchment. How on earth did you come up with such peculiar titles? They reflect the aspects of your outstanding performance in that world. There's no issue. Do not question your superiors. With a smile masking her inner turmoil, she thought, if the superiors deem it acceptable, then it must be my predicament. Shall we take a break?
Certainly.
Truly commendable to show understanding towards subordinates. Reclining on a wooden bed that appeared from nowhere, she closed her eyes. And soon the gentle sound of her breathing filled the air. Upon awakening again, the routine persisted. She was thrust into another world. However, upon opening her eyes, she encountered naught but darkness. Regardless, Ruoshui thought, let it be. The plot involves mutual harm. Subsequently, Ruoshui acutely realized the extent of the plot's potential to inflict damage upon her, a formidable blow that nearly drained her vitality. The events unfolded thus. The original inhabitant was a carefree merman dwelling in the depths of the sea. While the concept of a non-human species was not entirely unfathomable, this particular being was not merely a mermaid, but a merman. It finally dawned on her the profound implications of the term variable that she had previously overlooked on her attributes panel. The disorienting sensation reminiscent of a leather factory's enclosed compartments was no match for the despair that now engulfed her. In a state of near hopelessness, Ruoshui endured the self-inflicted torment of perusing the original inhabitant's experiences and aspirations. After reading through, she weakly curled her lips. still a pure-hearted young merman. The backdrop of this tale is a once-renowned story, poignant and tear-jerking, famously concluding in a tragic yet beautiful manner, the tale of the daughter of the sea. As the narrative unfolds through the protagonist's actions, this fairy tale is straightforward, devoid of intricate interpersonal relationships. Yet, in a world that truly exists, all absurdities become rationalized, thus giving rise to the original inhabitant's wish. The vast ocean was divided into 3 segments, one where the daughter of the sea resided, rich in natural resources, where merfolk lived blissfully, another, housing the original inhabitant, abundant in minerals and thriving in industry, and the last, a realm of dark sorcery inhabited by exiled sea creatures. The land was rife with military disputes among kingdoms, with magic being a rarity. The land and the sea were akin to 2 distinct worlds, separated by a shallow strait. The original inhabitant was a prince of this ocean, necessitating coexistence through appropriate bargaining chips. To foster peace, the 2 sides opted for a marriage alliance. As the original inhabitant journeyed towards this union, he heard numerous praises of the youngest daughter of the neighboring sea, a being of beauty, wisdom, and kindness, unconsciously developing a vague fondness for his betrothed. However, the timing was unfortunate. He set off on the very day the daughter of the sea, Ariel, came of age. And upon meeting the prince, she was smitten. Thus, he continued his journey, unaware that Ariel had already engaged in a series of fervent acts of devotion. By the time he arrived, she had transformed into mere foam upon the sea. It was then that Ruoxue emerged, and the original inhabitant's wish was clear, to prevent the goddess from becoming mere sea foam and to wish her a lifetime of happiness, even if that happiness was not to be bestowed by him. Indeed, she was a goddess. As the original inhabitant had deeply admired her selfless spirit in the name of love, Ruoxue raised an eyebrow. Apart from her being male, this predicament was already quite disheartening, a river of sorrow. Nevertheless, the task at hand seemed relatively simple, and after all, this was a fairy tale. As long as Ariel did not encounter that prince, her fate was bound to be brighter, for nothing could be worse than vanishing entirely from existence. If happiness were to be found, Ariel's 6 sisters would surely shower her with affection, leaving Ruoxue with little role to play. Lost in pleasant thoughts, Ruoxue suddenly remembered a serious concern. What if Ariel had already taken a liking to that prince? Surely not. After all, she was still in her own abode. Or so it seemed. Chapter 141. The beautiful fish too, as Ruoxue pondered, a sense of restlessness began to brew within her. What kind of wretched place is this? Shrouded in darkness? She muttered, lifting her hand to explore her surroundings. Just a few inches from her chest, she felt a protrusion. With a slight press, the surrounding pressure eased, allowing light to filter in until her vision was unobstructed. To her astonishment, she found herself ensconced within a gigantic shell. The previous darkness was merely the result of the shell being closed. This was something Ruoxue had glimpsed in the memories of the original owner. Yet seeing it and experiencing it were worlds apart, akin to the distinction between 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional realms. Trembling, she steadied herself by gripping the edge of the shell, using her tail for support. Remembering how the original owner swam with grace, she attempted to replicate the motion, but as soon as she let go and moved her tail, she found herself upside down, swaying with the currents like a pair of oars. Her long, golden hair danced gracefully in the water, while Ruoxue, with an expression of desolation, lamented within, "Forgive me, for I am but an ordinary person. No matter how much I observe, I cannot swim like them." Was she truly expected to learn how to walk all over again? With considerable effort, she engaged her tail and core, managing to pivot out of her inverted position. A figure emerged, adorned with flowing silver-gray hair cascading through the water. The upper half of their body was draped in a delicate fabric, smooth as cicada silk, covering only the essential areas. Below, a long, fish-like tail glistened with silver scales, extending gracefully. "My dear, what are you doing?" The newcomer's voice was melodious, imbued with a peculiar rhythm. "Mother, I am merely practicing." Ruoxue responded swiftly, placing a hand on the ground and feigning a few movements. "Get up quickly. I have important matters to discuss with you." Elia gazed disapprovingly at Ruoxue, her delicate brows furrowing. "Let us put it this way. Tomorrow is the coming-of-age ceremony for the youngest daughter of King Chuan of the neighboring sea. You must prepare to meet her. Ruoshue's heart sank as she processed Aaliyah's words.
What?
Tomorrow, Ariel turned 16? Her eyes widened in shock, fear flooding her expression. This is unbelievable. If I set out now, I would never catch up with Ariel's speed in rescuing others. Though it is the neighboring sea, the ocean is boundless. And the distance between here and there is immeasurable. Even the great Sun Wukong could not leap that far. And the most embarrassing part is, I cannot even walk properly yet. Oh dear, our little Ruoshue has known about Ariel all along? She is a stunning little mermaid, with long, brown hair flowing like seaweed, captivating enough to incite envy even in Queen Sheba. Her skin is as pristine as freshly fallen snow, delicate as the roses on land, and her beautiful tail is unparalleled. Outshining the stars scattered across the night sky, a true child of the heavens, bestowed with divine beauty. Amidst Aaliyah's teasing remarks and effusive praise for Ariel's beauty, Ruoshue remained oblivious, her gaze fixed ahead, her eyes devoid of life, resembling those of a lifeless fish. Her mind was inundated with the term pill, replaying it incessantly. Dear Ruoshue, are you even listening to me?
How rude.
Aaliyah's voice rose, piercing through the water, causing Ruoshue to feel as though her eardrums might rupture. Nodding vigorously, her blood began to rush to her head from the inverted position, and she stammered an apology. I am sorry, mother. I was merely reflecting on how swiftly time passes. Ariel is already of age, and now I must prepare for marriage. Ruoshue, you need to get ready. Tomorrow you must go to meet Ariel. Understood, dear mother. Ruoshue replied with a smile, her lips curling upwards, bidding her farewell to Aaliyah. Once Aaliyah's silhouette faded from view, Ruoshue resumed her frantic twisting. Though the water had its advantages, no matter how she maneuvered, she could not fall. Whether she spun 360 degrees or rotated 720, as long as she avoided obstacles, she was safe from harm. Outside, through the translucent silhouette of the shell, one could observe Ruoshue's clumsy yet earnest attempts to swim, her figure occasionally flipping upside down. A sight that would linger throughout the night. Chapter 142. The beautiful fish 3. The outcome of Yushue's night-long practice was evident. She bore the telltale panda eyes, and her waist and tail swayed dramatically, barely preventing her from tumbling over. Under the guidance of her attendants, she wiggled her way to the main hall of the Sea King's palace. Upon seeing Yushue, Aaliyah was taken aback. What has happened, dear? Your complexion. Do not worry, mother, Yushue replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The thought of marrying the beautiful Ariel, akin to the goddess of the moon, fills me with uncontainable joy. Yushue spoke with wide-eyed exuberance, to which her mother cautioned, It is commendable to possess such enthusiasm, but remember not to invest too deeply. Such fervor can be a perilous weakness for a king. The Sea King, seated high upon his throne, bore a serious expression, yet his deep blue eyes glimmered with affection as they regarded Yushue. Very well, everything has been prepared. You may depart, he declared, raising his hand with a commanding presence. Those in the know understood it was a wedding procession, while others might mistakenly believe it was a call to battle. Yushue wore a dignified yet polite smile, her tail thrashing energetically behind her as she greeted the passing merfolk with nods and waves. Aaliyah and the Sea King exchanged awkward glances, both aware of the child's excitement over marrying, but bemused by the fervent display of her tail. The other merfolk gazed at Yushue's animated tail, their eyes sparkling with admiration. The prince is particularly handsome today. Look at that tail. I feel shy just thinking about it. Once Yushue had drifted out of sight, she rushed to the side of the commanding officer of her guard. Sea Horse Commander, you proceed ahead. I must go to the surface to find someone. Soon, I will visit King Adon to extend my congratulations. Yushue's expression was tinged with urgency. She had considered the matter thoroughly. Although the living conditions of merfolk surpassed those of land dwellers in many ways, the speed of vessels and carriages on land far outpaced their swimming. If she wished to catch Ariel and the witch to exchange legs, she would need assistance from the land. The specifics of the operation were clear in her mind. Yet the process bore significant risks, akin to a gamble. Should she lose, it would not simply mean personal ruin but a calamity for the entire ocean. Conversely, If she succeeded, it could not only facilitate her mission but also present an opportunity for the sea. However, she was unwilling to remain idle, retracing the original path of her predecessor, as that would render her presence utterly meaningless. First, though, she needed to deal with the towering sea horse before her. Without hesitation, she addressed the commander. "Brother, will you not reconsider? This endeavor, despite its risks, may very well be a fortuitous opportunity. My duty is to ensure the prince's safety." The commander replied, his voice filled with respect. "Thank you, but it is my honor," Yushui insisted. "You are rather heavy," he retorted, glancing at the sea horse guard's face, which appeared to be flushed with two bright spots. "Tell me your thoughts." "I must go," Yushui stated resolutely. The sea horse, however, remained steadfast in his resolve, tightening his grip on his trident. "I fear for you, my prince. You must obey me, for defying my authority would be tantamount to challenging the sea god's dominion. The Sea King has commanded me to escort you to King Adon," he reminded her. Mentioning the sea god's authority seemed to waver the guard's conviction, and he attempted to ease his unease by invoking royal command. Yushui's eyes sparkled with hope. Perhaps she could sway him. "Indeed, my father merely instructed you to escort me. Since I do not require your company, you need only deliver these gifts to King Adon. I shall arrive before you." Ignoring Yushui's vigorous tail movements, which nearly cleared a vacuum in the water, she maintained her regal demeanor. The sea horse hesitated, almost swaying to Yushui's side. "Very well, you may proceed." The image was quite something indeed. As the procession began to move slowly, the sea horse ceased further protest but earnestly advised Yushui, "My prince, please be cautious. The creatures of the surface are vile and treacherous. They may deceive you with sweet, flowery words, seeking to take everything from you. They are filthy and disgusting. Do not allow them to tarnish your moon-like purity." "Your knowledge is impressive," Yushui acknowledged, nodding at the motherly sea horse guard. "I shall protect myself. My sword bestows upon me the grace of Athena, granting me the courage to forge ahead. Please, travel safely as well." Chapter 143. The Beautiful Fish. For, with a sigh of relief, Yusui watched as the captain of the guard led the accompanying shrimp and crab soldiers away, carrying the betrothal gifts until they vanished from sight. Although the future remained uncertain, one could say that a good beginning is half the success. Without further delay, Yusui began to swim vigorously towards the surface, appearing from behind like a large fish in its death throes, its tail remaining the focal point of attention. Once Yusui surfaced, he glanced around, estimating the time based on his biological clock. It must have been half a day. The sun was about to sink beneath the horizon. This temporal discrepancy prompted deep contemplation within him. When Ariel encountered the prince, how was the distance from the sea surface so short? Was it merely a matter of topography? Frustration welled up within him. The sea's surface was so turbulent that it felt as if his tail might snap. Others were so close to the land, while he, in contrast, was alone amidst the vastness of the sea, where the setting sun and seagulls flew together and the autumn sea merged with the endless sky.
Oh.
The disparity in treatment is simply too severe. Wasn't it agreed that this is a world where looks matter? He too was a rare and striking beauty. Ultimately, his simmering indignation transformed into a long sigh, echoing through the emptiness of the ocean, where only a few seagulls drifted. Cabal stood on the deck, leaning against the railing, scanning the horizon with the military telescope he had recently begun using. As he casually admired the sunset over the sea, he inadvertently beheld a stunning scene, one that he believed no artist, even the finest in the kingdom, could capture. In the distance, at the horizon where the fiery sunset met the brilliantly colored sea, a half-naked youth suddenly leaped from the water. His golden hair shimmered against the sparkling surface, framing his smooth profile. From his vantage point, Cabal could only make out the faintest outline of the boy, whose upper body was as white as ivory, bathed in a soft orange glow from the setting sun, exuding an inexplicable allure. What astonished him the most was that the boy's lower half was not like theirs, with two legs, but instead featured a deep blue fishtail. The azure scales glimmered in the waning light, sparkling like droplets of water or the scales themselves, tracing a graceful arc through the air before plunging back into the ocean, creating only a few splashes. The entire occurrence unfolded in an instant, so swiftly that Kabao wondered if it was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet he knew it was real. As he contemplated the enchanting sight he had just witnessed, a spark of exhilaration flickered in Kabao's eyes. A merman? They truly exist. He urged his subordinates with fervor, his excitement almost rendering him incoherent. He would present the king with the most precious of gifts. What could be more valuable than a creature of legend? Envisioning a glorious future, Kabao's eyes gleamed with rapture and longing. Meanwhile, Yu Sui continued his journey, unaware that he was being sought after. However, had he known, he would likely have merely scoffed, self-absorbed as he was, thinking, "Humans are indeed envious of my beauty." He felt no shame in his vanity, even though this was not his true appearance. Yu Sui aimlessly swam through the water, dancing with the waves, the vigorous movement of his tail beginning to subside. He swam eastward, day after day, until one evening, while resting on a flat rock partially obscured by dense vegetation, several burly men suddenly appeared in the vicinity. They puffed their cheeks and squinted their small eyes, searching the water. Upon reaching Yu Sui's location, they paused momentarily before gliding towards him with outstretched hands. Panic surged within Yu Sui as he thought, "Oh no, oh no, oh no." Judging by their brutish appearance, he felt certain that capture meant certain death. Meeting the king, becoming a glorious merman, and completing the mission would all turn to mere illusions. With his small arms and legs, oh wait, he had no legs at all, just an unwieldy tail, he had no chance of fighting back. The only option for survival was to flee. Surely, as a merman, he retained the innate ability to breathe underwater. Yu Sui held his breath, his translucent green eyes peering through the foliage, locking onto the approaching figures. In the next moment, he felt a tickling sensation in his tail, followed by a tug. Then he heard a muffled laugh, seemingly emanating from deep within the throat, and before he could ponder further, darkness enveloped him. In that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he realized, "Oh no, someone is behind me." Chapter 144. The Beautiful Merman 5. As Yu Sui drowsily opened his eyes, he was greeted by the shimmering reflection of the sun dancing upon the water's surface. He stared blankly, just coming to consciousness when a voice, rich and deep like a melodious cello, suddenly resonated in his ear. Startled, Yu Sui's pupils constricted, and the abrupt movement propelled him upright from his supine position. Instinctively retreating from the source of the sound, with a forceful splash, his fish tail struck against the adjacent transparent glass, causing no fracture but eliciting a wince of pain that contorted his face. "Ah, little angel, you are a merman," the voice continued, and through tearful eyes, Yu Sui turned towards the sound. To his astonishment, he was met with yet another strikingly handsome figure. Indeed, in this fairy tale realm, beauty abounded, while the unattractive were a rarity. The man possessed tousled, light brown hair that cascaded loosely behind him, with playful strands adorning his forehead and cheeks. His subtly arched golden eyebrows framed deep azure eyes, reminiscent of the enigmatic ocean, capable of ensnaring one's soul. A straight, prominent nose led to slightly plump lips, painted a vivid crimson, akin to a devil freshly quenched by blood, tempting one to plunge into despair, captivating yet perilous. In contrast to Yu Sui's perception, in Oster's eyes, Yu Sui appeared as a wingless angel. His own golden hair shimmered like sunlight, just brushing his shoulders. Oster mused that if his hair were to grow longer, cascading down to his waist, it would sway gracefully like seaweed in the current, an enchanting sight indeed. Oster's gaze lingered on Yu Sui's hair as Yu Sui furrowed his delicate brows. Suddenly alarmed by the thought that Oster might harbor jealousy over his golden locks, contemplating whether to shear them off. Lost in this disquieting reverie, Yu Sui's imagination spiraled further into dread, yet he could not suppress his vivid thoughts, which conjured up alarming images. "Stop it!" he mentally screamed, overwhelmed by his own chaotic thoughts. As Yu Sui's complexion paled, Oster instinctively frowned upon noticing the absence of color in his angel's face. Oster concluded that fear was etched in Yu Sui's expression, a fear that seemed to envelop all those around him. Gazing into Yu Sui's misty green eyes, which sparkled like the finest Persian gems washed by water, Oster discerned the raw terror hidden within. A tempest brewed in Yu Sui's eyes, darkening the cerulean depths of Oster's own gaze. which now resembled a black hole consuming all light. Ignoring the elegance of his attire, Oster rose abruptly and seized Yusue, who remained lost in thought. The sudden tug on Yusue's arm sent a jolt of pain through him, causing tears to well in his eyes. That arm, it's ruined, Yusue lamented internally. As his tail swept across the glass's edge and fell to the ground, every cell in his body seemed to cry out in agony, his muscles numbing.
Curse you!
He found himself muttering, staring at the exquisite leather boots before him, his anger surging uncontrollably. You ought to learn to speak, Oster remarked, arching an eyebrow. The earlier cruelty in his eyes fading, perhaps at the sight of Yusue's wrath. Yusue's face, adorned with indignation, transformed into a vibrant display of emotion, his pure visage animated, especially those crystalline green orbs now devoid of fear, replaced with unadulterated fury. Yet, the words that escaped his lips, though filled with anger, resonated in Oster's ears like a haunting melody, its poetic rhythm eluding comprehension. Observing the slender figure of the little merman sprawled on the lavish Persian carpet, Oster frowned and bent down to lift Yusue, instinctively softening his grip upon noticing the pain etched on his face. Are all merfolk as fragile as you? Oster mused, feeling Yusue's smooth skin beneath his hands, lowering his gaze to hide the tumult within. Listening to Oster's dulcet voice, Yusue was left utterly bewildered.
What language is he speaking?
He pondered, his confusion palpable. Oster, catching Yusue's bewildered expression, chuckled softly, his laughter a soothing balm. However, Yusue's expression shifted dramatically as he recalled the voice that had first rendered him unconscious, leading him to this moment. What was his current predicament? Why could he not comprehend human speech? How did the Little Mermaid manage to communicate? This protagonist aura felt overwhelmingly potent. What would become of his mission if he could not even speak? Overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness, Yusue thought, the world has kissed me with pain. How shall I repay it? Oster observed the small merman nestled against him, his expression reflecting a deep despondency, his head drooping as if devoid of support. The scent of salt water lingered in the air, a pleasant reminder of the ocean, yet Oster wished to see Yusue in better spirits. Hastening from the room and down a corridor, they arrived at a vast pool-like expanse. Ignoring Yusue's wide-eyed astonishment, Oster held him securely, refusing to relinquish his hold as they stepped into the water, allowing the fabric of his garments to become soaked while he cherished the cool, smooth skin of the merman. Oster, Chapter 145. The enigmatic beauty of the fish. He uttered a string of incomprehensible bird-like sounds, akin to a penguin from Antarctica introducing itself to a polar bear. Still, he could not grasp the meaning. Oselt raised his hand and grasped the chin of Yusue, compelling those clear, shimmering green eyes to meet his own. Yusue gazed at the magnified crimson lips before him, slowly parting and closing, evoking a hint of allure mixed with shyness. Embarrassed, Yusue averted his gaze, a gesture that Oselt interpreted differently, as evasion and resistance. His eyes darkened further, revealing a feral beast lurking within, yearning for the opportunity to break free from its confines. Look at me, he commanded, his presence exuding an additional allure, reminiscent of an innocent angel tainted by darkness, a pure heart seduced into the abyss, a trap laid by Satan. Yet, those ensnared by the trap are not always the intended prey. Are you out of your mind? Do you not realize I am a transcendent being from beyond this world, traversing the cosmos? I possess knowledge of the heavens and the earth, and I am well-versed in the 5 millennia of Chinese civilization. I can navigate the ancient histories and interpret the principles of yin and yang to enlighten the masses, assuming the noble task of saving the world. You foolish simpleton, carelessly tossing me about like this. Do you not know that I, too, can feel pain? Did your mother never teach you to treat others with kindness? At this rate, you are destined for the depths of hell, especially after having harmed a benevolent soul like myself. What an utter fool! Yusue observed Oselt's bewildered expression, realizing that he likely did not understand his words. The futility of his mission was making him increasingly agitated, prompting him to vent his frustrations in a nonsensical tirade, protesting the unfairness of the narrative directed at him. Lost in his impassioned speech, he failed to notice the odd look in Oselt's eyes, which grew more peculiar and questioning. It was only when Yu Sui felt his mouth drying that he reluctantly ceased his verbal outpouring, confessing, "I am thirsty." In that low, resonant tone, he admitted to feeling parched, nodding slightly. Suddenly, he froze, as if he had just understood something profound. Had the narrative deity heard his inner turmoil? Had he been granted power? Yet, the timing seemed awry, leading him to suspect it was yet another trap. "What are you pondering?" Oselt found Yu Sui's shifting expressions amusing and playfully tugged at his cheek. "Is the face of a prince something you can freely pull? Go summon your king. I have words to exchange." Yu Sui frowned, attempting to evade Oselt's wicked grasp, but being ensconced in another's embrace left him no avenue for escape. As his jaw was pulled, his words became muddled and unclear. "Truly adorable, little angel," Oselt remarked, watching Yu Sui feign dignity while harboring grievances. He then drew Yu Sui closer into his embrace. Yu Sui thought to himself, "What on earth is this little angel nonsense? This is absurd. A grown man referring to an angel in such a naive manner is preposterous. Though he is undeniably handsome, it feels like a form of narcissism. It's akin to calling his compatriots brothers. How utterly inappropriate. Hey, your eloquence is commendable. Should I reward you with 5 meters of grass atop your grave? I have a name. Cease your folly. I am Prince Turkish Augustine Jack Huni Nicholas Anthony Yu Sui." He declared this lengthy name in one breath, glancing at Oselt with a sense of pride, having heard that among foreigners, longer names signify greater nobility. He had whimsically concocted an elaborate title and felt quite pleased with himself. "Yu Sui, my dear brother, your command of language is impressive. You certainly grasped the essence." Oselt repeated Yu Sui's name multiple times, his gaze softening with each utterance, leaving Yu Sui with a shiver of unease. Noticing the small bumps on Yu Sui's smooth skin, Oselt smiled, gently twirling a damp lock of golden hair between his fingers before leaning down to bestow a reverent kiss upon it. "Rexifos Oselt, that is my name." As he lifted his head, Oselt softly revealed his full name to Yu Sui. Yu Sui felt a flush creeping across his cheeks. This fellow possesses an extraordinary skill in charming others. No, wait, he's a man, so is he charming men? Stunned, Yu Sui regarded Oselt with disbelief, perhaps viewing him through the lens of his own biases. The more he observed Oselt's enchanting features, the delicate brows, high nose, thin lips, elongated neck, broad shoulders, and notably prominent. Well, let us just say, he was very much aware of the latter. "It's your fault. You've been gazing at me," Oselt remarked innocently, having noticed Yu Sui's greenish complexion. I'm left speechless," Yu Sui admitted, his expression revealing his defeat. Seeing Yu Sui's flustered demeanor, a glimmer of mischief danced in Oselt's eyes. The moment had yet to arrive. The most exquisite fruits require the patience of their cultivator. Chapter 146. The beautiful fish 7. I came here to meet your king, and yet you are behaving like a rogue. Yu Sui gazed at Oselt's charmingly rogue demeanor. Her face flushed with anger, adding a rosy hue to her porcelain-like visage, rendering her all the more vibrant and alive. "You came here," Oselt reclined slightly, a single hand securing Yu Sui against him, his brows arched, and his mischievous gaze swept over her, inducing an overwhelming sense of embarrassment within her. He spoke languidly, tinged with a sense of nonchalance. "You did not arrive on your own accord. Our king brought you here himself." "What?" Yu Sui gasped, springing to her feet. If he was indeed captured by the king of this land, it meant he was effectively a prisoner. And negotiating with a captive is far less advantageous than engaging with a prince who has traversed oceans for his sake. The disparity in likelihood of success is glaringly apparent. "Indeed, so you are now a prisoner of our king." Oselt observed the myriad expressions flitting across Yu Sui's face, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. His voice was melodious, yet the implications were rather cruel. Yu Sui shot a sidelong glance at Oselt, her brows knitted together. Although her situation was precarious, it had not yet reached a point of utter despair. Taking a step back, even if she found herself in a dire predicament, she could always choose to end it all, refusing to fulfill the original hostess' wishes. Yet, she hesitated to squander the opportunity that had been earned at a price. Whether for vengeance, gratitude, or the completion of unfulfilled desires, all of which demand a sacrifice. There is no such thing as a free lunch, every gain comes with its cost. One must pay the requisite price to obtain their desires, as nothing in this world is without its corresponding value.
Who are you, really?
Yu Sui pondered. She had once served as a soldier herself, and would not allow her mind to languish idly. Swiftly, she discerned that Oselt was no ordinary individual. She had sensed it from the beginning, but his earlier antics had incited her ire, overshadowing her reason. Faced with Yu Sui, who seemed to regain her intellect and assert her presence, Oselt felt a ripple of surprise at the seemingly naive little merman prince's unexpected shrewdness. Yet, his expression remained steadfastly aristocratic, embodying an air of superiority. I am Rexifus Oselt. Ah, not bad, lad, a clever diversion. And your parents? That inquiry was brutally straightforward, leaving Yu Sui bewildered. No family. With a sudden exertion, Yu Sui arched her back, slipping from Oselt's embrace like a slippery fish, diving into the azure waters behind her, creating a tremendous splash. Oselt was not spared from the deluge. Droplets glistened in his brown hair as his already narrow eyes squinted, resembling a languorous Persian cat that had finally revealed its dangerous claws. Do not waste my time with trivialities. Tell me, who are you? Emerging from the water, Yu Sui revealed only half of her golden head and her sparkling green eyes, her voice carrying a chilling yet ethereal quality, captivating and disorienting. Oselt pressed his lips together, swiftly closing the distance to Yu Sui, trapping her close. He leaned in, his breath warm against the delicate shell of her ear, a heat that felt almost searing. Yu Sui's face turned pale. The reason mermaids could dominate the harsh realities of the ocean, even above sharks, lay in their innate allure. Their voices and gazes possessed an enchanting power. Yet, the degree of this enchantment varied among merfolk, with female mermaids typically exhibiting greater prowess than their male counterparts. However, the Sea King must be the most formidable of all, capable of commanding the mightiest creatures of the deep. The sirens of old were prime examples of mermaids blessed with exceptional charm.
Who are you?
Yu Sui was growing weary of this guessing game, her voice tinged with irritation. The one you seek is His Majesty King Rexifus. Noticing Yu Sui's growing impatience, Oselt pressed a warm kiss to her cool cheek. Yu Sui remarked, I am quite vexed. Truly. Transport me to Prince X's kingdom. In exchange, I shall offer you a portion of my reward, or perhaps a long-term exchange of benefits. She endeavored to ignore the incessant licking of her face by the king, resembling a playful puppy, her tone steady. Any reward will suffice? Not quite. Yu Sui recognized the fervor in Oselt's gaze, realizing what he truly desired. She was not foolish enough to jeopardize her own safety. Prince X's father had recently sent invitations to the wedding between X and Princess Alice of the neighboring kingdom, departing today, with 1 day to spare, a legitimate purpose indeed. As she observed Yu Sui deep in thought, her vibrant green eyes seemed to dim, her rosy lips pressed into a straight line. Even her radiant golden hair appeared to lose its luster. She resembled an angel abandoned by the heavens, both sacred and evoking pity. Sigh. Ultimately, Oselt conceded, offering a compromise. As long as you remain with me, I shall not act against your will. How does that sound? Yu Sui cast a sidelong glance at Oselt, weighing the potential benefits of future interactions, understanding that their fates were intertwined. With her life still in the hands of another, angering him could lead to dire consequences. After much contemplation, Yu Sui hesitantly nodded. Oselt's eyes sparkled with delight, a radiant smile blossoming upon his lips, and in that moment, Yu Sui grasped the true essence of beauty surpassing that of flowers. Yet, she would later discover the greatest deceit of all, the claim of merely skimming the surface. Without delving deeper. Chapter 147. The handsome fish ate in a sufficiently large square pool. Yu Sui swam freely, gracefully flicking his long, azure tail. Sinking to the bottom, he contentedly closed his eyes, occasionally swishing his tail, which hinted at his delighted mood. How joyous it was! Oselt sat at the edge of the pool, holding an exquisite silver goblet, the slightly orange liquid within exuding a rich aroma. Yu Sui half opened one eye, glancing at the goblet, and emitted a sound through his nostrils. A soft hum of acknowledgement. Oselt's low laughter, drifting across the water's surface, was even more intoxicating than the fine wine itself. Yu Sui felt his ears heat up slightly. though the main structure of his ears comprised 3 protruding bony spikes and a layer of thin webbing, rendering them nearly unnoticeable. Would you care to try this wine? Occult raised the silver goblet. Without a second thought, Liu Sui shook his head. He had sampled human food over the past few days, which had left him quite nauseated. It seemed that the structure of human and mermaid tongues differed, as he had no taste for cooked food, preferring only marine delicacies. Much like how humans typically shun raw meat. As for drinks like wine or coffee, he had little inclination. Perhaps it was due to his merfolk nature. Living in water. Why would he need to drink? It was akin to humans living in oxygen, who would think to actively inhale oxygen to supplement their needs. Aside from exceptional circumstances like high-altitude regions. Yet Liu Sui had once observed some amusing Taobao merchants engaging in such thoughts, pondering whether Beijing's smoggy air or the fresh air of Zhuhaigu was the superior choice. At that moment, he merely found them amusing and lively, aligning with societal norms while adhering to the standards of national innovative thinking. In retrospect, those merchants were likely not ordinary individuals, engaging in businesses far removed from human concerns. Occult watched Liu Sui, who floated effortlessly in the pool, blowing bubbles, admiring the delicate contours of his body. His gaze flickered. If he could breathe underwater, surely he could in wine as well. Unbeknownst to Liu Sui, his casual actions today had made Occult a pioneer of indulgence in the Western realms. How much longer until we arrive? Liu Sui surfaced, resting at the edge of the pool, blinking his enchanting, glistening eyes. They were en route to Odalib, where Ikes resided. Their mode of transportation was a massive carriage, large enough to house a pool where Liu Sui could swim freely, with ample space beyond that. Thus, one can only imagine its size. They should arrive by tonight. Occult opened the carriage window to glance outside before lowering it again. What about the wedding? Tomorrow. The day after. There's plenty of time. Upon receiving the information he desired, Liu Sui nodded and prepared to dive back underwater. When suddenly he felt a sharp tug on his scalp. Turning his head, he discovered Occult had grasped a handful of his hair. In recent days, he was unsure what Occult had done to his hair, which had grown wildly from shoulder length to waist length in mere days, something that would ordinarily take years for others. No, it was Occult's doing. Moreover, Occult had appeared quite displeased that day, exuding a chilling aura, warning him that if he dared to cut his hair again, he would strip him of his scales. The expression, the tone, the intensity, Liu Sui felt he would rather not test it. What are you doing? Liu Sui's tone was less than friendly. After all, who would be pleased to have their hair tugged without cause? He glanced down, noting how Occult's pale skin accentuated the brilliance of his golden hair, while the fingers entwined in that hair appeared even longer and more flawless. Together, they formed a harmonious image, yet the entanglement also bore an undercurrent of flotation. Goodness, he was being teased. Are you angry? Occult's voice came through the glass. No. I'm just lamenting my lack of cultivation, he replied. I want to sleep. Unable to endure the awkward atmosphere any longer, Liu Sui spoke stiffly. Occult fell silent, and Liu Sui sensed a peculiar stillness in the air. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the close-up of a handsome face. Startled, Liu Sui flicked his tail, creating a tremendous splash in the pool. Do you want to drown? He exclaimed, bubbles rising in response. You go. Occult did not comply. Instead, he wrapped his arms around Liu Sui and pressed his crimson lips against Liu Sui's delicate ones. His deep blue eyes locked onto Liu Sui's face. His gaze sharp as a knife, tracing the exquisite features, high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, unique green irises, and the elegant bridge of his nose, as well as his own lips that were now being kissed. It seemed he wished to imprint every detail in his mind. In that moment, Liu Sui was momentarily dazed, feeling a strange familiarity in Occult's gaze. However, the next instant, he frowned as Occult's rough action startled him. Liu Sui's lips were bitten down upon, though no blood flowed. Occult then began to delicately lick the spot, his long tongue intruding boldly into Liu Sui's mouth, brazenly exploring within. Their tongues intertwined, drawing in air to breathe, yet Liu Sui found himself struggling for breath. How humiliating it was to lose on his own turf. As for Occult's kissing technique, Liu Sui could only chuckle. It was akin to an invasion, leaving no defenses intact. Chapter 148. The beautiful fish, Nine Your Majesty. We have arrived. Came the steady voice of the head guard from outside the carriage. Oselt replied lightly, then wrapped the soft blanket tightly around Yusue. After scanning the vicinity several times to ensure no part of Yusue was exposed, he reluctantly furrowed his brow and stepped down from the carriage, cradling Yusue in his arms. Yusue thought to himself, is this fellow afflicted with obsessive-compulsive disorder or an overwhelming possessiveness? If it is the latter, I must say, not everyone is like you, my dear. One cannot judge a straight man's heart with a gay man's perspective. Having been carried down from the carriage, the evening's lack of sunlight spared Yusue any discomfort. However, the future king of Odelber, King Kilex, had been waiting there for some time. Upon seeing Yusue in Oselt's embrace, though curious, he refrained from inquiring directly. Instead, he placed a hand upon his chest, slightly bent at the waist, and performed a formal, noble greeting. Welcome, esteemed guest from afar, His Majesty King Rexifus Oselt. Kilex, embodying the strength and courage of a prince from a fairy tale, spoke with such politeness that it elicited a nod of appreciation from Yusue, nestled in Oselt's arms. Noticing the slight movement of Yusue's head, Oselt's gaze toward Kilex shifted from indifference to a hint of danger. Before Kilex could react, a brown-haired girl standing beside him, Ariel, swiftly positioned herself between the two, spreading her arms in a protective stance. Observing Ariel's actions, Kilex furrowed his brow with concern and quickly pulled her to his side. This was merely a benevolent prince's tenderness towards those around him, yet this affectionate warmth resembled a poisoned honey, enticing yet perilous, drawing one in despite the risks, like a moth to a flame, all for that fleeting touch of gentleness. My apologies, esteemed King Rexifus Oselt, Kilex said sincerely. My maid is quite thoughtless and has inadvertently offended you. We shall express our heartfelt apologies at the banquet prepared for you today. Please do not let this trivial matter weigh upon your vast and gracious heart. However, Oselt paid Kilex's sincere apology no mind, his expression darkening. It was not due to Kilex, but rather because Yusue, upon hearing Ariel's name, disregarded Oselt's restraint and lifted his head to gaze at Kilex, and at Ariel beside him. Noticing Oselt's change, Kilex's attention shifted to the tightly wrapped Yusue. The fleeting astonishment in his eyes revealed the youthful contours of the boy's face. Still somewhat innocent, yet undeniably captivating. His long, golden eyebrows contrasted with the tousled strands of golden hair framing his face. Deep-set eyes gleamed like brilliant emeralds, and his long, thick eyelashes fluttered like delicate golden fans, stirring emotions within the hearts of onlookers. Beneath the thin blanket, the rest of him remained hidden, akin to an angel favored by the Creator. Kilex marveled inwardly, pondering that perhaps only Ariel could rival this boy's allure. Ariel, Yusue's voice emerged softly from beneath the blanket, possessing the unique melody of a mermaid, yet, compared to the ornate tones of their waters, his voice was clearer and more ethereal. This was the realm beyond the sea. Ariel's eyes widened, her delicate hands instinctively covering her mouth in disbelief, releasing only muted exclamations. Indeed, in her quest for legs, she had lost her voice. Come find me tonight, Yusue managed to utter before Oselt, with undeniable authority, swept him away. The onlookers were left bewildered, watching as King Oselt strode away, cradling the handsome boy, their thoughts consumed by the boy's enchanting voice and the audacity to flirt before their lord. Why the rush? Can't you see I have matters to attend to? I haven't even told her where to find me. Humph. Once Oselt placed Yusue on the bed prepared by Kilex, he turned to pour himself a drink. Yusue, with his tail elegantly sprawled in an S shape across the bed, sought to occupy as much space as possible. In that moment, he yearned for human legs, spreading out in a commanding manner across the bed, exuding an air of dominance, as if to declare, "Who can rival me?" For others, to even consider sharing the bed? There was barely enough space left for anyone else. As Yusue twisted and turned, searching for the most comfortable and space-claiming position, he failed to notice the deepening gaze of the newcomer. By the time he became aware, it was too late. I said I would do this voluntarily. I am willing. Very well, quite assertive. But I am not willing. The effort is mine. I am willing. With a sudden flick of his tail, Yusue sent Oselt tumbling away. King Rexifus Oselt? Is something amiss? Do you require assistance? It was Kilex, to which Oselt replied, no, nothing is needed. As Oselt approached the door, he asked, could you kindly open it? Only upon seeing Yusue securely cover his tail did he finally smile and open the door.
What is it?
Oh, the banquet is about to commence. Please prepare yourself accordingly. Oselt lifted his resolute, elegantly shaped chin. Very well, may the Emperor be with you. And to you as well, my child. With that, Oselt closed the door firmly, displaying unmistakable impatience. Kilex had no objections, merely smiling as he walked away. Chapter 149. The enchanting fish 10 stay right here, for I have brought you to Odelberg, and you have met that Ariel. X. Ostert remained silent regarding the conversation between Yusue and Ariel today. Amidst Yusue's disdainful gaze, he picked up a strand of Yusue's hair and placed a soft kiss upon it. Lifting his head to speak, Yusue merely nodded in a perfunctory manner, vigorously rubbing his hair with both hands. He seriously suspected that this fellow had a peculiar obsession with hair. If he continued to spend time with him, would his hair soon be coated in saliva? Observing Yusue's antics, Ostert showed no reaction. Instead, his eyes brimmed with a growing fondness. Watching his little pet futilely resist him was amusing, was it not? After ruffling Yusue's freshly groomed golden locks, Ostert left with a smirk. Yusue thought to himself, he will inevitably become bald, I swear. With fiery green eyes, he glared at Ostert's retreating figure. After a moment, he changed his focus. That silhouette was certainly worth a year's admiration. The other had donned an exquisite, well-tailored evening gown for the banquet, which accentuated his broad shoulders, slender waist, and long legs. Accompanied by his precious, haughty gaze, he exuded an undeniable allure. Some individuals seem inherently proud, with nothing capable of compelling them to lower their lofty heads. In short, he was strikingly handsome. Yusue suddenly realized his own behavior and felt his cheeks warm. He mused, beauty is indeed beguiling. Ostert chuckled at the sight of Yusue's flushed cheeks before contentedly closing the door. Staring at the now-closed door, Yusue felt a wave of boredom wash over him, contemplating how much better it was when Ostert was around. However, this thought was swiftly suppressed. Surely, he was just too bored. After a moment of self-reassurance, Yusue gradually relaxed. The floor-to-ceiling windows allowed him to observe the outside world without standing. Carriages approached the castle, each bearing individuals in pursuit of the elusive opportunity that promised their ascension. Yusue's interest waned as he gazed at the sparse vehicles. Perhaps it was simply too desolate. His gaze shifted to the vast night sky, where deep azure blended into inky black, adorned with wisps of pale clouds. A crescent moon hung gracefully above, and countless stars scattered across the heavens in seemingly random patterns, evoking an ineffable mystery. It felt as if some unseen force had orchestrated their arrangement, but who could truly know? A faint sense of melancholy washed over Yusue as he pondered the moonlit night. What was the purpose of his quest as a wanderer without a home? Was it to glimpse his long-lost parents once more? Or perhaps to pay respects at the lonely graves that held no trace of their existence? Was it worth it? This faint hope? This endless yearning? This journey through time? Was he doing this for himself or for others? Could the pursuit of justice still ignite the same fervor within him as it once did? Who was he now? Who was he meant to be? Suddenly, a soft creak of the door interrupted his thoughts. Instinctively, he turned to look, only to meet the gentle, pure gaze of Ariel. Startled, she pointed at the door and gestured as if to indicate that she had knocked. Yusue realized he had been so engrossed in his thoughts that he hadn't heard her entrance. Come in, Princess Ariel, Little Mermaid. Yusue's voice was tender, laced with a hint of warmth, likely stirred by the night's ambience. Ariel hesitated at the threshold, her gaze lingering on Yusue. You have already come this far. Why hesitate for those last few steps? A melodic quality in Yusue's voice seemed to embolden Ariel, who decisively stepped forward. Hey, don't make it so dramatic. I'm not asking for your sacrifice, he teased. Ariel approached, her eyes fixed on Yusue, filled with curiosity. Why do you seem so lost? As if you are a weary bird unsure of its path home? It's nothing, Yusue replied, surprised by his own ability to intuit Ariel's thoughts, attributing it to the bond between a wanderer and the essence of his quest. But you appear quite sorrowful. she insisted. Yusue raised an eyebrow. This little mermaid displayed a remarkable sensitivity to the emotions of others. Was it true that the more innocent one is, the clearer their perception of the world? It's all right. I've wandered a bit far from home. Let us talk about you, Princess Ariel. Yes, that's me. This earnest little mermaid was exceptionally naive. Tomorrow marked the wedding of Esk and Alice. What were her plans? She had traded her voice for legs with the witch. Yet if X married, it would signify he did not love her. Without his love, she would dissolve into sea foam, vanishing forever. Watching Ariel's eyes dim, Yusue felt a pang of guilt. Yet for the sake of their futures, he steeled himself to continue. My dear, consider your time in the human realm. Every step has felt like walking on a razor's edge. Does it not hurt? And what of King Aten, your sisters, your grandmother, who tells you stories? Can you truly bear to part with them all for the fleeting shadow of X's love? As Yusue concluded, Ariel was already in tears. He gently stroked her head resting on his tail, quietly watching her as she reminisced about her family, her father, sisters, grandmother, the gentle seabed, and the playful fish. In response, only the sound of her sobbing filled the air. The cold moonlight streamed in, illuminating the intertwined figures of Yusue and Ariel, pale, yet profoundly lonely. Chapter 150. The beautiful merman 11. Yusue gently comforted Ariel, gazing out at the starry sky. In the distance, the azure sea sparkled with starlight, concealing Ariel's homeland, the original owner's abode, where hope was lost. My dear, could you please share your decision with me? Are you planning to leave X's? Once Ariel's emotions began to settle, Yusue spoke again. Ariel sat up, also looking outside at the vast and enchanting sea, then slowly shook her head, sighing. Yusue understood that Ariel would not easily relinquish her love. Before marrying an X's, shall we visit your father, King Adon? He gazed into Ariel's glistening eyes, caressing her seaweed-like brown hair. Let us go. With a slight smile, he took Ariel's hand. But then came the dilemma. Yusue, with his human upper body and fish tail, could not walk out. Discovery would mean capture. Upon noticing Yusue's evident discomfort, Ariel momentarily forgot her sorrow, covering her mouth with a giggle and gesturing towards the door, then pointing at herself, indicating she would carry him. With that petite frame of yours? Ariel, hearing this, puffed her cheeks defiantly, resembling an adorable, plump dumpling, her fair skin inviting a playful poke. She raised one small arm and patted the muscle beneath it, as if to assert her own strength. Yusue wished to say more but suddenly felt himself lifted into the air. Ariel had effortlessly scooped him up. Due to the height difference, it seemed somewhat awkward, yet Ariel's carefree expression was undeniably impressive. Yusue placed a hand on his forehead, pondering the absurdity of this fantastical world. He needed a moment to adjust. He could no longer believe in fairy tales. However, Ariel remained oblivious to the mental turmoil of his shattered traditional beliefs, seeking to impress him instead. Well, what can I say? What more is there to express? Indeed, tales of fantasy often weave webs of deceit. As Yusue observed Ariel holding him with one hand while effortlessly opening the door with the other, he found himself devoid of emotion. Subsequently, witnessing Ariel's spirited chase with patrolling soldiers, he was left in a state of shock, feeling as though he were merely an observer of the bazaar. Soon, they successfully evaded all watchful eyes and arrived at the shoreline. Release me into the sea, Yusue urged, patting Ariel's shoulder. With a vigorous toss, Ariel sent him splashing into the water, sending a spray high into the air. When he surfaced, Yusue wiped the droplets from his face, thinking, well, that was assertive. Come here. Yusue floated in the water, beckoning to Ariel. She waved her hands, pointing to her nose and the sea, shaking her head. Can't breathe? Come here. Hold this in your mouth. After a moment of contemplation, Yusue removed a scale from around his neck and offered it to Ariel. It was a palm-sized scale, thick and shimmering with a soft blue hue under the moonlight. A reverse scale he had shed upon reaching maturity, allowing a human to breathe freely underwater. Ariel, trembling slightly, removed her shoes and approached, accepting the scale with both hands. Her bright eyes began to cloud with emotion as she brought the scale close to her face, closing her eyes and smiling at the familiar sensation. Let us go. Our time is limited. Yu Sui glanced at the moon, now rising overhead, speaking to Ariel. With Ariel lacking a tail, she was less graceful in the water. So Yu Sui took her small hand, and they shared a smile filled with the purity of friendship. As they descended into the depths of the sea, Yu Sui suddenly felt a powerful gaze upon him. Turning back in curiosity, he saw only the frost-kissed sand, solitary rocks, and the lonely waves pursuing the shore. Nothing more. Ariel tugged at Yu Sui's hand, frowning in confusion, but he chose not to dwell on it, pulling her beneath the waves. Unbeknownst to them, a figure emerged from behind the rocks, deep blue eyes swirling with an unprecedented storm. He left, he said he would wait for me there, but he is gone. Ossert gazed intently at the tranquil sea, realizing that conditions merely bind the weak. Only the strong can wield true power. He cast one last penetrating glance at the water, as if searching for a pair of equally azure eyes. Alas, clarity was laced with deception. Then, let your innocent eyes remain, stripped of your lies. With that, Ossert decisively turned away, the salty breeze lifting his expansive cloak, leaving behind not only an impenetrable solitude, but also an overwhelming sense of foreboding.